Chapter 1. The Prodigal System. In the splendid city of Yinjing, the night was aglow with vibrant lights, and within a luxurious bar's private room, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Young Master Kang, congratulations on winning the heart of your beloved tomorrow. Young Master Kang, cheers to your liberation from the ranks of the single. Young Master Kang, once you marry the eldest daughter of the Lin family, do not forget us, your sisters. A group of affluent heirs from Yinjing were fervently congratulating a young Minoni other than Kang Zhuang, the heir of one of Yanjing's prestigious families. At this moment, Kang Zhuang was somewhat inebriated, and upon hearing the praises from his friends, he raised his glass with a sense of pride. Let us drink. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. That woman, Lin Qingxue, is already in my grasp. Ha! Just wait and see how I'll train her. No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed onto the sofa, oblivious to the frantic calls of his companion, Song Pengfei, who desperately tried to rouse him. Hey, young Master Kang, you can't be passed out, right? Wake up! Despite all efforts to shake him awake, Kang Zhuang remained unresponsive, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Inform young Master Chu the task has been accomplished. The once jovial heirs began to depart the private room one by one. Shortly thereafter, a handsome man entered, flanked by two bodyguards. Drag this scoundrel away, and proceed according to my plan. Understood, boss, the two bodyguards replied, proceeding to haul Kang Zhuang out of the room. After bringing him into a luxurious hotel suite, one of them made a phone call. Before long, two more figures entered the room. The night passed in silence, and when Kang Zhuang finally opened his eyes, the remnants of his drunkenness left him with a throbbing headache. Oh dear, I've overindulged again, my head is killing me. Wait, what is happening? As Kang Zhuang beheld the disheveled garments strewn chaotically across the floor, a realization dawned upon him. His former subordinate, Song Pengfei, often catered to him in such a manner. Seasoned in the ways of the world, Kang Zhuang comprehended the events that transpired the previous night and felt little concern. Suddenly, a chilling electronic synthesized voice reverberated in his mind. Ding, suitable host detected, binding in progress. Ding, binding successful, congratulations, host, you have acquired the prodigal system. The voice resonating in Kang Zhuang's mind left him somewhat bewildered. A system? Was this not akin to the golden finger of the dreams of the underdogs? He was the scion of a prestigious family in Yinjing. Having reached the pinnacle of life since birth, what utility could this prodigal system possibly serve? System, are you there? What is your purpose? Ding, this system is dedicated to cultivating a super heir, a paragon of virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, aesthetic appeal, and diligence. Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of discontent. Virtue, intelligence, physical prowess, aesthetic appeal, and diligence. He had failed in all aspects, leading a life of mere existence. System, it appears you're unaware of my capabilities. I am the heir of the Kang family, one of Yanjing's foremost clans. What assistance can you provide? Ding, the host currently relies on parental support. This system can enable the host to become self-sufficient henceforth. Oh, that seems rather appealing. Let me give it a try. Though Kang Zhuang harbored doubts regarding the system's ability to aid him, the prospect of possessing a golden finger was enticing. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's consent, the prodigal system emitted a sound. Ding! As an exemplary heir, how can one indulge in debauchery? The first task is issued. Reject temptation, starting with yourself. Task reward: stamina 1, task failure. Electric shock for 1 minute. Upon hearing of the task, Kang Zhuang felt a surge of displeasure. When had he ever engaged in earnest endeavors? System, you can take your leave. I relish beautiful women. If I were to dismiss them, how would I navigate my life henceforth? Ding! Host has rejected the task. Task failure determined, penalty commencing. Just as Kang Zhuang repudiated the task, the cold electronic voice of the prodigal system reverberated in his mind. In the next moment, an inexplicable force surged through Kang Zhuang's body. An electric current stimulated him entirely. Alas, the pain is unbearable. Ah, it feels as though I am dying. Kang Zhuang writhed in agony, his body convulsed by the electric shock, his cries echoing in despair. The harrowing sounds roused two women from their slumber, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why is he in such a state? Should we call the police? No, it seems he is suffering from AD addiction. These young masters often have a penchant for such vices. He wouldn't have indulged as well, would he? We must hasten to the hospital. for an examination. Shortly thereafter, Kang Zhuang succumbed to the shock, losing consciousness. The two girls hastily donned their garments and departed the room without a backward glance. Minutes later, Kang Zhuang's fingers twitched, and he opened his eyes. System, you are my sovereign, I was wrong. Can we not sever this bond? Ding. This system is now bound. Unless the host perishes, the bond shall remain intact. Kang Zhuang, sensing the gravity of his situation, promptly fell to his knees in supplication, well versed in the art of yielding. Yet, the system's icy pronouncement extinguished his flickering hope. It was evident that this entity was determined to cling to him. My esteemed system, my revered ancestor, I was mistaken. I shall certainly obey henceforth. Ding. The host recognizes his error and is willing to amend. Such contrition is commendable. Kang Zhuang felt tears welling up within him. He was merely a debauched scion, living off the fruits of indulgence, unprepared for the arrival of the system. At that moment, the shrill sound of a phone pierced the air. Hello, you wretched boy. Have you forgotten what day it is? It is nearly midnight. You ought to be at the Hongfu Hotel. His mother's voice jolted Kang Zhuang into full awareness. Today was indeed the day of his engagement. Mother, do not fret. It is only 10 o'clock. There is still time. I shall be there shortly. After ending the call, he noticed his garments were in tatters. He couldn't help but lament the wild escapades of the previous night. He retrieved his phone and called his subordinate, Song Pengfei, requesting a change of attire. Beep, beep, beep. The call went unanswered, and frustration began to swell within him. Song Pengfei had never before ignored his calls. He attempted to reach several other subordinates, yet to no avail. What nonsense is this? Have these rascals succumbed to a hangover like me? His irritation mounted as the heir of the Kang family. He had never before been stood up. He dialed another number, that of his personal bodyguard. Ahu. Hello, Ahu. I am at the Legion Hotel. Please bring me a fresh set of clothes. Understood, young master. Kang Zhuang rose, rubbing his sore lower back. The previous night had left him utterly inebriated, and he had been exhausted multiple times. Now he found himself in a state of physical disarray, causing him to worry about his own constitution. System, are you there? Beep, I am here. What is your request, host? Is there anything that can enhance my physique? I can purchase it with money. Beep, this system will periodically issue tasks. Please endeavor to complete them, host. Damn it, what good are you? You're useless. Just go die. The voice of the frivolous system irked Kang Zhuang immensely. This incompetent system was infuriating. Beep, detected host's insult towards the system. Activating penalty mechanism, 1 minute of electric shock. No, it hurts. System brother, I was wrong. Please stop. Kang Zhuang was subjected to a minute of electric shock from the frivolous system, the intense current causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. After a torturous 15 minutes, a knock resounded at the door. Struggling, Kang Zhuang managed to rise and approach the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found his personal bodyguard, Ahu, standing there, holding a suit. Ahu, you finally arrived, Kang Zhuang said weakly. Witnessing Kang Zhuang's condition, Ahu's expression shifted, revealing a look of utter bewilderment. Young master, you didn't want me to follow you last night. What kind of woman did you encounter to leave you so utterly spent? Bah, am I that weak? Don't jump to conclusions. Seeing Ahu's expression, Kang Zhuang realized the misunderstanding, and in a fit of anger, he berated him. Storming into the room with the suit, he changed into it and admired his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, I am stunningly handsome. Lin Xingxue, I am coming for you. You shall be mine from now on. Ha ha. Today marked the day of Kang Zhuang's engagement to the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Lin Xingxue was renowned as the IC president of Yanjing. The reason for her engagement to Kang Zhuang, an utterly inept scion, lay in the familial backgrounds of both parties. The Kang family, a prestigious lineage in Yanjing, boasted Kang Hua, the grandfather, as one of the nation's top magnates. Though retired now, his influence remains formidable. Kang Jiangua, his father, is a powerful secretary in Yanjing. His mother, Chun Xiaoxin, is the chairman of the Kang Corporation, a formidable force in the business realm. Other relatives within the Kang family also hold significant positions across various fields, solidifying their status among the elite. The Lin family's background was comparable to that of the Kangs. This engagement was a strategic business alliance. The Lin Group, currently facing difficulties, required Lin Xingxue to become a pawn in this union to navigate their crisis. Initially reluctant to marry Kang Zhuang, Lin Qingxue acquiesced for reasons unknown. Having donned his attire, Kang Zhuang reveled in thoughts of Lin Qingshui's graceful figure and breathtaking beauty, elated at the prospect of having such a stunning fiancée. System, look, today I am to be engaged to a wealthy and beautiful woman. A small pinnacle in my life is within reach. You truly are a rubbish system. Beep, detected host's insult towards the system. Activating penalty mechanism. 1 minute of electric shock. What the hell? I didn't insult you. Please, system brother, father, I was wrong. After a minute, Kang Zhuang lay on the ground, questioning his existence, tears welling in his eyes. For 25 long years, he had never felt so humiliated. Having such a wretched system that would shock him the slightest provocation was intolerable. Kang Zhuang pondered deeply on the reasons behind his unfortunate fate and how he had ended up bound to this absurd system. Ding. Mission issued. Reach the Hongfu Hotel's engagement banquet floor within 45 minutes. Mission reward, 10 to physique. Mission failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Upon hearing this task, Kang Zhuang erupted into laughter. The Hongfu Hotel is merely a 10-minute journey from here. I am certain of my victory. Oh, how I adore this system. Ding. Mission timer initiated, 44 minutes and 59 seconds. A virtual display of the countdown appeared in his mind. Ahoo! Let us hasten to the Hongfu Hotel. In a bid to avoid the impending shock, Kang Zhuang disregarded the allure of the task's reward and urged Ahoo to drive him to the engagement venue post-haste. Chapter 2. Publicly annulled engagement on the 30th floor of the Hongfu Grand Hotel. The venue had been meticulously arranged for the engagement banquet. The commercial alliance between the Kang and Lin families had stirred considerable excitement among the prominent families of Yanjing. The union of these two elite families promised to amplify their collective strength. At that moment, guests filled the grand hall, mingling with friends and discussing the day's events. Lin Qingxue, a renowned woman of stature, was often compared to Chun Xiaoxin, and it was anticipated that their future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship would be harmonious, much to the benefit of the dandy Kang Zhuang. Kang Zhuang was merely a spoiled scion, fortunate to have such esteemed parents, while Lin Qingxue was the embodiment of his dreams. Envy and jealousy swirled among the crowd, particularly as they noted Kang Zhuang's absence despite Lin Qingxue's arrival. As discussions regarding the engagement spread, Lin Qingxue remained an aloof observer, seemingly detached from the festivities. Earlier that morning, she had received a video that ignited a storm of fury within her, leading her to silently resolve a crucial decision. At this juncture, her parents approached her. "My dear daughter, you have truly endured much. We understand your reluctance. However, this engagement is the wish of your grandfather and the elder of the Kang family. It is advantageous for both our families, politically and commercially. Do not fret about your future, should that wretched boy Kang Zhuang dare mistreat you. I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." Lin Qingxue nodded slightly at her parents' words of comfort. As noon approached, Kang Zhuang still had not arrived, infuriating his parents. Kang Zhangwo and his wife. Xiaoxin called that rascal. How can he be so late for such an important occasion? Kang Zhangwo demanded. I just called. But he didn't answer, Xiaoxin replied. Their conversation only served to further aggravate the elder Kang. His face flushed with anger. That little brat, where could he possibly be? Send someone to find him. At that moment, a girl nearby spoke up. Grandfather, perhaps brother attended a party last night and overslept. He didn't come home until morning. He is likely still on his way. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxin quickly covered the girl's mouth. Qing'er, be quiet and don't speak carelessly. Qing'er, Kang Zhuang's younger sister, shared a close blood bond with him but had always disapproved of his antics, often opposing him. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang was anxiously ascending the stairs. Indeed, he was climbing the stairs. He had instructed Ahoo to drive him to the Hongfu Grand Hotel, arriving at the hotel's entrance within 20 minutes. Just as he felt confident about successfully fulfilling his task, he discovered the hotel elevator was out of order. What the hell? What a stroke of bad luck. Kang Zhuang lamented, knowing the engagement banquet was on the 30th floor. The timer in his mind indicated he had only 20 minutes left. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the staircase. In 5 minutes, he had scaled 10 flights, but his stamina was quickly waning, sweat pouring down as he pressed onward. Damn it. How could this happen? The system. You cannot be an enemy sent to torment me. Can you? Nowadays, Kang Zhuang's mind no longer dwells on the exquisite beauty of Lin Qingxue, but rather on how to avoid the punishment of electric shocks. The timer incessantly reminded him to hasten his ascent. Failure loomed if he did not act swiftly. On the 29th floor, with merely 2 minutes remaining, Kang Zhuang felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Spotting the 20 steps ahead, he resolutely began to climb. I refuse to believe that I cannot complete this task. After all, I am the scion of the Kang family. His indomitable spirit propelled him upward, and finally, with just 10 seconds to spare, he reached the 30th floor. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the first task. Reward, Constitution 10. A warm surge coursed through Kang Zhuang's body, sweeping away his earlier fatigue. Wow, system, you are truly remarkable. I feel as if I could take down a bull. He reveled in the newfound strength surging within him, much to his delight. Ding! Please do not deceive yourself, host. Your current constitution stands at 50, while that of a normal person is 70. System, you must be mistaken. Did I only possess a constitution of 40 before? How is that even possible? Ding! What were you like before? Do you require me to remind you? If you do not exercise more restraint, your kidneys may cease to function. Kang Zhuang's face flushed with embarrassment. As a qualified young master, was he to forsake nightlife and revelry? Just then, as he conversed with the system at the entrance hall, the doors swung open. The Kang family bodyguards, upon spotting Kang Zhuang outside, were filled with joy. The young master is here. Sir, we have found the young master. Boss, the young master is here. A few bodyguards ushered Kang Zhuang before the Kang family. Kang Zhangwo and his wife glared at him with intensity. You little rascal, where have you been gallivanting? We have been searching for you for ages. Son, where have you been? Your clothes are completely soaked. Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had never been the apple of his parents' eyes. Were it not for the Kang family's need for him to carry on the lineage, he might have been forsaken entirely. Mom, Dad, I arrived downstairs ages ago, but the elevator was out of order. To save time, I climbed up from the first floor. He recounted the events. Yet the Kang family remained skeptical. What a coincidence that he would face such a predicament. Old Master Kang waved his hand, silencing the others. Enough. Today is the engagement banquet for Xiao Zhuang and that girl Qingxue. Everyone, go and attend to the guests. We must not allow anyone to say that the Kang family lacks courtesy. Understood. The others departed, leaving only the Kang siblings and the old master seated. Brother, did you sneak off to the bar again last night? Today is your engagement day. How could you dare to visit a bar? Kong King glared fiercely at Kang Zhuang, her words prompting the old master to turn his gaze toward him. Little girl, cease your nonsensical chatter. Must I report my whereabouts to you? How absurd you are. Sister Qingxue is so remarkable, yet you gallivant around carelessly. I shall ensure that Sister Qingxue puts you in your place. Kang Qing'er's exasperation drew nods of agreement from the old man, while Kang Zhuang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, pondering whether he still held a respectable image in this family. Before long, two hosts appeared on the elevated stage at the front of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We warmly welcome you to the engagement banquet of Mr. Kang Zhuang and Ms. Lin Qingxue. Let us invite both parties to the stage. Applause erupted from the audience as Lin Qingxue, adorned in a stunning gown, gracefully ascended the stage, followed hastily by Kang Zhuang. Upon the arrival of the couple, the hosts offered an abundance of congratulatory remarks before finally posing the question. Mr. Kang Zhuang, do you wish to be engaged to Ms. Lin Qingxue and share a life together? I do. Kang Zhuang beamed with a radiant smile, his affection for Lin Qingxue genuine. He had persistently persuaded his father regarding this union. However, upon witnessing Kang Zhuang's exuberant expression, Lin Qingxue's eyes brimmed with disdain, further solidifying her resolve. And Ms. Lin Qingxue, do you wish to be engaged to Mr. Kang Zhuang and share a life together? The crowd anticipated her affirmative response. Yet, Lin Qingxue, after a moment of visible conflict, fixed a fierce glare upon Kang Zhuang. I do not wish to. I do not wish to. The power of those 4 words left the entire room in stunned silence. Kang Zhuang was dumbfounded, and even the host froze. How could one possibly respond to such a declaration? I want to break off the engagement. Lin Qingxue's words were sharp as a blade, unyielding. Kang Zhuang, that spoiled young master, is utterly unworthy of entrusting my life to. He doesn't deserve me." Her words struck like lightning, shocking the crowd into an uproar. The guests erupted into murmurs and whispers, the air thick with scandal. "Ha ha! I always knew Kang Zhuang could never match a woman like Lin Qingxue. Bravo, Sister Qingxue. What a magnificent example for all of us. Serves that good-for-nothing playboy right. Disgraceful wretch, how fitting." The venomous gossip from below the stage flushed Kang Zhuang's face crimson. True, he was a reckless heir, but he had never stolen nor cheated. His indulgences were bought with honest wealth. Was he every spoiled heir in Yanjing the same? If Lin Qingxue disliked him, why humiliate him so publicly today? Ding. System detected. Host subjected to malicious insult. Task issued. Strike back at Lin Qingxue. Prove you're not to be trifled with. Reward: 100 million in cash. Failure: 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang's heart clenched. Again, in such circumstances, enduring an electric shock for a minute would be even more humiliating. The convulsions caused by the shock might lead others to believe one is unwell, adding to the embarrassment. At that moment, Lin Qingxue exchanged a glance with someone and addressed the crowd in a loud voice. This time, it is not my Lin family that is bullying others. Rather, it is the debauched young master Kang Zhuang who has gone too far. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to this video, showcasing his disgraceful actions from last night. The shocking images displayed on the Grand Hall screen sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Some female guests turned away, covering their ears, appalled at the public release of such a video. The faces of the Kang family darkened with palpable discontent. Lin Qingxue, you have pushed me to this point. Do not blame me for retaliating. Kang Zhuang had initially no intention of striking Lin Qingxue, but given her malicious nature, he felt justified. With a resounding slap, he declared, "You truly think I can be trifled with?" Lin Qingxue's complexion flushed visibly, a hint of blood gracing her lips. "Ah, you are finished," she remarked with a subtle smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. This scene left the onlookers in disbelief, while Kang Zhuang's arrogant demeanor incited a growing anger among many. How despicable! This scoundrel dares to assault someone. Disgraceful! To indulge in debauchery the night before an engagement and then resort to violence when exposed. What a cad. Annul the engagement. Annul the engagement. Many rallied in support of Lin Qingxue's call for a dissolution of the engagement. At that moment, Kang Zhuang, oblivious to the system's reward of 100 million in cash, found himself seized by bodyguards and brought before the elder of the Kang family. Impudent wretch, your usual misbehavior might have been overlooked, but your shamelessness last night and your audacity to strike someone is intolerable. The Kang family cannot afford to harbor someone like you. Chapter 3. Expelled from home, old Master Kang's face flushed with anger. His finger trembling as he pointed at Kang Zhuang, rendered speechless. Kang Zhuang, having received a sharp slap from his grandfather, wore a troubled expression. The events of the previous night were far from the simplistic assumptions of those around him. He had been framed. Indeed, upon viewing the video, Kang Zhuang had unraveled the entire situation. While he may be a reckless young heir, it did not imply that he was devoid of intelligence. How could Lin Qingxue possess such a video? Last night, he had been intoxicated by his subordinates, completely oblivious to what had transpired. Who allowed those two girls into his room? Who filmed the video? And who handed it over to Lin Qingxue? An invisible force was manipulating everything behind the scenes. He was framed. Grandfather, I've been wronged. Someone set me up. Silence. Guards, take him away. He shall face the family discipline. No, please, grandfather. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Kang Huawei suppressed his fury and coldly ordered the bodyguards behind him. Kang Zhuang was dragged away, his struggles futile. The crowd watched coldly. Kang Zhuang's reputation had long been tarnished. Brawling, womanizing, indulging in debauchery. He embodied the worst of spoiled aristocracy. Today, after Lin Qingxue called off their engagement, he had the audacity to strike her in humiliated rage. Such scum deserve no sympathy. Ladies and gentlemen, my deepest apologies. It is our family's disgrace to have raised such a dishonorable heir. I hereby declare, Kang Zhuang is henceforth banished from the Kang household. From this moment, he bears no relation to us. To salvage the family's dignity, Kang Huawei took the stage and disowned Kang Zhuang outright. The announcement plunged the hall into stunned silence. Moments later, murmurs erupted among the guests. Kang Zhuang expelled from the family? Deservedly so. That scoundrel has finally been cast out. Just the other day, he attempted to vie with me for a courtesan. That wretch truly deserves this fate. He dared to insult me previously. I wonder how he will manage to navigate in Yinjing from now on. Lin Qingxue, among the Lin family, felt an immense sense of relief. Her cheeks stinging from 2 slaps, yet she paid it no mind. As long as that scoundrel has been expelled, everything else is inconsequential. In the afternoon, at the Kang family estate, Kang Zhuang knelt in the courtyard, surrounded by guards who observed him closely. Ahu, what is the situation? I have been kneeling for an hour. Has grandfather calmed down? Young master, I must inform you of something. Please do not take offense. You have been cast out by the old master, and you are no longer the esteemed young master of the Kang family. What? How can this be possible? I'm the victim of a conspiracy. How can my grandfather be so blind to right and wrong? Anger surged within Kang Zhuang, for he could not believe that his grandfather would forsake his only grandson. As the sole heir of the Kang family lineage, it was inconceivable that the family's heritage would be entrusted to a branch of the family. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "You little rascal! Do you not yet recognize your transgressions? Do you comprehend where you have erred?" At that moment, Kang Hua returned with a multitude of family members, and upon spotting Kang Zhuang kneeling in the courtyard, his temper flared once more. "Grandfather, I was wrongfully framed last night. I cannot believe you would fail to uncover the truth. Why must you treat me in such a manner?" Kang Zhuang was acutely aware of the Kang family's influence, and he presumed that the elder had already conducted a thorough investigation into the previous night's events. Surely, this time, he would not face punishment, would he? You are the eldest son of the Kang family, the future heir. I have weathered countless storms in my life, and your father has also faced many battles. How is it that our lineage has deteriorated to this extent in your generation? Bring forth the family law. The more Kang Huawei spoke, the angrier he became. As the head of the Kang family, the old man's current state left Kang Jiangwo and his wife too intimidated to intercede. "Grandfather, please do not enforce the family law. What have I done wrong? Tell me, what should I do? I promise I won't go out to play anymore." Kang Zhuang was frightened. This was the second time he had witnessed such fury from his grandfather. The last time was when his second uncle had committed an offense, resulting in the old man administering family law. That incident had nearly cost his uncle his life, and he was sent back to his hometown afterward. You little rascal. You have brought such disgrace upon the Kang family. If I do not punish you severely, it would be an affront to my benevolence. Bring him here and hold him down. 2 bodyguards restrained Kang Zhuang on the long bench, while Kang Huawei prepared to strike with a whip. Ding! The system detected that the host was about to receive a loving education from his grandfather and issued a task. Each lash received would increase the host's physique by 1. Task reward: increased physique. Task failure: 1 minute of electric shock. At this moment, Kang Zhuang could hardly contain his frustration at the absurd system. Why did it not grant him a protective reward like the Golden Bell Shield now? Instead, it mocked him. After enduring dozens of lashes, what good would an increased physique do? The pain would still be unbearable. Crack! Crack! It hurts so much. Grandfather, please stop, it's too painful. The whip in Kang Huawei's hand did not cease despite Kang Zhuang's cries of agony. With each lash, Kang Zhuang's back became drenched in blood, and the pain was so intense that he felt he might faint. However, the system continuously enhanced his physique, preventing him from losing consciousness. Very well, your second uncle fainted after just a few lashes, yet you endure. This demonstrates the blood of the Kang family within you. I shall grant you another chance. Return to our ancestral home in Jiangnan and do not err for 5 years, and I will allow you to return to the Kang family. Seeing his grandson withstand his punishment, Kang Huawei's fury diminished significantly. He instructed Kang Jiangwo and his wife to take Kang Zhuang back to their villa to recuperate, and in a few days, return him to Jiangnan. At the Kang family villa, which was purchased by Chun Xiaoxin, Kang Zhuang lay on the sofa, groaning in pain. It hurts. Mom, please be gentle. You little rascal, you brought this upon yourself. This incident has thoroughly enraged your grandfather. Do not blame him. He acts to salvage some dignity for the Kang family. Chun Xiaoxin felt a pang of sorrow, seeing her son's back covered in wounds. Yet the events of the day left her unable to criticize her father-in-law's actions toward Kang Zhuang. Mom, you're my real mother. Why don't you care for me anymore? Woe is me. If even you don't care for me, perhaps I should just leave. Kang Zhuang began to sulk. And Chun Xiaoxin, hearing her son's antics, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Qing'er, come and tend to your brother's wounds. Help him bandage up. Hee. Sure. I love my brother the most. Kang Qing'er cheerfully took the medicine and bandages, sitting beside Kang Zhuang, a sight that filled him with trepidation. Mom, no. Let Ahu take care of me. Don't let my sister come. Brother, don't be afraid. I will be very gentle. Ah, it hurts. You little rascal. I knew you would take revenge. I want to touch your pocket money again. I knew you were using my bank card for other things. Ah, sister. I was wrong. Be gentle. Chun Xiaoxin watched the sibling rivalry unfold and couldn't help but shake her head. At that moment, Kang Zhengwo entered. Seeing Kang Zhuang's bloodied back, much of his anger dissipated. I'm back, Xiaoxin. The investigation is clear. It was Chu Fan from the Chu family who drugged and incapacitated our son, and he also hired 2 women to frame him. Kang Zhengwo handed the documents to Chun Xiaoxin and motioned for his daughter to step aside while he personally tended to Kang Zhuang's wounds. Upon reading the documents, Chun Xiaoxin's fury ignited. Despicable. The Chu family's malevolence is evident. Fearing the union of the Kang and Lin families, they conspired against us. My poor son, foolishly caught in their trap. At that moment, Kang Zhuang understood everything. It was that hypocrite, Chu Fan, who was behind this. He turned to Kang Zhengwo. Father, you verified it, right? Does that mean I don't have to return to our hometown? It's not as good as Yinjing. Kang Zhuang still clung to hope, seeking a favorable response from his father. Unfilial son, how naive. The old man expelled you from the family in front of everyone at the engagement banquet. You should go to Jiangnan and stay there for 5 years. You've squandered your life. Reflecting back in our hometown might be good for you. Kang Zhengwo's eyes reddened, his tone growing increasingly disappointed in Kang Zhuang. This was the first time Kang Zhuang had seen his father in such a state. He realized he had indeed been idle and unambitious all these years. The disappointment in his parents' eyes struck him deeply. Father, mother, I recognize my mistakes. I will change my ways. Tomorrow, I will return to Jiangnan, and if I don't achieve something significant in the future, I want to return to Yinjing. Kang Zhuang suppressed his pain and knelt down. His words invigorated Kang Zhengwo and his wife. Could it be that their son had truly resolved to change? At that moment, Kang Qing'er gazed at Kang Zhuang with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Brother, your realization comes too late. Grandfather has already decreed that you will receive only 10,000 yuan for living expenses each month. Our parents cannot assist you, or they will face punishment. How will you manage when you return to our ancestral home in Jiangnan tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Kang Zhengwo and his wife sighed deeply. The patriarch was truly enraged this time, and they dared not covertly support their son. Son, your second uncle is in Jiangnan. Seek him out when you arrive. He should be able to look after you. Kang Zhuang curled his lip in disdain. He had heard that his second uncle had thrived in real estate over the past few years, yet the old man still forbade his return. The thought of his pocket money being limited to a mere 10,000 yuan left Kang Zhuang feeling rather despondent. The elder of the family possesses a tempestuous temperament, adhering rigidly to his principles, rendering the prospect of pocket change utterly futile. Suddenly, Kang Zhuang recalled the 100 million in cash that the system had bestowed upon him, and his mood began to brighten. He ventured to Jiangnan, where the constraints of authority felt distant, allowing him to revel in a sense of freedom. With this thought, Kang Zhuang felt that the day's events were not as dire as he had initially imagined. As night fell, Kang Zhuang lay on his bed, his mind wandering through the events of the day. He had received the prodigal system in the morning, faced a broken engagement by noon, endured a beating by afternoon, and now found himself here, preparing for sleep. The pace of his life today had been so frenetic that it was somewhat overwhelming. System, come forth and converse. What is my current character information? Ding. The host character information is as follows. Name, Kang Zhuang identity. The eldest son of the Kang family. Former, physique, 80 wealth, 100 million skills. None, inept upon viewing the character information presented by the system. Kang Zhuang felt a mix of emotions. Initially, it seemed acceptable, but upon reaching the skills section, he was suddenly filled with discontent. System, what do you mean by this? It's one thing to have none for skills, but adding inept afterward, what is that supposed to signify? Ding, in its literal sense, signifies an overwhelming reaction. I was utterly defeated by this abominable system, and the immense power I harbored within surged forth uncontrollably. You wretched system, I have endured your presence for far too long. You are the true embodiment of incompetence, as are your entire lineage. Ding, the system has detected the host's derogatory remarks and has activated the punishment mechanism, a 1-minute electric shock. Ah, esteemed system, my forebear. I beseech you, I was mistaken. Please do not torment a patient. Chapter 4. A good dog does not block the way the following day. Kang Zhuang awakened from his slumber. After being electrocuted by the system the previous night, the wound on his back had already scabbed over, no longer hindering his ability to rise and walk. System, I never anticipated that your electric shocks could actually expedite the healing process. Quite impressive, he remarked. Ding, would the host like to attempt another minute of electric shock? No need for that. I am not a masochist. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered 2 bodyguards waiting outside. Upon seeing Kang Zhuang, they spoke directly. Young master, the head of the family has instructed you to finish your breakfast and depart. I will accompany you to Jiangnan, serving as your bodyguard. Understood. Kang Zhuang recognized that his grandfather was a man of decisive words, and since he had specifically sent someone to notify him to leave, it was evident that he had truly angered the elder this time. At that moment, only Kang Qing'er and the servants were present at home. His parents had long since left for work. Seeing that his parents were absent, Kang Zhuang felt a pang of disappointment. He was being dispatched to Jiangnan, yet his parents seemed unfazed, continuing their daily routines. Brother, are you all right? You truly have tough skin and strong flesh. Mom and Dad said they feared the pain of parting, so they decided not to see you off. You must go alone, Kang Qing'er said, her mouth full of bread, casually relaying their words. Kang Zhuang couldn't help but glance at his sister. Indeed, she was his biological sibling. Even as he prepared to leave, she maintained her indifferent demeanor. Sister, I am leaving now. Grandfather has decreed that I am not to return for 5 years. Aren't you going to say something? Huh? Oh, brother. Have a safe journey to Jiangnan. Don't indulge too much in revelry. Hee hee. Besides, you have no money for that. Travel safely, and by the way, my best friend mentioned that many are eager to witness your downfall, and some even plan to give you a beating. Be cautious of your safety. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang's expression darkened. Chu Fan, Lin Qingxue, you two had better not depart this world too soon. You are the architects of this predicament. If I do not make you suffer, I shall not be called Kang Zhuang. Filled with indignation, he snatched his sister's breakfast and devoured it. Wicked brother, you've stolen my breakfast. I'm off to school now. Farewell, or rather, I wish to never see you again. Kang Qing'er stormed out in a huff, leaving Kang Zhuang feeling somewhat dejected. I have utterly failed as a brother. Even my own sister holds me in disdain. At that moment, the system emitted a chilling voice. Ding, detecting that the host prospects are worrisome, issuing a task. Slap the faces of the young rascals waiting at the door. Task reward, increased physique 20. Mastery of Baji Quan. Task failure, suffer a severe beating from the young rascals waiting at the door. Kang Zhuang broke into a cold sweat. Another face-slapping task. After being expelled from his home for slapping Lin Qingxue yesterday, today he was to face the young rascals at the door. Would he even make it out of Yinjing? Reading the penalties for failure, while it was not a minute of electric shock, it was arguably worse. How could the esteemed young master of the Kang family be besieged by a group of rascals? Damn it, it's just a matter of slapping faces. Hitting them is certainly preferable to being beaten by them. After finishing his breakfast, Kang Zhuang stepped outside, with the Hu trailing closely behind him. At this moment, outside the Kang family villa, a dozen sports cars were parked, and a group of individuals stood at the entrance, awaiting the emergence of Kang Zhuang. As the door swung open, Kang Zhuang strolled out with an air of relaxation and contentment, entirely devoid of the despondency one might expect from someone cast out. Ha! Isn't that the boss? No, the former boss. Where are you off to today to enjoy yourself? Song Pengfei emerged with an air of triumph, and upon seeing him, Kang Zhuang's pupils constricted. It was none other than Song Pengfei, who had coaxed him out for a night of revelry and subsequently intoxicated him. Guard against thieves at home. One never expects betrayal from those close at hand, Kang Zhuang thought bitterly, unable to fathom that this once obedient subordinate had orchestrated such a betrayal. Song Pengfei, this will not go unpunished. I wonder if your parents are aware of your actions? Prepare yourself for retribution. Kang Zhuang was no naive fool. Knowing that Song Pengfei and his band of miscreants had turned against him, he would not sit idly by awaiting the new year. Ha ha ha, Kang Zhuang. You think you are still the former young Master Kang? Let me be frank. I am now under the aegis of young Master Chu. Do you really believe you can contend with him? Song Pengfei, emboldened by his newfound position, irked Kang Zhuang greatly. With a resolve to fulfill his mission, he struck a resounding slap across Song Pengfei's face, causing it to visibly swell. Task completed. Reward: 20 physical constitution, mastery of Bajiquan. A warm current surged through Kang Zhuang's body, enveloping him in comfort as the memories of Bajiquan intertwined in his mind. Mastery of Bajiquan made him feel as if he had been training for over a decade, a sense of proficiency that rendered him momentarily dazed. Damn it! You've sunk so low and yet dare to strike me? Brothers, attack. At that moment, a throng of spoiled young men encircled him, and Ahu, witnessing the scene, prepared to intervene. However, before Ahu could act, Kang Zhuang charged forth. To hell with you all. I will not let you leave unscathed today. Seeing that the approaching figures were once his own subordinates ignited a fierce fire within him. These ingrates who had once exalted him now sought to trample on his downfall. Thus, he resolved to bring them down. With the 8 formidable techniques of Bajiquan unleashed upon the group of ruffians, Kang Zhuang fought with unrestrained vigor, reducing them to tears. Ahu, who was poised to engage, stood in shock. When had the young master become such a formidable fighter? Had he not been merely coasting through life? Ahu, a former Special Forces soldier, recognized the fighting style as Bajiquan, and the sheer power of Kang Zhuang's strikes belied his previous persona. Bewildered, he realized that after 3 years of following Kang Zhuang, he had underestimated the depth of his capabilities. Cease the beating, boss. I was wrong, please. Do not strike me again. So you're the boss, are you? You led me astray. After vanquishing the other ruffians, Kang Zhuang seized Song Pengfei and delivered a resounding slap, prompting Song Pengfei to plead for mercy. Boss, I apologize. I was blinded by greed. That scoundrel Chu Fan offered me 10 million to poison you. Please, spare me. Kang Zhuang halted, coldly regarding Song Pengfei. Because of you, I have been cast out by the old man and dispatched to Jiangnan. Should you compensate me for my emotional distress? Yes, I will compensate. How much do you want? Song Pengfei was taken aback by Kang Zhuang's shamelessness. They had been beaten so severely, yet he still sought recompense. Who would listen to such a grievance? However, upon witnessing Kang Zhuang's raised hand, Song Pengfei cowered. Seeing their submission, a faint smile crept across Kang Zhuang's face. Each of you shall pay 1 million. Transfer it to me now. Isn't that excessive? Upon hearing the sum of 1 million, Song Pengfei suddenly became reluctant to pay. Smack! Another slap landed on Song Pengfei's face, and Kang Zhuang glared at him fiercely. You will transfer 5 million to me. If even a penny is missing, I shall strike you again. Kang Zhuang harbored a deep disdain for the shameless Song Pengfei, who valued money so highly, making it no wonder he had been bribed by that rascal Chu Fan. The other ruffians, witnessing Kang Zhuang's ferocity, hastily retrieved their phones to transfer him 1 million each. I shall spare you this time. Now, scurry away, and do feel free to seek me out for old time's sake. Inwardly, the ruffian scoffed. Who would dare revisit you? After receiving the money, Kang Zhuang permitted them to leave, but he retained Song Pengfei. Kang Zhuang, what are your intentions? I have already given you the money. Do not be untrustworthy. Fear gripped Song Pengfei. Kang Zhuang's methods had grown more formidable, leaving him utterly defenseless. Kang Zhuang regarded Song Pengfei with a malicious glint in his eye, gently grasping his clothing. Little Fei, do not be afraid. You were once my subordinate. Can you not be like the others? My anger has yet to subside. Endure a little longer. Release me, Release me. Do not strike me. It hurts terribly. Boss, I was wrong. Kang Zhuang was resolute. He had no intention of easily letting Song Pengfei off the hook. For the next 10 minutes, Song Pengfei endured a relentless beating. Wails echoed around, and the residents of nearby villas, witnessing Kang Zhuang's brutality, hurried back indoors. His notorious reputation had spread throughout Yanjing, and none dared to challenge him. Ah, that feels much better. Little Fei, from now on, behave yourself. Do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. By the way, you still have 5 million in your account, right? I find myself in need. Kindly transfer it to me. Song Pengfei looked at Kang Zhuang in terror. This tyrant was even more fearsome than before, relentless in his cruelty. Having suffered a beating, he was now being robbed of his money. With a heart full of sorrow, Song Pengfei wept inconsolably, lamenting his betrayal of Kang Zhuang. The transfer was successful. Good dogs do not obstruct the path, he thought, vowing never to encounter Ahu again. As Ahu drove alongside, Kang Zhuang forcefully kicked Song Pengfei aside before speeding off towards the train station. Upon witnessing Kang Zhuang's departure, Song Pengfei's mind relaxed, and he fainted. Bystanders promptly called for an ambulance to take him away. News of the day's events spread among various families, though disbelief prevailed. Oh, is Kang Zhuang truly this formidable? Or is it merely an act? They mused. These young rascals are utterly inept. A mere handful could not overpower Kang Zhuang. Truly a testament to the decline of this generation, they remarked, unperturbed by the opinions of the prominent families of Yanjing. Kang Zhuang reveled in the substantial sum he had just received. The 25 million in psychological damages exhilarated him, for it marked the first time he had held such wealth in his hands. Previously, he had been the one battered and bruised, often left with grievous injuries while compensating others exorbitantly. Now, he felt justified in exacting a lesson upon his former subordinates while claiming a portion of compensation for himself. A delightful sensation coursed through him, prompting Ahu to voice his curiosity. Young master, how had you become so formidable? Just yesterday, you seemed utterly powerless. Haha, it is but my innate talent. Yesterday, the elder awakened my latent potential, and I am now a master. Ah, then congratulations, young master. Kang Zhuang's smile faltered as he shot a glance at Ahu. You truly are a tiger, believing my words so readily. I believe whatever the young master says. Ahu replied, warming Kang Zhuang's heart with his sincerity. Chapter 5. The beauty on the train. Ahu drove to the train station, and Kang Zhuang was somewhat bewildered upon seeing the words train station. Ahu, how do we end up here? Aren't we supposed to go to the airport? Young master, I apologize. The old master has spoken and decreed that you must live as an ordinary person, cultivating your character and taking the train to Jiangnan. What? The old master is truly being unreasonable. When have I ever traveled by train? It's infuriating, all because of that wretched Lin Qingxue. Kang Zhuang was seething with rage. If it weren't for Lin Qingxue's withdrawal from the engagement yesterday, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Wretched woman, I will surely bring down the Lin group. Only now did Ahu find Kang Zhuang's reaction to be normal. This was the young master he recognized. Young master, here are your train tickets. Let us proceed. The car will be driven back by someone else. Ahu produced 2 train tickets, leaving Kang Zhuang dumbfounded. Everything was happening too swiftly for him to even refuse. At the Kang group in Yanjing, Chun Xiaoxin sat in the conference room, which was filled with senior executives. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Everyone, you are likely aware of the situation. From today onwards, we will terminate all cooperation with the Lin group. The Kang group must engage in a full-scale attack against the Lin group. Spare no expense in suppressing them. As soon as Chun Xiaoxin's words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room erupted, with many beginning to voice their objections. Director Chun, are you taking revenge for young Master Kang? We cannot treat the group's business lightly. Director Chun, this is unwise. Although the Lin group is currently facing difficulties, the frieliest camel is still larger than the horse. We should not risk mutual destruction. Director Chun, please reconsider. The Lin group is not easily dealt with. I have heard that the Chu group is negotiating with them today, putting us at a disadvantage. These executives understood that Chun Xiaoxin was acting out of a desire to support Kang Zhuang, and they envied him for having such a mother. However, they also held their professional ethics dear and could not agree to undermine the Lin group, as a stalemate was not in their interests. A flurry of discussions ensued, causing Chun Xiaoxin to frown. The fact that the Chu group had approached the Lin group compelled her to proceed with caution. Monitor the movements of the Lin group closely. That little vixen Lin Qingxue caused my son to flee to Jiangnan. We must find any vulnerabilities in the Lin group and seize the opportunity to strike. Chun Xiaoxin's firm decision eventually assuaged the concerns of the Kang group executives. As the group left the conference room, they engaged in discussions about the events that had transpired. Director Chun remains unyielding, not allowing her anger to cloud her judgment. Young Master Kang is truly fortunate to have such a mother. It is a blessing he must have earned over 3 lifetimes. Young Master Kang is indeed blessed to have such a loving mother. No wonder he has become a prodigal. A doting mother often leads to a wayward son. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence as others distanced themselves from a particular individual. Within the confines of the group, one could speak of anything, except for disparaging remarks about Kang Zhuang. That afternoon, an executive was dismissed by Chun Xiaoxin for poor work efficiency due to extended overtime. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang had already boarded the train to Jiangnan. In the hard seat of the green train, Kang Zhuang's expression was somewhat peculiar. It was his first time aboard such a train, which filled him with a sense of novelty, especially as 2 beautiful women sat across from him. "Sister, I am having such a wonderful time in Yanjing. Will you take me here again next time?" "Of course, when you have a holiday, I shall bring you along." You are so kind, sister." Li Miaoyan was ecstatic. She had come to Yanjing with her sister, Li Miaodong, and had already fallen in love with the city. However, noticing Kang Zhuang's persistent gaze upon them, Li Miaodong felt a twinge of annoyance. "Hey, why do you keep staring at us? Are you plotting something nefarious?" Kang Zhuang was taken aback. This girl was quite bold, yet he found it appealing. "Me? The space here is so limited. If I don't look at you, where else should I direct my gaze? You could look out the window, to the right, or at the ceiling. Why must you keep looking at us?" "Because you are both beautiful, far more captivating than the scenery outside." Kang Zhuang's flamboyant nature emerged, leaving Li Miaoyan momentarily speechless at such a straightforward compliment towards her sister. "You rogue, I'm done talking to you. If you keep staring, I'll inform the conductor that you are behaving inappropriately." Fuming, Li Miaoyan turned her head away. Having never before been rendered speechless by a man, Li Miaodong, witnessing her sister's embarrassment, couldn't help but chuckle and then turned to Kang Zhuang. "I apologize. My sister can be a bit rude. Please disregard her behavior." Seeing the mature and elegant Li Miaodong, Kang Zhuang felt a surge of excitement. As a wealthy young master, he had an innate desire to flirt with beautiful women. "I won't hold it against her. Mississippi, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kang Zhuang. I'm heading to Jiangnan City. What about you?" Upon observing Kang Zhuang attempting to engage her sister, Li Miaoyan felt a pang of jealousy and interrupted him. "Hey, what are you trying to do? Are you fishing for our information?" Kang Zhuang was slightly irked. Did Li Miaodong truly perceive him as a lecher? "Come now, sister. Don't be like that." "Sorry about that. Handsome. My sister's temperament can be a bit challenging. I am Li Miaodong, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Kang Zhuang found Li Miaodong intriguing, and they enjoyed a lively conversation. As the eldest son of the Kang family, his social skills were finely honed, and he often shared humorous anecdotes that had Li Miaodong laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Ahu and Li Miaoyan exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise. "Big guy, what do you do?" Li Miaoyan asked, feeling a bit bored. "I am the young master's bodyguard." "Huh, he's your young master? His family is quite wealthy, then? He even has a bodyguard when he goes out?" Li Miaoyan gazed at Kang Zhuang in astonishment, realizing he was indeed a person of considerable means. A faint smile crept across Kang Zhuang's lips as he noted Li Miaoyan's reaction. It was evident she was an outsider. If she were a local, she would surely recognize his reputation as a notorious young master. Outsiders were often easier to charm, and Kang Zhuang was determined to cultivate a connection with the captivating Li Miaodong across from him. Through conversation, it became evident that the 2 sisters, Li Miaodong and Li Miaoyan, are locals from Jiangnan City. At 27, Li Miaodong holds the position of manager at a company in Jiangnan. This trip to Yanjing was for business, and she decided to bring along her 23-year-old sister, Li Miaoyan, who has just completed her junior year and is preparing to seek employment after the summer break. Ding! On the first day away from home, a task was issued. Obtain Li Miaodong's contact information. Task reward: Xianmin 9 needles. Task failure: 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was bewildered. How could such a trivial matter trigger a task? Upon realizing it merely required a contact number, he felt a sense of relief, believing it to be a manageable situation. Hey, beautiful. I've enjoyed our conversation. May I have your contact information? It would be nice to connect and hang out later, Kang Zhuang casually remarked. Before Li Miaodong could respond, her sister Li Miaoyan interjected with indignation. Hey, that's enough. Just because my sister is chatting with you doesn't mean you can take liberties. Why do you need her contact? She has a boyfriend. At that moment, Kang Zhuang wished he could silence the younger sister. Did she need to see him suffer a minute of electric shock for her amusement? I mean no harm. This is my first visit to Jiangnan City, and it would be nice to have a friend, he retorted. Oomph. I suspect your intentions are nefarious. All you wealthy people are so superficial, Li Miaoyan countered, and thus began a verbal sparring match between the two, seemingly at odds from the outset. Kang Zhuang was taken aback by Li Miaoyan's words. What did it mean that the wealthy were unprincipled? He typically valued loyalty. I'm not that kind of person. Are you truly concerned that I might steal your sister away? Ugh, my sister is not that type. She has a deep relationship with Xiao Chuan. Li Miaodong, unable to watch the exchange any longer, gently tugged at her sister's hand. Sister, stop saying such things. It's just a contact number, she interjected. Possessing a broader perspective as a company manager and recognizing the importance of not offending someone like Kang Zhuang. Handsome, my sister is inexperienced and has not seen much of the world. Please don't take offense, she added, retrieving her phone to add Kang Zhuang on WeChat. Ding. Task completed. Reward: Xianmin 9 needles. Kang Zhuang felt a surge of delight. The task had been unexpectedly fulfilled. A wave of extraordinary memories flooded his mind, and he found himself adept in the ancient art of acupuncture known as Xianmin 9 needles. After absorbing this knowledge, Kang Zhuang felt as though he had transformed into an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. His gaze towards Li Miaodong shifted. She was indeed a woman who brought him fortune. Thank you, beautiful. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me, he vowed sincerely, causing a who stood nearby, to regard his master with curiosity. This time, Kang Zhuang seemed earnest, a stark contrast to his previous whimsical promises. Li Miaodong observed the seriousness etched on Kang Zhuang's face and smiled gently. All right, if I ever face difficulties, I shall certainly trouble you, handsome. Kang Zhuang chuckled. Recognizing that Li Miaodong may not have taken his words too seriously, he would leave it to fate. Li Miaoyan gazed at the scene before her, a sense of urgency brewing within her. Hey, aren't you the young master? What brings you to Jiangnan City this time? Embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Ha ha ha. Entrepreneurship? At such a tender age, what qualifications do you possess to embark on an entrepreneurial venture? Kang Zhuang had indeed contemplated this matter with utmost seriousness. Since he sought vengeance against the Lin and Chu conglomerates, he would have to rely on the power of the prodigal system to establish a formidable empire. Once he obliterated the Lin and Chu corporations, who would dare mock him as a frivolous playboy, squandering his family fortune? Li Miaoyan's derisive remarks left Kang Zhuang rather displeased. Was she looking down on him? Ding! A task has been issued to publicly humiliate Li Miaoyan, allowing her to experience the malice of society. Reward for completion: a formula for a whitening and repairing serum. Consequence of failure: a 1-minute electric shock. Kang Zhuang gazed at this task with a sense of surprise. To publicly humiliate Li Miaoyan? Should she also be made to feel the malice of society? After a moment of contemplation, Kang Zhuang revealed a radiant smile and took out his phone to show Li Miaoyan the balance of his bank card. Look, my parents have provided me with a staggering 12 million in cash to start my venture, allowing me the freedom to spend it as I wish. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a hushed silence, as those nearby turned their attention toward Kang Zhuang and Li Miaoyan. Upon seeing the bank balance, Li Miaoyan was instantly taken aback. The detestable scion of wealth, the abhorrent capitalist. Chapter 6. Acquiring a luxurious vehicle, Li Miaoyan felt disheartened by Kang Zhuang. As a mere university student from an ordinary family background, she was astounded to encounter someone on the train with a fortune exceeding $1 billion. How can you be so wealthy? Hee, I'm a second-generation rich kid, Kang Zhuang replied with a smirk, leaving Li Miaoyan utterly speechless. The digits in her account were simply no match for his. Ding! Task completed. Rewards have been issued. In Kang Zhuang's mind, the formula for a whitening and repair serum materialized, a concoction potent enough to revolutionize the beauty industry. This is it, he thought, aware that his mother's annual skincare expenses reached millions. This serum could amass significant wealth, and the mere thought ignited a fervor within him. Kang Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my sister's behavior. She is quite unrefined. Please bear with her, Li Miaodong said, glancing apologetically at Kang Zhuang, noting her sister's disappointment. Kang Zhuang waved dismissively, responding nonchalantly, You need to be so formal with me. Just call me Kang Zhuang. The two continued their conversation, chatting for over 5 hours during their journey from Yinjing to Jiangnan City. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan City train station, an announcement echoed, Passengers disembarking. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings. Thank you for traveling on this train. As they reached the station, Kang Zhuang waved goodbye to the Li sisters. Ladies, it has been a pleasure meeting you on this journey. Until we meet again. With that, he and Ahu departed, showing no inclination to linger with the two charming women. Sister, that rich kid is rather intriguing. He didn't even insist on dining with you, the younger sister remarked. Miaoyan, what are you talking about? He is genuinely affluent. Why would he take notice of someone like me? Let us head home. Li Miaodong thought more favorably of Kang Zhuang. His wit and charm, devoid of pretense, were rather appealing. Outside the station, observing the bustling streets, Kang Zhuang felt somewhat lost. Ahu, where's our ride? Huh? Young master, there is no one here. The old man only provided me with the address of a villa after assigning you to this place. It seems it's just you and me from now on. What? Is it really that dire? Never mind. Let us take a taxi to the car city. We shall purchase 2 vehicles first. Kang Zhuang was rendered speechless. His grandfather was indeed furious. Previously, he had been surrounded by admirers, yet now he was left with only the dim-witted Ahu. At the car city, as Kang Zhuang and Ahu stepped out of the taxi and beheld rows of 4S dealerships, he intended to casually select a store to buy a car when suddenly, the voice of the extravagant system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host wishes to purchase a vehicle. Task issued. Acquire a Lamborghini within 1 hour. Task reward. 1 intelligent female robot. Task failure. Deduction of 120 million cash. Kang Zhuang was bewildered. Purchasing a car could trigger a task? Moreover, why was the penalty for failure a staggering deduction of 120 million? The system had only rewarded him with 100 million cash, and now it demanded a repayment. How utterly unfair. System, I protest. Why have you deducted such a substantial amount from my account? I protest. Ding. Protest ineffective. The ultimate right of interpretation belongs to this system. Gazing at the timer incessantly ticking away in his mind, Kang Zhuang conceded. After all, it was merely a Lamborghini he sought to acquire. Kang Zhuang instructed Ahu to inquire where a Lamborghini was for sale, and upon receiving the address, the two made their way to the Lamborghini dealership. Welcome. May I inquire which model you wish to purchase, and how may I assist you? Feng Jing approached with a warm greeting for Kang Zhuang. Noticing his attire exuding affluence, she surmised that this transaction was likely to succeed. Just bring me any Lamborghini, ensure it's swift, and have it ready within an hour. Sir, please come and take a look at this vehicle, the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ Supercar, priced at $7.56 million, with a total cost of only $8 million. Does that sound acceptable to you? Kang Zhuang appraised the sleek silver sports car, its front emblazoned with a formidable bull. The Lamborghini emblem, a powerful bull poised to charge, perfectly encapsulated the characteristics of a high-performance vehicle, while also reflecting the indomitable spirit of its founder. All right, I'll pay by card. Expedite the process. I wish to drive it away within the hour. Thank you, sir, thank you. Feng Jing took Kang Zhuang's bank card and hurried to the cashier. Shortly after, the transaction was successfully completed. Wow, Feng Jing, you've encountered Tycoon. No customer has ever purchased a vehicle so swiftly, remarked the cashier, enviously observing Feng Jing. This sale would earn her a commission of several thousand, prompting admiration from her peers. With a beaming smile, Feng Jing approached Kang Zhuang, carrying a stack of contracts. Sir, here is your bank card, and this is the purchase contract for the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ supercar. Your signature is all that is required. Kang Zhuang displayed little interest in the paperwork and directed Ahu. You have accompanied me for so long. This vehicle is a reward for you. Please liaise with this lovely lady while I browse around. Thank you, young master. Ahu appeared quite composed, as if Kang Zhuang's extravagant spending was a common occurrence, failing to evoke any particular excitement in him. This gesture left Feng Jing astounded. What was happening? An 8 million vehicle was casually gifted to the bodyguard. How extravagant. Who exactly are you gentlemen? Feng Jing inquired, her astonishment evident as she regarded Ahu. She had encountered wealthy individuals before, yet she had never witnessed anyone so casually purchase a car for their bodyguard. Your inquiries are futile. Just direct me to where I should sign. Ahu disregarded Feng Jing's curiosity, his tone unsettlingly calm, prompting her to suppress her bewilderment. Moments ago, she had hoped to cultivate a friendship with this wealthy heir, but now seemed evident that he held her in complete disregard. Kang Zhuang stood nearby, observing the vehicles. The expansive 4S dealership showcased a continuous stream of Lamborghinis. At that moment, a slick-haired man accompanied by an alluring woman strolled in. Where have all the people vanished to? Come here, I wish to purchase a vehicle, the man declared with an air of authority. A female salesperson approached him promptly. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome. Lu Gang glanced at the female salesperson and, somewhat irked, remarked, What is there to accomplish here? I wish to acquire a vehicle. Please enlighten me about the options available here and which one might be the most suitable. Very well, Lu Xiao. This way, please, said Shunminmin, her tone sweetened by Lu Gang's commanding presence. Ah, darling, your assertiveness is utterly captivating. I am quite enamored by it. You are truly remarkable. Lu Gang, flattered by her compliments, felt a surge of pride. Meanwhile, Feng Jing, having finalized the contract with Ahu, approached with a stack of documents in hand, intending to report to the manager in the office. Shun Minmin, catching a glimpse of the payment amount on the contract, was taken aback and turned to Lu Gang, exclaiming, Lu Xiao, the contract indicated 8 million. Are you considering purchasing an 8 million Lamborghini? Someone has purchased an 8 million Lamborghini. Who could it be? Lu Gang approached Feng Jing and called out to her, Hey, wait a moment. Whose contract do you hold in your hand? What kind of car did he buy? Lu Xiao, is that you? This contract belongs to the gentleman seated on the sofa. He has acquired a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ supercar. He hails from Yanjing, though his family's wealth remains a mystery. Feng Jing is acquainted with Lu Gang, the only son of Lu Bao, a formidable figure in the underground forces of Jiangnan City, known for his arrogant and domineering demeanor, someone she cannot afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang's eyes gleamed with excitement. A wealthy heir indeed. Is he not a plump target? You may leave now, Lu Gang instructed Feng Jing. He glanced at Ahu, who was seated on the sofa, and a clever scheme began to form in his mind. Min, would you like me to buy you a sports car? Oh, Lu Xiao, is that for real? Lu Gang shared a scheme with Shun Minmin, suggesting that she should entice that wealthy heir while he would summon their associates from outside to catch him off guard. Shun Minmin felt a twinge of fear in her heart. What? Lu Xiao, are you attempting a cunning trap? We are unaware of that person's background. Could they perhaps be someone we cannot afford to provoke? Who in Jiangnan City could I possibly fear? He may be a formidable figure, yet he must yield to me. The wealthy heirs are often bullies who prey on the timid. Are you going or not? If you refuse, I shall compel you to accompany me to the bar tonight. After a moment of intimidation and persuasion from Lu Gang, Shin Minmin gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Very well, I shall go. Lu, do remember to buy me a sports car, she said, swaying her hips as she approached Ahu. Lu Gang stepped outside to inform his subordinates to join him as he prepared to confront Ahu. At that moment, Ahu was engrossed in the introductory information about the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ supercar when Shun Minmin took the initiative to sit beside him. Hey, handsome, may I ask where you're from? Can we get acquainted? Ahu, somewhat bewildered, wondered who this woman was and why she was approaching him. Hello. Do we know each other? Handsome. We're strangers only once. Familiarity comes with time. My name is Shun Minmin. May I get to know you? The playful tone of Shun Minmin sent shivers down Ahu's spine. As a staunch soldier, he found such flirtation unbearable. Madam, I must insist you conduct yourself with decorum. I'm not interested in getting to know you. Please leave. Ahu's stern demeanor startled Shun Minmin. What was happening? Could there truly be a man impervious to her allure? Doubting her own charm, she adjusted her attire slightly. Handsome, don't push me away so coldly. I wish to get to know you. Don't you want to discover the depths of my character? Chapter 7. The woman I strike. Ahu had been following Kang Zhuang for quite some time and knew well the nature of Shun Minmin. Woman, leave me be. I have no need for your kind, he expressed with palpable disdain for Shun Minmin, who lacked any semblance of self-respect. The exquisite young ladies at the upscale bars Kang Zhuang had previously taken him to were far superior in beauty to the woman before him, whose brazen demeanor repulsed him. At that moment, Shun Minmin wished fervently to silence Ahu, finding him utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. Just then, Lu Gang entered the establishment with 6 imposing men, immediately surrounding Ahu. What the hell, you wretched woman? Is this dog of a man your lover? How dare you entice my woman? Do you wish for death? Lu Gang glared menacingly at Ahu, flanked by 6 fearsome brutes. Ahu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. This was merely a tactic Kang Zhuang had employed to confront other debauched science. Who would have thought today the tables would turn on him? Lu Gang's fury escalated. What is the meaning of this? Are we not intimidating enough? Or is this fool simply deranged? Silence, you brat. How shall we resolve your seduction of my woman? The commotion drew the attention of many in the establishment, whispers circulating about Lu Gang's notorious reputation for causing trouble. Lu Gang is at it again, it seems. One onlooker remarked. He truly is arrogant and overbearing. It appears he is bullying another affluent newcomer. Another added, this poor soul has crossed paths with Lu Gang. It's unlikely he'll leave without parting with a hefty sum. Kang Zhuang had initially set his sights on a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, intending to summon Feng Jing, when he unexpectedly spotted Lu Gang and the 6 hulking men encircling Ahu. He approached, amusement dancing in his eyes as he overheard Lu Gang's words. Such a crude trap was laughably outdated. He had employed similar schemes years prior. This bully appeared to be rather unimpressive. Oh, what is going on? Kang Zhuang inquired, feigning concern. Sir, you've returned. He is falsely accusing me of seducing his woman and demands compensation. Oh replied. Kang Zhuang's inquiry left Lu Gang and Shun Minmin momentarily stunned. What is this? There is another gentleman involved? Lu Gang, not one to be easily fooled, assessed Kang Zhuang's nonchalant demeanor, seeking to gauge his significance. I am here in Jiangnan City to embark on a business venture. Is it not advantageous to possess a luxury vehicle for business dealings? Kang Zhuang explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Gang's attitude shifted. So, you're merely a wealthy heir? A government heir would never dare to flaunt a luxury car openly, for fear of scrutiny from the authorities. Understanding Kang Zhuang's status as a wealthy heir, Lu Gang's tone softened. Brat, this man has seduced my woman. How do you propose we resolve this? Kang Zhuang raised an eyebrow, noting Lu Gang's rapid change in demeanor, rivaling his own. Ding! A threat to the host has been detected. A mission has been issued to confront Lu Gang and his associates. Mission reward, 20 to physical attributes. Mission failure, a 1-minute electric shock. Kang Zhuang felt exhilarated. This was an opportunity to enhance his strength. His gaze towards Lu Gang transformed entirely. A true experience awaits. Lu Gang felt immensely uncomfortable under Kang Zhuang's penetrating gaze, and he erupted in fury, shouting, You brat, compensate me, or I assure you, neither of you will survive the night. 6 burly men stepped forward, intensifying the pressure on Kang Zhuang and Ahu, while the others merely stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. Upon witnessing Kang Zhuang and his companion encircled by Lu Gang, Feng Jing hurried to the office to inform the manager. A subtle smile graced Kang Zhuang's lips, revealing a radiant expression, though he remained oblivious to the young man's name. However, thank you for remembering my name. I am Kang Zhuang. Lu Gang and his companions were still bewildered by the meaning of this statement when, in the next moment, they witnessed Kang Zhuang raise his right hand. With a resounding slap, Lu Gang was sent flying, as Kang Zhuang, possessing a physique rated at 100 mastery of the 8 extremes fist, delivered a blow that left Lu Gang disoriented. Oh dear, Lu Xiao, why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and deal with those two, Shen Minmin exclaimed, helping Lu Gang to his feet and instructing the 6 burly men to surround and assault Kang Zhuang and Ahu. Ahu, do not intervene. I will handle these 6 myself, Kang Zhuang insisted, wishing to complete his task without Ahu's interference. With a series of thuds and slaps, Kang Zhuang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, executing the techniques of the 8 extremes fist with precision, swiftly toppling the 6 burly men to the ground. After dispatching several of them, he began to deliver resounding slaps to their faces, prompting cries for mercy. Upon finishing with these individuals, Kang Zhuang noticed that no notification of task completion had sounded. Could it be that the method of delivering the blows was incorrect? At that moment, Kang Zhuang noticed Shen Minmin standing nearby. What are you intending to do? I am a woman. Indeed, I am a woman. Handsome, you wouldn't strike a woman, would you? Shen Minmin was thoroughly frightened. How could this dandy possess such prowess, taking on 6 burly men? Upon seeing Kang Zhuang approach, she retreated in trepidation. Kang Zhuang flashed a brilliant smile and gently reassured Shen Minmin. Fear not, dear lady. I shall be quite gentle. It's merely a matter of a single slap. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap echoed, and Shen Minmin was knocked to the ground. Wah! You are no man. You even strike women. She wept, her sorrow deepening as she encountered such an unreasonable man for the first time, one who would dare to hit a woman. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Constitution 20. A warm current surged from within Kang Zhuang, and soon he felt considerably stronger. System, display my character panel. Ding! Host character information as follows. Name, Kang Zhuang. Identity, young master of the Kang family. Former, Constitution, 120 wealth, 117 million formula. Whitening repair lotion skill. Baji Quan. Upon reviewing the information, Kang Zhuang realized his constitution had reached 120, a rather impressive figure. The average physical constitution of a person is below 100, yet he currently surpasses the ordinary individual by 20 points in vitality. The system, please check Ahu's physique. Beep, report to the host. Ahu's physique is 180. Kang Zhuang was taken aback. Is Ahu, a former Special Forces soldier, truly that formidable? He recalled an incident when he encountered Chu Fan, only to be subdued and beaten on the ground by the bodyguards beside him, leaving him in tears. System, what is the classification of human physique? Beep, the host must explore this on his own. Kang Zhuang felt somewhat disheartened. This useless system was of no help at all. At that moment, Lu Gang was stealthily attempting to slip away, covering his face. Ahu, bring him back. Kang Zhuang regained his composure upon noticing Lu Gang trying to escape. There was no way he would let him off so easily. Ahu seized Lu Gang as if he were a mere chick, bringing him before Kang Zhuang. What do you want? My father is Lu Bao. If you dare to touch me, he will kill you. Lu Gang stammered. Kang Zhuang chuckled. Lu Gang's threats meant nothing. In Yanjing, among their group of privileged youths, no one ever relied on their fathers to avoid a beating. Every family had its own formidable figure. Relying on your father. Are we? Relying on your father. Are we? With each phrase, Kang Zhuang delivered several slaps to Lu Gang, leaving him bewildered. Was his father not capable? Behave yourself. It no longer matters whose fault today, as incident was. You are now in my grasp. What do you propose we do? After striking Lu Gang, Kang Zhuang rubbed his thumb and index finger together in front of him. What? Are you asking for money? Lu Gang was furious, nearly exploding with rage. In Jiangnan City, who would dare extort him? However, recalling Kang Zhuang's earlier ferocity, Lu Gang cowered, even if he was reluctant to pay. He realized that refusing would only lead to further violence. How much do you want? Kang Zhuang smiled. Conversing with such astute individuals was quite enjoyable. You have come to buy a Lamborghini, so let's say 20 million. Are you robbing me? I only brought 10 million today. All right, then 10 million it is. Transfer the money. Lu Gang felt like he might vomit blood. It was his first encounter with such a rogue. Once he acquired Lu Gang's bank card, Kang Zhuang called for Feng Jing. Go purchase that 10 million Lamborghini and have it registered in my name. Half an hour later, Feng Jing returned with several people, presenting the purchase contract to Kang Zhuang. Lu Gang, is it? Thank you for treating today. I hope I do not encounter you again. Otherwise, be sure to bring more money for your safety. Kang Zhuang accepted the contract and instructed Ahu to release Lu Gang and his entourage. Lu Gang and his group fled the 4S store in a disheveled state, and once they were a distance away, his pent-up fury exploded. I will kill that bastard. You all, find someone to keep an eye on him. Locate his home and eliminate his entire family. Understood, Lu Xiao. Lu Gang's subordinates rushed out to contact their associates, beginning to monitor Kang Zhuang's whereabouts. At that moment, 2 Lamborghinis emerged from the 4S store, their powerful roars eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd surrounding them. Wow, 2 Lamborghinis. What stunning sports cars. Who are those 2 wealthy individuals in the cars? That's my future husband. Quickly, find out their information. A group of onlookers watched as Kang Zhuang and his companion sped away, their hearts filled with envy and resentment. Lu Gang watched in anguish as Kang Zhuang and his companion drove away, his heart bleeding at the thought that the $1 million Lamborghini should have been his. How infuriating. He vowed to take revenge on them. Ahu led the way in the car, with Kang Zhuang in pursuit. On the highway, other drivers yielded at the sight of the Lamborghini, fearful that their vehicles might brush against the luxury car, an expense they could ill afford. At the Baolong Villa complex, the property manager, Yuan Chong, had been waiting for some time. Just then, 2 luxury cars drove in, prompting Yuan Chong to hastily approach. Young Master Kang, greetings. I am Yuan Chong, the property manager of the Baolong Villas. It is a pleasure to meet you. General Manager Chen Xiaoxin has instructed that the house be thoroughly cleaned, and the staff is inside awaiting your arrival. You may move in at your convenience. Upon alighting from the car, Kang Zhuang beheld Villa Number 1, a 3-story mansion with a substantial footprint. The Baolong Villa complex was developed by the Kang Group, with villas Number 1 through Number 10 reserved for the Kang family, while the remaining 20 units were available for sale. Now, as the fallen heir dispatched to Jiangnan, Kang Zhuang found himself residing alone in this place. Although Chen Xiaoxin did not dare to overtly support Kang Zhuang's living expenses, she had ensured that all his needs were arranged. Yuan Chong ushered Kang Zhuang into the villa, where 3 servants awaited him. Young master, this is Aunt He, Aunt El, and Aunt Zhang. They will be responsible for your daily needs. Manager Yuan, you have done well. Thank you. If I require anything, I shall call for you. Very well. I shall not disturb you, young master. If you need assistance, please have Aunt He or the others contact me. With that, Yuan Chong departed, and the 3 aunts bowed respectfully before Kang Zhuang. Greetings, young master. Go prepare my meal. I am famished. Kang Zhuang waved his hand, instructing them to cook for him, while he asked who to survey the surroundings. He then ascended to the 2nd floor, seeking solace in the master bedroom for a brief respite. Chapter 8. The intelligent robot Kang Zhuang climbed onto the bed, preparing to take a short nap. Just as he closed his eyes, the voice of the extravagant system echoed. Ding! The host has forgotten to summon the intelligent robot. Do you wish to proceed with the summoning? Startled, Kang Zhuang opened his eyes wide and hurriedly got out of bed. After all, this was a robot provided by the system. With a flash of white light, a woman of icy demeanor materialized before him. Greetings, master. Intelligent robot no. One reporting for duty. Kang Zhuang stared in awe. This stunning beauty possessed an unparalleled figure and grace, her looks eclipsing even Lin Qingxue. System, you must be jesting. This is a robot? She bears no resemblance to one. Ding. Intelligent robot number 1 is a product of a level 5 civilization, capable of assisting the host in rapid personal development. As Kang Zhuang examined the information about this enchanting woman, he was utterly astonished. The robot was designed solely to obey the commands of her master, constructed with liquid metal skeletons and a surface resembling human skin. Her mind was a repository of advanced technological knowledge, proficient in various financial operations and management skills. With a combat capability of 10,000, she was a versatile talent in the commercial realm. Moreover, there was no need for impulsiveness. This intelligent robot thrived on photosynthesis, requiring only an hour of sunlight to gather energy sufficient for a month. Kang Zhuang's excitement grew. This beautiful robot was the ideal steward for his burgeoning commercial empire. "Do you have a name?" he inquired, replying to Master. "Number one does not possess a name. Please bestow one upon me." Let me think. Oh dear, naming is quite a hassle. Number one, why don't you choose a melodious name for yourself? After much contemplation, Kang Zhuang, feeling a headache coming on, left the task of naming to number one. After a brief moment of reflection, she looked at him and stated, "Master, I have decided upon a name. From now on, I shall be called Songling Fei." Songling Fei? That is a rather pleasant name. Can you manage your identity documentation? Certainly. As soon as Songling Fei finished speaking, a flash of white light illuminated her hand, revealing an identification card. "How did you accomplish that?" Kang Zhuang exclaimed, replying to Master, "This is within my inherent attributes, as outlined in the documentation." Regaining his composure from the shock, Kang Zhuang recalled the manual for the intelligent robot. Indeed, there was a mention of such attributes. Songling Fei could conjure identification documents at will, and within her lay a dimension of storage containing various materials and energy resources. "Songling Fei, you are remarkable. I have come to Jiangnan City to establish a vast commercial empire." "Not a problem, Master. However, I have just connected to the planetary network and discovered that the planet you inhabit is merely a level 1 civilization. The formation of a commercial empire will take some time, approximately 5 years." Kang Zhuang was taken aback by Songling Fei's words. 5 years to establish a commercial empire? This intelligent robot was truly impressive. "Not a problem. You are indeed formidable. Here is a bank card with over 120 million, along with the formula for a skin whitening repair serum. I entrust you with the establishment of the company." "Understood, Master." Hearing Songling Fei continuously refer to him as Master made Kang Zhuang feel somewhat uneasy. "Hello, Ling Fei, from now on, address me as Young Master." "Understood, Young Master." Songling Fei exited the villa, having absorbed the entirety of this planet's knowledge through the internet during their conversation. She had already devised a plan for establishing a commercial empire. As she stepped out of the villa, she encountered Ahu. Upon seeing a stunning beauty emerge, Ahu instinctively blocked her path, fearing something might be amiss with Kang Zhuang. "Stop! Who are you?" "Ahu, I am a servant of Master Kang Zhuang, currently tasked with a mission." Songling Fei's icy demeanor startled Ahu, as he, being Kang Zhuang's personal bodyguard, was unaware of her existence. A killer? A sense of alarm surged within Ahu. He recalled that Kang Zhuang had just been dispatched to Jiangnan by the old master. Such a woman should not be here, especially since Kang Zhuang had not informed him. "Stop right there." Panic seized Ahu, and he reached out to grasp Songling Fei's shoulder. Bang! Songling Fei delivered a powerful kick, sending Ahu flying 10 meters away, leaving him astonished. Despite the force of the blow, he remained unscathed, realizing that this enchanting woman bore no ill will towards him. "Ahu, stand down. She is one of us." Kang Zhuang, having overheard the commotion from upstairs, rushed down, anticipating a conflict between Ahu and Songling Fei. With Songling Fei's combat prowess an astounding 10,000 and Ahu's mere 180, they were not even in the same league, and he was fortunate to arrive just in time. Ahu's gaze towards Kang Zhuang shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment. "Young Master, what has transpired? Your abilities and this woman. What is going on?" Ahu was perplexed. Just days prior, Kang Zhuang had been a mere rich heir in Yanjing, living a life of ease. Following his breakup with Lin Qingxue, he had transformed. Not only had he become formidable, but he now had a capable servant like Songling Fei. Was it possible that the young master had been concealing his true potential all along? Was this the true young master now revealed? "Ahu, do not ponder further. I shall always be your young master. Stay by my side, and I will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury." With newfound ambition, Kang Zhuang was no longer the idle playboy of Yanjing. He aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of success through his own efforts. Returning to reality, Ahu was shaken. Kang Zhuang's words ignited a sense of loyalty within him, a desire to serve someone who truly understood him. "Thank you, young master. I will follow you faithfully." Ahu had awakened to the realization that his young master was not merely a frivolous heir, but a man of ambition. Now in Jiangnan, would the young master begin to showcase his prowess? Young master, is there anything you wish for me to do? I am at your service. Excitement welled within Ahu, eager to prove himself. Kang Zhuang regarded him with curiosity, bemused by the grand notions Ahu seemed to have conjured about his role. Let us dine. I am quite hungry. Huh? Dining? Young master, did you not come to Jiangnan to achieve great things? Even great endeavors require sustenance. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. With that, Kang Zhuang strode back into the villa, leaving Ahu bewildered in his wake. The young master is right. Let us dine first. Ahu followed Kang Zhuang into the establishment where Song Lingfei arrived in a lavish Lamborghini worth 10 million, intending to register a company at the Jiangnan City Commercial Office. The personnel at the office, upon seeing Song Lingfei in her Lamborghini, greeted her with utmost courtesy, offering tea. When they noticed the registered capital of 120 million, the office director hurried out to ingratiate himself with her. Companies with over 100 million in registered capital are seen as prime prospects, promising future benefits for the office, such as enhanced professional evaluations and year-end bonuses. Zhuangfei Investment Company Limited was the name under which Song Lingfei registered the company, a fitting choice given her association with Kang Zhuang. Kang Zhuang, a hands-off proprietor, entrusted the funds and formulas to Song Lingfei and left the rest to her discretion. As an intelligent robot, Song Lingfei adhered strictly to Kang Zhuang's commands, marking the inception of Kang Zhuang's commercial empire. That night, upon returning to Villa No. 1, Ahu was taken aback to see the stunning beauty. He had learned from Kang Zhuang that this enchanting woman was Song Lingfei. Miss Song, I wonder what brings you here at this late hour? He inquired. I reside here. She replied coldly, maintaining her icy demeanor towards all except Kang Zhuang. Ahu felt awkward. He knew he could neither contend with nor provoke her. Kang Zhuang, just finished showering on the second floor, looked at her with curiosity. You're back. Aren't you going to buy a house to live in? Where the young master is, I shall be, Song Lingfei stated earnestly, her gaze laden with emotion, leaving Kang Zhuang somewhat flustered. What on earth? You're a robot. Yet you look at me like that. It's overwhelming, he thought, feeling the alluring charm of this robotic beauty, a challenge he had not anticipated. Lingfei, you should find a room to sleep in, he suggested. Of course, young master, she replied with a sweet smile, proceeding to the room next door. Kang Zhuang was exhilarated. The enchanting housekeeper stirred thoughts of idyllic scenes in his mind. System, come forth. Is it permissible to engage with an intelligent robot? He inquired. Ding, it is permissible. But the host should consider that the intelligent robot's role is to assist in managing the household. If you desire her to fulfill your needs, you might find yourself in disarray. In disarray? Kang Zhuang recalled that Song Lingfei was crafted from liquid metal, her skeletal structure stronger than steel. Should she exert even a modicum of force during a philosophical discussion, he would be finished. The flames of passion within him were doused by a cold splash of reality. Indeed, he was still too young, lost in the allure of the world. System, since you possess an intelligent robot, do you have combat robots as well? He asked. Ding. Yes, came the reply. Then grant me one. Ding, no. Kang Zhuang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was tempted to vent his ire on this infuriating system. System, what do you mean by that? One should readily share good things. Ding. The host must complete tasks to obtain rewards. When will there be tasks for the combat-type robot? Ding. The host must wait. The triggering of tasks is random. And this system cannot alter that. Kang Zhuang understood. It seems the system is not omnipotent after all. For the first time, Kang Zhuang felt an urge to actively undertake tasks, as the rewards were too enticing. Meanwhile, Liu Gang was engaged in a discussion about life with Shan Minmin at a hotel, having just emerged from a battle when his phone rang. Hello, what is it? Young master, we have located Kang Zhuang's address. He is at Villa No. 1 in the Baolong Villa district. Upon hearing this, Liu Gang's heart raced with excitement. He had finally tracked down that scoundrel, Kang Zhuang. Gather my men, bring 100 brothers to find him. Tonight I want him dead. Young master, is that wise? The Baolong Villa district is inhabited by the affluent. If we brazenly storm in, the boss will have us fed to the fishes. Liu Gang calmed himself. Although Liu Bao was the leader of the underground forces, he was not all-powerful. In Jiangnan City, two other major factions existed, and the three of them maintained a delicate balance. If he led his men into the Baolong Villa district, it was likely that his father would be arrested by a city authority the very next day. Chapter 9. Song Lingfei takes action. Liu Gang pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to spare Kang Zhuang tonight. Send someone to keep an eye on that scoundrel. Wait until he is alone, then dispatch another to swiftly eliminate him. Understood, young master. I know what to do. As Liu Gang ended the call, he lunged towards Shun Minmin, igniting yet another fierce battle. The following day, Kang Zhuang awoke to find himself alone in his bed, a wave of despondency washing over him. In Yanjing, how could it come to this, where I am confined to a solitary room? Ding. Detected dissatisfaction with current circumstances. A task has been issued. Practice Baji Quan on the lawn for half an hour. Task rewards, 1 physique. Task failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was taken aback. What nonsense is this? An early morning workout? Is this truly the conduct expected of a young master? However, the 5-minute countdown echoing in his mind compelled him to dress and head downstairs. Baji Quan, fierce tiger capturing sheep, sturdy bear relying on strength, purple swallow darting through curtains, black dragon entering a cave, monkey seizing food, agile dog in combat, hungry eagle catching rabbits, quail charging headlong. For half an hour, Kang Zhuang practiced Baji Quan against the air, each punch resonating with power. On the other side, Ahu watched in astonishment. The young master has indeed changed. His former reckless demeanor was merely a guise. After enduring in silence for so long, he must possess grand ambitions. Ahu envisioned Kang Zhuang's hidden struggles and sacrifices. The more he pondered, the more he felt the weight of his young master's journey. Unbeknownst to Kang Zhuang, Ahu was lost in his own thoughts. Had he known, he would have laughed heartily and boasted, "If I had possessed formidable strength from the outset, I would have long since vanquished those scoundrels, rather than enduring their beatings time and again." Indeed, although Kang Zhuang was the scion of the Kang family, he often found himself on the receiving end of beatings from other young masters during their petty rivalries. There was an unspoken rule in the wayward elite circles. If you are beaten, you cannot tell your parents, or else no one would play with you. Kang Zhuang was stubborn. Every time he clashed with others over trivial matters, he would rally his subordinates, only to frequently end in defeat. However, the current Kang Zhuang had no intention of engaging in such trivial pursuits. His sole focus was to dismantle the Lin and Chu families. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 1 physique. A warm surge coursed through Kang Zhuang's body. It was evident that the difference between 1 and 20 was substantial. With a physique of 121, he wondered if he could indeed triumph over Ahu. With this thought, Kang Zhuang addressed, Ahu, I have Master Baji Quan. Let us spar and see if I can defeat you. Ahu was momentarily taken aback. Has my young master become stubborn again? Previously, when I taught him military boxing, he challenged me after only a few days. I believe I ended up deducting his pay for that. Young master, I won't fight. My salary is quite modest. Oh, yesterday I gifted you an $8 million sports car, and you're still discussing salary with me? Very well, I want to deduct your pay this time. If you defeat me, I shall grant you a raise. Kang Zhuang reminisced about past foolishness and, to reassure Ahu, mentioned the prospect of a salary increase. All right, young master, I am coming. Ahu's body tensed, his right leg bent backward before he launched himself towards Kang Zhuang with great speed. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. Ahu unleashed his right fist, aiming it at Kang Zhuang. Bang! Kang Zhuang retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. You have grown stronger, young master. I shall no longer hold back. Ahu, sensing Kang Zhuang's perceived weakness, prepared to amplify his strength. Come. If you defeat me, I will grant you a raise. Kang Zhuang squared off with Ahu, realizing that his own physique of 121 could withstand several exchanges, igniting a passion within him. The black tiger extracts the heart. The hungry eagle captures the rabbit. The fierce tiger descends the mountain. The dragon enters the cave. Ahu's power intensified, and the pressure on Kang Zhuang escalated. Yet he persevered valiantly. Youth, this is the final move. If you can endure it, you will have proven yourself. Bring it on. Ahu took 2 steps back, concentrating as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. With strength that can uproot mountains, Ahu executed his unique move, swiftly dashing to Kang Zhuang's side, crouching down to seize his legs, and forcefully brought him crashing to the ground. Bang! That hurts. Let go quickly. Kang Zhuang, having been slammed to the ground by Ahu, cried out in pain. Ahu promptly released his grip, and Kang Zhuang scrambled to his feet, shaking his shoulders in an attempt to alleviate the pain in his back. Hee, young master, shall we say I won this time? Seriously? After hitting me, you still want money? Not a chance. Consider it my medical expenses. Kang Zhuang glared at Ahu, realizing that this clumsy giant was indeed capable of inflicting pain. Upon hearing this, Ahu's expression turned dismal. Sigh, I knew the young master's words could not be trusted. At my age, I have endured too much. Kang Zhuang was amused by Ahu's antics. This clumsy giant was surprisingly entertaining. All right, here is 10,000 as a reward. Seek out the steward shortly. The steward referred to by Kang Zhuang was Song Ling Fei, who, with the company newly registered, was temporarily acting as the steward of the villa. At that moment, Song Ling Fei descended the stairs, and Ahu foolishly rushed over. Steward Song, the young master rewarded me with $10,000. He instructed me to collect it from you. What did you do? Why has the young master rewarded you? Song Ling Fei inquired, perplexed by the bodyguard's sudden request for funds. Unfazed by Song Ling Fei's icy tone, Ahu recounted the events that transpired. What? You struck the young master and still expect payment? Not a chance. Song Ling Fei's tone turned frostier, and upon hearing this, Ahu cast a pitiful glance towards Kang Zhuang, his intentions unmistakably clear. Young master, what should we do if this woman refuses to pay? Kang Zhuang understood the situation and could only speak up. Ling Fei, I promise to give Ahu a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Please do not let me go back on my word. Song Ling Fei pondered for a moment before gazing at Ahu. Since the young master has commanded, I cannot disobey. However, your skills are rather lacking. Defeating him would mean little. Challenge me instead, and if you win, I shall grant you double the bonus. Ahu, invigorated by this challenge, eagerly nodded. All right, let us go outside for a contest. Seeing Ahu so bold as to challenge Song Ling Fei, Kang Zhuang couldn't help but chuckle. Ha, Ling Fei, do take it easy. Of course, young master, Song Ling Fei replied with a sweet smile, causing Kang Zhuang's heart to flutter. She was indeed an exquisite beauty. Ahu, aware of Song Ling Fei's capabilities, felt undaunted, boasting of his special forces background. Song Butler, I am coming. With that, Ahu prepared for battle and charged at Song Ling Fei. In the next instant, he found himself sent flying backward. Bang! Ahu landed with a thud, momentarily dazed. What had just transpired? He recalled the fleeting moment when Song Ling Fei had merely kicked him, and he had no time to react before he was propelled away. Young master, you must enhance your physical fitness. Ahu is merely stronger than the average person, and if you cannot even defeat him, you shall be in great peril. Song Ling Fei approached Kang Zhuang, her expression serious, their proximity allowing him to catch a whiff of her alluring fragrance. Thump, thump, thump. Kang Zhuang's heart raced uncontrollably. Song Ling Fei was utterly captivating, an enchanting robot. Ling Fei, please step back. I cannot bear this closeness. Youth master, do not change the subject. From today onward, you shall begin a daily regimen of exercise, and I will have Ahu supervise you. As an intelligent robot, everything Song Ling Fei did was for Kang Zhuang's benefit. Thus, she meticulously arranged his daily schedule. Unable to withstand her proximity, Kang Zhuang retreated to catch his breath. Youth master, today I must find the company's address and will not join you for breakfast. Please take care of yourself. Song Ling Fei spoke gently, captivating Kang Zhuang. Never before had he encountered a woman like her, despite being the eldest son of the Kang family. Oh dear, it is maddening. Why must she be a robot? What a waste. Noticing Kang Zhuang's silence, Song Ling Fei turned to Ahu, her expression and tone suddenly icy. Ahu, I entrust the young master to you. If he suffers even a scratch, you shall take your own life. Ahu shuddered. This butler was quite ruthless, turning on him faster than the young master. The warmth she had shown to the young master contrasted sharply with her cold demeanor towards him. What a fearsome woman. Miss Fey, no worries. The young master's safety is in my hands, Ahu affirmed repeatedly, having come to a profound realization of her formidable prowess after being kicked away. Thus, he capitulated entirely, addressing Song Ling Fei as sister. Song Ling Fei departed from the villa, clutching an LV bag as she intended to seek an office address in the city center. Kang Zhuang and Ahu, having finished their breakfast, sat together in boredom. Young master, it is high time for you to engage in some physical exercise, Ahu suggested. Exercise? Am I the type to indulge in such activities? A brief session earlier suffices, Kang Zhuang retorted, dismissing the notion of exercising. His morning workout had merely been a result of a task issued by the system, and now that he had received his rewards, there was no further need for exertion. Ahu was not at all surprised. His young master was known for his fleeting enthusiasm, a trait he had come to expect. Young master, this is unacceptable. Sister Fei specifically instructed you to maintain your fitness. Ahu insisted. Be quiet. I am a young master here. Are you disregarding my authority? Do you wish to forfeit your wages? Kang Zhuang interjected impatiently, cutting off Ahu. This earnest boy was rather single-minded. He followed whatever Song Ling Fei said without a hint of his own opinion. Upon checking his phone, he realized that he had handed his bank card to Song Ling Fei the previous day, leaving him financially strained. Damn it. I'm nearly out of funds for fueling my Lamborghini. Ahu, where's the largest bar in Jiangnan City? Let's go and have some fun. Kang Zhuang's restless heart began to stir with excitement. In his days in Yanjing, he had reveled in the company of countless admirers, adorned with the allure of a blooming flower. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang inquire about bars, Ahu regarded him with a disapproving gaze. Young master, Sister Fei explicitly stated before her departure that you were not to venture out for leisure. Chapter 10. A slap to the materialistic woman. Kang Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Ahu, who was now utterly subservient to Song Ling Fei. I am young master. Listen to me. If Ling Fei causes you trouble upon her return, just say it was I who insisted on going out for leisure. What? Young master, that would be wise. Sister Fei's combat prowess is terrifying. I would surely be obliterated by her. Ahu recalled the moment he was sent flying by Song Ling Fei's kick, and the overwhelming pressure still haunted him. By the way, young master, what is Sister Fei's background? I haven't encountered her in Yanqing. Did the master recruit her specifically for you? Ahu voiced his curiosity. Suddenly, a stunning beauty with formidable skills appeared. Song Ling Fei certainly did not seem like an ordinary person. Kang Zhuang was somewhat surprised by Ahu's perceptiveness, despite his foolish demeanor. There was a spark of intelligence and meticulousness within him. However, Kang Zhuang intended to keep the existence of his extravagant system a secret, not revealing it to anyone. Song Ling Fei was an intelligent robot, possessing a combat capability of 10,000, which implied that battle-type robots must have an astonishing level of power. Ahu, do not pry into Ling Fei's origins. That is a secret. One day, you'll understand. Kang Zhuang was unsure how to respond and merely offered a vague reassurance. Ahu nodded. As a former Special Forces soldier, he understood that many powerful beings existed in this world, and Song Ling Fei might just be one of them. All right, young master, where shall we venture today? Having purchased a luxury car, it would be a waste not to pursue romance. Hith. Let us go to the university town to charm some girls. What? Young master, we cannot. Sister Fei will kill me. Ahu's expression shifted to one of despair upon hearing Kang Zhuang's reckless plan. Before departing, Song Ling Fei had sternly instructed him to keep a close watch on the young master. Then you stay outside. I shall go out and charm some girls alone. After all, I am the young master of the Kang family. How can I remain a solitary dog? Kang Zhuang proceeded to the parking area, hopped into his car, and sped away. Young master, wait for me. Ahu hurriedly jumped into another sports car and chased after him. The two raced out of the villa, catching the attention of Liu Gang's surveillance team. Boss, Kang Zhuang has taken off in a sports car. What should we do next? That rascal has finally emerged. Find him for me. I will make mincemeat of him. Liu Gang, just roused from his slumber in the hotel, erupted into laughter upon receiving the news. Shun Minmin awoke from her slumber and, seeing Liu Gang's exuberance, could not help but inquire, Lu Xiao, why are you so cheerful this early in the morning? My dear, the scoundrel who struck me yesterday has come out. Today, I shall end him. Do you wish to join in the spectacle? Absolutely. I want to slap him dozens of times. Shun Minmin, thrilled by the prospect of Kang Zhuang's misfortune, sprang out of bed. Lu Gang, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of primal excitement within him and lunged towards Shun Minmin, leading to yet another fierce bout. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan University town, an intense roar reverberated through the nearby streets as a Lamborghini approached from a distance. At the entrance of Jiangnan University, numerous youthful students were astonished by the sight before them. A Lamborghini VIP edition, a limited edition sports car valued at 10 million. Who could this wealthy heir be? Arriving at our school with such flair? Surely, he is here to charm the ladies. Oh, the audacity of these capitalists. Can't these rich heirs learn some modesty? With the summer break approaching, what more could he possibly do with a sports car at school but whisk away a girl to discuss life? A group of male students, filled with envy, began to mock. The nearby female students, however, were quick to retaliate. You only say the grapes are sour because you cannot reach them. You poor souls can only talk big. One exclaimed, this wealthy heir must be here to pick up his girlfriend. I envy that girl so much. Another chimed in, he is my idol, and I will not allow you to tarnish his reputation. A cluster of gold diggers gazed longingly at the slowly arriving sports car. Before anyone could collect their thoughts, another Lamborghini pulled up, igniting the atmosphere further. Is this a coordinated effort to attract girls to our school? I find myself at odds with these rich heirs, exclaimed one student. Wow, 2 sport cars. Now, that is the true essence of a wealthy heir. Some infatuated girls fantasized about becoming the girlfriend of one of these affluent young men, envisioning a life of bliss. As Kang Zhuang parked his car, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Hey, ladies of Jiangnan University, I have come to rescue you. Just as he was about to step out, the aristocratic system chimed in. Ding. Host has arrived at Jiangnan University. Task initiated. Humiliate gold diggers and scare them away. Reward. Special nutrient chamber. Failure. Electric shock for 1 minute. Another face-slapping task. Kang Zhuang felt a pang of frustration. He had come to court girls, and gold diggers were his prime target. Could one discuss feelings without first addressing finances? System, are you plotting against me? I have always sought out gold diggers. This task threatens my chances of finding a woman. Ding. The task is randomly triggered. The host may choose to refuse. I can refuse the task. Where's the refusal button? Ding. Refusing the task results in failure. You merely endure a 1-minute electric shock. Kang Zhuang was at a loss for words. It was clear that refusal was not an option. It seemed his quest for romance among the students would be thwarted today. At that moment, Ahu called Kang Zhuang. Young master, why are we parked at the entrance of Jiangnan University? Aren't you here to meet girls? Why haven't you stepped out? Meet girls? How could I, a man of such virtue, engage in such trivial pursuits? Ahu, your moral compass needs recalibration. Just watch my performance. Kang Zhuang chastised Ahu, leaving him questioning his own existence. Has the young master fallen ill? After all those conquests at Yinjing University, were they all in vain? While Ahu pondered this existential crisis, a girl tapped on Kang Zhuang's car window. Knock, knock, knock. What do you want? Kang Zhuang was feeling somewhat discontented when unexpectedly, a girl approached him. Hello, handsome. I am Lu Meiqi from the dance department. May I get to know you? Lu Meiqi had just exited her school and spotted Kang Zhuang arriving at the academy in a Lamborghini. She was well aware of the price tag of such a luxury vehicle. A limited edition sports car worth 10 million. Anyone who drove such a car must undoubtedly be a top-tier rich heir. Lu Meiqi was renowned as one of the most beautiful girls in her department, possessing both remarkable physique and striking features, and she believed she could befriend Kang Zhuang. As Kang Zhuang stepped out of the car, he surveyed Lu Meiqi and found her truly captivating. In the past, he would have taken a girl like her to a hotel to discuss the intricacies of life. However, due to the constraints of an insidious system task, he felt compelled to forego this stunning beauty. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected the presence of a gold digger. Please complete the task within 10 minutes. Countdown initiated. Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of disappointment. He wanted to converse further with Lu Meiqi. After all, if another gold digger approached, he wouldn't have to embarrass Lu Meiqi. Hey, handsome, can we be friends? Lu Meiqi noticed Kang Zhuang lost in thought and promptly interrupted his reverie. Kang Zhuang felt somewhat vexed. Was this woman eager for humiliation? With only a few minutes remaining, he decided to learn more about this enchanting lady. Ah, beauty, you're quite cheerful. Let me ask you, would you like to accompany me to a hotel? Lu Meiqi flushed at his directness. Why was this rich heir so blunt, disregarding traditional courtesies? Typically, affluent young men would present themselves as genteel, treating her to dinner, a movie, or shopping spree before making such a proposal. How could she possibly respond to such an overt invitation? Nearby, some individuals recognized Lu Meiqi, and whispers ensued. Wow, it's Lu Meiqi, that gold digger. Over the past 3 years, she has charmed numerous wealthy men. Is she now targeting this rich heir? They lamented how she wasted her beauty and figure on shallow pursuits, leading to her being discarded after brief affairs with various affluent individuals. Can you not be so bitter? Look at Lu Meiqi's attire and lifestyle. Everything is luxurious. She earned her wealth through her own endeavors, and it's rightfully hers. Kang Zhuang overheard their murmurs and realized that Lu Meiqi's gold-digging nature was precisely what he favored. A fleeting dalliance, some money, and she could be sent on her way. This was how the wealthy of Yanjing courted women, engaging only physically, devoid of emotional entanglements. Reflecting on his past, Kang Zhuang recalled a time when he experienced genuine love during his university days, albeit under the pretense of poverty, to test his girlfriend. Ultimately, she betrayed him, eloping with a rich heir. Upon discovering this, Kang Zhuang had her lover's family brought to ruin and ensured his unfaithful girlfriend receive her due punishment. Since that day, he had lost faith in love, marking the beginning of his descent into a darker path. Contemplating his past, Kang Zhuang began to appreciate Lu Meiqi's unashamed materialism, finding it far more admirable than the insipid pretenses of others. A beautiful woman. Have you yet to answer whether you would accompany me to a hotel? Will you go or not? Kang Zhuang noticed Lu Meiqi's discomfort, her reluctance to respond to his inquiry igniting a hint of impatience in his tone. Oh dear, handsome. We have only known each other for less than 10 minutes. How could I possibly agree to such a thing? Lu Meiqi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her coy demeanor stirring Kang Zhuang's heart. How about 1 million a month? I would. Lu Meiqi was taken aback. This wealthy heir was exceedingly affluent, offering a monthly sum that could easily sustain her. With a swift motion, Kang Zhuang slapped her, leaving Lu Meiqi bewildered. Why did you hit me? I have a preference for unique tastes. If you agree to be my kept woman, you must align with my interests. No, I refuse. Terrified, Lu Meiqi fled in haste, fearing that Kang Zhuang harbored peculiar inclinations, perhaps involving whips and whacks, which she could not endure. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Rewards have been issued. Kang Zhuang felt a profound sense of despair. He was unaware of what the special nutrient chamber entailed. Yet he recognized that he had squandered the opportunity to share his bed with a lovely woman. System, I loathe you. Chapter 11. The ruthless Kang Zhuang gazed melancholically into the distance, where Lu Meiqi had fled in disarray. He longed to shout out to her, my dear. I have no peculiar interests. I am merely an ordinary man. Alas, such words were lost on Lu Meiqi, and Kang Zhuang could not bring himself to voice them aloud. The thought of the task imposed by this insidious system made him seethe with frustration. System, what on earth is a special nutrient pod? What purpose does it serve? Ding. The formula for the whitening repair solution possessed by the host contains a critical ingredient derived from the special nutrient pod. Without it, a flawless whitening repair solution cannot be produced. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang's mood plummeted. System, are you deceiving me? I have already registered a company, and yet you tell me I still require a special nutrient pod? Had it not been for the reward I triggered today, would you have withheld it from me? Ding. Indeed. Well, that is audacious of you, system. Kang Zhuang scoffed. I may not bow to anyone, but I concede to you. Ding. Thank you for the compliment, host. I am not complimenting you. With a sigh, he decided to seek out a young woman instead. At that moment, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was Song Ling Fei calling. Young master, I have confirmed the office address. but upon reviewing the whitening repair solution formula you provided, I noticed it lacks a crucial component, one that is not found on this planet. Kang Zhuang's expression darkened. This untrustworthy system had provided him with incomplete information. Fortunately, he now had the special nutrient pod. Lingfei, I have just resolved that issue. The essential ingredient has been cultivated using the special nutrient pod. Once the production line is established, I will hand the pod over to you. Great, young master. You are truly remarkable. Song Lingfei's sweet voice sent a thrill through Kang Zhuang, and he couldn't help but envision her perfect figure and countenance, igniting a desire to return and engage in a passionate encounter with her. Why must it be a robot? He lamented. System, are you a divine being sent to toy with me? Kang Zhuang vented his frustrations at the pompous system, but it remained unresponsive, continuing its silence. Ahu stepped out of the car, having just witnessed Kang Zhuang strike Lu Meiqi. He assumed something serious had transpired. Young master, what happened? Did that woman offend you? Would you like me to investigate her background? Kang Zhuang cast a disdainful glance at Ahu. This simpleton had been led astray by his influence, now preoccupied with uncovering Lu Meiqi's background. Ahu, you must stay true to yourself. You have already fallen from grace. Alas, the temptations of this extravagant world. Who can resist? Kang Zhuang sighed, leaving Ahu baffled. In the past, in Yanjing, Kang Zhuang had been reckless, instructing Ahu to investigate the backgrounds of attractive women, employing various tactics to pursue them. Now, he presented himself with such seriousness. Who was he trying to impress? The two exchanged mutual disdain, each thinking, I find you hypocritical, while the other thought, you have changed. At that moment, four vans appeared on the street. With a screech of brakes, the vehicles encircled Kang Zhuang and Ahu. 30 men emerged from the vans, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers at the entrance of Jiangnan University retreated, fearful of attracting trouble from these intimidating figures. The 30 men, brandishing large machetes, surrounded Kang Zhuang and Ahu, remaining silent as they scrutinized the two. After a while, a Mercedes-Benz approached, and Lu Gang stepped out. Young master, the 30 burly men bowed respectfully to the newcomer, instantly amplifying Lu Gang's commanding presence. You didn't expect me, did you? Yesterday you struck me, and today, unless I chop you into pieces to feed the dogs, I shall not be called Lu Gang. Kang Zhuang was taken aback by Lu Gang's theatrical entrance. What a crude display. It was evident he was a seasoned troublemaker, relying on a gang of thugs wielding machetes for support, unbothered by the risk of police intervention. Lu Gang anticipated seeing Kang Zhuang in a state of panic, but was instead met with a contemptuous expression from him. This was utterly intolerable. Ding! A crisis was detected for the host, and a task was issued. To slap Lu Gang and his entourage, assistance can be summoned. Task reward, 20 physique. Task failure, to be reduced to mincemeat. Kang Zhuang noted the phrase assistance can be summoned, realizing the system was concerned for his safety. This meant he could indeed call upon Ahu for assistance. Ahu, go, take care of this rabble. Before Lu Gang could react, Kang Zhuang delivered a powerful punch to his face. Bang! Lu Gang was sent sprawling to the ground, and swiftly, both Kang Zhuang and Ahu launched an assault on the surrounding 30 men. With the ferocity of a tiger hunting sheep, the strength of a bear charging forward, the agility of a swallow darting through curtains, and the stealth of a monkey snatching food, Kang Zhuang unleashed a barrage of 8 extremes fist strikes upon his foes, overwhelming them with sheer force. Ahu, well-versed in brawls, and within 5 minutes, the two had incapacitated all 30 men. This spectacle left the distant onlookers utterly astonished. No way. Are those 2 rich kids that formidable? Incredible. Who says rich kids can only charm women? They're fierce in a fight too. What powerful young men. So strong. I can't contain my excitement. The nearby spectators were captivated by the prowess of Kang Zhuang and Ahu, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Lu Gang was the most bewildered among them. Having barely uttered a few words after disembarking, he was already felled by Kang Zhuang's punch. Lu Gang, come here. What do you want? I'm the son of Lu Bao. If you harm me, my father will annihilate your entire family. Kang Zhuang seized Lu Gang, who was terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. The man before him radiated brutality. Slap, slap, Slap. Ouch. Please, no more. Big brother, I was wrong. Without further ado, Kang Zhuang unleashed a series of slaps, reducing Lu Gang to a blubbering mess. With a resounding thud, Kang Zhuang threw Lu Gang to the ground. Immediately after, he extended his menacing grasp towards the other individuals sprawled on the floor. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through the air, each person receiving a barrage of stinging blows, leaving the onlookers in shock at the gruesome spectacle. Who is this ferocious man? I find myself enamored by him. Such a fierce young man, yet I am drawn to him. He exudes a sense of security. A man of such violence must surely be capable of protecting his girlfriend. Oh, Appa, Saranghio, be my boyfriend. Witnessing Kang Zhuang's brutality, a throng of young ladies were utterly smitten. After dealing with the 31 individuals on the ground, the expected notification from the system had yet to sound, leaving Kang Zhuang perplexed. System, I've dealt with them all. Why is there no notification? A chime echoed in his mind. Ding, there is still one person in that Mercedes. Kang Zhuang turned his gaze towards the vehicle, where he saw Shun Minmin curled up in fear, trembling. Ah, it's you. We shall share the fortune. Come out. No, please, I want to come out. Shun Minmin quivered, terrified of the man before her, whose ruthlessness was palpable. Moments earlier, while she had merely been touching up her makeup in the car, Lu Gang and his group were swiftly incapacitated. The speed of it all was astounding. Dear sir, please spare me. I am but a fragile woman. Do not harm me. My face from yesterday's beating has yet to heal. Tears streamed down Shun Minmin's cheeks, her sorrowful visage evoking sympathy from onlookers. Oh, beautiful lady, as the partner of this iron-willed man, you will undoubtedly share in his fortune. It will be over soon. The unmistakable sound of slaps filled the air once more, coinciding with the notification ringing in Kang Zhuang's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward granted. Current physique 141. A surge of warmth coursed through him, enhancing his physical prowess. What a delightful sensation. Kang Zhuang stretched languidly, a movement that left Ahu in awe. When did the young master become so merciless? It seems that after being cast out from his home, he has grown even more ruthless than before. Previously, Kang Zhuang possessed a physique of merely 40, engaging in fights with the spoiled rich kids, where the outcomes were evenly matched. However, since departing from Yanjing, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His physical capabilities had strengthened, and his influence was gradually taking shape. Recalling Song Lingfei's formidable skills, Ahu had yet to muster the courage to challenge her. As he witnessed Shun Minmin being ruthlessly assaulted by Kang Zhuang, Lu Gang, lying on the ground, began to reevaluate his life choices. This scoundrel is no true man. He can strike a woman without hesitation, while I, despite my misdeeds, would never lay a hand on a woman. At that moment, Kang Zhuang's gaze fell upon Lu Gang, who, in a panic, lay face down on the ground, feigning death. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Kang Zhuang kicked Lu Gang, seizing his clothing. Lu Xiao, as I mentioned yesterday, if you seek to trouble me again, do remember to bring ample funds. I wonder how much you have brought today. My dear brother, I have erred, and I shall never dare to trouble you again. Lu Gang is nearly terrified, for this man demands money even after striking himself. It is utterly absurd. With a resounding slap, Kang Zhuang rendered Lu Gang compliant. Brother, this card contains 5 million. Please graciously accept it. Bah, such a meager sum. Yesterday, you had 10 million. Kang Zhuang remarked disdainfully, scrutinizing the bank card in his hand, prompting Lu Gang to wish he could silence Kang Zhuang's tongue. Do not belittle it. 5 million is indeed a substantial amount. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced in Lu Gang's mind. Upon receiving the 5 million, Kang Zhuang handed the bank card to Ahu. Transfer the funds to your account. At that moment, Ahu produced a POS machine from the car, leaving Lu Gang and his companions utterly astonished. Goodness, is he even human? He carries a POS machine with him. What a character. Seeing the astonishment of others, Kang Zhuang beamed with delight. It is merely standard procedure. I have funds delivered wherever I go. Having a POS machine makes it all the more convenient. Thank you, Lu Xiao, and we look forward to your next visit. Chapter 12. A visit to Uncle Young Master. The transfer has been completed. Kang Zhuang tossed the bank card to Lu Gang, casually adding, Lu Xiao. You are truly a good friend of mine. I shall return your card, as I have no further use for it. By the way, I hope you are prepared with 10 million next time you seek my assistance, for should you fall short by even a single coin, I shall deliver a slap to your face. Lu Gang was taken aback. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Having transferred the funds, what use was the card to him now? And to think he was already contemplating a next time? This was sheer insolence. Brother, I won't dare again. Rest assured, I shall no longer trouble you. Take care. Lu Gang feigned submission, but in his heart, he resolved to directly eliminate Kang Zhuang next time, ensuring he could remain uninvolved in any ostentatious display. Having just earned 5 million, Kang Zhuang was in high spirits and exchanged a knowing glance with Ahu. The two of them, in perfect synchrony, sped away in a Lamborghini. Seeing Kang Zhuang slip away without uttering a word infuriated Lu Gang. That scoundrel is playing by his own rules. Under normal circumstances, he should have gloatingly relished the moment, especially as I saw someone calling the police. He had intended to ensnare Kang Zhuang in the police station. Whether Kang Zhuang lived or died would then be at his discretion. Damn it, you were lucky to escape. Otherwise, I would have ended you. Lu Gang cursed into the distance, as Kang Zhuang had already departed, leaving Lu Gang to vent his frustrations. Dingling, dingling. In the sports car, Kang Zhuang felt a surge of happiness when his phone rang. It was his mother, Chun Xiaoxin. Hello, Mom. Have you missed your precious son after just a day apart? You little rascal, spare me your banter. I can tell you're not faring well over there. Go visit your uncle today. Let him look after you. Kang Zhuang felt warmth in his heart. At home, his mother still cared for him, unlike his father, who hadn't even sent a text. As for his sister, Kang Qing, it was even worse. She only called him when she needed something, otherwise referring to him as a good-for-nothing. Mom, I'm doing just fine. I've made a friend these past few days. He is generous and treats me exceptionally well. Of course, Kang Zhuang was speaking of Lu Gang, who had gifted him a staggering 15 million in just 2 days. Truly a remarkable friend. Chun Xiaoxin, seated in her office, furrowed her brow upon hearing her son's words. Son, what is the name of this friend of yours? I shall look into him. I fear he may pose a threat to you. Mom, please don't worry. This friend of mine is quite magnanimous and has no ulterior motives. I'm off to visit my uncle now. Goodbye. Realizing he had misspoken, Kang Zhuang hastily concocted an excuse to end the call. Chun Xiaoxin was well aware of her son's character, yet she had always indulged Kang Zhuang, choosing to overlook his flaws. Nevertheless, she remained uneasy about this new friend of his. Come in. Good day, boss. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoxin call out, 2 female bodyguards enter the office. Utilize our network in Jiangnan City to investigate what the young master has been up to these past few days. He mentioned that he had met a new friend, who recently gifted him 15 million flowers. I feared he might be deceived. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances. They were well aware of Kang Zhuang's character, having dealt with numerous messy situations for him over the years. A good employer indeed. The 2 retreated to leverage their connections to investigate the recent happenings surrounding Kang Zhuang. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang instructed Ahu to return home, while he himself decided to visit his second uncle. Young master, are you going to your second uncle's house alone? Isn't that risky? What is there to be afraid of? It's broad daylight. What danger could there possibly be? Have you ever seen anyone visiting relatives accompanied by bodyguards? Just go enjoy yourself and don't follow me, Kang Zhuang replied, pressing the accelerator and driving forward. In the Tonglong Villa community, where Kang Jinliang's family resided, Kang Zhuang arrived at the entrance guided by his navigation. The security guard, upon spotting the 10 million Lamborghini, opened the gate without inquiry. At Villa 26, Kang Zhuang parked aside and approached the door to knock. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? A woman, resembling a housekeeper, opened the door and inquired with a hint of confusion upon seeing Kang Zhuang. I am Kang Zhuang, here to see my second uncle, Kang Jinliang. Is he home? The boss is out, but let me confirm with a call. Please wait a moment, she replied, closing the door and leaving Kang Zhuang standing outside. Kang Zhuang glanced at the grand villa, its vastness and exquisite environment far surpassing his own residence. Wow, my second uncle seems to be doing quite well these past few years. How much did the old man give him to start his business? Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of frustration. His uncle had been provided startup funds upon his expulsion, while he himself had received nothing but a meager monthly allowance of 10,000. It seemed that sons were indeed valued more than grandsons. After a short while, a middle-aged woman emerged with a young girl. "Oh, Xiao Zhuang, you've come. Your mother just called this morning to inform us of your arrival in Jiangnan. Your second aunt wants to take a good look at you. You've grown so handsome and fit over the past 6 months." Second Aunt Yuan Lu warmly pulled Kang Zhuang in. Noticing her enthusiasm, he promptly greeted her, "Hello, second aunt. I apologize for the abrupt visit." Yuan Lu was pleased to see Kang Zhuang so courteous, especially since he used to be quite arrogant, disregarding his elders. "You little rascal. Your mother has already filled us in on your affairs. Just stay in Jiangnan for these 5 years. We will take good care of you. Come, this is your sister, Kang Mayor. You two haven't seen each other for months. You should catch up." Yuan Lu introduced her daughter, who scrutinized her cousin with curiosity. "Hello, Mayor. Are you staring at me because your brother has become more handsome?" Brother Zhuang, you're still as vain as ever, a true narcissist." Kang Zhuang's self-absorbed demeanor confirmed for Mayor that this carefree individual was indeed her cousin. No one else could be so self-adoring. Kang Zhuang chuckled. Although his uncle's family had been ousted from Yinjing, they still gathered for reunion during the New Year celebrations. Every time Kang Mayer visited Yinjing, Kang Zhuang would take her around, and his dubious friends naturally eyed her with intent. Unable to tolerate Kang Zhuang's circle of acquaintances, Kang Mayer gradually distanced herself from her brother. "Xiao Zhuang, your uncle has received a call and will be back soon. Come, let us go inside and wait for him." Kang Zhuang nodded and followed the two into the villa. The villa was spacious, with several servants bustling about. "Xiao Zhuang, I have already arranged for lunch to be prepared. We can eat when your second uncle returns." "Second aunt, no rush. I'm not particularly hungry," he replied. Yuan Lu looked at Kang Zhuang with satisfaction. Previously, she had thought him frivolous, associating with a group of wealthy young men in Yanjing, causing mischief. Now that he had been sent to Jiangnan, his temperament had evidently changed significantly. Kang Zhuang settled onto the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Yuan Lu and Kang Mayer. Upon learning that Kang Zhuang had been cast out by the old man and could only return to Yinjing after 5 years of good behavior, a mysterious smile crept across Kang Mayer's face. "Hee, brother, does this mean you have to fend for yourself for the next 5 years?" "Nonsense. The old man gives me 10,000 yuan for living expenses each month. If I budget wisely, it should suffice." Kang Zhuang was unwilling to let Kang Mayer look down on him. After all, he had once shown her the splendor of Yinjing society, and he could not appear impoverished now. "Hey, brother, 10,000 yuan for living expenses? Can you stretch it for 2 days? When you took me out, spending tens of thousands was a mere trifle. Can you still indulge yourself?" Kang Mayer doubted that her cousin could endure solitude, believing that 10,000 yuan was hardly sufficient for a single day's expenditure. Kang Zhuang helplessly rubbed his nose. It seemed that his previous lifestyle had indeed been excessively lavish, leading to his cousin's ridicule. "All right, Mayer, do not tease your cousin. He is new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. You must not bully him. He, like your father, was cast out by the old man. When your father returns, you must behave. Otherwise, he will be displeased." Yuan Lu pulled Kang Zhuang aside, discreetly advising her to treat him with respect. Kang Mayer stuck out her tongue playfully. "We'll see how my cousin performs. He once took me all over Yinjing, spending money like water, and I envied him greatly. This time, I will take him to explore Jiangnan." Yuan Lu, concerned about her daughter's mischievous intentions, cautioned, "Dear, do not act recklessly. Your cousin is currently without funds. Do not take him to high-end venues, or I shall reduce your allowance." Mom, please don't. I want to go out then." Kang Mayer relented, as losing her allowance would be a great loss. Not long after, second Uncle Kang gently returned, and upon seeing Kang Zhuang, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, you little rascal. Who would have thought you would end up like this? Go, let your second uncle see just how hard the old man was on you. Your elder brother and sister-in-law said you were beaten to a pulp." Kang Jianli immediately attempted to lift Kang Zhuang's shirt to inspect the scars on his back. What is this? No injuries? Did the old man not strike you?" Kang Jianliang discovered that Kang Zhuang's back was as smooth as new, completely contrary to what his elder brother and sister-in-law had described. For a moment, he began to doubt whether the old man had gone easy on him. Kang Zhuang understood that his physique had been continually strengthened, and the marks from the old man's whip had long since vanished. It was only natural that his second uncle could not see this. But how could he find an excuse for it? At that moment, Kang Jianliang became indignant. The old man is indeed biased. When he punished me, he was quite severe, leaving me bedridden for half a month. And you, this rascal, have brought disgrace upon the Kang family. Yet the old man spared your life and left you without a scratch. Such favoritism is truly outrageous. Observing his second uncle's indignation, Kang Zhuang felt somewhat speechless. His second uncle was still as eccentric as ever. Uncle, how eagerly you seem to wish for my punishment. Have I ever shown you any disrespect? Haha, I merely spoke in jest. My discontent is solely directed at that old man. Young rascal, now that you are here, your uncle shall certainly protect you. Kang Jianliang proclaimed with a grand air, prompting Yuan Lu, who stood beside them, to intervene. Do refrain from boasting in front of Xiao Zhuang. Come eat, he is already hungry. Chapter 13. The gathering of close friends at the dining table. Kang Heir and Kang Zhuang sat together, engaging in a playful, sibling rivalry. Ah, brother, I want that piece of rib. I spotted it first. No way. That piece is substantial. I shall have it, and you can have something else. How unfair. You never let me have anything. Hee hee. I won't yield to you either, Ching. Here, have this bok choy. Girls ought to eat more greens for beauty. Oomph. Mom and Dad, Brother Zhuang is bullying me. The bickering siblings elicited laughter from Kang Jianliang and Yuan Lu. You two are relentless. There is plenty of food. No need to squabble. Kang Jianliang beamed with joy. After 5 long years, he finally had a family member to keep him company in Jiangnan City, alleviating his loneliness. Observing the playful conflict, Yuan Lu couldn't help but smile. After their meal, the family settled on the sofa for a chat. Darling, your brother has come all this way. Why not take him out to have some fun this afternoon? Take him out? No, I can't. I have a gathering with my friends this afternoon. It would be inappropriate for a grown man to tag along. Kang Heir expressed her reluctance, as the afternoon gathering was a cherished affair among her close friends. Upon hearing about the gathering, Kang Zhuang's eyes lit up. With Kang Heir's striking beauty, her friends were likely to be equally enchanting. Noticing the spark in Kang Zhuang's eyes, Kang Heir felt a twinge of annoyance. Were you scheming, you rascal? Those are my best friends. Do not entertain any thoughts about them, or I shall be quite upset. Please, when have I ever pursued a woman? It is they who pursue me. My charm is irresistible, Kang Zhuang boasted, reveling in his own good looks, embodying the archetype of a wealthy and handsome young master. Ugh, brother, you are as shameless as ever. Kang Heir was well aware of Kang Zhuang's allure. In Beijing, whenever he took a liking to a woman, he employed various tactics to win her over, leaving no woman impervious to his charm. His approach was straightforward. Wealth combined with power solved all dilemmas, and many girls succumbed to the allure of his financial prowess. Others fell for his heroics or other charming strategies. Kang Zhuang's notorious shamelessness was well known in the elite circles. Yet the only redeeming quality in Kang Heir's eyes was that he never forced his advances. Even if he failed to woo a girl, he would not resort to coercion. With this in mind, Kang Heir, inadvertently stirring the pot, remarked with a knowing smile, Brother, didn't you claim your charm was irresistible? Then what of Lin Qingxue? She agreed to be your fiancée. Yet just 2 days prior, she turned the tables and had you expelled from the family by grandfather. As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Heir, what nonsense are you spouting? Your brother was framed. Xiao Zhuang, don't be upset. Your sister often speaks without thinking. Yuan Lu exclaimed, startled. Her daughter had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics that could provoke Kang Zhuang. Kang Jianliang and his wife pondered how to console Kang Zhuang, only to witness him respond with a faint smile. My dear sister, it is not mere bravado when I assert that given a year, I shall bring both the Lin and Chu families to their knees. Do you believe me? Kang Zhuang earnestly articulated his ambitions, yet his family regarded him with incredulous expressions. Brother, spare us your boasts. You barely have 100,000 to your name. What audacity do you possess to challenge the Lin family? Furthermore, The Chu family is led by Chu Fan, a prominent figure among the youth of Yinjing. You're not even in the same league. Kang Zhuang, feeling disheartened, lamented that his sincere intentions were mistaken for jest. If you do not believe me, just wait and see, he insisted, though his words fell on deaf ears. Kang Jianliang intervened to ease the tension, addressing Kang Meyer. Meyer, your brother is in a foul mood. Why not take him out this afternoon to clear his head? Introduce him to your friends. Who knows? Perhaps one of them might take a liking to him, and you could find yourself with a sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Kang Meyer vehemently shook her head. No, no. My friends are all young ladies of noble birth. They're good girls. Kang Zhuang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Sister, what do you mean? Are you implying that I am a villain? His expression was one of wounded innocence. He truly did not consider himself a bad person, merely a flawed one. In Yinjing, many young women were drawn to him, and, as the scion of the Kang family, he could not possibly play the role of a recluse. Kang Meyer, observing her brother's expression, was further incensed. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Your reputation as a charming rogue is well known among the elite. At that moment, Yuan Lu turned to Kang Zhuang and asked, Xiao Zhuang, would you care to accompany your sister to her gathering? Upon hearing this, Kang Meyer shot a fierce glare at Kang Zhuang. He merely smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. And I would be delighted, though I wonder if Meyer would deign to take me along. Humph, as if she would dare refuse you. This afternoon, you're to keep a close watch on Meyer. Do not allow her to return alone. You shall both come back for dinner tonight. Very well, and I promise to stay by Meyer's side. Kang Zhuang replied with a mischievous grin, inciting Kang Meyer's desire to throttle her cousin. He remained the same reckless young master. As the clock struck 2, the time for Kang Meyer's gathering approached, and she cast a frustrated look at Kang Zhuang. Brother, please do not attend. My friends are not suited for you. Do not bring misfortune upon them. Kang Zhuang awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling like a failure as an older brother. His younger sister, Kang Qing, despised him for being a heartbreaker, while his cousin, Kang Meyer, scorned him for his lack of commitment. Life felt like a series of failures. Very well, dear sister. I shall escort you to the gathering, but I will not join in the festivities. I shall merely wander nearby. Yes, you're the best, brother. Kang Meyer's demeanor brightened instantly, prompting Kang Zhuang to marvel at her swift change of mood. Once outside, Kang Meyer expressed her lingering discontent. Alas, my car broke down yesterday and is still being repaired. Should we take a taxi? Mayor, why not ride in my car? I just bought it yesterday. Which car did you purchase? Without uttering a word, Kang Zhuang walked up to the Lamborghini, opened the door, and settled inside. Veering the sound of revving echoed as the sports car approached Kang Meyer. Mayor, hop in, brother will take you for a spin, Kang Zhuang exclaimed, embodying the persona of a dashing playboy, much to Kang Meyer's chagrin. If you could just change your demeanor, you would surely be an outstanding man. Why do you always have to act so frivolously? It's utterly annoying. Kang Meyer expressed her disdain, unable to tolerate Kang Zhuang's debonair antics. Hey, Mayor, have you ever heard this saying? I relish the fact that you can't stand me, yet are powerless to change me. Ha ha, this is precisely how you appear now. Ugh, so irritating. You are truly the worst. Kang Meyer retorted, exasperated by his words, and couldn't he help but punch his thigh playfully. Stop it. I'm driving. Be careful not to cause an accident. Kang Zhuang exclaimed, a tinge of fear in his voice as the car sped ahead. Kang Meyer ceased her playful assault, yet her fierce glare remained fixed on Kang Zhuang, conveying her dissatisfaction. At the Purple Gold KTV, Kang Meyer had arranged to meet her friends. This establishment is renowned in Jiangnan City for its elegant ambience and high safety standards, ensuring that no unsavory characters enter. Being the most prestigious KTV in Jiangnan, entry requires a membership, necessitating a minimum deposit of 1 million to become a member. The Purple Gold KTV, founded by a powerful figure, boasts considerable influence, deterring ordinary individuals from causing trouble within its confines. Due to its exceptional security, it has become a favored gathering spot for the offspring of officials and wealthy elites, as well as a place where many socialites aspire to ingratiate themselves with the powerful. As the Lamborghini rolled into the parking lot, the two had scarcely exited when a girl's voice rang out. Wow, Mayor, have you found yourself a boyfriend? driving a $10 million luxury car. He must be amazing. Kang Heir turned to see her friend Zhao Tingting, who wore a look of astonishment, leaving her somewhat speechless. Zhao Tingting, an official's daughter with some clout in Jiangnan, scrutinized Kang Zhuang, causing Kang Heir to feel a twinge of displeasure. Tingting, don't get the wrong idea. This is my cousin. He simply brought me here. Let us go inside, she urged, attempting to pull Zhao Tingting along, but her friend remained transfixed, gazing at Kang Zhuang with starry eyes. Hello, I'm Zhao Tingting. You're incredibly handsome. May I know your name? A moment of silence ensued as Kang Zhuang rubbed his nose, casting a triumphant glance at Kang Heir, whose expression revealed she understood his implication. See, Brother S. charm is undeniable. Your friend is utterly enchanted by my allure, he seemed to convey, prompting a wave of internal exasperation from Kang Heir. Infuriatingly, she had once again fallen for this scoundrel's deceit. No, Tingting must not be tricked by him. Kang Heir regained some composure and seized Zhao Tingting's hand, leading her away, while addressing Kang Zhuang. Brother, you entertain yourself. The farther, the better. I shall not return home for dinner tonight. Farewell. Kang Heir wished for Zhao Tingting to maintain a safe distance from Kang Zhuang, lest her dear friend be completely taken advantage of, leaving her despondent for life. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tingting were Kang Zhuang's past transgressions. Her current interest in him was piqued. Handsome and affluent, and being Kang Heir's brother, he must possess a commendable character. With this thought, Zhao Tingting broke free from her friend's grasp and dashed towards Kang Zhuang. Brother, join us. Allow me to introduce you to two other friends. Kang Heir shot a deadly glare at Kang Zhuang, her eyes radiating a fierce warning. Should he dare acquiesce, she would ensure his downfall. A twinge of apprehension gripped Kang Zhuang at the prospect of inciting Kang Heir's wrath, prompting him to shake his head. Never mind, I have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourselves. What? Brother, what could possibly be more important than spending time with me? Or rather, with us? Zhao Tingting expressed her frustration, unwilling to let Kang Zhuang slip away so easily. Kang Zhuang felt a sense of helplessness. Could it be that his allure had genuinely intensified? The enchanting beauty before him appeared somewhat infatuated, gravitating towards him so readily. This irresistible charm of mine, how utterly vexing. Chapter 14. Do not flirt with my best friend Kang Heir had been persistently persuaded by Zhao Tingting and ultimately with Kang Heir's consent. The three of them entered the Zijin KTV. In the private room on the third floor, two girls were already engaged in conversation when Kang Heir and the others walked in. Zhao Tingting, brimming with excitement, pulled Kang Zhuang over, pointing to the two seated girls. Brother, let me introduce you. This is the eldest sister, Xiang Qingwei, and the fourth sister, Li Miaoyan. I am the third sister, Zhao Tingting, and Heir is the second sister. Kang Zhuang nodded and turned to Kang Heir, flashing a smile that sent shivers down her spine. Could this scoundrel cousin possibly have thoughts about my best friend? No, I cannot let him harm her. In truth, Kang Heir was overthinking. Kang Zhuang was merely reveling in his own charm, effortlessly merging into the gathering. That was his only simplistic intention, which Kang Heir misunderstood. At that moment, Li Miaoyan, upon seeing Kang Zhuang, was somewhat incredulous. It's you? How do you know Tingting? Li Miaoyan recognized Kang Zhuang. They had traveled back together by train the previous day. This unscrupulous man had been chatting animatedly with her sister, and she would recognize him anywhere. Kang Zhuang then recalled Li Miaoyan, the woman who had incessantly obstructed his conversation with Li Miaodong on the train, which had been quite bothersome. Oh, it's you, what a coincidence, he remarked nonchalantly, igniting Li Miaoyan's fury. Hey, I'm asking how you ended up here with Tingting and the others. What does your attitude mean? Li Miaoyan's sudden outburst interrupted Kang Heir's train of thought, as she had been contemplating how to devise a reason to send Kang Zhuang away. Seeing her sister's wrath, Kang Heir quickly intervened. Miaoyan, what's the matter? This person is my cousin, not just anyone. Please don't be angry. I'll have him leave right away. Kang Heir seized the opportunity to provide an excuse for Kang Zhuang to depart. Li Miaoyan paused, realizing that this obnoxious man was indeed Kang Heir's cousin, and felt she might have disrespected Kang Heir. With this thought, she suppressed her anger. It's fine, he can stay here. We can chat as usual. Huh? Kang Meyer was somewhat incredulous. Li Miaoyan's change of heart was so rapid that it left her at a loss for words. Kang Zhuang rubbed his nose, feeling a slight displeasure. When had any woman dared to raise her voice at him? The last woman who had done so seemed to have faced dire consequences. That wasn't he, a proud memory, and Kang Zhuang shook his head, wishing to erase it. Ding! A notification sounded. Detected that the host is disliked by a woman. Task issued. Remain in this private room for 1 hour. Task reward. Constitution 20. Task failure. 1 minute of electric shock. Is this task too easy? He mused. Just staying for an hour? It's a freebie. Initially intending to leave, Kang Zhuang now settled obediently on the other side, not wanting to disrupt the conversation between Kang Meyer and her friends. Observing Kang Zhuang sitting quietly, Kang Meyer found no inclination to usher him out. It seemed rather unjust to chase him away now. Li Miaoyan felt inexplicably displeased upon seeing Kang Zhuang enter the room. Were it not for the fact that he was Kang Meyer's brother, her temper would have flared, and she would have promptly ordered him to leave. Zhao Tingting, on the other hand, looked at Kang Zhuang with eyes full of admiration. What a handsome young man, so gentle and considerate. Unlike other insufferable men who would rush over to flirt with the four sisters as soon as they spotted them. The four sisters, including Kang Meyer, were all strikingly beautiful, and while shopping, numerous men would approach them, much to their annoyance. Kang Zhuang quietly indulged in some fruit, yearning for a peaceful hour to himself. Observing his solitary figure, Kang Meyer felt a pang of guilt. Had she been too unkind to him? He did not seem as insufferable as she had initially thought. Just as Kang Meyer was grappling with her guilt, Zhao Tingting approached Kang Zhuang with a dessert in hand. Brother Kang Zhuang, my second sister just introduced you to us. You are the eldest son of the Kang family in Yanjing. What brings you to Jiangnan City? Zhao Tingting, already harboring feelings for Kang Zhuang, was even more intrigued to learn of his prestigious background. Kang Zhuang regarded the enthusiastic girl before him, his eyes sparkling with interest. A lamb presenting itself at his doorstep was an opportunity not to be missed. Indeed, I'm the eldest son of the Kang family. I have come to Jiangnan City to embark on a business venture, with plans to return home in a few years to take over the family business. Kang Zhuang spoke with a flair that left Zhao Tingting unaware of the truth behind his words. After all, he was indeed here to start business, albeit with Song Lingfei's assistance in establishing the company. Meanwhile, Kang Meyer's expression darkened, her earlier remorse fading away, replaced by a desire to chastise her cousin. Wow, you're amazing, brother. You're only a few years older than us, and you're already starting your own company. What industry are you planning to enter? Zhao Tingting's eyes sparkled with admiration for the man before her. Handsome, well-born, and ambitious, he was undeniably a paragon of excellence. Kang Zhuang had grown accustomed to such adoring gazes, having encountered many similar looks from girls in Yanjing. I am merely at the beginning of my journey. Once I have solidified my plans, I would love to take you to visit my company. That sounds wonderful, but you must remember me. Let us add each other on WeChat. Zhao Tingting eagerly produced her phone, prompting Kang Meyer to intervene. Tingting, what are you doing? You're walking into a trap. I forbid you from getting close to him. Kang Meyer pulled Zhao Tingting behind her, glaring fiercely at Kang Zhuang. She silently mouthed a warning to her cousin. Do not flirt with my friend, or I will not hesitate to confront you. She raised her small fist in a mock threat, eliciting an involuntary laugh from Kang Zhuang. He had not made any advances toward Zhao Tingting. She had approached him of her own accord. He could hardly turn her away. Kang Zhuang winked at Kang Meyer and responded with a playful smirk of his own. I do not take the initiative, but if she approaches me, I shall not be held accountable for my lack of courtesy. After uttering this, she flashed a wicked smile, a sight utterly detestable, clearly confident of her hold over Zhao Tingting. How infuriating! Tingting, let us retreat to that corner to chat. I shall regale you with tales of my brother's glorious exploits. Ah, but I have yet to add him on WeChat. Dear brother, do wait for me. In this manner, Zhao Tingting was whisked away by Kang Meyer. Casting a reluctant glance back at Kang Zhuang, Kang Meyer led Zhao Tingting to a secluded spot to sit, with Xiang Qingwei and Li Miaoyan joining them shortly thereafter. Meyer, what is going on between you and Tingting? Inquired the elder sister, Xiang Qingwei, who had witnessed the silent exchange between Kang Meyer and Kang Zhuang. Though the meaning eluded her, it was evident that something amiss was afoot. "Sister, it is merely that Ting is infatuated. She wishes to add my cousin on WeChat." Kang deflected the blame onto Zhao Ting, who appeared somewhat displeased. "Sister, you are being unreasonable. They say good fortune does not flow to outsiders. Your cousin is so exceptional. Why not introduce him to me?" I wouldn't mind being your sister-in-law," Zhao Ting responded with a playful grin. Kang eyes widened in astonishment. Her friend was being rather audacious. Kang Zhuang was notorious as a confirmed playboy, having charmed countless women during his time in Yanjing. No, I cannot introduce you to him. Ting, heed my advice. Keep your distance from my brother. He is a notorious libertine, a well-known cad in Yanjing." With no other recourse, Kang divulged some of Kang Zhuang's escapades in Yanjing. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Qingwei, Zhao Ting, and Li Miaoyan were left agape, incredulous at the sheer wickedness of such a man. "Ah, sister, is he truly that vile?" Zhao Ting gasped, her previous intentions to pursue a relationship with Kang Zhuang shattered by this revelation. Kang nodded, although her information was secondhand. The tales of Kang Zhuang's arrogance and misdeeds were widely circulated and likely held some truth. He had entangled himself in numerous scandals, and had it not been for the Kang family's esteemed status in Yanjing, he might have faced dire consequences. Disappointment clouded Zhao Ting's gaze as she regarded Kang Zhuang. How could such a handsome man be a scoundrel? "I have no interest in cads, sister. I shall heed your counsel." Kang exhaled in relief, casting a furtive glance at Kang Zhuang, who remained in the corner, obliviously savoring his fruit. A pang of guilt tugged at her heart. Speaking ill of someone behind their back is hardly commendable. After absorbing Kang words, Li Miaoyan recalled her sister's engaging conversation with this rogue on the train and resolved to take action. "This man is indeed no good. I must ensure my sister steers clear of him and never ventures out alone with such a scoundrel." As the eldest sister, Xiang Qingwei possessed a more composed demeanor. Observing Kang Zhuang quietly enjoying his fruit, she pondered with a different perspective. Is it truly possible for a rogue to resist engaging with four enchanting women? Could it be that Kang Zhuang is not the cad he is reputed to be? Kang Zhuang remained indifferent to the scrutiny of the four women. During his time in Yanjing, the reputation of being a rogue and a libertine had been spread by his adversaries. When Kang Zhuang engaged in rivalry with the dandy youths of Yanjing, he often commanded Ahu and a group of followers to confront them in fierce altercations, leaving many of the dandies pleading for mercy on their knees. Unwilling to accept defeat, the aristocratic youths spread rumors, branding Kang Zhuang as a scoundrel and a libertine. Over time, even Kang Zhuang began to believe these allegations. After all, the number of women eager to pursue him, the scion of the Kang family, was truly staggering. With his striking looks, he attracted numerous admirers. Consequently, during these rivalries, Kang Zhuang consistently found himself accompanied by beautiful women, who were inclined to join him for intimate discussions at hotels, much to the chagrin of the other dandies. This cycle perpetuated, and Kang Zhuang became ensnared by the very rumors that sought to tarnish his reputation, with the labels of scoundrel and libertine indelibly affixed to him. Initially, he attempted to clarify his stance, but eventually, he found the title of libertine rather appealing, and thus he boasted flamboyantly, embellishing his conversations with women about the intricacies of life. Meanwhile, Kang and her three companions whispered amongst themselves, casting glances at Kang Zhuang, their eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 15. A lesson for Yang Xiao. As time passed slowly, Kang and her three companions engaged in lively conversation for over half an hour, punctuated by the occasional peals of laughter from the girls. Kang Zhuang, listening from the side, felt a growing restlessness. As a well-known playboy in Yanjing, he had been in Jiangnan City for 2 days without having touched a single girl. This woman, Kang was truly a letdown. Zhao Ting must certainly be aware of his past. It seemed he would have to give up on her. Kang Zhuang pondered silently, aware that he was not a fool. The disdain on the faces of the four girls was unmistakable. He decided to stay for another half hour before making his exit, relishing the simplicity of his task. Having devoured several plates of fruit, he felt quite satisfied, glancing at the remaining 20 minutes with a sense of delight at the ease of the assignment. Just then, The door to the private room swung open, and a handsome young man entered, accompanied by several others. Qingwei, so you are really here. I invited you to dinner, but you turned me down. It seems you came here instead. The handsome man addressed Xiang Qingwei immediately upon entering, indicating they were acquainted. Xiang Qingwei frowned, wondering how Yang Ming had found this place. Yang Ming, today is a gathering for my friends. Please do not disturb us. Hey, I just wanted to invite you to dinner. Since Miss Xiang is unwilling, I had to come in person to ask you, Yang Ming replied with a smirk, clearly intending to pester her until she relented. Before Xiang Qingwei could respond, her friend Li Miaoyan erupted in anger. Yang Ming, you shameless leech. The eldest sister has already said she doesn't want to, and yet you still have the audacity to come here. Yang Ming's expression turned cold. While he might bow and scrape to Xiang Qingwei, it was because her family held a position of power. Who did Li Miaoyan think she was to shout at him? Miaoyan, do keep your mouth clean. I'm not inviting you to dinner, so why are you butting in? As the two groups began to argue, Kang Zhuang's interest was piqued. The entertainment was rather enjoyable. At that moment, Kang Meyer interjected, Yang Ming, today is a gathering for us sisters. Please do not create a disturbance. The eldest sister is here to have dinner with us and has no time to join you. Kindly leave. Kang Meyer's words transformed Yang Ming's expression, a surge of inexplicable rage igniting within him. Just as he was about to explode, one of his lackeys suddenly pointed at Kang Zhuang. Young Master Yang, look, there's another man over there. Yang Ming turned to see Kang Zhuang, casually eating a banana while watching the scene unfold, and his fury intensified. Qingwei, didn't you say you were here with your girlfriends? Who is he? Yang Ming was furious. He had assumed Xiang Qingwei was only with her 3 friends. But now a man had unexpectedly appeared, igniting his jealousy. Even if Kang Zhuang had no connection to Xiang Qingwei, his ire could not help but be directed at him. Yang Ming, mind your manners. I am not your possession, and you have no right to dictate my affairs. Who he is none of your concern, Xiang Qingwei retorted, visibly angered by Yang Ming's possessiveness, disliking such a man intensely. I understand your request. Here is the revised and improved translation of the provided text. Very well. You wretched woman, you would rather socialize with other men than dine with me. Someone put an end to this man. Yang Ming's eyes burned with rage, his fury seeking an outlet, and, unfortunately, Kang Zhuang found himself at the receiving end of it. Yang Ming, cease this madness. He is my brother, and I brought him here to enjoy himself. Do not act recklessly. Kang Meyer looked at Yang Ming with trepidation. This wealthy heir was notorious for his ruthlessness. At school, he had assaulted any boy who dared to get close to Xiang Qingwei. While Kang Zhuang was not particularly admirable, he was her cousin, and she felt it her duty to protect him from harm. So what if he is your brother? Oomph. I have no fondness for you, you shameless woman. Let us deal with him together. Yang Ming's anger clouded his judgment. Xiang Qingwei was his designated prize. Anyone who approached her became his adversary. Beep. The system detected that the host was about to be besieged and issued a task. Slap the wealthy heir, Yang Ming. Reward, 100 million cash. Failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang felt somewhat disheartened. He merely wished to remain a silent observer in the corner. Yet the brunt of Yang Ming's fury was directed at him. Seeing Yang Ming in a state of unrestrained rage, Kang Zhuang was reminded of his former self, a time when he too would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Back then, he had companions like Ahu, whereas the entourage supporting this wealthy heir comprised merely ordinary individuals, hardly a match for him. Just as Kang Zhuang contemplated fulfilling the task, Xiang Qingwei stepped in front of Kang Meyer and Kang Zhuang. Yang Ming, that is enough. How long do you intend to behave like this? I have told you countless times that I do not harbor any feelings for you. Please stop pursuing me. I have dignity, unlike you. Her scolding reddened Yang Ming's face. As a privileged heir, he had pursued Xiang Qingwei for 2 long years, yet she had never acknowledged him favorably. Now, being publicly reprimanded by her was more than he could endure. His gaze turned menacing as he glared at Xiang Qingwei. You wretched woman, did you think I would simply bow out? I have pursued you like a dog for 2 years, and now you turn against me for a stranger? Very well, I shall ruin him and see what you can do about it. Yang Ming's rationale left Kang Zhuang momentarily bewildered. Brother, It was Xiang Qingwei who insulted you. I said nothing at all. Why would you seek to harm me? Why are you still standing there? Drag Xiang Qingwei away and deal with these two siblings. Yang Ming commanded his followers to pull Xiang Qingwei aside, while the others surged forward, intent on attacking Kang Zhuang and Kang Heir. Ah, brother, you go first. Kang Heir, ultimately concerned for Kang Zhuang, urged him to leave, believing they would not harm a girl. Ah, Heir, be careful. Ah, second sister, run. Ah, second sister, hurry. Xiang Qingwei, Zhao Tingting, and Li Miaoyan gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Yang Ming's audacity in confronting the Kang siblings. This is intolerable. They're going too far. Kang Zhuang found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself behind Kang Heir. He had almost acted earlier, but Xiang Qingwei had foolishly stepped in front of him. After a barrage of meaningless chatter, it ultimately fell upon him to take action. With a resounding crash, the formidable Kang Zhuang unleashed his 8 extremes fist, ruthlessly toppling all who dared to approach. This spectacle left the women utterly astonished. Kang Heir exclaimed, "How is it possible? My brother has become so formidable." Zhao Tingting marveled. "Wow, Brother Zhuang, you are incredible. I absolutely adore you." Li Miaoyan questioned, "How can this be? What manner of man possesses such prowess?" Que King répondit, "Who exactly is he? Is he truly just a debauched young master?" The 4 girls were enveloped in curiosity and bewilderment regarding Kang Zhuang. Yet he had yet to deal with the last adversary. Yang Ming, terrified, felt his legs weaken. He had never before witnessed such fighting prowess. The 6 subordinates he had brought along lay subdued by Kang Zhuang's might. "What do you intend to do? I am a young master of Yang realty. Do not act recklessly." With a swift motion, Kang Zhuang approached Yang Ming and delivered a resounding slap, disregarding his esteemed lineage. "You, young man, at such a tender age, why choose to be a sycophant, especially one so dim-witted? Do you not comprehend that some individuals are beyond your reckoning?" With each subsequent slap, Yang Ming became increasingly disoriented. Ding! A notification chimed in Kang Zhuang's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Rewards have been issued and are available for immediate withdrawal." This announcement from the debauched system ignited a surge of excitement within Kang Zhuang. Another small goal achieved. Defeating a rich heir was exhilarating, and there was money to be made. "You dare strike me? I am the young master of Yang realty. You shall pay dearly for this. You will not escape Jiangnan City." Yang Ming glowered at Kang Zhuang, who had never before experienced such humiliation, not even at the hands of his parents. "Ah, you still dare to retort, boy? Do you not understand that sometimes one must bow to avoid dire consequences?" With that, another series of slaps ensued, reducing Yang Ming to tears. "Please stop. I was wrong, big brother. I am sorry. Please do not hit me anymore." Yang Ming, now contrite and weeping, begged for mercy. This scene brought a sense of satisfaction to Kang Heir and her companions. Indeed, it seemed that a villain required another villain to confront him. After a brief interval of punishment, Kang Zhuang glared at Yang Ming and declared, "You have offended me and sent so many to assail me, leaving me in a state of mental distress. Should you not compensate me for my suffering and allow me to seek medical attention?" The onlookers were left in bewilderment. What was the meaning of this? You have beaten a man to such a state, and yet have the audacity to demand compensation for emotional damages? It took Yang Ming some time to regain his composure, looking at Kang Zhuang in disbelief. You dare ask me for damages? Shameless. I will not pay." Yang Ming was infuriated. He had never encountered such brazen audacity, being reduced to a pitiful state while being asked for money. It was an utter affront. With a resounding clap, the man bellowed, "I'm not merely asking you to give. I am demanding it. Are you not a scion of wealth? Provide me with 1 million, or I shall end your life." Kang Zhuang, now a figure of menace, instilled a deep-seated fear in Yang Ming, who quivered at the thought. Was this man a devil? His audacity in such blatant robbery was utterly inhuman. As Kang Zhuang raised his hand, preparing to strike, Yang Ming, overwhelmed with dread, lowered his head and, with palpable regret, implored, "Brother, spare me. I possess not 1 million, but merely 500,000. I shall give it all to you. Will you let me go?" "Very well. Transfer the funds," Kang Zhuang commanded, taking Yang Ming's phone and instructing him to initiate the bank transfer. Before long, a notification chimed on Kang Zhuang's phone. Dear customer, your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Please check your balance. Satisfied, Kang Zhuang tossed Yang Ming to the ground, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Now, considering your compliance, I shall forego the additional 500,000. Take your entourage and leave, he proclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Ming's expression transformed from despair to joy as he fled in haste, disregarding the comrades who lay on the ground. How ruthless it is to lead without loyalty. It is no wonder you received a beating from me. Chapter 16. I am wealthy. Kang Zhuang had successfully driven away Yang Ming and his companions, leaving the atmosphere in the private room somewhat subdued, a state that made him feel rather uneasy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Physique 20, current physique 161. A warm sensation surged within him, prompting Kang Zhuang to stretch luxuriously. Oh, what a delightful feeling. At this moment, Kang Zhuang reveled in the enhancement of his physique. However, in the eyes of the four girls, they mistakenly believed he derived pleasure from having physically bested Yang Ming and his entourage. Wow, this man is quite violent. He finds joy in fighting. What a terrifying individual. The four girls exchanged glances, each comprehending the unspoken thoughts of the others. Feeling a tinge of boredom, Kang Zhuang decided to leave, sensing that Kang Heir was not particularly fond of his presence. Heir, I shall return home now. I want to be joining you for dinner tonight. After your gathering, do come home early. I will not see you off, he stated. Brother, please take care, Kang Heir said, feeling reluctant to let Kang Zhuang leave. However, she was at a loss for how to persuade him to stay. Kang Heir had noticed the adoring gaze in Zhao Tingting's eyes, and she certainly did not wish for Kang Zhuang to linger here, as it could easily result in losing a close friend and gaining a sister-in-law instead. Kang Zhuang shot the woman a disdainful glance. So you choose your girlfriends over your own brother now? At the very least, I have indirectly saved you, rather than bringing your best friend here. You seem eager for me to leave. Kang Heir lowered her head in shame, too embarrassed to meet Kang Zhuang's gaze. Go on, no need to see me off. Kang Zhuang waved dismissively at the four women before striding away without a backward glance. As soon as he departed, Zhao Tingting burst into animated chatter. Wow, second sister. Brother Zhuang is absolutely formidable. Are you sure he's just some playboy in Beijing? What kind of playboy fights like that? Her words snapped Xiang Qingwei and Ling Miaoyan out of their daze. Exactly. What kind of frivolous, spoiled young master could possibly be that skilled in combat? The doubtful gazes of the three made Kang Heir feel utterly helpless. Her cousin was truly a despicable scoundrel. Why wouldn't they believe her? Why are the three of you staring at me so intently? My cousin's reputation in Beijing is truly abysmal. I'm not deceiving you. It's the absolute truth. Kang Heir kept explaining. Yet Zhao Tingting grew increasingly convinced that Kang Heir was deliberately slandering Kang Zhuang because she didn't want her as a sister-in-law. Second sister, be honest with me. Are you reluctant to introduce Brother Zhuang to me? We're the closest of friends. After all, one shouldn't divert fertile water to another's field. Zhao Tingting's words made Kang Heir laugh in exasperation. This third sister was utterly desperate for a man. She'd take just about anyone. Tingting, have you lost your mind? I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. My brother is not a man worthy of trust. He is a scoundrel. Second sister, I can no longer concern myself with this. I believe I have fallen for Brother Zhuang. Please share his WeChat with me. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with him. I cannot allow you to suffer harm. You stubborn sister. You simply do not wish for me to become your sister-in-law. Hurry and give it to me. Zhao Tingting and Kang Heir began to bicker within the private room, while Li Miaoyan and Xiang Qingwei could not help but chuckle at the scene. You two are truly amusing. It is remarkable how long you can bicker over a mere contact number. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang stepped out of the private room, realizing it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Time has flown by so swiftly. Should I return home or pursue some companionship? After pondering for a moment, he resolved to head back home first. If Song Lingfei did not see him at home, Aho might suffer greatly. The Lamborghini sped away from the Zijin KTV, making its way towards Villa No. 1. Upon returning home, He was greeted by the sound of Ahu's anguished cries. "Ah, Sister Fei, please stop. Please." The young master merely visited the second master. He wasn't out gallivanting. Song Lingfei had returned home earlier and, upon discovering Kang Zhuang's absence, found Ahu alone watching television. She promptly dragged Ahu out and subjected him to a rigorous training session, eliciting continuous screams from him. "Lingfei, stop. Enough. I'm back." Ahu wept. "Young master, you finally returned. Please explain to Sister Fei that you were merely visiting the second master's residence." Upon seeing Kang Zhuang return, Ahu was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. Song Lingfei's combat prowess was formidable, and he could never hope to match her. "Young master, I do not mean to target Ahu. It is merely because he was not by your side to protect you. What if you encountered an adversary? You are the eldest son of the Kang family." Despite being a highly intelligent robot, Song Lingfei possessed the characteristics of a human, courtesy of the debauchery system. Apart from her fierce combat capabilities, her appearance exuded the aura of an icy goddess. Since acknowledging her master, Song Lingfei had acquired every detail about Kang Zhuang, even knowing the exact number of hairs on his body. "Lingfei, I understand. I instructed Ahu to return home. Please refrain from punishing him in the future. He is very important to me." Kang Zhuang genuinely cared for Ahu, especially since he had shielded him from numerous troubles while in Yanjing. "Oh, young master, you are so kind. If Ahu were a woman, I would surely dedicate myself to you." Ahu was touched to tears, never expecting to hold such significance in a young master's heart. "Enough with the sentimentality. If you were a woman, I would kick you away." Kang Zhuang could not endure Ahu's display any longer. "All right, let us return home for dinner. I am famished." Kang Zhuang invited the two inside for dinner. Though Song Lingfei did not take a seat, as a highly intelligent robot, she required only sunlight to absorb sufficient energy. "Young master, please come to the study after your meal. I have some matters to report to you today," Song Lingfei stated, heading towards the study, which puzzled Ahu. "Sister Fei, aren't you going to eat? There is an abundance of delicious food today." "Ahu, do not call her. Let me share a secret with you. She's a cultivator and has already begun fasting. If she exhibits any unusual behavior in the future, pretend you did not see it. You must keep this secret at all costs, understood?" Kang Zhuang gazed at Ahu with utmost seriousness, convincing him of the gravity of the matter. "Rest assured, young master, I shall not divulge anything regarding Sister Fei." Observing the earnest demeanor of Ahu, Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of guilt. He couldn't believe this absurdity. Ahu was truly single-minded. After all, where in the world do cultivators exist? Nonetheless, to account for some peculiar phenomena surrounding Song Lingfei, Kang Zhuang had no choice but to concoct this tale to deceive him. Ahu, though skeptical of Kang Zhuang's words, found himself in despair over Song Lingfei's formidable combat prowess. He had no choice but to accept this notion. After all, how could an ordinary person fight so fiercely without sustenance? The concept of cultivators seemed the most plausible explanation. He had seen celestial beings portrayed on television, and Song Lingfei appeared to embody such an otherworldly fairy. After dinner, Kang Zhuang made his way to the study. "Young master, you've arrived. Today I assessed potential company locations, but I was quite dissatisfied with those sites. Not only do we need to find a place for the company, but we also require a factory and equipment. Furthermore, planning for the logistics of sales personnel and factory workers must commence. All of this demands capital. The 120 million you provided is insufficient to acquire land. Everything must start anew." Hearing this litany of concerns, Kang Zhuang felt overwhelmed. Handling company affairs would surely be a torment for him. "Lingfei, do not fret. Let's take our time. I possess the funds." He produced a bag containing 100 million, urging its use for the right purposes. Kang Zhuang then revealed a bank card, which held an additional 100 million in cash awarded by the system that afternoon. "Young master, I understand. I will devise a thorough plan." The sudden influx of capital invigorated Song Lingfei with newfound ambitions. "Young master, our Zhuang Fei Investment Company was officially established yesterday. To accelerate our development, we cannot afford to build incrementally. I propose directly acquiring the nearly bankrupt pharmaceutical and skincare companies. By leveraging their channels, We can swiftly promote the whitening and restoration serum and achieve profitability as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang realized the necessity of having a professional at the helm. Song Lingfei was indeed the ideal steward for his burgeoning commercial empire. Very well. I shall defer to your expertise. Thank you, young master. Tomorrow, accompany me to acquire the pharmaceutical and skincare companies. Huh? So soon? Have you already set your sights? When did you conduct your investigations? Kang Zhuang was astonished. Had she not gone to inspect company locations today? How had she identified alternative companies? You did not thoroughly review my dossier, did you? I am an advanced intelligence steward, capable of linking to the internet at any moment. The network security of this planet is as simple as a child's play to me. I can uncover its secrets at will. Kang Zhuang's eyes lit up at the revelation of such formidable capabilities. Lingfei, can you procure damaging information on the Chu group and the Lin group? Or perhaps acquire 2 missiles to eliminate those wretched individuals, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue? Kang Zhuang felt exhilarated, believing he was on the verge of mastering this world. Young master, I regret to inform you that I cannot proceed with such actions unless your life is in imminent danger. Otherwise, I cannot arbitrarily deploy force to erase individuals. Kang Zhuang's restless spirit was doused with a splash of cold water. In Huagua, who could possibly threaten his life? In Yanjing, the skirmishes among the affluent rarely result in fatalities, often culminating merely in broken limbs. What should one do in such a circumstance? Suddenly, Kang Zhuang conceived a plan. Lingfei, if I provoke the adversaries and they seek to take my life, would you intervene to eliminate them? Young master, that is feasible. But should you assign me to handle company affairs, I cannot be at your side at all times. Please ensure you safeguard yourself and refrain from courting danger. Kang Zhuang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He yearned for solitude, his thoughts simmering with resentment. Here I am, exiled by the old man to Jiangnan City, unable to return to Yanjing for the time being. Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue, you vile creatures, await your reckoning, for I shall ensure your demise. At this moment, his deepest desire was to annihilate Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue, for it was their actions that led to his banishment from home. He was prohibited from returning to Yanjing for 5 years, and only upon achieving success could he contemplate a return. What constitutes success, anyway? If he were to succeed, why would he even wish to return? How exhilarating it would be to reign supreme in Jiangnan City. Young master, do not lose heart. Trust in me. I shall avenge your grievances. Song Lingfei reassured him upon noticing Kang Zhuang's silence. Very well. I shall await the delightful surprise you have in store. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to acquire the pharmaceutical and skincare companies. Chapter 17. The enchanting Lingfei. The following day, Kang Zhuang awoke, disturbed by the incessant chatter of the extravagant system. Ding! A year's plan depends on diligence, and a day's plan begins in the morning. Please rise and engage in physical exercise. Reward, Constitution 1. Failure to comply, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang's heart was filled with resistance. What is the point of rising so early? I refuse. Just electrocute me if you must. Ding! Host S lethargic behavior detected. Punishment mechanism activated. 1 minute of electric shock. In the next instant, Kang Zhuang tumbled out of bed. Ouch! This is painful. System, I apologize. I will get up now. A surge of electricity coursed through Kang Zhuang's body, compelling him to plead for mercy. After a minute, he exhaled a puff of white smoke, a testament to the shock he had endured. System, you scoundrel. I've admitted my fault, yet you still shock me. Are you intent on electrocution so you can inherit my fortune? Ding! Host's insult detected. Punishment mechanism activated. 1 minute of electric shock. This is unbearable. System, dear system, I am truly sorry. Grandfather, ancestors, forgive me. Once more, Kang Zhuang was subjected to another minute of electric shock, leaving him utterly devoid of temper. Ding! Please hasten to the ground floor for exercise, or face double penalties. The cold, unyielding voice of the extravagant system instilled a sense of urgency in Kang Zhuang, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of idleness. After a brief morning routine, he made his way to the lawn to practice I Ching boxing. Good morning, young master. I never expected you to maintain your exercise regimen. I've underestimated you, Ahu remarked cheerfully as he practiced military boxing nearby. Silence. Focus on your own training. You should be grateful that I am a benevolent young master who never forces you to do what you dislike. Alas, I, your master, am but a victim of ruthless capitalist exploitation. Kang Zhuang's heart brimmed with resentment towards the extravagant system, which mercilessly compelled him to rise early and engage in half an hour of daily exercise. Upon pondering this, he cast an envious glance at Ahu, his personal bodyguard, who, at least, had no one else pressuring him to act. Huh, young master, who is exploiting you? Did another girl enter your room last night? Be quiet. If you cannot speak sensibly, refrain from talking at all. I have always maintained my integrity and never flirted with women. Kang Zhuang wished he could silence Ahu, this blunt boy, who seemed to speak without thinking. Huh, young master, did I err? Previously, every morning there were different girls by your side. I was the one who escorted them out. Ahu, oblivious to the rising anger, continued his chatter, inciting Kang Zhuang's wrath. The system's torment was one thing, but for his bodyguard to challenge him was unacceptable. Ahu, I did not lose in yesterday's match. We shall continue today. If you cannot defeat me, I will deduct 3 months' salary from you. Please, young master, my salary is nearly gone. Oof. Letting your tongue run wild has consequences. Prepare yourself. The dragon enters the cave. The two engaged in a spirited spar on the lawn, with Kang Zhuang possessing a constitution of 161, exchanging blows with Ahu, who had a constitution of 180. Bang! Kang Zhuang landed a punch that sent Ahu flying, relieving some of the pent-up frustration within him. Ouch! Young master, what has gotten into you these days? Your strength has grown increasingly formidable. I can no longer compete with you. Must I also express my aspirations to cultivate immortality alongside Ling Fei? I shall refrain from commenting on how the young master has learned from Sister Fei. It is truly remarkable. Might I also partake in this learning, to gain strength and protect the young master from any harm? Kang Zhuang felt a warmth in his heart. Ahu, this devoted bodyguard, was indeed commendable, doing everything for his own sake. Ahu, I shall find a way to enhance your abilities. Just wait a moment. The time shall not be far off. Kang Zhuang made a promise to Ahu, believing that the system would provide means for improvement. Thank you, young master. Does that mean my salary will not be deducted? Ahu replied with a playful tone. Well, given that you have spared me considerable discomfort, I shall forego the deduction this time. Keep your wages for fueling your sports car. Thank you, young master. Each refueling costs over 600. Every bit saved from my salary helps. Ahu beamed with a radiant smile, prompting Kang Zhuang to jestingly scold him for lacking ambition. Ahu earned a monthly salary of 50,000, and in Yanjing, Kang Zhuang occasionally rewarded him generously, amounting to at least over 100,000 each month. Now, having been assigned to Jiangnan City, the former hedonistic lifestyle had faded away. Kang Zhuang was now determined to establish his own business empire, with the intent of returning to Yanjing to deal with the two vile individuals, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue. Ding! The host has exercised for half an hour. Constitution 1. Current Constitution, 162. Kang Zhuang now felt quite powerful with a constitution of 162. System. Display my personal information. Ding! Host personal information as follows. Name. Kang Zhuang. Identity. Eldest young master of the Kang family. Former. Constitution. 162. Wealth. 5,500,000 items. Whitening repair liquid formula. Special nutritional capsule skills. 8 extremes fist. 9 needles of the mystical gate upon seeing his wealth listed as only 5,500,000. Kang Zhuang felt a surge of tears. Having arrived in Jiangnan City just 3 days prior, he had already lost 200 million. It was truly disheartening. Upon contemplating the potential of the specialized nutrient chamber, which could produce a staggering 1 million doses of unique medication each month, Kang Zhuang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. If each vial of the whitening restorative could be sold for tens of thousands, the monthly revenue would soar into the hundreds of billions, undoubtedly propelling him to the pinnacle of success. The Kang Corporation had never achieved such astronomical profits. Yet this young master was poised to reach heights beyond the grasp of others. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. unable to suppress the urge to embark on an ambitious venture. At that moment, Song Lingfei descended the stairs, and upon noticing her, Ahu swiftly vanished from their sight. Fearful of being reprimanded by Song Lingfei once again, approaching Kang Zhuang, who wore an expression of uncontainable excitement, Song Lingfei inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Young master, what has transpired? How delightful it is to witness your joy, Lingfei. The thought of spending the rest of my days in your company fills me with immense happiness. Indeed, young master, you are truly wonderful, and I too am overjoyed. I wish to accompany you for a lifetime." Song Lingfei's enchanting smile left Kang Zhuang utterly mesmerized, nearly bewitched by her charm. "Stop, stop, Lingfei, please cease your laughter. I cannot withstand your allure," Kang Zhuang exclaimed, turning away with closed eyes, only to find himself suddenly bleeding from his nose. "Alas, it has only been 3 days since I last encountered a lady, and yet my temper flares so fiercely. It appears that I am indeed endowed with exceptional talents. A robust physique allows for such capriciousness." Dinging sounds indicate an unstable state of mind detected within a host. Thus a task is issued to endure the lady housekeeper's smile for 1 minute. The reward for successful completion: a production line for skin whitening and repair serum. Failure results in a minute of electric shock and 10 minutes of a nosebleed. Kang Zhuang is flabbergasted. This wretched system seems intent on my demise. I protest. This is a flagrant act of retribution. Yet, I relent and accept, just as I am about to utter an expletive. The thought of the system's electric punishment silences me, and I dare not argue further. "Young master, what troubles you? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Song Lingfei inquires, noticing Kang Zhuang turning away from her in confusion. Regaining his composure, he observes that his nosebleed has ceased, and he turns to face Song Lingfei. "Lingfei, your smile is simply enchanting. I can never tire of it. Could you smile for another minute?" "Of course, young master. If it pleases you," she replies obediently, her radiant smile captivating Kang Zhuang once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued and are available for immediate collection. As the minute draws to a close, Kang Zhuang remains lost in the sweetness of Song Lingfei's smile, an irresistible charm that makes him reluctant to awaken from this reverie. "Young master, awaken. You are bleeding again." Song Lingfei gently presses a tissue to his nose, jolting him back to reality. "Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. When did I become so fragile?" "Thankfully, it is only with someone close, or else I would truly feel humiliated," Kang Zhuang muses, grateful that it is Song Lingfei witnessing his nosebleed. Had it been anyone else, he would have been the subject of ridicule. "You seem to be rather irritable of late. Perhaps you should engage in some physical exercise to channel your abundant energy," Song Lingfei suggests earnestly, though Kang Zhuang is tempted to retort. "Oh, my dear, you are the antidote to my bleeding, yet you are far too formidable. For the sake of my very life, I must admire you from afar." Regrettably, Song Lingfei possesses a combat prowess of 10,000. Should Kang Zhuang harbor any ill intentions, he would easily find himself bested. The system has made it clear. Although Song Lingfei is an intelligent robot, she has been imbued with human-like emotions. If she is unwilling, any forceful advances from Kang Zhuang could lead to dire consequences. Upon reviewing the rewards, he finds the production line for the skin whitening serum at his disposal. It leaves him somewhat exasperated. This infernal system has indeed ensnared him in its web, with each task leading seamlessly into another. Initially, the formula for the serum lacked the crucial medicinal component. Then he received a special nutrient pod, and now a production line. Thinking along these lines, Kang Zhuang addresses Song Lingfei. "Lingfei, how many resources and personnel would we require to customize our own production line?" "Young master, at least 3 months will be necessary. The production line for the skin whitening serum must be specially tailored," she replies. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang is further convinced that the system is playing tricks on him, as what could have been a straightforward reward has been broken into 3 separate tasks. "System, is there anything else you have yet to reveal?" Ding. Host thoughts are rather unseemly. This system's tasks are triggered at random. Please do not question the system's fairness and impartiality. It appears that there is indeed nothing else requiring alignment. The formulas, potions, and production lines are all in place. We should be able to commence production directly. With this thought, Kang Zhuang felt a sense of relief. Ling Fei, what time shall we meet to discuss the acquisition of the pharmaceutical company? 10 o'clock in the morning for the pharmaceutical company, and 2 o'clock in the afternoon for the skincare company. All right, Kang Zhuang conceded. Song Ling Fei was determined to acquire both companies, truly embodying the essence of a formidable female CEO. After a brief conversation, they finished their meal, and Kang Zhuang drove Song Ling Fei in his Lamborghini towards the pharmaceutical company. There was no need for bodyguard Ahu, with Song Ling Fei by his side. Who would dare to provoke him? One would be dealt with without hesitation. Half an hour later, they arrived at a somewhat aged pharmaceutical company, which boasted a vast expanse of land. Many areas were dilapidated, save for one magnificent building that stood newly erected. This company certainly excels in facade. The office building is resplendent, whereas the rest has succumbed to deterioration. Young master, your discernment is indeed commendable. This pharmaceutical company is named Vita Pharmaceuticals Limited. Their management is composed of inept individuals, which has led them to the brink of bankruptcy. Kang Zhuang nodded. Had he been the owner, such management would have seen the company closed long ago. Let us embark on the first step of our grand endeavor from here. Chapter 18. Tenfold cashback. Song Ling Fei entered the office building accompanied by Kang Zhuang. A charming receptionist inquired, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "Hello, we are from Zhuang Fei Investment Company, Limited. We had an appointment with your chairman yesterday." "Ah, it's you. Welcome. The chairman has been expecting you for quite some time. Please follow me." The receptionist greeted Song Ling Fei with enthusiasm and led them to the conference room. "Please, take a seat," she said as they entered. Chi Vita, the chairman of Vita Pharmaceuticals, approached them with a broad smile. "Are you the owners of Zhuang Fei Investment Company, Limited? Greetings. I am Chi Vita, the owner of this pharmaceutical company. It's a pleasure to meet you both." "Hello, I am Song Ling Fei, and this is Mr. Kang." Chi Vita, such a distinctive name. Observing the portly middle-aged man before him, Kang Zhuang thought the name suited him, for it was only natural for the owner of a pharmaceutical company to have a commanding presence. Song Ling Fei and Kang Zhuang settled on one side of the conference table, while Chi Vita and several shareholders of the pharmaceutical company sat together, initiating their negotiations. "Ms. Song, although our pharmaceutical company has seen better days, the channels for procuring medicinal materials and our factory's infrastructure are assets that you require. We are offering 15 million. What do you think?" "You raise a valid point. But doesn't 15 million seem a bit steep?" A spirited debate ensued between Song Ling Fei and Chi Vita's entourage. Kang Zhuang, listening attentively, found himself growing increasingly weary. If they were discussing such a significant sum, why not simply proceed with the acquisition rather than engage in prolonged negotiations? Ding! The system detected the host's distress over financial matters and issued a task. Acquire the pharmaceutical company within 10 minutes. Task reward, tenfold cashback. Task failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was taken aback. This was the first time the system had shown such consideration for him. Meanwhile, Song Ling Fei continued her negotiations with Chi Vita. "Ms. Song, the price of 12 million is the lowest we can go. We have many long-standing employees to compensate and cannot afford further reductions. Mr. Chi, your company is worth at most 100 million. Besides us, no one would be interested in taking over your failing business." Confident in her ability to acquire Vita Pharmaceuticals for 100 million, Song Ling Fei believed this amount would suffice to settle their debts while leaving a small surplus. "Ms. Song, I'm afraid your offer is simply too low for us to accept." At that moment, Kang Zhuang snapped back to attention, realizing that Chi Vita was about to reject the negotiation. He interrupted, "Mr. Chi, what was your initial offer?" We stated 15 million. "Fine. I accept your offer of 15 million. Please finalize the contract within 10 minutes, and I will proceed with the purchase." The room fell silent, stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Song Ling Fei looked at Kang Zhuang in surprise, though she had unwavering faith in him and chose not to voice her thoughts. Chi Vita and his team were bewildered, It turned out that the decision-maker was none other than the seemingly unassuming Mr. Kang, challenging their initial assumptions that Song Lingfei held the reins. Very well, Mr. Kang. Your decisiveness is commendable. The contract is here. We have prepared it in advance. Kang Zhuang took the document, glanced at it briefly, and signed without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward has been dispersed and can be withdrawn at your convenience. What delight. 15 billion has just been credited. Kang Zhuang felt that making money was quite effortless, as if he could earn 15 billion in a heartbeat. Chi Vita observed Kang Zhuang signing, and a smile crept across his lips. Mr. Kang, you truly are generous. Let us proceed with the financial handover. All right, Ling Fei, transfer the funds. Song Lingfei produced her mobile phone and transferred 150 million to the account of Vita Pharmaceutical Company. Shortly thereafter, the finance team confirmed receipt of the funds and nodded at Chi Vita. Haha, Mr. Kang, your promptness is admirable. As lunchtime approaches, allow me to treat both of you to a meal. At this moment, Kang Zhuang had yet to respond when a commotion erupted outside. Chi Vita, you scoundrel. Return my hard-earned money. Old dog Chi, you wretched cur, hoarding our severance pay for yourself. Are you even human? Get out here, you rascal, and give us our severance. A group of people clamored outside, causing Kang Zhuang to frown. Mr. Chi, what is happening? Please wait a moment. I will address this situation, Chi Vita replied, preparing to slip away. Sensing the rising tension, Kang Zhuang quickly followed him. Outside, the long-standing employees of Vita Pharmaceutical Company were holding banners, denouncing Chi Vita's misdeeds in front of reporters. You have no idea. Chi Vita is inhumane. When the company incurred losses, he withheld our salaries. Now, he intends to sell the company and flee, leaving us without our severance pay. How are we to survive? Woo! This unscrupulous villain is a heartless employer. He plans to sell the pharmaceutical company and escape, disregarding our plight. At that moment, Chi Vita emerged, fuming and hurling insults at the crowd. You old fools, coming here to stir trouble every few days. Do you want me to call the police on you? Chi Vita's explosive entrance only fueled the anger of the employees, many of whom retaliated fiercely. You wretched scoundrel, you think you can sell the company and escape today? Not a chance. Heartless boss, return my hard-earned money. You little rascal, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Having been established for over 30 years, Vita Pharmaceutical Company was handed down to Chi Vita from his father. Little did anyone expect that in just a few years, it would reach the point of needing to be sold. The veteran employees, aged in their 40s and 50s, were enraged, some even wishing to confront Chi Vita physically. Noticing over 100 people rolling up their sleeves, Chi Vita felt a twinge of fear. However, he reassured himself that having already sold the company, these old folks posed no threat to him. At that moment, Kang Zhuang stepped forward, while Song Lingfei remained in the conference room, finalizing matters with the pharmaceutical company's representatives. Listen carefully, everyone. This gentleman is your new boss. He has invested 150 million to acquire the company. Should you have any issues moving forward, direct your concerns to him and refrain from bothering me. Chi Vita, no longer wearing the amiable facade he had during the contract signing, now stood arrogantly before the crowd. Kang Zhuang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implications. Were they expecting him to provide for these people? Hadn't they mentioned severance pay? Was there an intention to monopolize? The new owner, Chi Vita, was indeed a new boss. Yet this felt like a jest. Return our severance pay at once. Someone shouted. Yes, you scoundrel. If you refuse to pay us, we shall make you pay dearly. The veteran employees found it hard to believe that Kang Zhuang, so young, could acquire Vita Pharmaceutical, a company valued at 150 million. Chi Vita, unperturbed, regarded Kang Zhuang with a nonchalant demeanor. Young Master Kang, since we have signed the contract and the funds have been transferred, Vita Pharmaceutical is now yours. Huh, you can deal with these old-timers now. Gee, what do you mean? We just handed over 150 million. Are you not going to address their pension issues? Kang Zhuang's expression darkened. He was accustomed to being the one who bullied others. Never before had he been on the receiving end. Did Chi Vita wish to abscond with the funds? How audacious. Ha ha. You think I'm giving you face by calling you young Master Kang? Without that, you're merely a fool. The contract states you are responsible for these people's pensions. You signed it, the money has changed hands, and now you must deal with them. I'm leaving. Chi Vida, now brimming with arrogance, believed that possessing the money granted him immunity. Suddenly, a notification alerted Kang Zhuang that he had been duped by the rotund, middle-aged man before him. A task had been issued: retaliate against Chi Vida and compel him to pay severance. Reward for success: a special medicinal formula. Consequence of failure: a minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. A special medicinal formula? What could that possibly entail? However, there was no time to delve into that now. His immediate priority was to deal with this insufferable man. Stop right there, you wretched fat man. Kang Zhuang interjected, positioning himself before Chi Vida, though their sizes were markedly different, leading Chi to dismiss him entirely. Do you think acquiring a company is child's play? Everything is settled, and the company is yours. If you have any issues, do not come to me. Now step aside, or I shall have someone eliminate you. Chi Vida's arrogance was palpable. He felt untouchable now that the money was in his grasp. With a resounding thud, Kang Zhuang struck Chi Vida squarely in the stomach, causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. I have tolerated you for too long. You are the first to so openly deceive me. Let's see how you fare now. With that, Kang Zhuang seized Chi Vida by the collar and unleashed a flurry of slaps, reducing Chi to tears. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. While they had threatened to harm Chi Vida, it had merely been talk. Who could have anticipated that the new boss would be so formidable? This slender figure was managing to bring the robust Chi Vida to his knees. Nearby reporters were equally astonished, completely unprepared for the eruption of violence that unfolded before them. Hurry, capture this moment. The ambitious young boss is delivering a severe beating to the unscrupulous former employer. This is indeed sensational news. The journalist urged the photographer to document the scene, and at that moment he felt as though he was partaking in a significant event, his blood seemingly boiling with excitement. How dare you shortchange me, you scoundrel? You should have inquired about my background before attempting to deceive me. I will not hesitate to end you. As Kang Zhuang spoke, he delivered a series of slaps. Having only arrived in Jiangnan City 3 days prior, it was outrageous that someone would dare to challenge him. He felt an insatiable rage that could only be quelled by retribution. Help! Someone please. He is going to kill me. It hurts, it hurts. Brother, stop hitting me. I'll pay, just please stop. Chi Vida, terrified and pinned to the ground by Kang Zhuang, found himself utterly abandoned, with no one coming to his aid. Rest assured, you will pay what you owe, but only after I've had my fill of this. After enduring another round of brutal blows, Kang Zhuang eventually grew weary. Chi Vida's face had swollen grotesquely, rendering him unrecognizable as the once malevolent boss. Kang Zhuang then dragged him out and tossed him before the former employees. Come one, come all. Today, I shall ensure he accounts for every penny owed to you. Chapter 19. The manipulative tactics of the dog system. After Kang Zhuang reprimanded Chi Vida, he instructed the veteran employees to encircle him. Upon receiving Kang Zhuang's call, Song Lingfei brought forth the accountant before the crowd. Young master, this accountant can resolve the current issue, she stated. The accountant, Shi Lang, was a middle-aged man who had initially intended to slip away after completing his handover with Song Lingfei. However, upon receiving Kang Zhuang's call, she had apprehended him and brought him here. What do you want? Let me go. She dan protested. Hey, you have a severance pay forms for this group of veteran employees, don't you? Now disperse the severance pay to them, Kang Zhuang ordered. Shi Lang, somewhat reluctant, retorted. Why should I give money to these lowly workers? The company has been sold to you. They have no right to demand money from me. The contract states that you need to resolve this yourself. Still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Shi Lang remained resolutely loyal to Chi Vida. Scoundrel, this man is the unscrupulous boss, Chi Vida's brother-in-law. We must not let him off easily. Someone recognized Shi Lang's identity and exposed him. This revelation stirred a hornet's nest, and the crowd quickly closed in on Shi Lang once more. What do you intend to do? I have no money. All the funds are with Chi Vida. Don't come looking for me. Shi Lang, now fearful of the crowd, was acutely aware that the total severance pay amounted to over 100 million, which Chi Vida intended to embezzle. As Chi Vida's brother-in-law, Shi Lang could only pass the buck knowing the money was not in his possession. Shut your mouth. Just hand over the severance pay list. Keep babbling, and I will make you regret it. Kang Zhuang struck Shi Lang across the face, his frustration mounting at Shi Lang's reluctance. You, how dare you hit me? Shi Lang began to protest, but before he could finish, Kang Zhuang delivered another slap, leaving him utterly dazed. Bring Chi Vita out. Have these two scoundrels transfer the funds to you at once. Upon concluding his command, several individuals dragged a large, rotund figure into view. Shi Lang's heart sank. The pig-headed man bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother-in-law. Witnessing his brother-in-law being beaten so mercilessly caused Shi Lang to capitulate entirely. Song Lingfei opened Shi Lang's computer, revealing a secret folder containing the severance pay information for the veteran employees. Kang Xiao, Song boss, here is the severance pay list, comprising a total of 123 individuals. Please take a look, Shi Lang reported. Kang Zhuang glanced at the list before addressing a few of the leading veteran employees. Come here and verify if your information is on this list. The group approached, quickly scanned the document, and nodded in agreement. Young Master Kang, this is indeed the list. We implore you to intervene on our behalf. A couple of elderly individuals nearly fell to their knees before Kang Zhuang, prompting him to quickly assist them back to their feet. Please do not do that. I will ensure the funds are transferred immediately. Reassuring the elderly, Kang Zhuang turned a fierce gaze upon Shi Lang. Transfer the funds now. If you withhold even a single penny, I will dispose of you and feed you to the fish in the sea. Shi Lang, intimidated by Kang Zhuang's commanding presence, understood that anyone capable of producing 150 million in cash to acquire their company was no ordinary person. Swiftly, he accessed his bank account, composed the necessary information, and, with a hint of trepidation, addressed Kang Zhuang. Young Master Kang, the online banking password has been changed by Chi Vita, and I am unaware of it. I can only inquire with him. At that moment, everyone noticed Chi Vita lying on the ground, feigning death. Kang Zhuang approached and kicked Chi Vita. Get up! Stop pretending to be dead. Ouch! Please stop kicking me, it hurts. Chi Vita retreated repeatedly, his eyes darting around, seeking an opportunity to escape. Reveal the password, or I will ensure you suffer the consequences, Kang Zhuang warned, recognizing Chi Vita's intent. He was all too familiar with that look. It was the same one they had worn when they lost a fight and sought an escape route. With Kang Zhuang's grip tightening around his throat, Chi Vita's face turned crimson. Under the threat of peril, he divulged the password. Let go. I'll tell you. The password is 202-205-28. Kang Zhuang released him and turned his gaze toward Shi Lang. All right, it will be done shortly. The funds should arrive within 10 minutes at most. Shi Lang wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily explaining, fearful that Kang Zhuang might retaliate in anger. Before long, the sound of notifications echoed from the group's phones. It was the alert of severance payments being credited. Finally, the funds have arrived. We need not worry anymore. It's been half a year and at last, it's here. Thank you, young Master Kang. Thank you. The crowd, overwhelmed with joy, expressed their gratitude to Kang Zhuang. After settling the severance pay for over 100 individuals, Chi Vita's account still held over 90 million. After clearing his debts, he was left with only about 10 to 20 million. A pharmaceutical company valued at over 100 million had been reduced to mere millions due to his mismanagement. Truly, he was a remarkable talent. My money. It's all my money. Chi Vita lamented, clutching his head in despair, but Kang Zhuang chose to ignore him. Noticing the security guards outside watching the spectacle, he frowned. Have you all seen enough? Why don't you throw these two interlopers out? Be careful, or I will have you dismissed. The security guards, startled, hurried over to expel Chi Vita and Shi Lang. Let go of me. I am the boss. I will fire you. Chi Vita, consumed by anger, forgot he had already sold the company and still fancied himself the owner. Seeing Chi Vita in such disgrace, the veteran employees cheered and chastised him, declaring he deserved this fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued, and the host can check them at any time. A warm sensation coursed through Kang Zhuang's mind, for he had mastered the special medicinal formula. Upon reviewing the formula, he nearly spat blood in shock. This system is full of tricks. Indeed, Kang Zhuang had once again fallen into a trap. The formula was essential for the special nutrient chamber. The chamber transformed medicinal materials into a whitening and restorative liquid, the so-called material energy. Without the ingredients listed in the formula, the special compound would not exist. Kang Zhuang had always believed the nutrient chamber could automatically produce the elixirs. Not realizing the system had duped him. It was a convoluted scheme, one he could scarcely defend against. At that moment, Kang Zhuang felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this troublesome system, but alas, he could not reach it. Ding! The host's abusive language detection system has been activated, initiating the punishment mechanism. A jolt of electricity for 1 minute. A surge of current coursed through Kang Zhuang's body, causing him to collapse to the ground. The crowd watched in astonishment as he wept profusely. Soda. I was wrong. After a minute, Kang Zhuang weakly rose from the floor. Young master, are you all right? Song Lingfei supported him, her eyes filled with concern. Kang Zhuang could never reveal the humiliation of being electrocuted by the system. That would be utterly disgraceful. Instead, he concocted an excuse. Oh, I'm fine. I just felt a profound heartache, especially when I see these loyal employees who have dedicated 2 or 3 decades of hard work, only to be betrayed by that wretched Chi Vida. It pains me deeply. The elderly employees, moved by his words, were brought to tears. Young Master Kang is truly a good person. Please do not disdain my age. I'm willing to work for you, regardless of the salary. Just a meal would suffice. Young Master, we would lay down our lives for someone who understands us. Please consider hiring us. We have a deep affection for the pharmaceutical company. Overcome with emotion, the elderly employees regarded Kang Zhuang as a benevolent boss, one who not only sought to reclaim their dues, but also empathized with their plight, a leader worthy of their loyalty. Kang Zhuang, however, was baffled. Dear uncles and aunts, why are you so moved? It was merely an excuse. He believed it unnecessary for them to be so touched. The whitening repair serum was his most crucial tool for wealth accumulation. He could not have a group of middle-aged individuals in production. Only the youth could endure the late nights and strenuous work. Middle-aged bodies were simply not up to the task. What if someone fainted during overtime? He would bear the responsibility. As he pondered this predicament, he realized he needed a clever excuse. He exchanged a knowing glance with Song Lingfei, who immediately understood. Ladies and gentlemen, our acquisition of the pharmaceutical company is intended for the production of a skincare product. We need time to address various matters, such as renovating the factory and purchasing new equipment. At this moment, we do not require your assistance, so please return home. You may apply again when we begin hiring. Song Lingfei's words were impeccably crafted. The crowd recognized that such matters could not be resolved in a few months and began to disperse, promising to return for future job opportunities. With everyone gone, Kang Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief and gave Song Lingfei a thumbs up. Lingfei, you are remarkable. Just a glance, and you understood my intention. You flatter me. Young master, this is merely a basic operation. I shall always be at your service, Song Lingfei replied, flashing a sweet smile that left Kang Zhuang utterly enchanted. He secretly vowed, Lingfei, you enchanting sprite, I shall have you one day. After acquiring Vida Pharmaceutical, it was nearly midnight. Kang Zhuang took Song Lingfei to a restaurant for dinner, planning to acquire a skincare company the following afternoon. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, 2 individuals were seething with rage. At the Liu residence, Liu Gang, who had been violently beaten by Kang Zhuang, had begun to uncover some information about him. Liu Gang forcefully slammed the documents onto the table, his face flushed with anger. How infuriating it was to be struck down by a worthless young master. Kang Zhuang, you surely did not anticipate that I have friends in Yanjing, did you? If I do not annihilate you, I shall no longer bear the surname Yang. Yang Ming, equally incensed, hurled the documents to the ground, glaring at the photographs within. Kang Zhuang, how dare you, a scion cast out by the Kang family, act so arrogantly in Jiangnan City? I shall methodically bring about your demise, teaching you a lesson for crossing me. Both men schemed on how to exact revenge on Kang Zhuang, intent on rendering him unable to escape his fate. Meanwhile, seated in a private dining room at a restaurant, Kang Zhuang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed someone was plotting against him. Could it be yet another woman yearning for my attention? Has my charm reached such heights that, even in broad daylight, someone longs for me? Kang Zhuang pondered with an air of arrogance, all the while devouring his meal with unabated enthusiasm. Chapter 20: The Misfortunate Li Miaodong. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Miaodong stormed into the office of Shun Chuan, the owner of Shun Chuan Skincare Company. What do you mean, Shun Chuan? Why didn't you inform me about the company's sale? I have invested so much effort into this company. Shun Chuan, seeing Li Miaodong in such a furious state, responded with a hint of helplessness. Miaodong, I have no choice. I am in debt to loan sharks and require a substantial amount of money. My sister was supposed to arrange for my brother-in-law to lend me 5 million for a temporary fix, but unfortunately, it was taken by a bully. The loan sharks warned me that if I do not repay by this afternoon, they will come for my legs tonight. I cannot bear the thought of becoming disabled, so I must sell the company. Shun Chuan and Li Miaodong had been lovers since their university days, embarking on their entrepreneurial journey together. Li Miaodong had only learned of the impending sale that very noon. What do you mean, Shun Chuan? You're selling the company to pay off your debts without even consulting me? What about my feelings? Li Miaodong was incensed. She had only returned from Yanjing 3 days prior, and now the company was on the brink of being lost. Initially, Shun Chuan dismissed Li Miaodong's anger, but soon he became increasingly impatient. Miaodong, it is precisely because the company is performing well that someone is willing to take it over. This company was founded by me. I will sell it as I see fit. You have no say in this matter. Do not forget, I am the boss. The boss? Oomph. What contributions have you made to this company? You started this enterprise to pursue me and appointed me as the general manager to handle the operations. After 3 years of my diligent management, this is how you repay me? Do you even still wish to marry me? Li Miaodong was furious. Her boyfriend was selling the company without consulting her, treating her as if she were just an employee. At that moment, Shun Chuan's expression darkened, his gaze cold and indifferent towards Li Miaodong. Marry you? Huh? Do you think you deserve it? I am currently being pursued by loan sharks. Have you even tried to borrow money from your parents? You have been in Yanjing for half a month, and still haven't managed to obtain any funds. What do you think I am? I am your boyfriend, and I am on the verge of losing my legs. Do you understand? Shun Chuan unleashed his pent-up frustration, and Li Miaodong, tears streaming down her face, hurried to explain. No, I didn't. I went to Yanjing to borrow money from my parents. They're doing quite well there, but they refused to lend you any and even urged me to leave you. But I declined because I know you love me. Huh? What do your parents amount to? I graduated from a prestigious university. When I came to propose, your parents humiliated me and mocked me for aspiring to something beyond my reach. Have you forgotten all this? I started this company and took out loans for what purpose? It was not for you, yet what of you? After 3 years of courtship, you won't even allow me a mere kiss, you wretched woman. Do you fancy yourself as something precious? In reality, you're not nearly as delicate as you believe. Li Miaodong was taken aback by Shun Xiaochuan's current demeanor, so much so that she resorted to calling her a wretched woman. At that moment, a voluptuous woman entered the room and promptly settled herself upon Shun Xiaochuan's lap. My dear, have you not clarified matters with this woman? Why waste time with the trivialities? Let us sell the company and take our leave with the profits. Disregarding her completely, Li Miaodong was bewildered. Was this woman not Shun Xiaochuan's secretary? When had they become entangled? What do you mean by you? Shun Xiaochuan, you must explain yourself. What more is there to say, you wretched woman? For the past 3 years, you have denied me your affection. Yet there have been countless women willing to embrace me. Now, I find myself uninterested in you. It is time for you to leave. Shun Xiaochuan's expression was one of smug satisfaction. He had finally laid his cards on the table, no longer pretending. Having been Li Miaodong's devoted admirer for 3 years, he now relished the prospect of discarding her openly. No, this cannot be true. Shun Xiaochuan, you promised to love me for a lifetime. How could you betray me like this? Why? Why treat me so? Li Miaodong's heart shattered as she grappled with the harsh reality that the company she had strived for 3 years to build was not hers, and her boyfriend had cheated on her. Shun Xiaochuan laughed triumphantly, his joy palpable. Ha! Wretched woman, look at you now. To be frank, I was initially attracted to your family's wealth. What reason did I have to worship you like a dog? Did you truly believe yourself to be made of gold? That everyone would adore you? What did you say? You were after my family's money? Li Miaodong's heart quaked as memories flooded her mind, casting her into a dismal abyss. Old Afad, everything was a lie. You must be furious, aren't you? When I proposed, your parents humiliated me thoroughly, and I have plotted my revenge ever since, making you a servant to my desires. Had I not lost over 10 million in gambling, I would not have revealed my truth so soon, especially given how well you managed the company. Upon seeing Li Miaodong in such despair, Shen Xiaochuan unleashed another bombshell, leaving her in shock. What? You borrowed money at exorbitant interest because of gambling losses, not to expand the company's influence? You foolish woman, I have no understanding of business management. Why would I borrow money for that? I merely intended for you to seek assistance from your parents, but alas, they are as stingy as can be. They were fortunate not to have been swindled. At this revelation, Li Miaodong's spirit crumbled entirely, almost leading to her parents' financial ruin. At that moment, she could no longer bear the weight of her sorrow and fled outside. Fraud! All of you are frauds. With tears streaming down her face, Li Miaodong dashed away, while Shen Xiaochuan beamed with delight. The woman perched on Shen Xiaochuan's lap expressed her concern. Ah, Chuan, is Li Miaodong all right? She wouldn't resort to anything drastic, would she? Shen Xiaochuan nonchalantly waved his hand, pulling the woman closer and beginning to caress her. Disregard her. That wretched woman has finally received her just desserts. I pursued her for 3 years, believing I could win her heart, only to be left waiting in vain. Oh, mischievous sprite, had it not been for your presence, I would have been utterly lost. Alas, you are insufferable. Please refrain from touching me. By the way, you sold the company, but no matter the circumstances, you must not abandon me. In the office, 2 souls were entangled in their romantic dalliance, oblivious to the turmoil that awaited Li Miaodong. Despairing, she fled the company, colliding with Kang Zhuang. Ouch! You caused me great pain. Wait, Li Miaodong, is that you? Get away from me. Don't touch me. All men are scoundrels. Deceitful and untrustworthy. Li Miaodong's heart lay in tatters. Her boyfriend's betrayal, coupled with 3 years of fruitless labor for the company, nearly led her to deceive her parents out of their hard-earned money. This entire ordeal extinguished any affection she once held for the opposite sex. Hey, are you all right? What's wrong? Did your boyfriend break up with you? Stop crying and wake up. Upon witnessing her distress, Kang Zhuang instinctively pondered her mental state. Is she losing her mind? With a swift motion, he delivered 3 resounding slaps, momentarily stunning Li Miaodong. Why did you strike me? You are Kang Zhuang? The sharp sting of her cheeks jolted her back to reality, and as the memories flooded back, she succumbed to tears once more. Please don't cry. If something troubles you, share it with me. Let me bring you some cheer. What? You scoundrel! How can you treat me this way? His irreverent words left her momentarily speechless, and as she regained her composure, she hurled insults back at him. Seeing her expression soften slightly, Kang Zhuang felt relieved. Losing such a beautiful woman to madness would be a grave misfortune. Hey, lovely lady, are you feeling better? What transpired? Aren't you the general manager of a company? Why are you in such distress? Were you truly abandoned by your boyfriend? Perhaps this means I could pursue you? Embodying the playful nature of a wealthy young master, he found himself drawn to tease her further. Li Miaodong, noticing his flippant demeanor, shot him a disapproving glance. All men are brutes. Do you think you can flirt with every pretty face you see? Indeed, it is only human to appreciate beauty. Besides, you are both stunning and affluent. Any man would be drawn to you. Kang Zhuang's reputation as a charming playboy was well earned, and he unleashed a barrage of flirtations towards Li Miaodong. You men are all scoundrels, she cried, her sorrow rekindled by his remarks. Having inadvertently triggered her tears once more, Kang Zhuang found himself at a loss. Wasn't she just fine a moment ago? Why is she crying again? Feeling exasperated, he instinctively slapped her again, only to realize that he had acted without thought. Oh no! What have I done? I shouldn't have struck her again. Will this woman confront me fiercely? In Kang Zhuang's mind, an image of Li Miaodong fighting back against him surfaced. Yet, she did not charge at him, but instead covered her face in distress. You scoundrel! Why did you hit me again? Li Miaodong, bewildered by Kang Zhuang's actions, pondered the typical response of men when women are upset. Shouldn't they be comforting her? Was this man truly a stoic figure? He had just struck her 4 times. Speak. Why did you hit me? You've struck me 4 times. Kang Zhuang, in a moment of panic, concocted a swift lie. You're the most remarkable girl I have ever met. We talked for 5 hours on the train, and I fell deeply in love with you. Your composed demeanor and elegant charm have utterly captivated me. I came here today simply to see you again. However, I must admit, your tearful state has greatly disappointed me. You are no longer the indomitable goddess I once revered. Thus, I felt compelled to wake you from this sorrow. Do you understand? Kang Zhuang spoke these words without truly comprehending their meaning. Yet, Li Miaodong absorbed his sentiments, her heart buoyed by his words. So, I am indeed perceived as a strong woman in his eyes. Yes, I, Li Miaodong, am strong. So what if a man has abandoned me? I am unscathed. As her eyes began to shimmer with renewed vigor, Kang Zhuang marveled at the transformation. Indeed, women are the most capricious beings. Chapter 21. The friendship among girls. Kang Zhuang observed that Li Miaodong had calmed down and instructed Song Lingfei to guide her to the sofa in the hall. With a gentle whisper, Song Lingfei comforted Li Miaodong, displaying her enchanting smile. Sister, what has transpired? Can you confide in me? I am willing to be a listener. The moment Li Miaodong laid eyes on Song Lingfei, she was instantly captivated by her charming smile. How could such a perfect woman exist? Her smile radiated warmth and sweetness. Li Miaodong gazed at Song Lingfei, momentarily lost in reverie, which left Kang Zhuang feeling somewhat perturbed. Was Lingfei's allure truly that powerful? This girl seemed utterly entranced. After a spell of enchantment, it was Kang Zhuang who roused Li Miaodong from her stupor. Hey sister, wake up. What are you doing? Huh? I'm fine, really. Li Miaodong regained her composure, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She felt shy, having been captivated by a woman for the first time. If you're fine, then so be it. Share your story. I'm all set to be a bystander here. Kang Tuan, Enyist, produced a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and handed it to Song Lingfei. Peel some seeds for me. This unexpected act left Li Miaodong astounded. How could a man request a woman to peel seeds for him? As a woman herself, she found it hard to tolerate such behavior. Certainly, young master. Song Lingfei accepted the seeds and began to peel them slowly. Upon hearing Song Lingfei refer to Kang Zhuang as young master, Li Miaodong looked at him in surprise. You are her young master? Who exactly are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is why you cried. Please do share. I am brimming with curiosity. Were you perhaps jilted? Do you wish for me to avenge you? Kang Zhuang was always one to act according to his whims, and the sight of Li Miaodong weeping had piqued his curiosity immensely. He yearned to uncover the truth. You're truly a scoundrel. Why must you pry into my affairs? Li Miaodong felt her sorrow utterly dismantled by Kang Zhuang's uncouth demeanor. She had never encountered a man so brazen, deriving amusement from another's anguish. Oh, we are acquaintances now. I could assist you. Do share your tale. Kang Zhuang, like a curious child, insisted that Li Miaodong reveal what had transpired. Eventually, Li Miaodong, overwhelmed by his persistence, recounted her experience of being deceived by a scoundrel. Upon hearing her tale, Kang Zhuang could not suppress his laughter. You foolish girl. During my time in Yanjing, I must have broken the hearts of countless women each month. None wept as pathetically as you do. You have truly disappointed me. At that moment, Li Miaodong felt as if her heart might shatter. She clenched her fists, yearning to strike this insufferable man before her. This scoundrel was indeed a quintessential straight man, and if he had nothing meaningful to say, he ought to remain silent. Recalling Kang Zhuang's mysterious identity, she held back her frustration. Scoundrel, did you not promise to help me deal with that cad? Go on then. The owner of the Chuamiao skincare company on the 3rd floor, Shun Xiaochuan, is indeed a scoundrel. Please, do me the favor of teaching him a harsh lesson. Is it not this very company that is seeking to be acquired? Kang Zhuang glanced at Song Lingfei, who nodded in affirmation. It is indeed this company. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Kang Zhuang turned to Li Miaodong and said, My dear, it seems rather unfortunate, but we are here to acquire this company. Based on your account, the firm is thriving under your diligent management, while Shin Xiaochuan has merely deceived you into being a free laborer. Li Miaodong was taken aback. What a coincidence! Just this noon, I was fuming over which rogue intended to acquire our company, only to discover it's you, Kang Zhuang. Yet, That scoundrel remains a complete rogue, a true villain. She cast a resentful glance at Kang Zhuang, declaring that all men are indeed scoundrels. At that moment, Song Lingfei handed Kang Zhuang a peeled sunflower seed. Young master, enjoy a snack. Delicious. Lingfei, you prepare the best sunflower seeds, he replied, as long as you like them. Now, let us proceed to acquire the scoundrel's company and entrust its management to Sister Miaodong. What do you think? Kang Zhuang paused, finding Song Lingfei's proposal quite astute. Entrusting Li Miaodong with the management of the skincare company would eliminate the need to search for someone else. Li Miaodong was equally astonished. Sister Lingfei, do you truly believe in me? Of course. I have conducted my research on you. The intention was always to have you continue as the general manager. I merely did not anticipate your acquaintance with the young master. At that moment, Song Lingfei exuded an aura of authority that made Li Miaodong hesitant to meet her gaze. Sister Lingfei, thank you. I accept your offer. Li Miaodong felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting with the company, for she had invested immense effort to elevate it to its current standing. Chuan Miao Skincare Company is now valued at over 50 million, a testament to Li Miaodong's relentless toil, only to realize that she had been deceived by Shen Xiaochuan for 3 years, serving as an unwitting laborer all along. Sister Lingfei, please help me seek vengeance. I want that scoundrel to lose everything. He owes a high-interest loan, and if he fails to repay this afternoon, the loan shark will break both his legs tonight. What does that mean? Kang Zhuang thought, sensing that Li Miaodong was rather ruthless, clearly intending for Song Lingfei to negotiate a lower price. Truly, it is often said that only women and villains are difficult to manage. Beep. Detection of host friend being harmed by a scoundrel. Task issued. Acquire Chuamiao Skincare Company. Task reward. Constitution 20. Task failure. 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang's eyes lit up. This task was indeed worthwhile. They had planned to finalize the acquisition at 2 o'clock. To negotiate a lower price, Song Lingfei was currently engrossed in conversation with Li Miaodong in the lobby. Kang Zhuang was taken aback, for Song Lingfei was an intelligent robot, yet she seemed to be engaging rather animatedly with Li Miaodong. Hey Lingfei, do not forget your identity. What exactly are you doing? Kang Zhuang internally lamented, and it was not only him. In the office on the 3rd floor, Shen Xiaochuan was gradually growing anxious. Where are the representatives from Zhuangfei Investment Company? Were they not scheduled to discuss the acquisition at 2 o'clock? As the clock ticked past 3, Shen Xiaochuan grew increasingly anxious, pondering the imminent arrival of loan sharks who threatened to harm him that evening. Unable to contain his apprehension, he finally dialed a number. Hello, President Song. Weren't we scheduled to meet at 2 this afternoon to discuss the acquisition? Where are you? He inquired, a hint of desperation in his voice. I must emphasize that our company holds great potential. Acquiring us would be a lucrative opportunity for you. Many are vying for the chance to purchase our firm. So, please, could you be more mindful of time? Despite his bravado, he was painfully aware that the company's prospects hinged largely on Li Miaodong's presence. Without her, the company was significantly diminished. President Shen, upon reflection, your offer of 40 million is excessive. Following the acquisition, we would have limited capital for further investment. So I must regretfully decline the acquisition. Song Lingfei responded coolly. Panic surged through Shen Xiaochuan at her refusal. How could they not proceed with the acquisition? He was drowning in debt and facing dismemberment that very night. Wait, President Song, the price is negotiable. Please present a counteroffer. I'm terribly sorry, but we have just acquired Vita Pharmaceuticals for 150 million this morning. Currently, we have only 10 million available, which falls far short of your asking price. Therefore, I must decline. The revelation of a mere 10 million nearly drove Shen Xiaochuan to the brink of fury. President Song, are you jesting? Our company's valuation exceeds 50 million. You cannot expect to purchase it for 10 million. Such thoughts are ludicrous. I apologize, but we simply cannot afford that amount, she stated, before abruptly ending the call. Enraged, Shen Xiaochuan felt his face flush crimson. Damn it, that wretched woman is pushing me too far. She thinks 10 million is sufficient to buy my company. How preposterous. Despite his discontent with her undervaluation, he quickly sought connections to gather information regarding Vita Pharmaceuticals. When a friend informed him of the acquisition by Zhuangfei Investment Company for $150 million, he felt a surge of indignation. Cursed fate! Why did I set the meeting for the afternoon? Had I known, I would have signed a contract in the morning. His frustration boiled over. The difference between $40 million and $10 million was unbearable, yet the looming threat of loan sharks weighed heavily on his mind. In desperation, he called his sister. The line connected. "Sister, I need help. The loan sharks are after me." "Brother, what is going on? Didn't you say there was interest in your company? What happened?" She replied, concern evident in her tone. "The other party has backed out, and the funds aren't coming through. I urgently need $10 million. Please, ask brother-in-law for assistance." Shun Xiaochuan pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. His sister, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. "You fool! Why borrow from that venomous gang? Don't you realize they're the sworn enemies of the Black Panther gang? Your brother-in-law was robbed of $5 million yesterday, money he had intended for you. Now, he is left with nothing." After hanging up, despair engulfed Shun Xiaochuan. Who could he rely on? What was he to do that night? Upon recalling the quotation from Song Lingfei, Shun Xiaochuan seemed to grasp the last glimmer of hope. The phone rang, its chimes resonating in the air. Song Lingfei smiled at Kang Zhuang and Li Miaodong. "Hello, Mr. Shun. Is there something you need?" "Ms. Song, after some contemplation, I find myself in urgent need of funds. $1 million is acceptable. Please have someone come over immediately to sign a contract. I will transfer the company to you." "All right." After hanging up, Song Lingfei turned to Kang Zhuang. "Young master, look, the bait has been taken. Soon, you should proceed with the acquisition of his company while I converse with Miaodong." Kang Zhuang stood by, momentarily stunned. Is this the treacherous nature of business? How terrifying! He felt that if he were to engage in commerce, he would be left with nothing but the remnants. Fortunately, Song Lingfei was there to assist him. "Lingfei, you are truly remarkable. In matters of business, I yield to no one but you. Thank you for the compliment. Young master, please maintain a cordial demeanor and ensure the contract is signed first." Kang Zhuang nodded. He was confident he could manage this matter. Chapter 22. Lessons from a scoundrel. Kang Zhuang waited for half an hour before leisurely making his way upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, he noticed a young man pacing by the door. "Hello, I'm a representative of Zhuangfei Investment Company, Limited. Finally, someone has arrived. I am Shun Xiaochuan, the owner of Chuamiao Skincare Company, Limited. Please follow me." Shun Xiaochuan looked at Kang Zhuang with palpable excitement. His arrival signified that the funds he desperately needed were on their way. As for the pressing issue of severe losses, Shun Xiaochuan could scarcely afford to dwell on it. The threats from high-interest lenders loomed ominously over him, and if fate granted him another chance, he vowed to steer clear of gambling and usury. "Sir, here is the contract. Once the $10 million is transferred, my company will belong to you." Kang Zhuang perused the contract with meticulous attention, time slipping away as Shun Xiaochuan's anxiety mounted. With 5 o'clock approaching, the final deadline from the loan sharks drew near. "Sir, could you please expedite this? Our company is thriving. Once you acquire it, you will not incur any losses." Kang Zhuang observed Shun Xiaochuan's urgency with a hint of disdain. "You've deceived Miaodong for 3 years. That foolish woman was far too gullible." After a moment of lingering hesitation, Kang Zhuang ultimately signed the contract under Shun Xiaochuan's pleading gaze. Ding! "Congratulations, host. Task completed. Constitution va." Kang Zhuang felt a surge of joy. His constitution now stood at 182, surpassing Hu by a slight margin. He promptly transferred the $10 million to Shun Xiaochuan, who felt an overwhelming sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. At that moment, Shun Xiaochuan's phone rang. "Hello, you little brat. When will you repay the money you owe us? Don't think that just because your brother-in-law is a major player in the Black Panther gang, you can evade your debts." Lu Motzi, shut your mouth. It's just $10 million. I'll send it to you right away. You paupers, stop pestering me, as if you've never seen money before. I'll pay you soon." Without waiting for a response, Shun Xiaochuan abruptly hung up. With newfound funds, he spoke with newfound bravado and immediately transferred the $10 million. Kang Zhuang observed Shun Xiaochuan's smugness, feeling a pang of sorrow for for Li Miaodong, who had wasted 3 years of her life on such a scoundrel, even offering her labor for free. Foolish woman. Kang Zhuang mentally labeled Li Miaodong, realizing why it was said that a woman's intelligence dwindles in love. Shen Xiaochuan was a master of deception. Downstairs, a group of people rushed in, heading straight for the 3rd floor. Li Miaodong looked at Song Lingfei with apprehension. Sister Lingfei, those people do not appear to be harmless. Should we inform Kang Zhuang to come down quickly? Fear not. They are not here to trouble the young master. Perhaps soon there will be a surprise for you, Song Lingfei replied, recognizing the individuals disembarking from a van emblazoned with low-interest loan advertisements. On the 3rd floor, at Chuamiao Skincare Company, Limited, Shen Xiaochuan was still reveling in his narrow escape when suddenly a group of people burst in. What? Why are you back? I've already returned your money, Shen Xiaochuan exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. Hadn't the debt been settled? Boss Shen, I apologize. Your debt has been repaid. However, just moments ago, the chief called and insisted on teaching you a proper lesson. After all, who prompted you to insult him over the phone? The chief is quite displeased and has dispatched us to give you a thorough workout. He specifically instructed us to teach you a lesson. A group of individuals began to encircle Shen Xiaochuan, who, in a panic, attempted to flee. Bang, bang, bang. Stop. Please stop. Shen Xiaochuan was mercilessly besieged, his cries echoing throughout the room. Kang Zhuang stood by, silently relishing the spectacle as a mere onlooker, thoroughly entertained. Hey, what are you staring at? Who are you? One of the ruffians noticed Kang Zhuang lurking in the corner and promptly interrogated him. Big brother, I'm just here to discuss business. I have no connection to him. Oh, there's no business to be discussed here. This guy borrowed money from our company and took an entire month to repay it. Utterly unreliable. You'd best leave and not get involved with him. The thug took the opportunity to slander Shen Xiaochuan, to which Kang Zhuang nodded in agreement. All right, big brother, I'll take my leave. With that, Kang Zhuang swiftly departed. Seeing Kang Zhuang abandon him after acquiring his company sent Shen Xiaochuan into a frenzy. Hey, call the police. They're all bad people. Hurry, call the police. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang paused, realizing that Shen Xiaochuan was inadvertently putting him in jeopardy. Indeed, the debt collectors have set their sights on Kang Zhuang. Are you going to call the police? One asks. I won't. He has nothing to do with me, Kang Zhuang replies. That's good. Stand in the corner and wait. You can leave only after we finish dealing with him. Kang Zhuang nods and obediently moves to the corner, unwilling to leave as he watches Shen Xiaochuan endure the beating. Witnessing Shen Xiaochuan being brutally beaten, Kang Zhuang couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval, though he possessed the capability to rescue Shen. This despicable scoundrel had previously deceived him. Thus, he felt no remorse for turning a blind eye to Shen's plight. Please stop. Have mercy. Shen Xiaochuan pleaded desperately, his legs nearly shattered from the relentless assault. My brother-in-law is Liu Gang. Spare me, for his sake, or I'll be confined to a wheelchair. The gangsters erupted in mocking laughter. You fool, do you truly believe your losses at the casino were mere coincidence? Precisely because you're Liu Gang's brother-in-law. Who else would we swindle? Beat him for another 10 minutes. The merciless beating resumed until realization dawned upon Shen. Liu Gang was the young master of the Black Panther gang, while these thugs belonged to the rival Viper gang. Desperate, Shen offered another bargaining chip. Wait, there's a woman in my office. Take her, do as you please. Yet when a gangster stormed into the office, it stood empty. Unbeknownst to Shen, his mistress had fled the moment she learned of his bankruptcy, vanishing when Kang Zhuang signed the documents. Damn it, he's toying with us. The enraged thug snarled. Keep beating him. Blood spilled from Shen's mouth as the blows rained down. In a final frantic attempt, he gasped, Wait, I have another woman, Li Miaodong. Surely you know her. How about I bring her back to accompany you all? Spare me, for I shall never dare to scold you again. Shen Xiaochuan uttered Li Miaodong's name, causing Kang Zhuang's gaze to turn ice cold. This scoundrel truly is a cad, attempting to cast aside Miaodong. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Although Kang Zhuang is known as a playboy in Yanjing, he has never allowed his woman to suffer indignities. It is commonplace for him to engage in brawls with the debauched youths of Yanjing over a woman. He has never cast aside a lady as a mere shield. In his heart, Kang Zhuang silently scorned Shen Xiaochuan, this hypocrite who managed to deceive Li Miaodong for 3 years. Truly, Li Miaodong is rather naive. The ruffians ceased their actions, all eyes fixed on Shen Xiaochuan as he made a phone call. Ring, ring, ring. Downstairs, Li Miaodong felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing Shen Xiaochuan's call. This scoundrel sold the company. What more does he seek? Hello, why are you still calling? Miaodong, I am sorry, I have sold the company for 10 million and now I am bankrupt with nothing left. I plan to jump off the building, but before I die, I wish to see you one last time. Upon hearing Shen Xiaochuan's deceitful words, Kang Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. This scoundrel is certainly my match, lying without a hint of hesitation. Downstairs, Li Miaodong instinctively stood up upon learning of Shen Xiaochuan's suicidal intentions. Shen Xiaochuan, do not act foolishly, I will come up immediately. Li Miaodong still held feelings for him, and upon hearing of his impending leap, her earlier sorrow was momentarily forgotten. Sister Ling Fei, Shen Xiaochuan is about to jump. He must have been beaten by lone sharks. I need to check on him. Li Miaodong's imagination ran wild. She believed Shen Xiaochuan, after facing bankruptcy and losing his mistress, had fallen into utter despair, contemplating suicide. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, rushing towards the office on the 3rd floor, with Song Lingfei following at a leisurely pace. Soon, Li Miaodong arrived at the company, only to find that, aside from Shen Xiaochuan, a group of thugs was leering at her with contemptuous eyes. Shen Xiaochuan, who are they? You did not say this over the phone. Li Miaodong, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned from the leering gazes of the ruffians that she had been betrayed by Shen Xiaochuan. Shen Xiaochuan offered no explanation, instead pleading for mercy from the thugs beside him. Big brother, Li Miaodong has arrived. Could you perhaps let me go and call an ambulance for me? Hee. Sure, we'll take your girlfriend. You can make your own way to the hospital. Brothers, today we shall have some real fun and take her back with us. A cacophony of laughter erupted from the group of thugs, their eyes now more brazenly fixed upon Li Miaodong. What do you intend to do? Shen Xiaochuan, you scoundrel. You heartless wretch. How could you betray me? You despicable woman. Were you not supposed to be so conservative? Laozi has not embraced you for 3 years. Now, having so many esteemed gentlemen partake in your company, consider it a privilege. Esteemed gentlemen, feel free to indulge. She remains untouched. At this moment, Shen Xiaochuan's expression is somewhat contorted, resembling that of a deviant. Ding! The system detected Li Miaodong's despair and issued a mission. Rescue Li Miaodong. Confront the scoundrel Shen Xiaochuan and the thugs. Mission reward, 20 to physique. Mission failure, 1 minute of electric shock. In the corner, Kang Zhuang's eyes sparkled. This system treated him quite well. Even without this mission, he intended to save Miaodong. Enough! Stand down! Kang Zhuang shouted, his voice reverberating, instantly intimidating the thugs. Wah, Kang Zhuang, I'm so scared. Li Miaodong's composure shattered, and she clung to Kang Zhuang in desperation. You fool! Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Shen Xiaochuan sneered, clearly deceiving her into coming out so that this group of trash could toy with her. Don't you know to run away? Kang Zhuang seethed with anger. He hadn't even held Miaodong's hand yet, and he couldn't allow her to be bullied by these worthless thugs. Kid, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Otherwise, you'll be leaving on a stretcher. Why waste words? Attack. Retrieve the woman. Understood, big brother. Charge. A swarm of people rushed toward Kang Zhuang, some wielding iron rods, causing Li Miaodong to tremble in fear. Don't panic, sister. Just watch me. Chapter 23. You are also a villain. Kang Zhuang stood in front of Li Miaodong, shielding her from the approaching group of burly thugs. Don't panic, just watch me. He reassured her. Li Miaodong felt a wave of security wash over her as she gazed at Kang Zhuang's back. At that moment, his commanding aura was truly astonishing, albeit fleeting. He shouted towards the figures outside. Ling Fei, take them down. Understood, young master, came a swift reply. Before the thugs could comprehend the situation, a powerful blow struck the back of their necks. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, leaving Li Miaodong and Shen Xiaochuan utterly astonished. Wow, Sister Ling Fei is incredibly formidable. Is she a fairy? So beautiful. Their attention diverged, which perhaps explained their parting ways. seeing the thug sprawled on the floor. A smile crept onto Kang Zhuang's lips. Now, let us see what happens next. You are indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. The system had tasked him with teaching Shun Xiaochuan and his gang a lesson, and Kang Zhuang was ready to commence his mission. With a series of resounding slaps, he began administering punishment to the unconscious thugs, much to Shun Xiaochuan's delight. That's right. Keep it up. Better yet, eliminate them. Shun Xiaochuan inwardly cheered, fervently hoping that Kang Zhuang would finish off the gang. However, Kang Zhuang soon grew bored of targeting mere thugs and shifted his gaze to Shun Xiaochuan. After all, the System-S task had included him as well. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm injured. Don't hit me. With a firm grip on Shun Xiaochuan's collar, Kang Zhuang unleashed a flurry of slaps, the sound echoing around them. It hurts. Don't hit my face. Miaodong, save me. Shun Xiaochuan found himself pinned to the ground, desperately seeking help from Li Miaodong. Yet, this time, she did not show any mercy. Instead, she approached and delivered a kick to one of Shun Xiaochuan's underlings. Bang! Ah, you wretched woman! I will kill you! Shun Xiaochuan felt as if his very essence were being shattered. Rage coursed through him, and his gaze towards Li Miaodong was now filled with murderous intent. Slap! How dare you ignore me? What do you think you're doing, you worthless scoundrel? Kang Zhuang retaliated, sending Shun Xiaochuan flying once more before delivering several more kicks. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Constitution 20. Ding! The host's constitution is now 202, having surpassed the novice phase. Future task difficulties will be doubled. Please prepare yourself mentally. Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. What did a constitution of 202 signify? And why were the tasks now doubled? System, what do you intend to do? Ding! The host shall find out in due course. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Hello, respond. Despite Kang Zhuang's frantic calls to the wayward system in his mind, it remained unresponsive. The scoundrel dared to strike me. I shall remember you well, Kang Zhuang. I will ensure you cannot leave Jiangnan City. Shun Xiaochuan's gaze towards Kang Zhuang was filled with animosity. This scoundrel not only exploited the company's worth, but also took the opportunity to attack me. He is truly a despicable individual. Oh, a cad. I see defiance in your eyes. What is it? As he contemplated revenge, Kang Zhuang could discern from Shun Xiaochuan's demeanor that he was unwilling to accept his fate. Alas, Kang Zhuang relished the sight of others' resentment towards him, knowing they were powerless to act against him. My dear brother, I harbor no intentions, nor do I possess the audacity to do so. You have already acquired my company and dealt me a considerable blow. I implore you, grant me respite. I must seek medical attention. Shun Xiaochuan hastily bowed his head, concealing the animosity bubbling within. Observing Shun Xiaochuan's ability to endure and adapt, a brilliant idea sparked in Kang Zhuang's mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Shun Xiaochuan, is it? Would you care to know why our company has only offered you a mere 10 million? As Shun Xiaochuan raised his head to gaze at Kang Zhuang, he too yearned for an answer. Just yesterday, they had agreed upon a sum of 40 million. Yet now, like vultures capitalizing on misfortune, he was being offered a mere 10 million for the acquisition of his company. Kang Zhuang chuckled, drawing Li Miaodong into his embrace. Indeed, it was Miss Miaodong who informed me, he said with a sly grin. She mentioned that you had taken out a usurious loan, and if you did not repay it by 5 o'clock this afternoon, you would find yourself with broken legs. Thus, I seized the opportunity to take advantage of your predicament. Ha ha ha. You truly are desperate in your plight. Tell me, are you not exceedingly vexed? The treachery of these vile individuals has plunged me into despair. You wretched woman, you truly are despicable. I yearn to end your existence. Shun Xiaochuan's world crumbled as he realized that all his misfortunes stemmed from Li Miaodong's actions. At this moment, he harbored an overwhelming desire to eliminate her. No, it is not as such. You were the one who betrayed me first. I'm not that kind of person, lamented Li Miaodong, her own sanity teetering on the brink. Kang Zhuang, that scoundrel, had the audacity to speak such words, casting her in the role of a deceitful temptress. Kang Zhuang's villainous persona was firmly established. He was the epitome of a rogue, while Shun Xiaochuan was merely a hypocritical gentleman. In this confrontation between the true villain and the false gentleman, it was indeed the true villain who emerged victorious. Haha, Shen Xiaochuan, are you enraged? How delightful. Allow me to impart one more piece of news. From now on, I shall entrust the company to Miaodong, who will continue as its general manager, while you, merely a failure, shall no longer grace this place with your presence. Tomorrow, do not return. There is no longer a place for you here. With that, Kang Zhuang wrapped his arm around Li Miaodong's slender waist and strode out. After the display of arrogance, it was time to depart. As for the ensuing matters, Song Lingfei had already made the necessary arrangements. Shortly after their exit, 3 ambulances arrived to transport the injured away. Outside, Li Miaodong regained her composure, gazing incredulously at Kang Zhuang. So, it turns out you're a villain too. Haha, Miaodong, did I ever claim to be a good person? Kang Zhuang chuckled slyly, his demeanor prompting Li Miaodong to retreat behind Song Lingfei for protection. Alas, do not evade me. I, the young master, have always pursued ladies with the utmost candor, never resorting to coercion. Upon seeing Li Miaodong regarding him with the wariness reserved for a thief, he hastily clarified, Sister Lingfei, is he truly such a person? Indeed, the young master is a good man. Song Lingfei interjected, her words providing some solace to Li Miaodong. However, the notion of being labeled a good man left Kang Zhuang somewhat discontented, as he cast a gloomy glance towards Song Lingfei. Lingfei, I detest it when girls bestow upon me the good man card. Henceforth, do not refer to me as such. I am, after all, the most notorious scion of Yanjing. Kang Zhuang boasted, puffing himself up with self-importance, while Song Lingfei merely stifled a giggle. Yes, the young master is indeed the most notorious scion, the most formidable of all. However, her words did little to lift Kang Zhuang's spirits. Are you amusing a child? He retorted. Never mind. I shan't engage in this conversation further. I am famished. Find me a place to dine. Of course, young master, Li Miaodong replied as she stepped forward. You two go ahead and eat. So much has transpired today. I need to return and reflect. Li Miaodong sought to depart, but Kang Zhuang would not acquiesce to such an impudent request. No, I am your employer. Your current duty is to accompany us for a meal. What? I have yet to agree to work for you. How can you be so domineering? Li Miaodong felt displeased. Kang Zhuang's manner was excessively overbearing, lacking the gentle demeanor he had exhibited during their earlier banter on the train. With a raised brow and a gaze brimming with intensity, Kang Zhuang stated, Miaodong, let me be candid. I have taken a liking to you. Henceforth, I shall entrust you with a skincare company, offering a monthly salary of 100,000, with a separate year-end bonus. How does such a proposition strike you? Li Miaodong felt a chill of fear at his penetrating stare, wondering why he regarded her in such a predatory manner. No, Irafuza. I wish to go home. She instinctively retreated behind Song Lingfei, feeling apprehensive of Kang Zhuang. By heavens, my temper, you compel me to unleash my ultimate move. Lingfei, what do Miaodong's parents do for a living? Young master, her parents manage a portion of the Kang Group's business in Yanjing. Song Lingfei quickly researched, prompting a slight smile from Kang Zhuang. Miaodong, did you hear that? It pertains to the Kang Group's operations. Should you decline my request, do you believe I wouldn't have the power to render your parents bankrupt in an instant? You scoundrel, why must you treat me thus? Li Miaodong's spirit fractured under the weight of his malice, feeling as though a demon clung to her relentlessly. Who can deny our fateful connection? Just one question. Will you agree to assist me? With tears welling in her eyes, Li Miaodong surrendered. I concede, do as you wish. Observing her helpless demeanor, Kang Zhuang playfully delivered a light tap to her head. Thump. Ouch. Li Miaodong gingerly touched her forehead, her eyes wide with disbelief. What is it that you intend to do now? Bah, that statement should be mine to proclaim. Or were you just contemplating? I, the esteemed young master, have taken a liking to your person solely to have you toil for me. Surely, you do not suspect any ulterior motives on my part? At this moment, Kang Zhuang adopted a serious demeanor, as if he were not the one who had just teased the innocent lamb. Is it not your infatuation with my beauty? Li Miaodong regarded Kang Zhuang with a hint of disbelief, her confidence in her physique and appearance unwavering. Buffed. You possess neither ample bosom nor shapely dairy. How could you possibly compare to my dear Ling Fei? My dear girl, do not indulge in such narcissism. I merely wish for you to work for me. Kang Zhuang scrutinized Li Miaodong with a mocking gaze, activating his sarcasm mode. Upon hearing this, Li Miaodong was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that I have misjudged him? Is he truly a good person? Observing her dazed expression, Kang Zhuang could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha! Ling Fei, remember her current state. We shall humorously tease her about it later. Understood, young master, responded Song Ling Fei, sharing a tacit understanding with Kang Zhuang as they continued forward, leaving Li Miaodong in a state of bewilderment. Hey, why are you still standing there? Come join us for a meal, Kang Zhuang called back after walking a short distance. Upon seeing his gentle smile, Li Miaodong felt her earlier frustration dissipate. Young Master Kang, you're truly a good person. Whoa, no issuing good person cards. Very well, young Master Kang. You are indeed a splendid person. Li Miaodong, this is not over between us. Halt at once. As Kang Zhuang and Li Miaodong bantered, their playful bickering enlivened the street, eliciting a faint smile from Song Ling Fei, who trailed behind. You are truly wonderful, young master. Chapter 24. You made me pay in the dimly lit hospital room. Wrapped in bandages, Shun Xiaochuan lay on his bed. Beside him, a weeping woman tended to him. Brother, how have you come to this? Who could be so heartless as to beat you to this state? Tell me, I want their entire family to suffer. Shun Minmin cried inconsolably, and, at that moment, Shun Xiaochuan opened his eyes. Sister, help me take revenge. I want that pair of scoundrels dead. Have my brother-in-law kill them. Shun Xiaochuan's weak voice ignited a fire within Shun Minmin. Brother, what happened? What scoundrels? Weren't you beaten by Lu Mozi's gang? Sister, they're involved too. But right now, the ones I want dead are those scoundrels. They deceived me out of my company. Woo-woo, sister, you must help me take revenge. As he spoke, tears streamed down the face of this grown man, revealing the depths of his grievance. At that moment, Lu Gang entered the room and, upon seeing both Shun Minmin and Shun Xiaochuan in tears, his brow furrowed. What are you crying about? Xiaochuan, the one sent by Lu Mozi to beat, you have already been fed to the fish in the river. You can rest easy. Brother-in-law, there is still one bastard left. No, a pair of scoundrels. They swindle my company out of 10 million. You must help me take revenge. Shun Xiaochuan's thoughts turned to Kang Zhuang and Li Miaodong, and his desire to see them dead grew stronger. Who is it in Jiangnan City who dares to deceive your company? Do they not regard me at all? Lu Gang's mood had been sour lately, having been humiliated by the worthless Kang Zhuang twice. Now, hearing that someone dared to deceive Shun Xiaochuan, he felt his blood boil. Brother-in-law, that pair of scoundrels are Kang Zhuang and Li Miaodong. That wretched woman, Li Miaodong, revealed my debts to Kang Zhuang, and as a result, I was ruthlessly undercut. My company worth 50 million was swindled for just 10 million. Shun Xiaochuan recounted the events, but upon hearing the name Kang Zhuang, both Lu Gang and Shun Minmin's expressions changed. Brother, is the Kang Zhuang you mentioned tall and thin, around your age, with a rather detestable appearance? Sister, do you know him? Shun Xiaochuan looked at his sister, perplexed, as Lu Gang pulled out a photo from his phone to show Shun Xiaochuan. Is this him? Yes, that's him. Brother-in-law, you must help me kill him. Shun Xiaochuan glared fiercely at the photo, recognizing Kang Zhuang even if he turned to ashes. Ah, Ville, darling, that bastard Kang Zhuang has enmity with us, doesn't he? Now he has even beaten my brother to hospitalization. We cannot let him off the hook. Upon learning that Kang Zhuang was the true culprit, Shun Minmin could no longer contain her fury. This scoundrel had assaulted Lu Gang, herself, and now her brother as well. This scoundrel was their sworn enemy, and vengeance was a must. Lu Gang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He could no longer wait. A gentleman avenges his wrongs after a decade. A villain seeks revenge immediately. Lu Gang considered himself a rogue and had no intention of waiting for retribution. Wait here. I shall now seek out the whereabouts of that scoundrel. While he is out, I will seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Lu Gang declared to the two individuals before turning to exit. As Lu Gang departed, Shun Xiaochuan felt a nagging sensation in his mind. as if he had forgotten something vital, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Brother, do rest well. I shall follow your brother-in-law closely, ensuring I witness him dismantle that cad. Shun Minmin hastily left the hospital room. A sense of unease stirred within Shun Xiaochuan, yet he was unable to discern the source of his discomfort. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang and Li Miaodong were dining at a restaurant, while Song Lingfei excused herself from their private room. Where has Sister Lingfei gone? Why hasn't she returned? Li Miaodong felt a twinge of anxiety. She was apprehensive about being alone with Kang Zhuang, for the atmosphere seemed to have shifted awkwardly. Oh, are you afraid I might consume you? Yes, you. My interest lies solely in your capabilities. Yes, indeed, your abilities alone. You shall become my esteemed assistant alongside Ling Fei. Kang Zhuang boasted, almost stumbling over his words. Yet he managed to correct himself just in time. Are you truly the young master of the Kang family from Yanjing? You seem quite different from those other second-generation heirs, Li Miaodong remarked, having encountered many privileged offspring, yet none displayed the same frivolity as Kang Zhuang. Kang Zhuang, with an air of arrogance, replied, I have never trodden the conventional path. In Yanjing, I have competed for women, engaged in brawls, and indulged in frivolity with those affluent rascals. I have grown weary of such antics. Thus I have come to Jiangnan City to embark on a new venture and explore a different life. Am I not remarkable? Hearing Kang Zhuang's self-aggrandizement, Li Miaodong, who was privy to the truth, nearly found herself believing him. You must have been cast out by the Kang family. For Sister Lingfei has shared your story with me. She mentioned you were expelled from your home and must achieve success in business to return. Kang Zhuang felt a pang of frustration. Why had Song Lingfei disclosed so much to Li Miaodong? And what of it? What do you intend to do, woman? He retorted, feeling at ease in Li Miaodong's presence. Perhaps this was destiny at play. In her company, he saw no need to maintain a facade. He was a playboy, a rebellious young master, and with no pursuit of Li Miaodong, there was no reason to disguise himself. You're quite the rogue. You seek my assistance in managing your company while threatening my parents to gain my compliance. How utterly despicable, you villain. Li Miaodong recalled an earlier incident outside the company, her discontent simmering within. Kang Zhuang chuckled. He had engaged in such solicitations before, yet with Li Miaodong, he felt no need to grovel. In a world teeming with talent, he, a scion of the Kang family, would not lower himself to beg a woman. Li Miaodong seemed to perceive Kang Zhuang's thoughts, silently scornful of him. An arrogant man, indeed a quintessential rogue. The two concluded their meal amid an inexplicable atmosphere, at which point Kang Zhuang addressed a waiter. Waiter, the bill please. Hello, sir. Your total is 2,008. Kindly make your payment. Upon receiving the bill, he glanced at it briefly before passing it to Li Miaodong. Here, you settle the bill. What? You expect me to pay? Li Miaodong was taken aback. What did this man mean? Asking a lady to pay was quite lacking in gentlemanly decorum. What are you staring at? I never carry cash when I go out. It's always my subordinates or Ahu who settle the bills. With Ling Fei absent, you're my only option. You scoundrel. You order such expensive dishes without having any money? I misjudged you. Li Miaodong felt a surge of anger towards Kang Zhuang, wishing she could strike him. Scan to pay. Eventually, Li Miaodong settled the bill, while the service staff cast disdainful glances at Kang Zhuang, astonished that such a man could be accompanied by a beautiful woman. It was indeed a travesty. As they exited the restaurant, Song Lingfei approached. Young master, have you two dined well? Yes, I'm quite full. Kang Zhuang, I did not enjoy my meal. I'm filled with frustration. Seeing Song Lingfei return, Li Miaodong inexplicably felt emboldened. Miaodong, what happened? Lingfei, this scoundrel invited me to dinner, but didn't bring any money. I ended up paying the bill. He is utterly despicable. Recalling the earlier scene, Li Miaodong's heart simmered with indignation. Song Lingfei shot a surprised glance at Kang Zhuang, silently inquiring for an explanation. Kang Zhuang shrugged and recounted the circumstances. Both of my bank cards are with you, and my phone ran out of battery. Surely, you don't expect me to conjure cash out of thin air. That would land me in jail. I apologize, young master. It was my oversight. I assure you it won't happen again. Song Lingfei's apology left Li Miaodong astonished. Lingfei, have you done anything wrong? Why apologize to this scoundrel? You are indulging him too much. Li Miaodong suspected that Song Lingfei must have some compromising leverage over Kang Zhuang. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so submissive. Come now, Miaodong. Are you still upset? I already mentioned I'd provide you with a monthly salary of 100,000, with additional bonuses at year-end. Isn't treating the boss to a meal a reasonable request? Kang Zhuang wished to prevent any discord between them and shifted the conversation to company remuneration. Upon hearing this, Li Miaodong felt somewhat mollified. You said it yourself, 100,000 a month. If the year-end bonus isn't over $1 million, I shall hold you accountable. Li Miaodong mentioned the $1 million bonus, which elicited a chuckle from Kang Zhuang. $1 million as a year-end bonus was trivial. His company was destined to become a colossal entity. Monthly revenues would surpass 100 billion. Li Miaodong's ambitions seemed rather modest. Miaodong, let me give you another chance to discuss the year-end bonus. Think bigger. Young people should have aspirations. What do you know, you fool? This concerns our business revenues. Do you understand what $1 million year-end bonus signifies? It implies annual revenues exceeding 1 billion. Li Miaodong looked at Kang Zhuang with pride, confident in the promising prospects of his company's future. Song Lingfei briefly outlined the situation of Zhuangfei Investment Company, Limited. The main product, a whitening repair serum, is ready with its formula, factory, and production line all in place. They are merely awaiting the completion of the factory renovations and personnel recruitment to commence their ambitious endeavors. Kang Zhuang could not help but chuckle, realizing that Li Miaodong's ambitions fell slightly short. Indeed, the company would ultimately rely on Song Lingfei. Li Miaodong was merely fit to serve as a general manager, while Song Lingfei was the true steward of his burgeoning commercial empire. The colossal conglomerate was set to unfurl its sails from this moment onward. Eventually, Kang Zhuang acquiesced to Li Miaodong's proposal of $1 million year-end bonus, albeit with a caveat. Sister, do not regret this decision later. If the company profits, I shall only grant you a few million as your year-end bonus. You scoundrel. Do not presume that business is so easily conducted. Should we incur losses, I expect you to compensate me for my year-end bonus. The two engaged in a playful banter, devoid of the amiable atmosphere characteristic of their earlier train conversation. As the trio walked down the street, they gradually noticed the dwindling number of passers-by. Li Miaodong sensed something amiss. Sister Lingfei, Kang Zhuang, don't you think there are fewer people around? We should leave this place. Young master, be cautious. Many individuals armed with weapons are encroaching upon us. It was only then that Kang Zhuang noticed the growing crowd in the distance, alarm coursing through him. How is it that I was the last to notice the predicament? Chapter 5, Lu Gong is revenge Lu Gong, accompanied by his Gong. Approached with a formidable force of over 100 men, resolute in his belief that Kang Zhuang could not possibly prevail against such numbers. Quick, retreat into the alley. Kang Zhuang observed the presence of many ordinary citizens nearby and realized he could not allow Song Lingfei's skills to be exposed in broad daylight. He swiftly led the two women into a secluded alley. Ha ha! Foolish fool, running into an alley. Men, surround them from both sides. Two factions of Lu Gang's men swiftly flanked the trio, and before long, Kang Zhuang and the two women found themselves encircled. Ha ha, kid. Let's see how you escape this time. In Jiangnan, no one who has crossed me has lived to tell the tale. Lu Gang sauntered forward, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding arrogance and swagger. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to be assaulted. Mission issued. Publicly humiliate Lu Gang. Mission reward. 20 to Constitution. Mission failure. 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang cursed inwardly, then began to voice his grievances to the system. System, can you not be so unreliable? I'm on the verge of being killed here. Could you provide me with some advanced weaponry so I can retaliate? Ding. This system does not dispense rewards casually. All must be reasonable and lawful. Kang Zhuang was thoroughly displeased. What do you mean by reasonable and lawful? Your very existence is anything but. Consider yourself fortunate, system. If I perish, you shall accompany me in demise. Ding! This system will not perish. Upon the host's death, it will automatically disengage and seek a new host. Damn, system, you're truly something. Kang Zhuang was about to unleash another curse, but quickly reconsidered. remembering the impending electric shock punishment. Ding! Please, host, persevere. I hope you can overcome this challenge. With that, the flamboyant system fell silent, ignoring Kang Zhuang's calls for assistance. Lu Gang observed his men forming an impenetrable barrier around the area, swaggering towards Kang Zhuang. Now kneel and beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I shall spare your life. At that moment, Lu Gang's gaze fell upon Song Lingfei and Li Miaodong by Kang Zhuang's side, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. Ah, two exquisite beauties. I shall have my fun with them, while you can only watch. Lu Gang's wicked grin revealed his unsavory thoughts, igniting Kang Zhuang's temper. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? He struck Lu Gang squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Puffed. Lu Gang coughed up blood, his dinner nearly expelled by the force of Kang Zhuang's punch, whose constitution had now reached an impressive 202. You dare strike me? Kill him. Lu Gang's eyes glinted with fury as he commanded his men, but before they could advance, Kang Zhuang seized Lu Gang by the throat, bellowing, "Everyone stand down. If anyone dares to approach, I will snap his neck. Let us see who wishes to bring about his demise." Cough, cough, cough. Let go of me. Let go. Lu Gang gasped, struggling against the grip tightening around his throat. Not a single soul among the 100-strong crowd dared to charge forward. At this moment, rushing in recklessly, if Lu Gang were to perish, Lu Bao would undoubtedly slaughter their entire families in vengeance for his son. None were willing to gamble with such stakes. Help! Someone save me. He wouldn't dare kill. Lu Gang was seething with frustration at his subordinate's cowardice, refusing to believe Kang Zhuang possessed the audacity to end his life. Yet his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. No one dared wager on that uncertainty, for should Kang Zhuang accidentally snap Lu Gang's neck in the struggle, they too would face annihilation alongside him. Cease this at once. Release our young master, or the three of you shall perish. One of the young men stepped forward. This was Lu Bao's subordinate, sent to protect Lu Gang. Little did he expect Lu Gang to foolishly deliver himself into the enemy's hands. Now, with Kang Zhuang gripping his throat, who could possibly save him? Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Dao, save me. Do not fret, young master. I shall rescue you at once. Xiao Dao reassured Lu Gang while devising a strategy to negotiate with Kang Zhuang. Slap, slap, slap. So Lu Gang is it? Truly, the scar fades, yet the pain is forgotten. Did I not warn you? If you sought trouble with me again, you ought to have brought 10 million. Have you brought sufficient funds today? Kang Zhuang delivered 3 sharp slaps across Lu Gang's face, his voice dripping with menace. Lu Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. This wretched scoundrel still sought to extort money from him, even now. I have nothing left. You've already robbed me of every coin. Lu Gang glared venomously at Kang Zhuang, his mind consumed by the singular thought of ending this villain's life. No money? How dare you confront me without any means? Are you simply bored? With a swift motion, 3 resounding slaps echoed through the air, leaving Lu Gang utterly bewildered. Why am I being struck once more? What is the purpose of this assault? Lu Gang's face had swollen significantly. What was already inflamed now appeared even more so. Oh, my apologies, I acted on impulse. Seeing you makes me want to slap you a few times. Damn it, Xiao Dao, eliminate him, do not mind me. Lu Gang could no longer contain his furious temperament, and upon hearing this, Xiao Dao charged forward in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Dao was sent flying by a kick. Indeed, it was Song Lingfei who intervened, propelling him through the air with her foot. Xiao Dao collided with a dozen individuals before regaining his balance. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood, having been caught off guard by the force of the kick. Now, he gazed at Song Lingfei with a look of sheer terror. Young master, this individual is a martial artist. Upon witnessing Xiao Dao withstand her kick without losing consciousness, Song Lingfei performed a brief inquiry into his background and comprehended his true identity. A martial artist? A mere small gang can actually possess martial artists? The Black Panther gang possesses remarkable potential. As the esteemed scion of the Kang family, Kang Zhuang has encountered numerous martial artists in Yanjing. However, he never anticipated that a scoundrel like Lu Gang could command a martial artist as a thug. Martial artists transcend the realm of ordinary individuals. The ancient masters of the martial world were all martial artists. They are classified into various levels: Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, Xiantian, and Shunjing. Within the prominent families of Yinjing, martial artists are prevalent. For instance, the Kang family boasts 5 formidable Huajin martial artists in their ranks. Thus, a first-class family is formed, and other families are somewhat similar. It is said that the top families also possess innate masters, while only the hidden families are worthy of having transcendent experts. Kang Zhuang, as the dandy young master of Yinjing, has only a retired soldier, as his bodyguard, who is still some way from being a Mingjing warrior. Where would Lu Gang, this rogue, find warriors as henchmen? It seems he is quite loyal. Hey, Lu Gang, where did this person come from? You actually have warriors as henchmen. Your family must be quite impressive. Kang Zhuang was intrigued. He had always believed Lu Gang to be merely a young master of an underground force, never expecting the presence of a warrior. Kang Zhuang, are you afraid? You are nothing but a discarded young master expelled from the Kang family. Release me, or I shall ensure your demise without a grave tonight. Upon recognizing the warrior identity of Xiao Dao, Lu Gang felt emboldened. Shut up and be quiet. Answer my questions without any nonsense. Kang Zhuang did not indulge Lu Gang, striking him once more. At that moment, Lu Gang's heart nearly shattered. A warrior. Xiao Dao is indeed a warrior. And how could Kang Zhuang not fear such a formidable opponent? Do you not understand the terror of a warrior? Do not think your woman is formidable for being able to kick Xiao Dao. He has a master, Elder Han, who will eliminate you. Lu Gang began to feel a tinge of fear towards Kang Zhuang. This reckless young man truly feared nothing. Upon hearing that the Black Panther gang also had warriors, Kang Zhuang understood why they could be one of the 2 major forces in Jiangnan City, the other being the Snake Gang. It seemed Jiangnan City was not as tranquil as it appeared. An underground force with warriors could pose some considerable trouble. Reflecting on the unfinished system prompt, Kang Zhuang felt somewhat vexed. Wasn't he supposed to publicly slap Lu Gang's face? He had done that, hadn't he? Noticing the throng in the alley, he wondered if anyone had missed him slapping Lu Gang. Hey, have your men step back from the alley and allow us to leave. Kang Zhuang devised a plan, wishing for his enemies to stand aside for a clearer view. Everyone step aside, let them go. Lu Gang was powerless, his life held in Kang Zhuang's grasp, and unable to Besong Ling Fei. He could only concede. If heaven granted him a second chance, Lu Gang would never be so foolish as to stand before Kang Zhuang and act arrogant. He would command that Kang Zhuang be executed on the spot, chopped into bits, and fed to the fish in the sea. As Kang Zhuang and his companions exited the alley, the 2 factions were distinctly separated. Release my young master. Xiao Dao, stabilizing his injuries, looked coldly at Kang Zhuang. At that moment, Kang Zhuang was no longer afraid, seeing over 100 people gazing at him. A smile crept across his face. Everyone, allow me to present a performance. The face-slapping madman is on stage. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kang Zhuang struck Lu Gang's face once more. Slap, slap, slap. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Physique 20, current physique 222. A warm sensation surged through Kang Zhuang's body, and he felt utterly refreshed. Cease your blows. I concede. Dear brother, spare my life. Lu Gang observed the utterly content expression on Kang Zhuang's face, internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Never had he witnessed someone so thoroughly beaten, yet appearing so pleased. This is becoming addictive. Stop. I implore you, release my young master. Kang Zhuang relented, noticing that Lu Gang had succumbed to unconsciousness. The urgency evident in Xiao Dao's demeanor left Kang Zhuang somewhat speechless. This martial artist seemed genuinely concerned for Lu Gang's well-being. Hey Xiao Dao, is it? What level of martial artist are you? What brings you to the Black Panther gang? What are your intentions? I shall not divulge that information, Xiao Dao retorted, eyeing Kang Zhuang warily. He had arrived with unwavering confidence, determined to avenge Lu Gang, but his resolve had since waned. The merciless kick delivered by Song Lingfei had left him so shaken that he dared not make any sudden movements. With a sharp slap, Kang Zhuang struck the unconscious Lu Gang once more, his patience wearing thin as he regarded Xiao Dao. You will answer my questions, or I shall end this fool's life. Does he truly believe that his numbers grant him the upper hand? He foolishly approached me, seeking to act the part of a hero, and thus He is deserving of this fate. Chapter 26. The unfortunate duo. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Xiao Dao was utterly speechless. Why on earth did Lu Gang have to parade his arrogance before Kang Zhuang? The attempt to show off has backfired, resulting in a severe beating that has left one resembling a swine, now unconscious. Well, young Master Kang, we concede defeat this time. I implore you to spare my young master. Slap! Kang Zhuang struck Lu Gang once more, instilling even greater terror among the onlookers. This man before them must be a devil, showing no mercy even to the unconscious. Answer me honestly, what level of martial artist are you? And what level is your master? A formidable warrior. Why would one submit to the Black Panther gang? A few inquiries from Kang Zhuang left Xiao Dao in a quandary, pondering whether to respond. Upon seeing Kang Zhuang raise his hand once more, Xiao Dao hastily replied, "Hold on, I must clarify that I am a Mingjin warrior, and my master is an Anjin warrior. As for why my master remains with the Black Panther gang, I only know that Lu Gang once saved his life. Beyond that, I cannot say." Upon hearing the response, the question arose, is there only the Anjin realm? Kang Zhuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Song Lingfei alone was capable of annihilating the Black Panther gang, so he no longer needed to flee. Very well. Given your forthrightness, I shall spare him this time, he declared with an air of indulgence. However, shouldn't you compensate us for the psychological distress? After all, the three of us were thoroughly intimidated by your 100-strong mob. Damn, the sheer audacity, came the incredulous retort. The crowd wore expressions of dismay. Kang Zhuang's shamelessness knew no bounds. How could he dare to bring up the matter of compensation? How could you behave in such a manner? My family's young master has been knocked unconscious by you. Xiao Dao felt a surge of fury within. Kang Zhuang truly lacks decency, having turned our esteemed young master into a grotesque figure, yet still demanding money from him. I don't care. If you don't pay up, believe me, I'll keep beating him. Kang Zhuang wore a shameless expression that gave the people opposite him an illusion. Damn it, who's the real hoodlum here? This bastard seems even more professional than them. Very well, here is 1 million. Please accept it, young Master Kang. Xiao Dao produced a bank card and handed it to Kang Zhuang, who, without hesitation, passed it to Song Lingfei. Lingfei, transfer the funds and verify the balance. Understood, young master. Song Lingfei retrieved a POS machine from her handbag and swiftly completed the transaction. Young master, the transfer is complete. Good heavens, carrying a POS machine on hand. Are these two demons in human form? Xiao Dao inwardly realized he had underestimated Kang Zhuang's shamelessness. The man actually had people carry POS machines around. How thoroughly practiced was this operation? Did one not rob numerous individuals prior to this? In Xiao Dao's mind, a multitude of vivid images played out, all depicting Kang Zhuang's past exploits of robbing others. Come, I shall grant you a favor, and Lu Gang has done the same. Remember this. Inform your young master that should he trouble me again, he ought to bring more money. This time, I shall let you off, Kang Zhuang declared as he tossed Lu Gang to Xiao Dao, not neglecting to issue a menacing threat. Such a blatant intimidation made Xiao Dao yearn for the 100-strong entourage behind him to surge forward in a united front. However, he dared not retaliate. Song Lingfei delivered a swift kick, sending him flying, clearly showcasing her prowess as a formidable opponent, rendering the 100 onlookers insignificant. Young Master Kang, the mountains may not shift, but the water shall flow. We shall meet again, Xiao Dao hissed through gritted teeth, his demeanor unmistakably defiant. Kang Zhuang shrugged nonchalantly, uttering a remark that sent Xiao Dao into a frenzy. Oh, you're dissatisfied, are you? Heh, I revel in your inability to confront me despite your disdain. Farewell. With an air of arrogance, Kang Zhuang strode away, accompanied by 2 beautiful women towards the bustling street. I am filled with resentment. Why must it be this way? Xiao Dao lamented, regretting not having restrained Lu Gang initially. Had he known, he would have prevented Lu Gang from flaunting before Kang Zhuang and instead opted for a direct confrontation. Even if Song Lingfei were to be at her strongest, she would scarcely be able to shield Kang Zhuang from harm in that moment. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. As the crowd stood in shock, Kang Zhuang engaged in a heated argument ahead, striking a woman with a resounding slap. Shut your mouth, or I shall end you for insulting me, Kang Zhuang declared, snapping Xiao Dao and his companions back to reality, revealing that the assaulted woman was none other than Lu Gang's girlfriend. Ah, come, let's rescue my sister-in-law. Upon seeing Shun Minmin attacked, Xiao Dao swiftly rallied the others to her aid. It turned out that Kang Zhuang, accompanied by Song Lingfei and Li Miaodong, was preparing to depart when they unexpectedly encountered Shun Minmin, who had rushed over. Li Miaodong, feeling somewhat dazed, had not anticipated being surrounded by a throng of people while merely out for a meal. Fortunately, Kang Zhuang managed to lead them away without incident. Upon spotting Shun Minmin, Li Miaodong's emotions became quite intricate. As Shun Xiaochuan's sister, Shun Minmin recognized Li Miaodong as well. Li Miaodong, indeed you are a wretched woman. You have brought my brother to such a state. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Before Li Miaodong could respond, Kang Zhuang delivered another slap. This prompted Xiao Dao to spring into action, hastily approaching. Hey, stop. What do you intend to do? He shouted, demanding Kang Zhuang cease his aggression. Witnessing Xiao Dao rushing towards them, cradling the unconscious Lu Gang, while over 100 individuals loomed ominously behind him, Kang Zhuang remained undeterred. Are you itching for fight? Do you believe that sheer numbers can intimidate me? I have grown accustomed to fear. I'm not boasting when I say that even with double your numbers, I fear you not. Kang Zhuang's commanding presence effectively unnerved his adversaries, as they had previously witnessed his brutality. Young Master Kang, you have gone too far. You struck my young master, and now you assault our sister-in-law. Is this not excessive? Xiao Dao struggled to suppress the urge to eliminate Kang Zhuang, striving to maintain his composure. Kang Zhuang chuckled, gesturing towards the incapacitated Shun Minmin. This woman is your sister-in-law, is she not? She spoke impudently, and I merely sought to cleanse her mouth. No need for gratitude. Goodness, can one be any more shameless? To strike someone and then brazenly spin such lies with a straight face? Xiao Dao's eyes blazed with fury, and had he the strength to overcome Song Lingfei, he would have commanded her to end Kang Zhuang's life right then and there. Kang Xiao, I must admit my sister-in-law was in the wrong, and you have rightly reprimanded her. Shall we take our leave now? Ha ha ha. Let us depart, and do come and visit me again. Kang Zhuang said with great cheer, making it appear to an unknowing observer as though it were merely a friendly exchange. Xiao Dao remained silent, directing his subordinates to escort Lu Gang and Shun Minmin to the hospital. There was no other choice. Lu Gang had been rendered unconscious and required medical examination to ensure no lasting repercussions. Li Miaodong sighed in relief as the group departed. Kang Xiao, what transpired? Do you also have issues with Shun Minmin? Kang Zhuang raised an eyebrow and could not suppress a laugh. It is hardly a conflict. Just the day before yesterday, I dealt Lu Gang and Shun Minmin a sound thrashing, and lo and behold, I found myself doing so again today. In the mere 3 days since my arrival in Jiangnan City, I have struck them both 3 times. Truly, they are most unfortunate. What? Li Miaodong appeared perplexed. What does this mean? You have beaten Shun Xiaochuan's sister and brother-in-law. How unlucky are they to encounter you? The trio traveled in silence, and soon they reached the Lamborghini. Kang Zhuang and Song Lingfei took their seats in the luxurious vehicle. Miaodong, it is rather late. You should return home. Lingfei, and I shall head back now. With that, Kang Zhuang revved the engine of the Lamborghini and sped away. Kang Zhuang, you scoundrel! How could you leave me to return home alone? Li Miaodong fumat, stamping her foot in frustration. Was it not customary for Kang Zhuang to drive her home, allowing Song Lingfei to take a taxi? Had she misjudged his intentions? She had once thought Kang Zhuang sought to pursue her, only to find that he was, in fact, a bounder, whisking away with Song Lingfei and leaving her behind. In a Lamborghini, Song Lingfei regarded Kang Zhuang with curiosity. Young master, according to the information I've gathered, you are known as a notorious playboy. Why then? Do you appear disinterested in Li Miaodong? Song Lingfei's serious demeanor elicited a frown from Kang Zhuang. Lingfei, you are my steward. Do not pry in my personal affairs. The intricacies of human existence are beyond your comprehension. Focus instead on helping me build my commercial empire. Understood, young master, Song Lingfei acquiesced, her previous demeanor returning to a frosty calm, ceasing any further inquiries. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Ahu, who had been in the villa, heard their return and stepped outside. Young master, you have finally returned. Why the delay? Will you take me out with you next time? Ahu pouted, resembling a scorned lover, prompting Kang Zhuang to kick him lightly. Silence. If you continue to behave like a petulant child, I shall send you to Siam for a gender reassignment procedure. Please no, young master. I beg for mercy. Ahu quickly pleaded, for Siam was known as a hub for ladyboys, and he certainly did not wish to become a half-man, half-woman. Very well, rest well. Tomorrow, we shall venture out. Kang Zhuang instructed Ahu, but at that moment, Song Lingfei approached. Young master, there's a matter I must convey to you. The pharmaceutical company and skincare brand we acquired today require renaming and some renovations. These tasks need to be attended to tomorrow. Ah, must I be the errand runner? Never mind, Ling Fei. I shall leave it all to you. You may attend to your business. After all, the legal representative is your name. Kang Zhuang has resigned. Having finally arrived in Jiangnan City, he is yet to truly enjoy himself. With Song Ling Fei present, what is there left for him to busy himself with? Young master, your lethargy is rather unseemly. Tomorrow, I shall present you with two options. Firstly, you may visit your second uncle and request his assistance in renovating the pharmaceutical factory and skincare company. Or secondly, you could go to the Administration for Industry and Commerce to change the names of the companies. Since we have acquired two firms, they must be renamed to Zhuang Fei Pharmaceutical Company and Zhuang Fei Skincare Company. Upon hearing these matters, I decisively opted for the first choice. Tomorrow, I shall seek assistance from my second uncle, while you shall handle the rest. Observing Kang Zhuang in such a state, Ahu could only shake his head in resignation. His young master truly seems like a hopeless case, yet he aspires to create a commercial empire? What ist? Chapter 27. Mother's Call in the evening, in Yanqing. The Kang family had just finished their dinner. Kang Qinger remarked, Mom and Dad, my brother has been away for 3 days. Have you called him? This home feels somewhat lacking without him. Chun Xiaoxin shot an exasperated glance at her daughter. Are you hoping to witness your father reprimanding your brother? Or perhaps to hear his cries of despair? In the past, when Kang Zhuang was in Yanqing, he frequently found himself in brawls. And Kang Jiangwo would often use his belt to discipline him. Kang Qinger stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled sweetly. Oh, Mom, let us not speak of it openly. We remain a wonderful mother-daughter duo. Go on, return to your room and amuse yourself. I need to discuss some matters with your father, Chen Xiaoxin said. With a cheerful grin, Kang Qinger retreated to her room, seemingly pleased that her mother had not overly scolded her. Jiangwo, during these past 3 days, have you spoken to our son? Huh? What is wrong with that rascal? Have you asked for pocket money again? Don't agree to it. Kang Jiangwo suddenly inquired of his wife, wondering if he had called their son. Could it be that something had transpired once more? Darling, this morning I had someone investigate our son's recent affairs. Can you guess what I uncovered? What did you discover? Did he go to Jiangnan City and indulge in extravagance? Alas, this reckless scoundrel. How could the Kang family have such a debauched offspring? Kang Jiangwo wore an expression of disappointment, having lost all hope for his son. Chun Xiaoxin shot her husband a glare, her irritation palpable. Well, Kang Jiangwo, how can you speak of our son in such a manner? Do you not realize how heartbroken he was when the old man cast him out? Do you, as his father, intend to abandon him? All right, my dear wife. What on earth has transpired? Has that rascal gotten himself into trouble again? Kang Jiangwo felt somewhat helpless, as his wife was the epitome of a doting mother spoiling the child. The spoiled and indulgent temperament of Kang Zhuang was largely cultivated by Chen Xiaoxin. My precious son is truly remarkable. He has been deliberately concealing his talents in Beijing, but now he excels. I'm immensely proud of him. My son is outstanding, but what exactly has he accomplished? Wife, please clarify your thoughts. I intended to share something with you, but since you seem indifferent to our son's well-being, I shall refrain from doing so. You may ponder it yourself. Dear wife, do not leave. My love for our son is profound. Please, do not depart without elucidating. Kang Jiangwo was utterly bewildered, as Chun Xiaoxin had piqued his curiosity yet refrained from revealing the truth, leaving him eager to discover what their son had done. Chun Xiaoxin returned to her room and picked up the phone to call Kang Zhuang. On the other end, Kang Zhuang had just finished washing up. Ring ring. Ring ring. Kang Zhuang glanced at the caller ID. It was his mother. Hello, my precious son. Have you missed your mom? Of course, I miss you the most. Mom, I'm broke. Could you send me some pocket money? As usual, Kang Zhuang began acting coquettishly. With his mother, he could be as spoiled and willful as he pleased. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoxin found it amusing and didn't bother with small talk. My son, my dear son, you've hidden things quite well, haven't you? Now, tell me, what exactly have you been keeping from me? Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback by his mother's sudden inquiry. Mom, what are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything. Oomph. How is it that your skills have suddenly improved? And what are the 22 million in your bank account? Furthermore, who is this Song Ling Fei that has appeared in our household? Were it not for my investigations, I would remain oblivious to the multitude of secrets my precious son has kept hidden from me. Speak. What are your true intentions? Chen Xiaoxin's tone gradually shifted, revealing her growing anger over Kang Zhuang's concealments. He was taken aback. He had only been in town for 3 days, and yet his mother had uncovered everything about him. How terrifying. Mom, please don't be angry. I admit I've concealed certain matters, but I have my reasons. You must understand, Kang Zhuang implored, alluding to the secret of the decadent system, which warned that revealing its existence would lead to the host's obliteration. Chen Xiaoxin chuckled softly, sensing her son could not withstand a little pressure. Ha ha, son, there is no need to be so anxious. I'm not angry with you. After all, you have endured much in Yanjing over the years. Endured? Kang Zhuang was puzzled. He had reveled in indulgence in Yanjing, lacking any sense of grievance. Was his mother perhaps overthinking? Indeed, Chen Xiaoxin continued, Son, I understand you had to hide your talents in the past, but now that you are in Jiangnan City, you're ready to spread your wings. Rest assured, whatever you choose to do, your mother will support you. I believe in you. You are exceptional. If you need anything, just reach out to me. Her words touched Kang Zhuang deeply. She effortlessly crafted justifications for his seemingly unreasonable actions. Truly, she was a devoted mother. Reflecting on his past misdeeds in Yanjing, where his parents had always cleaned up after him, he felt a pang of guilt for the years spent living in their shadow. Kang Zhuang's heart stirred. It dawned on him that, regardless of his flaws, in the eyes of his parents, he was always their pride and joy. Thank you, Mom. I will show you that I am worthy of your faith. I promise to make you proud. He resolved to make his company a worldwide sensation, ensuring his parents would take pride in him. Ah, my son, how admirable. I eagerly await your return to Yanjing, where your father and grandfather can see that you are far from useless. By the way, if you need assistance, seek out your second uncle. He has considerable influence in Jiangnan City. Do not hesitate to reach out to him. They are your family there. Chen Xiaoxin encouraged Kang Zhuang while harboring concerns about his ability to navigate alone. It would be prudent for him to seek the help of Kang Jianli. Mom, I understand. Tomorrow, I will approach my second uncle for assistance. My factory needs some renovations, and he should be able to assist. My dear son, establishing a company so swiftly. I always knew you were concealing your talents. How could the child of Chen Xiaoxin be a wastrel? I want to pry into your secrets further. Just take good care of yourself over there. Certainly, I will. After conversing with his mother for over half an hour, Kang Zhuang finally hung up the phone. He gazed silently at the device, his heart swelling with warmth as he reflected on his mother's care and trust in him. Chen Xiaoxin and Kang Jiangwo treated him with genuine kindness. Reflecting on the times he quarreled out of jealousy and fought, he recalled how his father would chastise him with a belt. In hindsight, those lessons served as a silent form of care. He could only blame his youthful defiance for his rebelliousness. Kang Zhuang's emotions were rather intricate. On his first day in Jiangnan City, his sole ambition was to establish a colossal business empire and eliminate the Chu and Lin families. However, the Kang Zhuang of today harbored deeper aspirations, not only to strive for success, but also to instill pride in his family. System, come forth. I am eager to embark on a mission and grow stronger. At this moment, Kang Zhuang was filled with fervor, yearning for a grand endeavor, only to be doused by the system's cold response. Ding. Task randomly triggered. Currently, no tasks available. Alas, you wretched system. Not even a single task. You have extinguished my passion. Ding. Host's contempt towards the system detected. Penalty mechanism activated. Electric shock for 1 minute. Upon hearing this, Kang was instantly alarmed and began to plead for mercy. A surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to collapse and convulse on the ground. System, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Please spare me. Kang, devoid of dignity, begged for leniency. After a minute, he lay on the ground like a limp rag. System, come forth. Why did this shock feel much stronger than before? Ding. Host constitution has reached 222. As previously stated, upon surpassing the novice period, the penalties and rewards will be adjusted accordingly. Upon hearing this explanation, Kang felt utterly disheartened. System, I feel deceived. What happened to fairness? Will the intensity of the shocks increase with my enhanced constitution? Ding. Affirmative. Goodness. This despicable system actually admitted it. It truly cannot bear to see me thrive. System, are you being excessive? The electric shock has left my limbs numb. If I encounter an adversary, I shall be utterly defeated. Ding. Thus, the host must refrain from indiscriminately insulting this system. Otherwise, the intensity of the shocks will continue to escalate. Frustrated, Kang felt an urge to weep. This insufferable system held a grudge against him for merely uttering a few harsh words. Considering the changes the system had brought to his life, he resolved to treat it with more respect going forward. Otherwise, he would remain the same spoiled heir. Just then, Song Lingfei entered. Young master, what transpired just now? I heard your cries. I'm fine. I was merely practicing the lion's roar technique, Kang casually replied, and Song Lingfei took his word for it. She then added, Young master, I am here to inform you that we need to visit your second uncle's house tomorrow and attend to several matters. Really? Wasn't it just about having my uncle renovate the factory? What other matters are there? Kang responded with growing impatience. Feeling that the world of business was overly burdensome, he yearned for a life of ease. Song Lingfei merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further. Young master, we have just arrived in Jiangnan City with an unstable foundation. The whitening and repairing serum is the most crucial asset of our company. Once it is released, it will undoubtedly attract envy. We need to seek assistance from your second uncle. Kang was momentarily stunned. His second uncle's family owned a real estate company. What help could they possibly provide? Ling Fei, does my second uncle have other identities? Young master, according to the information I've gathered, your second uncle is also in control of an underground force. Otherwise, how could his real estate business thrive so remarkably? Kang pondered for a moment and then asked, somewhat uncertainly, Ling Fei, what do you mean by that? My second uncle, with his dark background, was expelled from Yinjing by the old master because of it. Song Lingfei nodded and after a moment, remarked, Young master, if the company encounters difficulties, would you seek assistance from the old master? Kang fell silent. The old master had publicly cast him out and even struck him several dozen times. Such a grudge could hardly be overlooked. Given Kang nature, it seemed likely that after establishing a commercial empire, he would return to Yinjing in grand style, disregarding the Kang family entirely. Ling Fei, I comprehend your meaning. In Jiangnan City, my only trustworthy ally is my second uncle. Is that correct? It appears I must purchase a gift tomorrow. Understanding Song Lingfei's intention, Kang conversed with her a while longer before she ultimately departed from the room. Chapter 28. The hands-off manager. At the break of dawn the following day, Kang awakened in his bed, puzzled by the absence of the system's usual prompt to rise and engage in morning exercises. System, have you overslept? Why didn't you wake me for my workout today? Ding. Host's physical constitution has reached 222. Early rising is no longer necessary. Kang always found the categorization of physical constitution intriguing. System, there are still martial artists in our country. For instance, the young man I encountered yesterday, he was a Mingjin martial artist. Can you analyze the constitution points for martial artists? Ding. After detection, it is determined that Mingjin martial artists possess a constitution above 200. Onjin martial artists exceed 500. Huajin martial artists surpass 1,000. Congenital martial artists have over 5,000. And divine realm martial artists exceed 10,000. Seeing these figures, Kang felt a surge of joy. So, am I now a Mingjin martial artist? My constitution is 222. Ding. The host is not a martial artist, as the host has merely reached a constitution of 222 without cultivating internal martial arts. The system's response left Kang Zhuang somewhat disheartened, but then he felt a spark of hope. System, what must I do to acquire a martial arts technique? Ding. This system is unaware. Task rewards are random. Perhaps one day you'll receive a martial arts technique as a reward. Kang Zhuang felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing the system's reply. To be a martial artist is to be a rarity among millions. The formidable martial artist could scale walls and take the heads of enemies amidst a sea of adversaries. The thought thrilled him. System, I adore you. Ding. Detecting the host's improper feelings towards the system. Activating punishment mechanism. 1 minute of electric shock. Whoa, dastardly system. You did that on purpose. Ding. Detecting the host's insults towards the system. Extending electric shock duration by 1 minute. A jolt of electricity coursed through Kang Zhuang, leaving him with a tingling scalp and weakened limbs. After 2 minutes, he lay limply on the bed. Damn system, you betrayed me. I shall destroy you. Kang Zhuang felt no gratitude towards this mischievous system, which consistently sought excuses to torment him, inflicting pain that felt unbearable. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, are you all right? Song Lingfei inquired from outside the door, her keen perception having detected Kang Zhuang's anguished cries. I'm fine, just practicing the lion's roar technique in the covers. I will be up shortly. Kang Zhuang seethed with resentment, forced to concoct an excuse to cover for the system's cruel treatment. Akin to a weak maiden bullied by a tyrant. Oh, I feel terrible. I need to find someone to beat up. Kang Zhuang's anger simmered, and when his mood soured, he longed to unleash his frustration upon someone. After freshening up, he descended the stairs and spotted Ah Hu exercising on the lawn, providing a target for his pent-up wrath. Ah, young master, you're up. Huh. I knew your recent enthusiasm for working out was just a fleeting phase. I know you well. Ah Hu wore a smug expression, seemingly pleased with his insight into Kang Zhuang's character. However, the next moment, Kang Zhuang smiled and addressed Ah Hu. Ah Hu, you're becoming increasingly disrespectful. Just now, feeling a surge of energy, young master Kang Zhuang insisted that Ah Hu serve as his punching bag, eagerly inviting the opportunity to unleash a thorough thrashing. With that, he advanced, employing the techniques of Bajiquan, causing Ah Hu to stagger backwards repeatedly. Ah, young master, please don't strike me. I was wrong. If you hit me again, I might retaliate. Ah Hu, stung by the blows, gradually began to fight back. Before long, the two were exchanging blows, and Ah Hu was astonished to discover a terrifying truth. He could not overpower the young master. Hood. Ah, young master, please stop. I was wrong. I should never have mocked you. After enduring a fierce beating from Kang Zhuang, Ah Hu felt much of his anger dissipate. Oh, it was just a few punches. Don't act like a spoiled child, Kang Zhuang scolded, unable to contain his amusement at Ah Hu's pitiful demeanor. Ah Hu was now covered in bruises, unable to call for mercy. Ah, it hurts so much. Young master, you stand there without a care, while I lack the strength to fight back, and yet you mock me. It's truly excessive. Ah Hu winced, groaning as he touched his injuries. You, young master, how have you trained? In just 3 days, you've become capable of dominating me. Have you acquired some secret martial arts manual? Ah Hu's imagination ran wild, trying to rationalize Kang Zhuang's unreasonable prowess. Ha, indeed. I am a prodigy. Just months ago, I was taken under the wing of an unparalleled master. Now my skills are formidable, and thus you cannot match me, Kang Zhuang declared with an air of mystery, spinning a tale that completely captivated Ah Hu. Hee, no wonder the young master has become so powerful. It seems he has an extraordinary master. Ah Hu enthused, young master. Could you teach me? I wish to become as formidable as you, so that I may protect you better in the future. Ah Hu's earnest words warmed Kang Zhuang's heart. He had merely been speaking in jest, yet Ah Hu took him seriously. Ah Hu, I cannot strengthen you at this moment. Just wait. If I find a way to enhance your abilities, I shall certainly help you. Kang Zhuang held Ah Hu in high regard. This honest and loyal bodyguard deserved the chance to become an exceptional warrior. Thank you, young master. Given the state I am in, might I have the day off? Just as Kang Zhuang was touched by Ah Hu's loyalty, Ah Hu was seeking a day off. Observing Ahu's bruised form, Kang Zhuang felt a tinge of regret. Why had he struck him so hard? It was now embarrassing to take him out in public. At that moment, Song Ling Fei emerged. Ahu, take the day off. I will accompany the young master to second uncle's place. Hee, thank you, Sister Fei. I'm off to see a doctor. Ahu was overwhelmed with gratitude at Song Ling Fei's words and, after expressing his thanks, hurried away. Kang Zhuang sensed something amiss. It seemed Ahu harbored a secret. Song Ling Fei approached, handing Kang Zhuang some documents. Young master, here are the renovation plans for the factory. You need to present them to second master. Kang Zhuang, though unable to comprehend the details, recognized that professionals handle specialized matters and thus replied accordingly. Ling Fei, today you need not concern yourself with me. Instead, proceed to change the names of the pharmaceutical and skincare companies. From now on, they shall be subsidiaries of my Zhuang Fei Investment Limited. Sir, this may not be prudent. You have offended many recently. Lu Gang and Yang Ming are not to be trifled with, and Lu Bao is the leader of the Black Panther Gang. I fear they may pose a threat to you, Kang Zhuang pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hesitantly inquired, Ling Fei, would you agree to eliminate Lu Gang and Yang Ming if I asked you to? I am sorry, sir, but I can only take such actions if you are in danger. For instance, if you had instructed me to deal with Lu Gang last night, that would have been acceptable. But that would involve over 100 people. Ling Fei, must you be so ruthless? Kang Zhuang was hesitant to allow Song Ling Fei to carry out such a massacre in the alley. If word got out, even as the young master of the Kang family, he would inevitably face dire consequences. Consider it their good fortune. Ling Fei, it is broad daylight. They would not dare to act against me. Let me take you to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Afterward, you should purchase a car for yourself. It is inappropriate for a boss to play chauffeur for his employees. Kang Zhuang revealed his thoughts. If Song Ling Fei were a typical woman, she would have kicked him twice by now, but she was not. Understood, sir. Once I complete my tasks, I will buy a car and then consult with Li Miaodong regarding subsequent matters. Kang Zhuang was elated, with Song Ling Fei and Li Miaodong overseeing company affairs. He could continue to relax and be a hands-off manager. After finishing breakfast, the two set off in a Lamborghini, embarking on their day's endeavors. Upon arriving at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Song Ling Fei exited the vehicle, drawing the attention of those around her. Kang Zhuang observed this scene, marveling at Song Ling Fei's allure. Undoubtedly, she would attract many suitors. The thought of Song Ling Fei ultimately belonging to him filled Kang Zhuang with excitement. As he drove towards his uncle's villa, he spotted Ahu's Lamborghini outside a shopping mall. What the? Isn't Ahu supposed to be at the hospital? Why is his car here? After confirming it was indeed Ahu's vehicle, Kang Zhuang sensed that Ahu was concealing something from him. He alighted from the car and headed toward the shopping mall. The expansive mall left Kang Zhuang dizzy, yet fortune favored the determined. He spotted Ahu at a milk tea shop. At that moment, Ahu was seated with a girl, chatting merrily. From Ahu's demeanor, it was clear that he was smitten. Has Ahu fallen in love? No wonder he was acting so strangely this morning. This fellow has a girlfriend now? Why am I still single? Kang Zhuang was unsettled, and just as he contemplated approaching them, he hesitated. What did Ahu's romantic life have to do with him? Surely, he wouldn't prevent his bodyguard from pursuing love. After a brief internal struggle, Kang Zhuang settled in a nearby Mishua Bingchang CF. Observing the two from across the way, Ahu was in high spirits, having encountered his longtime crush, Jiang Yi, from middle school yesterday. He had not anticipated being able to invite her out today. Once, Ahu graduated from junior high and enlisted in the military. After a decade of arduous toil, he ascended to the ranks of special forces, only to be forcibly discharged due to a mistake. Subsequently, he was recruited by the Kang family and assigned as a bodyguard to Kang Zhuang. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Yi was out shopping with her friends when a burly man in a Lamborghini pulled up beside them, introducing himself as Lung Hu, a former classmate of Jiang Yi from junior high. The sight of Lung Hu in his luxurious car left Jiang Yi and her friends in utter astonishment. Although Jiang Yi initially struggled to recall their past connection, the knowledge of Lung Hu's newfound wealth prompted them to exchange contact information. After Ahu departed, Jiang Yi's friends expressed their desire to obtain his contact details. However, Jiang Yi refused, intent on personally pursuing this affluent individual. This morning, Hu feigned an injury to request a day off from Kang Zhuang and promptly called Jiang Yi to invite her to the mall. Having spent several years alongside Kang Zhuang, Hu had learned a valuable lesson. When it comes to courting a woman, one must act swiftly, lest another sweep her away. Chapter 29. The depths of a playboy schemes. Kang Zhuang watched as Hu chatted and laughed with the girl, while he sat alone at his seat eating ice cream. A wave of resentment surged within him. These days, even bodyguards seem to lead happier lives than their employers. A nefarious idea took root in Kang Zhuang's mind, and as he pondered it, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. What could be more detestable than tearing apart a pair of lovers? As a notorious scion of wealth, Kang Zhuang was no stranger to wicked whims. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The system detected the host's intent to disrupt Hu's romance and issued a task. Unveil the true nature of the gold-digging woman, Jiang Yi. Task reward: a staggering 100 million in cash. Task failure: a minute of electric shock. Just as Kang Zhuang was poised to wreak havoc on the couple, he found himself entangled in a system task. A gold-digging woman, indeed? Is that girl a materialistic person? Kang Zhuang, upon noticing the system task, couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Hu, but it now appeared that he was, in fact, assisting him, observing Hu ensnared in a tender reverie. As a responsible employer, he knew he must intervene to break up this pair. Kang Zhuang has concocted an excuse for his actions. What was initially a malicious act of separation has now been transformed into a noble endeavor to rescue Hu from his suffering. A gold digger, perhaps? Let me see how much you're truly worth. At this moment, Kang Zhuang was filled with playful intent. He relished the thought of exposing the true nature of the gold digger. He was particularly eager to witness Hu's expression upon discovering the truth, for after all, he was a benevolent boss. He took out his phone and called Hu. Hello, Hu, where are you? Young master, why are you calling me? I'm at the mall. Kang Zhuang nodded slightly. Hu was being relatively honest. At least he didn't lie to him over a woman. Oh, really? No wonder it's so noisy over there. By the way, turn on the speakerphone. I have something to tell you. Though Hu didn't understand why he was being asked to turn on the speaker, he complied. Young master, the speaker is on. What is it? Of course there's something. Drive the Lamborghini I bought back here. I need to go out for a while. All right now. Young master, do you not have a car? Oh. Reluctant to leave, Jiang Yi noticed that Jiang Yi's gaze shifted upon hearing Kang Zhuang's words. Kang Zhuang observed this change with clarity. It was evident that Jiang Yi held disdain for Hu. Hu, you are right. I shall take another vehicle, Kang Zhuang remarked before ending the call, unable to contain his laughter. Now, Jiang Yi was aware that the Lamborghini did not belong to Hu. One could only wonder how she would respond. Meanwhile, Hu gazed at the phone in bewilderment, pondering the peculiar behavior of his young master. Upon seeing the phone disconnect, Jiang Yi inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Hu, was everything that was said on the call just now true? The Lamborghini you're driving does not belong to you. It was purchased by your employer. Indeed, while it is true, I have been the one driving this vehicle as the young master seldom utilizes it. Hu nodded with sincerity. But as soon as he began to explain, Jiang Yi became infuriated. What? You're merely a laborer? Why didn't you mention this yesterday? What a preposterous waste of my time. I accompanied you under the impression you were a man of means, yet you reveal yourself to be nothing but a common worker. Jiang Yi, what exactly is the meaning of this deception? Aren't you just an employee too? Hu gazed at Jiang Yi with disbelief. The goddess in his heart wasn't supposed to be like this. Could it be that after over a decade apart, even his idol had changed? Bah, I am youthful and beautiful, and I have numerous wealthy admirers. Why would I waste my precious time with you? If it weren't for the sight of you driving that Lamborghini, I wouldn't even acknowledge your existence, you insufferable man. At that moment, Jiang Yi had no desire to linger with Hu for even a second. She picked up her bag, intent on leaving. Jiang Yi, wait a moment. I have something to say, Hu implored, wishing to clarify that the 8 million yuan Lamborghini was indeed registered in his name, a gift from his wealthy benefactor. However, Jiang Yi refused to listen to Hu's explanation. wrenching her hand from his grasp and hurling a scornful remark at him. I detest men like you who pretend to drive luxury cars to attract women. Lung Hu, you are truly repugnant. Hu was taken aback by Jiang Yi's current demeanor. Could time truly transform a person? In my memory, Jiang Yi was such a pure and lovely girl, the unattainable moonlight of his 3 years in junior high. How could she have turned into this? Kang Zhuang saw it all clearly from across the way. Jiang Yi and Hu had a complete falling out. Ding, congratulations, host. The mission is complete. Rewards have been distributed. In his mind, Kang Zhuang saw that his cash balance had reached 1,650,000. He really had to thank this gold digger, Jiang Yi, who said gold diggers were useless. The ones he encountered, Lu Meiqi and Jiang Yi, both brought him benefits. Lu Meiqi gifted him a special nutrient pod, while Jiang Yi handed him a cool 100 million in cash. Gold diggers were his lucky stars. Back when Kang Zhuang used to chase after girls, he always preferred gold diggers. Easy to play with, no strings attached. In Yanjing, many called Kang Zhuang a scoundrel, an irresponsible man. But Kang Zhuang openly declared to the world, yes, he was a scoundrel, a spoiled young master. What could they do about it? Bite him? Kang Zhuang's reputation was distorted by others, ultimately rendering him infamous. Lin Qingshue's reluctance to marry him stemmed from his numerous misdeeds. At the engagement banquet, Lin Qingxue publicly displayed scandalous images of Kang Zhuang, leading to a humiliating downfall for the Kang family, and resulting in Kang Zhuang being cast out by the elder. Had it not been for the system, the former Kang Zhuang might have met his demise on the very first day in Jiangnan City. The current Kang Zhuang, however, would not succumb so easily. He sought vengeance against Lin Qingxue and Xu Fan, intent on obliterating both families. As Kang Zhuang regained his focus, he noticed Jiang Yi preparing to leave the milk tea shop. Hu obstructed her path, eager to seek clarification. Ling Hu, step aside. I have no desire to converse with you. Jiang Yi, wait. I have something to say. Hu attempted to explain, but Jiang Yi regarded him as a deceiver. I refuse to listen. Move aside, or I will call the police. Upon hearing this, Hu stepped aside, allowing Jiang Yi to exit the milk tea shop. Observing the departure of the gold-digging woman, Kang Zhuang approached. Hey, Hu, young master, how come you're here? Was that phone call just now deliberately made by you? Hu turned around and saw Kang Zhuang. He wasn't foolish either, instantly piecing together the crucial issue. Heh, Hu, still dreaming of escaping singlehood, huh? If you want a girlfriend, you'd better keep your eyes wide open. With just a simple test from me, that woman revealed her true colors. Hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Hu felt a pang of disappointment. Young master, does this world truly lack any decent girls? TSK, what more do you want? Can a good girl be yours to possess? Even if there were, it would be up to me to pursue it. You should simply fulfill your role as my bodyguard. Kang Zhuang spoke shamelessly, yet Hu remained indifferent, for he was well aware of his young master's nature. Hu continued to sulk, and upon witnessing this, Kang Zhuang's mood also soured. Oh dear, you shouldn't be like this. You are not an innocent young lad. Back in Yanjing, during the time you spent with me, which of the women we encountered wasn't a stunning beauty? This one isn't particularly striking, is she? Kang Zhuang attempted to console Hu, but the latter merely shook his head. Young master, Jiang Yi is different. She was my middle school classmate and holds a special place in my heart. Kang Zhuang was somewhat taken aback, for it was the first time he had seen Hu so infatuated with a woman. Contemplating Hu's unwavering loyalty, Kang Zhuang made a decision. Hu, in light of your years of protection, I shall grant you this matter. Hu looked at Kang Zhuang with confusion, wondering what his young master intended to do. Young master, what are your intentions? Spare me the trivialities. I shall persuade Jiang Yi to reconsider. It is far better for you to support this materialistic woman than to let another do so. Kang Zhuang has transferred 50 million to Hu and subsequently shared his plans with him. Hu, from this moment forth, you are a wealthy man. Your annual salary will be 10 million. This 50 million represents your earnings for the next 5 years, ensuring that Jiang Yi will no longer look down upon you. Young master, 50 million is far too much. You are proposing an annual salary that is excessively generous. It will be difficult to explain to Mr. Chun, Hu protested. Enough of the excuses. This is an order. I intend to establish a security company, providing a stable livelihood for retired soldiers. You will serve as the general manager, which should be acceptable, Kang Zhuang retorted, casting Ehu a disapproving glance, for this fellow was both opportunistic and ungrateful. Young master, your kindness overwhelms me. I shall remain utterly devoted to you, Ehu declared, deeply moved. What employer would concern themselves with the romantic affairs of their employees, going so far as to create an entire company to fabricate a pretext? Once Kang Zhuang observed that Ehu had adopted a more composed demeanor, he hurried to the entrance of the shopping mall to await Jiangyi. Just then, she emerged, her face flushed with anger. Upon seeing her exit, Kang Zhuang took out his phone and called Ehu. Hello, Ehu, you mentioned that Jiangyi could not withstand the test. No matter. This indicates that she is unworthy of your affections. Just stay close to me moving forward. I have just transferred 50 million to you. Please check your account. From now on, you're the general manager. Kang Zhuang spoke loudly, deliberately facing away from Jiangyi. This loud declaration ignited a sense of longing within Jiangyi. 50 million. Did this man transfer 50 million to Leng Hu? Furthermore, is he claiming that Leng Hu is to become the general manager? Could this possibly be another ploy to deceive me? Hello, handsome. I overheard your phone conversation earlier, suggesting that you were testing a woman. Jiangyi ultimately succumbed to temptation and approached Kang Zhuang. Kang Zhuang feigned ignorance of Jiangyi and responded with impatience. Alas, I have a friend who is enamored with a woman, yet he wishes to ascertain whether she is attracted to him or merely his wealth. To his dismay, the woman's test was a failure. One must ponder, is this woman foolish? I am contemplating the establishment of a security company with my friend as the general manager, earning an annual salary of 10 million. Truly, that woman is remarkably naive. Upon hearing this, Jiangyi was taken aback, naively inquiring, what did you say? An annual salary of 10 million? How could that be? Is there truly a general manager earning such a sum? Handsome, you must be jesting. Kang Zhuang, visibly annoyed, showed her the mobile transfer notification. Look, woman, this is the 5 million I just transferred. My friend is a former Special Forces soldier. I have complete confidence in him as the general manager of the security company. At that moment, Jiangyi was astounded by the string of numbers. Indeed, it was 5 million. Reflecting on how Leng Hu had urged her not to leave, while she stubbornly chose to walk away, she slapped herself. Oh, how foolish of me to underestimate others. After this self-inflicted rebuke, Jiangyi turned and strode back into the mall. Kang Zhuang smirked and sent a message to Ahu, stating, I grant you 3 days off. If you cannot win this woman over, do not bother returning. Chapter 30. The troubles of Kang Zhuang instructed Ahu to ensure that Jiangyi was secured, which brought tears of gratitude to Ahu's eyes. Thank you, young master. I shall report back to you in 3 days. Kang Zhuang, indifferent to Ahu's fate, purchased a few gifts and made his way to his uncle's residence. At the Tunglong Villa, specifically Villa 26, a lively scene unfolded before the entrance, where a luxurious sports car was parked amidst an array of vibrant flowers. Kang, I love you. Be my girlfriend, and I promise to cherish you for a lifetime. Marry him, marry him, marry him. A man brandishing a bouquet of roses was professing his love to Kang, accompanied by a group of onlookers cheering him on. Scoundrel! Shilei, are you out of your mind? You followed me all the way home. I've told you I do not like you. Leave me alone, or I'll call the police. Fuming, Kang stormed outside and unleashed a torrent of insults at Shilei. Unfazed by her words, Shilei maintained his resolve, for he had already come this far, his audacity unyielding. Meyer, you have emerged. I genuinely love you. You must believe me. I can bring you happiness. His gaze, laden with feigned sincerity, nearly made Kang retch. Shilei, are you insane? Do you think I am unaware of who you are? Spare me your nauseating advances. Just leave, and do so quickly. Kang could no longer tolerate the hypocritical demeanor of this scoundrel, well aware of Shilei's father, Shilaizi, the notorious leader of the poisonous snake gang in Jiangnan City. Shilei himself was no less a rogue, known for his nefarious deeds throughout the city. Had it not been for Kang Jinli's influence, Kang would have long been subjected to his vile machinations. Just last week, she learned of a beautiful girl who caught Shilei's eye, When the girl rejected him, she was abducted, and no news had surfaced since. As Shilei's expression grew increasingly hostile, his patience with Kang Meyer waned. At that moment, a Lamborghini roared into view. Beep beep. Clear the way. What do you mean by blocking the road while declaring your feelings? Kang Zhuang's voice rang out, illuminating Kang Meyer's mind. If anyone could rival the scoundrel, it was her cousin. An idea took root in Kang Meyer's mind. Spotting Kang Zhuang as he alighted from the vehicle, she hurried over, speaking in hushed tones. Cousin, this man is a rogue who has been pestering me for ages. Could you help me get rid of him? Kang Zhuang paused, surprised by Kang Meyer's unusual kindness today, realizing she must be seeking assistance. Meyer, is there someone else who can claim the title of scoundrel? If this man is indeed a rogue, I shall take care of it. Only I could be a rogue for my sister. No rogue shall touch my sister. Kang Zhuang's ludicrous reasoning earned him a disdainful eye roll from Kang Meyer, who couldn't resist giving him a light punch. Cousin, stop joking around and be serious, will you? All right, watch your cousin's performance. Kang Zhuang, somewhat exasperated, had been earnest just moments ago, while Kang Meyer misinterpreted his sincerity as jest. Who are you? Why is Meyer embracing you? Shilei's fury ignited. The woman he adored was in the arms of another man. What could this possibly mean? Ah, young man, so you are the one pursuing Meyer. She has made it clear that she does not harbor any affection for you. Why do you continue to cling to her? Kang Zhuang regarded Shilei with disdain. The man before him appeared emaciated and unsteady, clearly a victim of excessive indulgence, as if he could be swept away by the slightest breeze. You scoundrel, who are you? Reveal your origins at once, or I shall see to your demise. Shilei seethed with fury, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Kang Zhuang on the spot. Kang Zhuang raised an eyebrow. The man before him was brimming with murderous intent, and truly seemed intent on taking his life. Meyer, what is the background of this individual? He exhibits quite an air of arrogance, Kang Zhuang inquired quietly. After a moment's reflection, Kang Meyer divulged Shilei's background. This man is Shilei, the only son of Shilei from the Snake Gang in Jiangnan City. He is quite notorious. Brother, please help me dismiss him. Kang Meyer and Kang Zhuang leaned in closely, whispering together, which led Shilei to believe they were exchanging flirtations, igniting his irritation. Wretched woman, you dare to flirt before me? Someone kill that man and take Kang Meyer back. I intend to have my way with this shameless woman. In a fit of rage, Shilei commanded his followers to eliminate Kang Zhuang. Ah, Shilei, have you lost your mind? My father will not spare you. This is my brother. Command them to cease. Kang Meyer cried out desperately. Bah, wretched woman, where did you find a brother? Is this scoundrel your lover? Attack! Put end to this dog of a man. Shilei, consumed by rage, utterly disregarded Kang Meyer's pleas for reason. Ding! A system task notification echoed in Kang Zhuang's mind, detecting imminent assault on the host. Task: slap the enemy's face and make them kneel in supplication. Task reward: physical strength 20. Task failure: electric shock for 1 minute. Kang Zhuang cracked his knuckles, confident in his physical prowess, which now rivaled that of a seasoned martial artist. How could this rabble of thugs hope to best him? Brother, you must flee. They mean you harm. Hurry. Do not charge in. Kang Meyer urged, her anxiety palpable as she recognized the professional fighters arrayed against them. Yet, in the next breath, she was left speechless. Kang Zhuang charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly dispatching the group with powerful punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. My arm is broken. My leg is shattered. My teeth have been knocked out. The chorus of anguished cries reached Kang Meyer's ears, leaving her in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. She was well aware of Kang Zhuang's physical capabilities. He had been no match for her during the New Year festivities, when she had easily bested him. How could he have transformed into such a formidable fighter in just a few months? Am I dreaming? Kang Meyer thought, her expression one of utter bewilderment, as the world around her began to feel surreal. Meanwhile, Shilei felt a surge of panic as he witnessed Kang Zhuang's rampage. With his minions nearing defeat, he prepared to escape in his car. Just as he opened the door, Kang Zhuang surged forward, delivering a powerful kick that deformed the door and shattered the window. Little brother, where do you think you're going? Let go of me. Let go. Xilei struggled desperately as Kang Zhuang seized him firmly. A resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone stunned. Xilei had been struck. The subordinates on the ground trembled in fear, worried that their failure to protect him might lead to their own demise at the hands of Xilei. Stop! Let young master Xi go. Quickly cease this. The subordinates scrambled to their feet, rushing towards Kang Zhuang. Utterly foolish, Kang Zhuang scoffed, throwing Xilei aside with a powerful motion. The impact resonated as he collided with 3 individuals, leaving the others paralyzed by fear. How ruthless! Such was the collective perception of Kang Zhuang. This man was formidable, treating Xilei as if he were a mere ball to be tossed. Grab your weapons. Kill him. I will wipe out his entire family. Xilei, rising from the ground, glared at Kang Zhuang with unrestrained fury. Upon hearing his command, the others rushed to their vehicles to retrieve their large cleavers. With weapons in hand, their confidence surged anew. Charge! More than 10 men, fierce and intimidating, rushed forward, each brandishing their cleaver, intent on reducing Kang Zhuang to nothing. Brother, run! Kang Zhuang's expression hardened. Disregarding Heir's urging, he could not allow these men to assault him with blades without retaliation. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the full power of Baji Quan, executing a series of formidable techniques against Xilei and his gang. The moves were swift and decisive. The fierce tiger seizes the goat, the bear's strength, the purple swallow weaves through the curtain, the dragon enters the cave. The monkey grabs the food, the agile dog contends, the hungry eagle snatches the rabbit, and the quail charges. The 8 techniques struck fiercely at the group of thugs, each blow resulting in broken limbs. The air was filled with cries of anguish, and it wasn't long before many lay incapacitated on the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Constitution 20. Current Constitution, 242. As someone with obsessive tendencies, Kang Zhuang was displeased by the single-digit figure. System, could you not round it to an even number? Perhaps a nice 260 next time? Ding! Host, please do not doubt the fairness and impartiality of this system. Tasks are triggered randomly, as a rewards. Please be patient. Upon hearing the system's response, Kang Zhuang mentally protested. I can't believe this nonsense. How can rewards be random? Every time I fail a task, I endure a minute of electric shock, and you call that random? Ding! Host, do not overthink. Please do not question the fairness and impartiality of this system. Reluctantly, Kang Zhuang conceded. This troublesome system seemed sent from above to toy with him. Anger simmered within him, his eyes glinting with menace. Young man, consider yourself unfortunate. Come here. He seized Xilei, who trembled in fear. What do you want? Stop. Don't hit me. Don't strike my face. A series of sharp slaps resounded, eliciting pitiful wails from Xilei. Brother, please spare me. I shall never again trouble Kangmeier. I beseech you to let me go. You have ruined my splendid mood today. How shall you compensate me for my emotional distress? Kang Zhuang glared fiercely at Xilei, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Upon seeing this gesture, Xilei realized he was about to be extorted. Brother, I possess wealth. There is 1 million in this card, my allowance for the month. Is it sufficient? Barely adequate. Now be gone, and keep your distance. If I see you again, I shall strike you anew. Kang Zhuang released Xilei, having taken his money and delivered a beating. He could not simply dispose of this fellow in broad daylight. Ignoring the fallen subordinates, Xilei hastened toward his luxury vehicle, swiftly departing the scene. Brother, you are truly formidable. I had no idea you possessed such strength. Why have I never witnessed your prowess before? Kangmeier stood astounded. Her perception of Kang Zhuang transformed after his display of power and the subsequent acquisition of funds. I, your brother, have traversed the world undefeated. From now on, should you encounter any difficulties, turn to me, and I shall resolve them for you. You boast shamelessly. During the new year, you were beset by 3 ruffians simultaneously. Do you think I was unaware? Kangmeier, observing Kang Zhuang's smug demeanor, promptly unveiled his true nature. Ahem, Meyer, let's not speak of truths best left unspoken. We are still the best of siblings. Kang Zhuang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mere months prior, he had lacked a system and had indeed struggled against 3 opponents in a fit of jealousy. Chapter 31. The Strength of Kang Jianliang. Kang Heir, observing the lamentations of those writhing on the ground, expressed her frustration. "Brother, what shall we do with these individuals? Summon the security from your residential complex to drag them away. Have them report that these ruffians attempted to rob you with knives. And let it be known that the invincible hero that is I came to your rescue, ensuring they remain incarcerated for eternity," Kang Zhuang retorted, revealing his merciless nature. It was already quite benevolent of him not to annihilate these miscreants who dared to wield blades against him. "Very well, brother," Kang Heir replied, promptly dialing the number for Longting Villa. In no time, over a dozen security personnel rushed to the scene. "Miss, we sincerely apologize for our negligence." The head of security stammered. You bunch of scoundrels. What are you doing? Just standing by while luxury cars enter? These are thugs. Call the police and inform Director Dong, ensuring they never see the light of day again." Kang Heir scolded vehemently, her anger fueled by the grave oversight of the security team. "Understood, Mississippi. We shall rectify our mistakes." The security chief continuously admitted fault, which finally appeased Kang Heir. Kang Zhuang then realized that Longting Villa was also developed by his uncle. "Heir, your uncle has truly made remarkable strides in recent years, wielding such influence. My father merely dabbles in trivial affairs. By the way, brother, that card you received from Shi Lei earlier, shouldn't you share half of it with me?" Kang Heir exclaimed, her expression gleeful, revealing her inherent penchant for wealth. "Heir, this is my hard-earned money. You expect to take half?" Kang Zhuang protested, incredulous at her audacity. "Come now, brother. Given that I played a role in you earning $1 million today, isn't it fair for me to receive half? Please, my dear brother," she implored, her affectionate tone causing Kang Zhuang to feel a shiver run down his spine. Stop. No more good charms. While other girls' flirting softens my resolve, your antics are quite the opposite. "Fine, have your half," Kang Zhuang relented, handing her the bank card. With a jubilant smile, Kang Heir accepted the card and bounded into the house, leaving Kang Zhuang shaking his head in resignation at her unchanging obsession with money. Upon entering the villa, he found that aside from 2 housekeepers, neither his uncle nor aunt was home. To his surprise, Kang Heir emerged from an upstairs room, brandishing a POS machine. Brother, the funds have been transferred to my account. I shall repay you when you wed in the future," she declared mischievously. "What? You intend to keep it all? How outrageous! Return my hard-earned money." Kang Zhuang could no longer contain his frustration. Already conceding half was generous, yet she dared to think of hoarding it all. Brother, you make earning money seem so effortless. Just the other day, you earned $5 million for defeating Yang Ming, so consider this $1 million as my pocket money. Is that not agreeable?" Kang Heir coaxed, affectionately shaking his arm while gazing at him with admiration. Her cousin, strong and handsome, was both a protector and a source of comfort for Kang Heir, filling her with an overwhelming sense of security. Kang Zhuang shot her an exasperated glance. He found her inability to refrain from such flirtation intolerable, for she was far more adept at it than his own sister, Kang Qing. All right, I yield to you. By the way, where have uncle and aunt gone?" You're the best, brother. My parents have gone out to deal with company matters and won't return until the afternoon." Kang Heir briefly recounted the situation and then pondered. "Brother, what do you need from my parents? You haven't caused any trouble out there, have you? Are you here to have them clean up your mess?" Kang Zhuang rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat disheartened at Kang Heir's words. "Do you really think I can only stir up trouble in your eyes? Remember, during your time in Yanjing, didn't you create chaos every single day?" Kang Heir shot him a disdainful glance, for her cousin had never been one to settle down. Kang Zhuang felt a bit awkward. The image of the debauched youth still clung to him. "Heir, I came this time to seek uncle's assistance in renovating the company's factory." Kang Zhuang explained the purpose of his visit, presenting the blueprints for the pharmaceutical and skincare companies. Upon recognizing the 2 companies, Kang Heir was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Kang Zhuang shifting. "Brother, have you turned over a new leaf? Weren't you the one who despised the intricacies of company affairs? You even declared you would never work a day in your life. Surely, this isn't a small company?" "Heir, don't speak carelessly. What do you mean by turning over a new leaf? Trust that I will always be exceptional. My company is destined to become a colossal entity. Just wait and see. Kang Zhuang felt belittled by Kang Maier's dismissive demeanor. What small company? Zhuangfei Investment Company Limited will undoubtedly become a globally renowned enterprise. Fueled by ambition, Kang Zhuang aspired to construct a business empire in the shortest time possible. With the system's aid, if he couldn't reach the pinnacle of success, he might as well end all. Brother, you've changed. The old you was just a carefree scion. And now, just a few days in Jiangnan City, you've morphed into someone capable in both intellect and martial prowess. You haven't been possessed by an old man, have you? The more Kang Maier pondered, the more apprehensive she became, slowly distancing herself from Kang Zhuang. Thud! Ouch, that hurts! Brother, you're so annoying. Kang Zhuang playfully smacked Kang Maier on the head, prompting her to wince in pain. You should read fewer fantasy and cultivation novels. Don't you know I'm a prodigious talent? After being wronged by those two wretches, I must seek retribution. Kang Zhuang laid bare his reasons for establishing the company. He intended to avenge Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue. Brother, are you truly going to oppose the Chu and Lin family conglomerates? Do you think you can manage that? Kang Maier gazed incredulously at Kang Zhuang. Those two were enormous commercial giants, and could such a debauched youth truly succeed? Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of disappointment. Even his sister doubted him, making him feel like a failure as an older brother. I can't be bothered to explain myself. I'm hungry. Let us have someone prepare a meal. I'll accompany you for lunch. With that, Kang Zhuang ceased speaking and instructed Kang Maier to call the housekeeper to prepare food. Kang Maier, no longer wanting to argue, directed the housekeeper to start cooking while simultaneously informing her father of the earlier events over the phone. Meanwhile, on the other end, Kang Jianli was attending to matters at the company when he received Kang Maier's call. In a telephone conversation, the matter of Kang Zhuang teaching Shilei a lesson was recounted, along with Shilei's relentless pursuit of the speaker. Kang Jianyang, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. My daughter, leave the rest to me. You and Xiao Zhuang should have dinner at home. Your mother and I will return in the afternoon. After hanging up, the flames of anger ignited within him. How dare that notorious weakling, Shilei, set his sights on his daughter? Was he courting death? Kang Jianyang made a call to Shilei, the leader of the Poison Snake Gang. Hello, Boss Kang. Is there some business I can assist you with? Shilei responded. You insolent fool. Your son dares to harass my daughter. Have you forgotten who brought you to prominence? Hearing this, Shilei was taken aback, quickly rising to his feet. Boss Kang, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware my son was pursuing your daughter. Grant me some time, and I assure you I will provide an explanation. Humph. You better do so, or you will not like my response, Kang Jianyang warned before hanging up. If Kang Zhuang and Kang Maier were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Who would have imagined that the seemingly nouveau riche Kang Jianyang was, in fact, the financial backer of the Poison Snake Gang? Meanwhile, Shilei swiftly contacted his subordinate. What exactly did my son do today? Investigate thoroughly and bring that ungrateful wretch back to me. Understood, boss, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Shilei learned everything. Upon discovering that his son had targeted Kang Maier, he became so furious that he began to smash objects in his office. While others may underestimate Kang Jianyang's strength, Shilei was acutely aware of it. The people of Jiangnan City believe Kang Jianyang to be the discarded second son of the Kang family from Yanjing, yet they remained oblivious to the reasons behind his exile. Shilei understood well that the Ying Tian Gang of Yanjing was established with Kang Jianyang's support, and his Poison Snake Gang was currently subservient to them. When Kang Jianyang first arrived in Jiangnan City, a second-rate gang attempted to challenge him, but within a week, all members of that gang vanished without a trace. Shilei recognized that this was the work of the Ying Tian Gang's Jiangnan branch, and since then, no one dared to lay a finger on Kang Jianyang. Terrified of Kang Jianyang, Shilei knew that his son's harassment of Kang Maier was akin to courting disaster. Soon, Shilei entered the office, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I was beaten today. Send someone to help me take revenge. Slap. Shilei was stunned by a sudden blow from his father. What is happening? Why did you hit me? You wretched child. I sent you to pursue the young lady of the Kang family. I ought to beat you to death. Oh, don't hit me, Dad. What is going on? Please stop. Shilei was ruthlessly punished, rolling on the ground in agony. Throughout the ordeal, he remained oblivious to the reasons behind his punishment, as Shilei withheld any explanation, merely instructing him never to bother Kang Mayer again. In the afternoon, Kang Jianliang and Yuan Lu returned home, where Kang Zhuang conveyed his intentions. Kang Jianliang ardently supported Kang Zhuang's entrepreneurial endeavors, prioritizing the renovation to ensure it would be operational within a fortnight. After finalizing arrangements with his uncle, Kang Zhuang enjoyed a dinner at his uncle's residence. As the clock struck 7, Kang Zhuang, sensing the lateness of the hour, bid farewell to his uncle's family. Kang Jianliang cast a meaningful glance at the departing Kang Zhuang, nodding in quiet approval. Truly, he is the son of my elder brother. A tiger begets no dog. It is evident that the offspring of the Kang family are indeed extraordinary. This remark left Kang Mayer perplexed, pondering her father's intentions. Does he hold a favorable view of her cousin's company? Father, do you believe that Brother Zhuang's company has great potential? After all, it merely sells skincare products. What is so remarkable about that? Ah, my daughter, your cousin is quite intriguing. In the past, during his time in Yanjing, many perceived him as a frivolous playboy. However, it seems he was merely concealing his true abilities. Upon hearing her father's words, Kang Mayer was taken aback. Concealing his abilities? What could that possibly mean? How much more has her cousin kept hidden? The thought sent chills down her spine, as she began to conjure elaborate scenarios akin to 30 episodes of a grand family saga filled with intrigue and conflict. Chapter 32. Li Miaoyan's plea for help after leaving his uncle's house. Kang Zhuang found himself rather bored as the clock struck 7 in the evening. To alleviate his ennui, he took to the streets in his Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Li Miaoyan was feeling quite dejected. She had hoped to invite her sister for a shopping excursion, only to find that her sister was preoccupied with work and unable to accompany her. Wandering alone through the bustling streets, Li Miaoyan felt a sense of isolation. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a supercar pierced the night, and in an instant, she recognized Kang Zhuang behind the wheel. What a scoundrel, she thought to herself. Racing around at this hour, I hope you crash into a guardrail. Her impression of Kang Zhuang had soured during their train ride, where he had ignored her in favor of chatting with her sister. Furthermore, during a gathering with her close friends, Kang Mayer had regaled them with tales of Kang Zhuang's notorious escapades, painting him as a notorious playboy and a cad. Now, spotting Kang Zhuang cruising in his Lamborghini, Li Miaoyan's mood soured even further. She watched as he entered a bar, convinced that his intentions were to pursue women. What a jerk. You think you could just go out and flirt? I'll show you. Determined to thwart his escapades, she followed him into the bar. Inside, the atmosphere was alive with vibrant lights and pulsating music. Kang Zhuang felt entirely at home. This was indeed the realm befitting the young heir of the Kang family. Hey, I'll have a mojito, he ordered nonchalantly at the bar, demonstrating his familiarity with the scene. After a brief moment, a striking woman approached him. With her alluring presence, Kang Zhuang was intrigued. She was undeniably his type. Oh, darling, so you're alone tonight? I wonder if we might share the sunrise together. He flirted, his charm evident. Huh, so you're quite the seasoned player yourself, she responded, her boldness igniting his interest further. He relished her straightforwardness, finding little appeal in coy women. The two engaged in lively conversation, and soon enough, they were casually draping their arms around one another. From a distance, Li Miaoyan was surreptitiously capturing the scene on her phone, her frustration boiling over as she shared the images in her friend group chat. The group consisted of just 4 members, Xiang Qingwei, Kang Mayer, Zhao Tingting, and Li Miaoyan. The other 3 were taken aback upon seeing Kang Zhuang's antics in the bar, and Li Miaoyan wasted no time in messaging them. Sister, your cousin is indeed a notorious playboy. He's currently at the Floating Cloud Bar near People's Street, flirting with girls. Upon seeing the photos, Kang Mayer felt a surge of indignation. Just earlier that day, Kang Zhuang had been extolling his ambitions of entrepreneurship and his dreams of building a commercial empire to rival the Chu and Lin families. Now here he was, indulging in frivolity at a bar, proving to be as unreliable as ever. She promptly shared her own message in the group chat. Sister, pay him no mind. He is but a scoundrel. Do not linger in the bar for too long. I recall that place is fraught with danger, teeming with all manner of unsavory characters. You should depart at once. Xiang Qingwei and Zhao Tingting have also seen the photograph, yet neither displayed any notable emotional upheaval. Sister, why are you intruding upon someone's privacy? This behavior is unbecoming. Sister, do not concern yourself with this man. I once thought him a paragon of masculinity, but it appears he is quite the libertine. Leave quickly, lest you be discovered taking clandestine photos. Such a fate would be dire indeed. Li Miaoyan chuckled upon reading the messages in the group chat, relieved that her friends had glimpsed the true nature of this man. At that moment, a large hand seized Li Miaoyan. Brother dog, this girl is spying on us. What should we do? No, I did not. I was not spying on you, Li Miaoyan exclaimed in terror, hastening to clarify her innocence. In truth, she was still some distance away from Kang Zhuang, separated by 6 tables. One of the ruffians, mistaking her for photographing his group, had caught hold of her. Well, what do we have here? A pretty girl indeed. Speak up. Why are you taking our picture? If you cannot explain, I shall ensure you have a rather unpleasant evening. Brother Dog leered, his gaze glinting with malice upon seeing Li Miaoyan's beauty. Terrified, Li Miaoyan found herself encircled by 6 burly men and began to weep. Please, let me go. I did not photograph you. As this group held her captive and confiscated her phone, panic set in. Brother Dog, she truly did not capture us. She only took a picture of that pretty boy over there. What now? One of the lackeys rummaged through her gallery and reported back, eliciting a disdainful smirk from Brother Dog. What now, you ask? The usual course of action. I go first, and you follow, he declared, prompting lewd laughter from the others. Please, let me go. Let me go, Li Miaoyan pleaded, struggling against the expressions of wickedness on their faces. Regret washed over her as she lamented her decision to accompany Kang Zhuang to this bar, now facing the threat of these ruffians. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Kang Zhuang was quite skilled in a fight. Kang Zhuang, save me please. She cried out desperately, causing Brother Dog and his gang to flinch. Was she calling for help? Shut that girl's mouth. We are taking her to the alley, Brother Dog commanded, instructing his lackeys to drag Li Miaoyan away while he scanned the surroundings for witnesses. Help! Help! Li Miaoyan's cries for rescue echoed as she struggled, but soon her mouth was silenced. At that moment, Kang Zhuang heard her pleas and saw her being dragged away. In the past, he might have disregarded such a girl, believing that those who ventured out for amusement must be prepared for the consequences. However, upon recognizing Li Miaoyan, he knew he could not abandon her. She was the sister of Li Miaodong, and neglecting her plight would surely invite her ire. With this thought, he released the beauty he had been holding and sprinted out. In the alley, the 6 ruffians leered menacingly at Li Miaoyan, who trembled in fear, desperately calling for help. Merely silenced and restrained by 2 burly men, with her hands and feet bound by ropes, escape was utterly impossible. Hey, dog brother, it has been ages since I encountered a beauty like this. How shall we play this time? With raucous laughter, the 6 ruffians, brutish and uncouth, showed no regard for Li Miaoyan. In their eyes, the women frequenting the bar were merely lonely souls in need of distraction. Li Miaoyan whimpered, her gaze filled with terror as she looked upon the group before her, despair gnawing at her heart. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I have never even been in love. With a sudden rip, Li Miaodong's clothing was torn, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, igniting a fervor among the ruffians. Just as Dog Brother prepared to disrobe, a heavy brick crashed against the back of his head. A sickening thud echoed as Dog Brother collapsed, blood pouring from a gaping wound. Ah, Dog Brother has been incapacitated. Be careful. The remaining 5 men cast fearful glances around, spotting a figure outside the bar's rear entrance. Help! Please, save me! Li Miaodong cried out, her heart racing at the sight of Kang Zhuang. Get him! Kill that pretty boy! Avenge Dog Brother! With a furious shout, the 5 thugs brandished daggers from their pockets and lunged toward Kang Zhuang. He furrowed his brow at their brutal intent. Ding! Warning! Host is about to encounter danger. Task issued. Defeat these scoundrels. Reward, 20 strength. Failure, 1 minute of electric shock. The voice of the debauched system resonated in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Scanning his surroundings, he sees 2 bricks and charged forward. The clash of bricks against bodies resounded through the narrow alley as Kang Zhuang, with strength double that of an average man, engaged the 5 ruffians. After a cacophony of noise, he rendered them unconscious. Such a loss, he muttered after subduing them. Noticing the wounds he had sustained, a couple of gashes on his arm and one across his abdomen, blood streaming and staining his clothes, he swiftly turned to the incapacitated thugs, delivering a final blow to ensure their impotence. Ding! Congratulations, host has completed the task. 20 strength. Current strength, 262. A warm sensation surged through him as his bleeding wounds began to heal, granting him a further boost in power. Li Miaoyan, now slumped on the ground, emitted soft whimpers. Kang Zhuang approached her, releasing her from her bindings. She stared at him, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Kang Zhuang, are you all right? You've lost so much blood. You must go to the hospital. He felt a surge of gratification. This woman was not as fragile as he had presumed. She showed concern for his well-being. It is of no concern. I am a martial arts master, merely a scratch on my skin. I can stop the bleeding with acupressure. Kang Zhuang began to weave his tail, and after the system enhanced his physique, his wound healed. This situation necessitated an excuse. Hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Li Miaoyan felt a twinge of disbelief. She lifted Kang Zhuang's clothing, and upon seeing that the wound had ceased to bleed, she finally exhaled in relief. Oh, you scare me to death, Kang Zhuang. Thank you for saving me. At that moment, Li Miaoyan threw her arms around Kang Zhuang, tears streaming down her cheeks. Not one to indulge her sorrow, Kang Zhuang brusquely pushed her away. Be quiet. I detest it when women weep and wail. What are you thinking? Come into a bar like this? Are you unaware of the dangers lurking here? You are not to return. Kang Zhuang's stern expression left Li Miaoyan momentarily stunned. You are such a villain. Not even a word of comfort. Truly a bad person, a great rogue. Li Miaoyan found herself both amused and irritated by Kang Zhuang's bluntness. How could such a man exist, disregarding all conventions? After rescuing the damsel, should he not offer gentle reassurances, prompting her to reciprocate with her affections? At this moment, Li Miaoyan harbored a burgeoning fondness for Kang Zhuang. In her despair, he had stepped forth, confronting 6 ruffians to save her from peril. His image had etched itself deeply in her heart, though she had yet to realize it. Chapter 33. How about I become your sister-in-law? Li Miaoyan, noticing the thugs lying on the ground, timidly hid behind Kang Zhuang. Do not fear. I have rendered them unconscious, he chuckled, and I added a little extra for good measure. They shall no longer dare to bully women. Observing Li Miaoyan's apprehension towards the thugs, Kang Zhuang bluntly remarked that their lower halves were incapacitated. Li Miaoyan gazed at Kang Zhuang with admiration. This man was truly formidable. Well done. These scoundrels nearly ruined my life. I must avenge myself. Li Miaoyan was furious. Had Kang Zhuang not intervened, her life would have been irrevocably altered after this night. I shall crush these lowly wretches. She transformed into a vengeful spirit, mercilessly stomping on the 6 thugs, seemingly ensuring that their futures would be forever altered. Kang Zhuang, noticing the bloodstains on his clothes, felt quite displeased. How could he possibly attract women in such a state? Contemplating his next move, he decided to leave. Hey, I'm off. Are you coming with me? Wait for me. I'll go with you. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's intention to depart, Li Miaoyan hurriedly followed. Along the way, she noticed her damaged clothing and could not help but frown. You reckless woman, venturing to a bar at this hour. Just look at your state. You are practically inviting men to commit crimes. Li Miaoyan, hearing this, glanced at her torn attire and felt a pang of grievance. This is all because of you. Had I not seen you enter the bar, would I have followed you in? However, she knew that such a reason could not be voiced, for it would reveal her intent to shadow him. Unable to find a suitable excuse, Li Miaoyan ultimately conceded. I'm sorry, and thank you for tonight. I promise I will never visit such places again. Kang Zhuang was taken aback by Li Miaoyan's unexpected humility. She did not retaliate, which left him somewhat disoriented. Since their first encounter on the train, she had always been confrontational, and her newfound obedience must have stemmed from fear. Your compliance is quite unfamiliar to me. Let us go. I'll escort you home. The two arrived at the Lamborghini, and onlookers began to whisper, having noticed Kang Zhuang's blood-soaked attire and Li Miaoyan's tattered clothing. Oh dear, this young lady has been ravaged, and it seems they had quite the wild time. Today's youth sure know how to play hard. They are bleeding quite profusely. How can she endure such treatment? But that man is quite handsome. Their words reached the ears of both Kang Zhuang and Li Miaoyan. Blushing, Li Miaoyan lowered her head, mortified by the rumors. She had not engaged in any impropriety with Kang Zhuang. With a roar, the Lamborghini engine came to life, and the pair headed home. As Li Miaoyan experienced her first ride in a $10 million sports car, her heart raced at the sight of Kang Zhuang driving. Is this what love feels like? She pondered, recalling the moment when Kang Zhuang had bravely defended her against 5 burly thugs. Thankfully, he had incapacitated one at the outset. Otherwise, facing 6 formidable opponents alone might have proven too daunting. The alley was narrow, making it difficult for Kang Zhuang to maneuver. Otherwise, with his formidable physique, he would not have sustained any injuries from the dagger. Li Miaoyan felt a pang in her heart as she recalled how Kang Zhuang had bled from his arms and abdomen while trying to save her. It was reminiscent of the romantic dramas she often watched, where the male lead braves countless dangers to rescue the female lead, leading them into a life filled with unrestrained passion. As her thoughts wandered further, she found herself contemplating what they might name their future children together. "Husband, what do you think we should name our children?" Li Miaoyan blurted out impulsively. Upon realizing her words, she immediately felt a rush of embarrassment, her face flushing crimson. "What did you just call me? You want me to father your children? Have you lost your mind?" "I have no interest in you," Kang Zhuang replied bluntly, which ignited Li Miaoyan's rebellious spirit. "What's wrong with you? Am I that unappealing? What do you find lacking in me?" she retorted, puffing out her chest defiantly. Kang Zhuang cast a glance her way, chuckling softly without uttering a word. In that moment of silence, Li Miaoyan felt an explosion of frustration. "What does your chuckle mean? Speak clearly. I am also a campus beauty. Why don't you find me appealing?" With a strong desire to prove herself, she was unwilling to accept Kang Zhuang's lack of admiration. "Hey, don't make a fuss. I'm driving. Can we discuss this tomorrow?" Kang Zhuang wished to express his exasperation at her swaying form in the car. "Honestly, you have barely any curves, no matter how much you sway." It won't make a difference, he thought, but refrained from voicing it, fearing the repercussions from Li Miaoyan. Li Miaoyan was incensed. At 23, she was in the prime of her youth, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, a true goddess at Jiangnan University. How could Kang Zhuang not find her attractive? Surely, the women he flirted with at the bar were not more beautiful than her. With that thought, she challenged him, "The girls you flirt with at the bar aren't even as pretty as me. Why don't you like me?" Kang Zhuang looked at Li Miaoyan in surprise. How did she know about his escapades? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. "Hey, don't tell me you follow me to the bar tonight. How else would you know I was chatting up girls?" Li Miaoyan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her at his question, and she hesitated to answer truthfully. "No way. I just have plans with friends to check out the bar. My friends bailed on me," she hastily explained. "Really? Are you sure you weren't following me?" "Of course not. Why would I follow you? You're not my boyfriend," she clarified. After her explanation, Kang Zhuang was convinced. Indeed, there was nothing in his life that warranted her surveillance. Throughout the journey, Li Miaoyan refrained from speaking further as Kang Zhuang drove her home. Her residence turned out to be a quaint villa, suggesting that her family was quite well off. Upon receiving Kang Zhuang's call, Li Miaoyan rushed out of the house. Seeing her sister in tattered clothes and Kang Zhuang stained with blood, she gasped in alarm. "Sister boss, what on earth happened to you?" Upon seeing her sister, Li Miaoyan could not help but burst into tears. "Oh, sister, I was terrified tonight. I was almost assaulted by 6 ruffians, but thankfully, Kang Zhuang saved me." Li Miaoyan felt a wave of fear wash over her. Had it not been for Kang Zhuang, her sister might have been in grave danger. "Boss, would you like to come inside and change into some clothes? We have our father's clothes at home. You could change." "No, I'll drive back quickly and change at home." "Please take good care of your sister," Kang Zhuang declined, eager to return home for a shower and some much-needed rest. After being besieged by 5 thugs tonight, he had sustained injuries to his arm and abdomen. Realizing that his strength was still insufficient, Kang Zhuang sped off in his car, while Li Miaoyan followed her sister back home. "Miaoyan, tell me everything that happened tonight without omitting any details," Li Miaoyan said, her expression serious as she sat on the sofa. "Sis, it's all over now. There's no need to ask further. Even if you inquire, it wouldn't help. Are you planning to report those thugs? Of course. They dared to bully you, and I must report them to the authorities, Li Miaodong declared angrily. Seeing her sister's fury, Li Miaoyan pondered for a moment before recounting the events of the evening, including the part where she had dealt with the 6 ruffians herself. Upon hearing this, Li Miaodong understood why her sister had refrained from reporting the incident. It turned out that she and Kang Zhuang had already delivered their own form of justice to those scoundrels. Sister, consider yourself fortunate this time. You're not allowed to go out at night anymore. Do you understand? Okay, I understand, sister. I'm going to my room now, Li Miaoyan responded, eager to escape her sister's admonitions. Lying in bed, Li Miaoyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with images of Kang Zhuang heroically rescuing her. The more she thought about it, the more restless she became, prompting her to take out her phone and send a message to Kang Meyer. How about I become your sister-in-law? As soon as she sent the message, she realized her folly and quickly retracted it. Just as she did, a video call from Kang Meyer came through. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the ringing phone filled the room, and Li Miaoyan felt a whirlwind of emotions. What should she do? After all, Kang Meyer was her close friend. After much inner turmoil, fearing she lacked the courage to answer, she ultimately hung up the call. Fourth sister, what happened between you and my brother? Just over 2 hours ago, you were saying he was flirting with girls at the bar. What did you mean by that? Don't think I won TC it just because you retracted your message. Speak up, what is going on? Kang Meyer's barrage of questions filled Li Miaoyan with embarrassment, feeling as though she had been caught in a lie. Initially, when she saw Kang Zhuang at the bar, she had criticized him with her friends, labeling him a scoundrel. Yet now she desired to be his girlfriend. What a contradiction. Conflicted, Li Miaoyan pondered what to do about the situation. Just the thought of Kang Zhuang made her heart race. She knew this was the unmistakable feeling of falling in love. After half an hour of inner turmoil, Li Miaoyan initiated a video call to Kang Meyer. The phone rang persistently, interrupting Kang Meyer's plans to sleep. Fourth sister, what is going on with you tonight? She inquired. Second sister, may I become your sister-in-law? This single utterance left Kang Meyer utterly astonished. Could this be true? Just moments ago, she had suspected that Li Miaoyan was the victim of a prank and had called to verify. After declining, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, hearing Li Miaodong express a desire to be her sister-in-law was nothing short of a grand jest. Fourth sister, have you lost your mind? You know very well what kind of person my brother is. Are you under a spell? Kang Meyer found it incomprehensible that her dear friend, who had just moments ago joined in condemning Kang Zhuang as a scoundrel, was now eager to become his girlfriend. It seemed far too absurd, even for a television drama. Li Miaodong herself could not have anticipated such a swift reversal of fortune, yet the nature of love often unfolds in the blink of an eye. Kang Zhuang had rescued her when she was at her lowest, his valiant figure etched in her memory. Now, Li Miaoyan's thoughts were consumed by Kang Zhuang, and she felt the need to confide in someone. Second sister, I am not jesting. What do you think about me becoming your sister-in-law? Chapter 34. Are you toxic? Kang Meyer furrowed her brows, incredulous that her close friend would aspire to become her sister-in-law. Was she attempting to overshadow her? Li Miaoyan, you must be dreaming. My brother would never marry you. Just accept your role as my dear friend. You are nothing less than my fourth sister. Elder sister, please don't be hasty in rejecting me. Allow me to recount the events of this evening, Kang Meyer implored. She wished to spare Li Miaoyan from falling into a treacherous pit that was Kang Zhuang. He had treated her well, even gifting her 100,000 yuan in pocket money during the day. However, one must draw a line. It would be unconscionable to let her dear friend be ensnared by the very man who had shown her kindness. Once Li Miaoyan expressed her feelings, a wave of relief washed over her, prompting her to relay the day's occurrences. After hearing the entire story, Kang Meyer found herself utterly bewildered. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Was this not the same tactic her cousin had employed in the past? Could it be that this time was no different? The more Kang Meyer pondered, the more plausible it seemed. However, Kang Zhuang had treated her indifferently, even rebuffing Li Miaoyan while they were in the car. Was this a case of feigned disinterest? It didn't seem likely. Kang Meyer was totally confounded by Kang Zhuang's conduct. Was it truly a heroic act? When had her brother become so benevolent? A beautiful woman in peril, rescued without further engagement. This was hardly in line with Kang Zhuang's character. Had he genuinely changed for the better? It didn't seem so. If he had, he wouldn't be frequenting bars to chase after women. Perhaps tonight was merely an exception. As Kang Heir grappled with the confusion stemming from Kang Zhuang's actions, the two women continued their conversation. Fourth sister, you mustn't act impulsively. My brother is a veritable pitfall. I do not wish for you to leap into it. He is a notorious playboy, a complete scoundrel. You're merely caught up in the thrill of being rescued. You must remain composed, absolutely composed. Kang Heir's words unsettled Li Miaoyan. Why did she constantly label Kang Zhuang as a playboy and a scoundrel? Hadn't she approached him herself without being treated poorly? Was it possible that she was truly unattractive? Doubt began to creep into Li Miaoyan's mind as she scrutinized her reflection in the video. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessing an exquisite visage. She was indeed a striking beauty. Elder sister, do you think I'm beautiful? What? Fourth sister, you are the most beautiful among us four sisters, the campus belle of Jiangnan University. Why would you even ask that? Kang Heir, observing Li Miaoyan's self-doubt, began to comprehend her thoughts. Fourth sister, you cannot truly believe that my brother rejected you because he found you unattractive. Do not let your imagination run wild. He is not a suitable match for you. You must not allow yourself to become further entangled. Li Miaoyan, however, felt a sense of indignation. Throughout her life, she had always been the favored one, with an admirable figure, beauty, and a respectable family background. After being rescued by Kang Zhuang, she had boldly confessed her feelings only to be turned down. Did she not have any pride left? Elder sister, do not worry. I am aware of what I am doing. Please allow me some solitude. We shall discuss this further when we meet tomorrow. Li Miaoyan ended the call, her frustration mounting. The more she reflected on the evening, the more discontent she felt. The more beautiful a girl was, the more likely she was to become fixated on her troubles. At that moment, Kang Heir was left in a state of disbelief, grappling with the situation at hand. At Jiangnan University, countless young talents had pursued Li Miaoyan, only to be rebuffed. Yet, she had just claimed to have confessed to Kang Zhuang, only to be rejected. What on earth was happening? Who could possibly elucidate this perplexing situation? Kang Heir found herself unable to sleep. After glancing at the clock, which indicated it was just past 11, she decided to initiate a video call with Kang Zhuang. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang was driving home when Ahu noticed bloodstains on his clothing, causing him to gasp in shock. Young master, what happened? Were you in danger? It's nothing. I encountered a few thugs harassing a girl and played the hero, Kang Zhuang replied, dismissing his injuries. Those words left Ahu astonished. Heroically rescuing a damsel? Is that truly something a young master ought to do? Such acts are typically reserved for charming a beauty. You must have been serious this time. No wonder you got hurt. Young master, we should see a doctor. Ahu insisted, still worried about Kang Zhuang's well-being. But Kang Zhuang refused. If I say I'm fine, then I'm fine. By the way, why are you still outside? Didn't I grant you 3 days off? What about your first love? Ahu paused, taken aback that the young master was still concerned about his gossip at such a time, feeling somewhat speechless. Young master, that's rather inconsiderate of you. My affairs are of no importance. Since you're fine, hurry and freshen up. Otherwise, if Sister Fei sees you like this, I'll be the one to face her wrath. Ahu was reluctant to discuss his own matters, and Kang Zhuang understood. It appeared Jiang, he had not reconciled with Ahu. People have indeed dispersed. It seems that human hearts are fragile, especially when tested by temptations like money. Few can withstand such a lure. Upon entering the villa, Song Lingfei noticed the bloodstains and immediately directed her ire at Ahu. Ahu, what kind of bodyguard are you? Do you wish to perish? Hearing Song Lingfei's voice, Ahu timidly stepped forward. Sister Fei, I didn't accompany the young master today. That was my fault. Kang Zhuang waved his hand, signaling for Song Lingfei to dismiss her concerns. Lingfei, I'm fine. I merely intervened when a few ruffians were bullying a girl. Playing the hero and sustaining injuries is an honor. It's just a minor issue, really. Don't. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang defend Ahu, Song Lingfei shot a cold glance at Ahu. Consider yourself fortunate this time. I will deduct half your salary for 6 months as a warning. All right. Whatever Sister Fei says goes. Ahu quickly complied, then exchanged knowing glances with Kang Zhuang, both of them smiling. Earlier that morning, Kang Zhuang had given Ahu 50 million. A salary deduction was merely a trifling matter. The two shared an unspoken understanding and refrained from further discussion. After freshening up, Kang Zhuang reclined on his large bed, engrossed in his phone. After a while, Kang Meier's video call came through. "Hello, Meyer. What brings you to call me at such a late hour?" "Brother, I heard that my fourth sister, Li Miaoyan, was saved by you tonight, right?" "Yes, that's correct." "Why do you ask?" Kang Zhuang was somewhat puzzled, surprised that such news had reached Kang Meyer so quickly. Li Miaoyan really ought to work on her discretion. Kang Meyer scrutinized Kang Zhuang, uncertainly asking, "Brother, was this truly an accident? Or was it one of your usual ploys?" "My fourth sister is naive. You mustn't take advantage of her." Kang Zhuang's expression darkened at Meyer's words. "Meyer, what do you mean by that? Is that how you perceive me? You know, back in Yinjing, I even assisted you in your endeavors. I have learned a few tricks of your trade when it comes to charming women." Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had somewhat failed in his role as an older brother. In his pursuit of romance, he had even enlisted Kang Meyer to gather intel on potential partners. Yet now, Kang Meyer no longer believed in him, although tonight's situation was indeed unexpected, and he felt confident. "Meyer, this time it's genuine. Rest assured, I have no interest in Li Miaoyan and 1T pursue her. Brother, therein lies the crux of the matter. Why do you reject her?" "My fourth sister is so troubled she can't sleep, caught in self-doubt about her beauty." "Huh. Not rejecting her would also be a mistake." Kang Zhuang was utterly perplexed. What was Kang Meyer implying? Was it a rejection or an acceptance? "What do you mean, Meyer? Do you actually support me pursuing your friend?" "But Li Miaoyan is not my type. I simply do not fancy her." "Why not?" "Although I do not approve of you being with her, my fourth sister just video called me, expressing her desire to become your sister-in-law." "Brother, have you cast a spell on her, making her determined to marry only you?" Kang Meyer looked equally helpless. Li Miaoyan had never been in a relationship before, and her first crush was on her own cousin, a notorious playboy at that. Kang Zhuang shook his head, asserting that he hadn't cast any enchantments. It was purely Li Miaoyan's own predicament. After a brief discussion, Kang Meyer issued a warning. "Brother, I don't care how you behave outside, but my friends are good girls. You cannot flirt with them." With that, she hung up, leaving Kang Zhuang seething with frustration. That ungrateful girl. After giving her 100,000 as pocket money earlier that day, now she dares to admonish me. Truly outrageous. Kang Zhuang had initially been in high spirits, but Kang Meyer's words had soured his mood, prompting him to toss his phone aside. Time for bed. That night, Kang Zhuang slept soundly, while both Li Miaoyan and Kang Meyer struggled with insomnia. Li Miaoyan was preoccupied with thoughts of Kang Zhuang, while Kang Meyer contemplated Li Miaoyan's situation. Li Miaoyan recalled that since the day they met, she and Kang Zhuang had been bickering nonstop. Wasn't this the kind of plot one would find in romantic drama? The male lead and the female lead are always at odds, yet somehow end up together. The more she pondered, the more she felt that she and Kang Zhuang were destined for one another. Having never experienced love before, she found herself inexplicably curious about him, ultimately falling asleep around 4 in the morning. The following day, Kang Meyer arrived early at Kang Zhuang's villa. However, upon reaching the entrance, the guard, refused her entry. Having been reprimanded by Song Ling Fei the previous night, he was particularly vigilant about the villa's security. Not recognizing Kang Meyer, he blocked her path and informed her that the young master was still asleep and that she needed to wait. Kang Meyer paid no heed to the guard and called out toward the villa. "Brother, it's Meyer. Come out for a moment." Her early morning shouts roused Kang Zhuang from his slumber. Peering out the window, he spotted his cousin rushing over. "Meyer, what brings you here so early? Surely, it cannot be to urge me to rise and visit your friend." "Bah, your words are as empty as a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. I have come to keep an eye on you. Now, allow me to enter." Upon recognizing Kang Meyer, H permitted her to enter the villa. As Kang Meyer stepped inside, she was greeted by the sight of SNGF seated gracefully on the sofa. How is it possible? How could there exist such exquisite beauty in this world? Who is she? The stunning visage and ethereal demeanor of SNGF instantly captivated Kang Meyer's heart. At that moment, Kang Zhu Ing descended and greeted Kang Mir. Oh, Mir, why do you stand there foolishly? Have you not eaten? Kulme. Sit and join me for breakfast. LNGFI. Please bring out the breakfast. Certainly, young master. As S ing LNGF, I headed to the kitchen to serve breakfast. Kang Mir was left utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping. How could her cousin treat such a beautiful girl as a servant? How could he possess such remarkable charm? Brother, you must be toxic. Chapter 35. The headquarters building. Kang Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at Kang Mir, questioning her sanity for declaring herself toxic so early in the morning. Have you eaten? If not, sit down and join me for breakfast. He settled at the table, enjoying his meal, while Kang Mir's stomach growled in protest. She had rushed over to him without having breakfast. Brother, I want to eat too. The siblings began their breakfast together. As Kang Mir noticed Song Lingfei standing behind Kang Zhuang, her curiosity was piqued. Hello, Miss Mir. I am the young master's steward, responsible for all his affairs. Steward? Kang Mir was puzzled. She had not heard of anyone else from the Kang family in Yanjing. Brother, won't you introduce me to this sister? Mir, this is Song Lingfei, my assistant in the business empire I am building. You should learn from her. There is much to gain. Kang Zhuang recognized Song Lingfei's capabilities. Nothing could obstruct her in this world, and following her would undoubtedly benefit Kang Mir. A look of astonishment filled Kang Mir's eyes. Song Lingfei was indeed Kang Zhuang's aide. Although she had previously doubted Kang Zhuang's ability to establish a significant company, seeing Song Lingfei sparked an instinctual belief that his enterprise would flourish. I want to establish a vast business empire. This thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, recalling Kang Zhuang's earlier declaration. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. With this revelation, her eyes sparkled with newfound ambition. Brother, will you take me along in your business endeavors? I wish to start a company and earn money too. Huh, so you believe in me now? Weren't you skeptical before? Kang Zhuang chuckled, sensing that his sister was merely swaying with the tides of power. Oh, brother, it's not you I believe in, but Sister Lingfei. I'm certain she can build a grand company. Kang Zhuang, amused, thought that if Kang Mir were not his sister, he would certainly teach her a lesson. Who does she look down upon? He was quite capable himself. However, he refrained from arguing, recognizing that in matters of business, Song Lingfei was the one in charge. At that moment, Song Lingfei turned to Kang Zhuang and said, Young master, we need to finalize the headquarters building for the pharmaceutical company and factory renovation. The Zhuangfei Investment Company still lacks a definitive address. Are you implying we need funds to purchase the building? All right, Kang Zhuang conceded, bemused by her tactful request for money. How much do you need? Give me as much as you have. Song Lingfei maintained her composure, as if the request for money was not even hers. Kang Zhuang felt a pang of regret for his dwindling finances. Expenses had been exorbitant since his arrival. I still have over 1.5 billion. I will provide you with 1.5 billion, but do exercise restraint. Very well, in Jiangnan City, 1.5 billion is sufficient to acquire a building. Kang Mir's jaw dropped in astonishment at their conversation. Brother, sister, that S1.5 billion, not just 15. Are you both making such a hasty decision about ownership? Kang Mir's gaze had transformed. Her cousin Kang Zhuang was no longer the frivolous young master, but rather a veritable deity of wealth. Brother, I have something to convey. Speak. You're searching for a corporate building, correct? I have a suggestion. My father possesses a commercial edifice in the southern part of the city, priced at 30 billion. However, it remains unsold. Why not consider purchasing it? Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang comprehended Mir's intent. She was proposing he invest 15 billion to acquire the unsold property. Yet, what about the second uncle? Even among blood relatives, financial matters must be clearly delineated. One cannot continuously rely on the assistance of the second uncle. Young master, Miss Mir is correct. Today I also plan to inspect that commercial building. My data indicates that it is quite suitable for our company's headquarters. Kang Zhuang pondered for a moment and nodded. Lingfei, I will accompany you. Mir, you should join us as well. After their meal, Kang Zhuang, accompanied by Song Lingfei and Ahu with Kang Mir, set off towards the building. Upon learning that Kang Zhuang intended to purchase the commercial building in his possession, Second Uncle Kang Jianliang was utterly astonished. The two parties met on the rooftop of the building, and as soon as Kang Jianliang laid eyes on Kang Zhuang, he couldn't help but express his discontent. "You little rascal, how much startup capital did the old man provide you? Or was it your mother who supported you?" Kang Jianliang was quite vexed. When he was sent to Jiangnan City, the elder had given him not a single cent, yet now, with the grandson, the favoritism was palpable. Observing the disgruntled expression of his second uncle, Kang Zhuang hastily clarified, "Second uncle, do not speak carelessly. My finances are unrelated to the Kang family. I aim to establish another Kang family in Jiangnan City. In the future, when the Kang family is mentioned in Huagua, it will refer to my Kang Zhuang." At that moment, Kang Zhuang was filled with ambition. After this month, his commercial empire would gradually take shape. Kang Jianliang was taken aback by Kang Zhuang's formidable presence. It had only been a day since they last met, yet the vigor of his nephew had remarkably intensified. Concealing his talents? Reflecting on Kang Zhuang's past demeanor in Yanjing, it must have been an act of restraint. With such a talent in the Kang family, prosperity would surely follow for many years to come. Kang Jianliang felt a sense of comfort. Their generation had led the Kang family to a bottleneck. But perhaps Kang Zhuang's current performance could usher the family towards a new pinnacle. Upon hearing that Kang Zhuang wished to depart from the Kang family and establish his own, Kang Jianliang couldn't help but give him a playful slap. "Thud! Ouch! Second uncle, why are you hitting me? I'm all grown up." The ambitious demeanor that Kang Zhuang had just exhibited was instantly deflated by his second uncle's playful blow, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "You little rascal, you haven't even matured yet, and you wish to set up your own household? Do you believe the old man wouldn't expel you from the family tree upon hearing this?" "Ha, I merely jest. If the old man were to cast me out, I would still retain my pride. I need to build a substantial commercial empire to return with." He aimed to demonstrate that, even away from the Kang family, he could achieve great success. Previously, he had simply chosen not to exert himself excessively. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's declaration, both Kang Jianliang and Kang Meyer's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it seemed that the Kang Zhuang of your had merely been concealing his brilliance. "Good lad, you have potential. As your uncle, I should support your entrepreneurial endeavors. However, family matters must be addressed with clarity. The sale price of this building is 30 billion, but I am willing to offer you a familial discount of 25 billion. Yet, I cannot help but feel a pang of regret parting with 5 billion. Kang Zhuang smiled, for his current financial struggles would soon be a thing of the past. "Uncle, you underestimate me. 30 billion is indeed 30 billion. I shall provide you with half of the deposit now, and the remaining half within 3 months. What do you say?" At this moment, Kang Zhuang brimmed with confidence, leaving Kang Jianliang astounded. "Is this truly my seemingly inept nephew? Such a prodigy. How did the elder fail to recognize this? I am eager to see how far you can go." Kang Jianliang acquiesced to Kang Zhuang's proposal, for after all, he was family, and he would dare to offer it freely. "Impressive, young man. Your audacity is commendable. I shall support you. Even if you are unable to fulfill your promise later, I will allow you to utilize it." Kang Zhuang felt deeply moved by his uncle's unwavering support. Subsequently, Song Lingfei and Kang Jianliang's financial team began discussions regarding the contract. In the end, a direct transfer of 15 billion was executed on site. Upon catching sight of Song Lingfei, Kang Jianliang was struck by her beauty and poise. "Xiao Zhuang, where did you find this girl? Her working style is truly efficient. Who is she?" "Hee. Uncle, did I not mention? I aspire to establish a colossal business empire, and she's my spokesperson. My business is her domain." Upon hearing this, Kang Jianliang's expression grew solemn. Would the future matriarch of the Kang family be Song Lingfei? What was her background? He resolved to inform his brother and sister-in-law, while also conducting an inquiry. After all these arrangements, Song Lingfei approached Kang Zhuang. "Young master, everything is set. This 30-story building will henceforth serve as the headquarters for our Zhuangfei investment company." "Excellent. You have worked hard," Kang Zhuang remarked as he stood atop the building, gazing outward at the sprawling landscape, with countless structures visible beneath him. A surge of ambition coursed through his veins. At that moment, the debauched system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task. The first step in establishing your business empire has been accomplished. A reward package awaits. Please check it. A friendly reminder followed. Please return to your bedroom to open the reward. Kang Zhuang was taken aback. This system had unexpectedly issued a reward package. Initially, upon receiving the system, he had anticipated the arrival of a grand gift, but was met with disappointment. It seemed the reward was contingent upon completing the first step in his business pursuits. What did this imply? System, what is the meaning of this? Why bestow the reward only now, when it was not offered before? Ding! This system dispenses rewards fairly and justly, adjusting them based on the host's performance. Please continue your efforts. Hearing the system's explanation, Kang Zhuang felt it was akin to receiving no explanation at all. When he first acquired the debauch system, he had believed it would allow him to indulge while growing stronger. Yet now, it appeared to provide rewards solely for establishing a company or confronting adversaries. The path that this wayward system has taken is increasingly askew. What manner of person does it aspire to become? At this moment, as Kang Zhuang was lost in thought, Kang Heir nudged him. Brother, what's the matter? Father has called for you numerous times. Kang Zhuang came to his senses and noticed his second uncle gazing at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Second uncle, I was daydreaming, my apologies. I was just pondering some matters. No worries, Xiao Zhuang. I am genuinely pleased with your current performance. There is not a single wastrel in our Kang family. You undoubtedly harbor a significant secret. His uncle refrained from probing further, but felt compelled to advise. I must inform you that you are not to stray down a misguided path. Contributing to society should be the route you pursue. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang regarded his second uncle with a hint of confusion, questioning how such a sentiment could emanate from him. Kang Zhuang was well aware that his uncle was involved in some underhanded enterprises, which was, in fact, the reason he had been cast out of the Kang family. Realizing Kang Zhuang's expression, Kang genuinely understood his thoughts, his face flushing with embarrassment. Ahem, I merely wish to share my thoughts with you. Whether or not you contribute to society is entirely up to you. I shall take Heir home now. You focus on your entrepreneurial endeavors. Chapter 36. The shock of the grand gift. Kang Heir ultimately chose not to return with her father. She wished to spend more time with Kang Zhuang. The once reckless young master had transformed into a business elite. What had precipitated such a metamorphosis? At noon, within a restaurant, Kang Zhuang, Song Lingfei, Kang Heir, and Ahu sat together for lunch. Brother, your transformation is remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary. After being cast out by the old man, one must accomplish something to earn their respect, Kang Zhuang replied in a neutral tone, though Kang Heir detected an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. Brother, I believe in you. In the future, I shall rely on you more. If anyone bullies me, you must avenge me fiercely. Of course, if anyone dares to bully you, I will ensure they regret it, Kang Zhuang responded, feeling quite fondly towards his sister. At least she was not a burden like Kang Qing, who would embellish stories whenever their father chastised him. Contemplating Kang Qing, Kang Zhuang found himself missing her. Despite her antics, she possessed an awareness of the situation. Upon their departure from Yanjing, she had secretly shed tears in her bedroom. Downstairs, a group of individuals entered the establishment. Brother Dao, welcome. What brings you here? The restaurant owner rushed to greet Xiao Dao upon his entrance. None of your concern. I am here to find someone. Attend to your business, Xiao Dao replied curtly. Very well, Brother Dao. Please make yourself at home. Xiao Dao entered Kang Zhuang's private room with several companions, just as Kang Zhuang and the others finished their meal. Hey, aren't you that fellow? What was your name again? Kang Zhuang struggled to recall Xiao Dao's name, pointing at him in confusion. I am Xiao Dao. Yes. Xiao Dao, what brings you to seek me today? Kang Zhuang dismissed Xiao Dao, considering him merely a martial artist of minor repute. He felt he could easily contend with him. The other day, you sent my young master to the hospital. The boss is quite angry and has summoned you to the Leopard Building tonight at 8 for a discussion. Xiao Dao stated his purpose, and Kang Zhuang understood. The young master had sent the older one as a means of exacting revenge. Kang Zhuang took a sip of water, maintaining his composure. Why doesn't he, the boss, come to me directly? You are merely a discarded son of the Kang family. Our Leopard Lord is the leader of the Black Panther gang. Does he need to come to you personally? Xiao Dao looked down upon Kang Zhuang. Having thoroughly investigated his background, just a disgraced young master expelled from the Kang family in Yinjing. The Black Panther gang had thrived in Jiangnan City for many years. They had never feared anyone. Now that Kang Zhuang had hospitalized Lu Gang, Lu Bao was determined to eliminate him. Enough of your nonsense. I will meet you tonight at 8. Prepare yourself, Kang Zhuang replied, unperturbed by the Black Panther gang, knowing they possessed only a few martial artists of the hidden strength level. Song Lingfei alone could dispatch them with ease. Very well, Kang Xiao, indeed brave and audacious. We shall await your arrival at the Leopard Building, curious to see how you intend to deal with us. Xiao Dao was incensed by Kang Zhuang's demeanor. Had he not been outmatched by Song Lingfei, he would have lunged at Kang Zhuang already. The swift arrival and equally swift departure of the blade lingered in Kang Zhuang's mind as he pondered whether to annihilate the Black Panther gang that very night. Beside him, Song Lingfei calmly sipped her water. As an advanced artificial intelligence, Song Lingfei mirrored humanity in nearly every aspect, save for the inability to bear children. She could partake in meals and hydration. Typically, she required neither sustenance nor drink, as basking in sunlight sufficed to recharge her energy. However, today, she accompanied Kang Zhuang to the tavern, feigning the act of dining to allay the suspicions of Kang Meyer and Ahu. Kang Meyer, observing the lack of urgency among the trio, was the first to voice her concern. Brother, why are you all so unconcerned? The Black Panther gang is not a trifling third-rate force. It's among the most significant in Jiangnan City. You cannot confront them alone. Perhaps we should return to Yinjing tonight. Unbeknownst to her, Kang Meyer underestimated her father's formidable strength, having always believed their family merely engaged in real estate. Now, learning that the Black Panther gang sought to trouble Kang Zhuang, her worry for him intensified. Meyer, fret not. They are but the Black Panther gang. I am not preoccupied with my own safety, but rather contemplating whether to eradicate them altogether. Eradicate them? Brother, are you out of your mind? The Black Panther gang is no small faction. They boast thousands of members. Kang Meyer was taken aback, astonished by her cousin's audacity. Did he truly dismiss the gang so lightly, as if it were mere child's play? Thousands of members, yet they are not all gathered together. At most, a mere 100 or 200 will be present tonight. I am merely considering whether eliminating Lu Bao will lead to complications. Kang Zhuang articulated his thoughts, leaving Kang Meyer utterly stunned. The notion of eliminating Lu Bao, a figure renowned in Jiangnan City as the Panther Lord, who had once wielded a blade to carve his dominion, now presiding over half of the underground forces in the city, seemed ludicrous. Brother, do not overestimate your capabilities. I am aware of the Leopard Tower. It serves as the headquarters for the Black Panther gang. Should you venture there tonight, your safe return is far from guaranteed. Kang Meyer attempted to dissuade him, but Kang Zhuang remained resolute. At that moment, Song Lingfei interjected softly, Miss Meyer, there's no need for concern. Based on the available intelligence, the Black Panther gang has only 3 practitioners of dark energy. I could eliminate them with a mere snap of my fingers. Kang Meyer gazed at Song Lingfei in astonishment. Was her sister truly so formidable? Dark energy practitioners were capable of shattering rock with a single punch. With Song Lingfei's physique, she could send an opponent flying several meters. Yet appearances can be deceiving, and Kang Meyer now recognized that Song Lingfei must indeed be a master. A heroine? Perhaps. This thought sparked within her a desire to become her disciple. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing such distractions. Her focus remained steadfastly on Kang Zhuang. Brother, I am unaware of your secrets, but I implore you to assure me. Can you manage this alone? Rest assured I can. This battle marks not only my inaugural foray into Jiangnan City, but also serves as a demonstration to those in Yinjing who have been observing me. I, Kang Zhuang, am no longer a mere playboy to be toyed with at will. With determination swelling within him, Kang Zhuang resolved to eliminate Lu Bao and his cohort that night, erasing the Black Panther gang from existence and sending a clear warning to those harboring ill intentions toward him. In the future, when the whitening repair serum is released, it is inevitable that numerous powerful forces will set their sights on his company. Without the means to protect himself, he could easily become a pawn for others. Tonight, he will eliminate the Black Panther gang as a warning to those lurking shadows, those lacking the capability should refrain from disturbing him. Mayor, do not disclose this matter to my second uncle. I can handle it myself. That is all for now. Ahu, please escort Mayor home. Understood, young master. Ahu drove Kang Mayor back to the Longting Villa, but upon her return, she immediately informed Kang Jinli of the events. Kang Jinli did not say much in response, merely discreetly reallocating a faction to the vicinity of the Black Panther gang. Xiao Zhuang. Oh Xiao Zhuang, you have endured for so long. Let me see what trump cards you still possess. Kang Jinli had always believed that the previous Kang Zhuang was feigning the guise of a frivolous young master. And now is the time for Kang Zhuang to reveal his ambition. If Kang Zhuang were aware of his second uncle's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. He had indeed been a dandy without any pretense. Meanwhile, after deciding on the events of the night, Kang Zhuang directly returned to the villa with Song Lingfei. System. I wish to activate the Grand Gift Package. Ding. The Grand Gift Package has been activated. Rewards for the host. 1 billion in cash, 100 physique points, 10 internal energy, 2 combat robots, and 10 intelligent robots. Upon witnessing this scene, Kang Zhuang was astounded. Is this truly the Grand Gift Package? It is simply extraordinary. Hey, system. You are truly remarkable. Ding. Thank you for your compliment, dear host. This system fairly and justly distributes rewards. Please claim your rewards. A series of rewards left Kang Zhuang in a state of ecstatic disbelief, taking quite some time to regain his composure. Claim rewards. Ding. Host has successfully claimed rewards. At that moment, a tremendous wave of warmth surged through his body, significantly enhancing his physical attributes, strengthening his corporeal form, and bestowing him with a decade's worth of internal energy. The room was graced with 2 robust individuals standing at 6 feet tall and 10 charmingly gentle women. Greetings, master. The 12 individuals bowed before Kang Zhuang, prompting an internal exclamation of astonishment. By heavens, this young master is destined for greatness. As for the 10 intelligent robots, their attributes were quite similar to those of Song Lingfei. The highlight, however, lay in the 2 combat robots, boasting a combat power of 100,000, representing the pinnacle of personal combat capability in this world. A divine realm warrior possesses merely 10,000 combat power, yet his 2 servants could effortlessly vanquish a horde of divine realm experts. What a terrifying prospect. The Kang family, as a first-rate clan, has only 5 warriors of the transformation stage, and not a single innate warrior. Only the top families in Yinjing possess innate warriors, while the mysterious hidden families are home to divine realm warriors. Yet Kang Zhuang now possesses 2 servants that surpass even divine realm warriors, swelling his pride immensely. Calm down. Calm down. I must not become arrogant. Kang Zhuang endeavored to maintain his composure, taking considerable time to regain his tranquility. The system, with little ado, presents my attributes. Ding. The host character information is as follows. Name, Kang Zhuang. Identity, the eldest young master of the Kang family, former. Physique, 362. Inner strength, 10. Wealth, 1 billion. Servants, 11 intelligent robots, 2 combat robots. Items, formula for skin whitening repair liquid, special nutrient pod, 1 production line, special medicinal herb formula. Upon reviewing his attributes, Kang Zhuang felt a swell of pride within him. Who could possibly rival his prowess? With 2 bodyguards boasting combat power of 100,000 each, he deemed that to be the pinnacle of strength on this planet. Initially, he intended to accompany Song Lingfei to eliminate Lu Bao tonight, but now it seemed feasible to bring along the 2 combat robots as well. The thought of leading 2 companions in a battle, wreaking havoc, was exhilarating. This confrontation would surely leave many in awe. Let's proceed, he commanded. Understood, master, the robots replied in unison. Kang Zhuang exited the bedroom with his 12 robots in tow. Downstairs, Song Lingfei sensed their presence, her gaze reflecting an indescribable emotion. Young master, you have emerged. Who are they? Before Song Lingfei could finish her inquiry, Ahu had already succumbed to the overwhelming aura emanating from the 12 robots, collapsing to the ground. Ahu lay prostrate, having mentally categorized these beings as untouchable. Young master, help me. Cease your aura. He is one of us, Kang Zhuang instructed the robots, allowing Ahu to rise, though terror still lingered in his eyes. Chapter 37. Annihilating the Black Panther gang, Song Lingfei observed the 12 individuals of her kind and nodded at each of them. Lingfei, these 10 girls will be under your command, named from Phone 1 to Phone 10. The 2 males shall be referred to as Ada and Heir. Understood, Master. Thank you for the names. Henceforth, address me as boss. Thank you, boss. The 12 robotic beings expressed their gratitude to Kang Zhuang, a sight that rendered Ahu utterly confounded. Ahu, a youth of modern society, was at a loss regarding the origins of this formidable group led by Kang Zhuang. Young master, who are they? Their presence is so commanding. Ahu, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. This is but one facet of my hidden strength, and there shall be more to come. I have vowed to make you the general manager of the security company, and soon you will embark on your duties. These individuals are your assurance. Do you comprehend? At that moment, Kang Zhuang's authoritative aura became palpable, leaving Ahu momentarily stunned, realizing that the young master was no longer the idle heir he once was. Young master, I will strive to work diligently. I shall manage the security company well. Ahu recognized the significance of the security company, understanding that as Kang Zhuang's commercial empire developed, security would be paramount. This company would serve as a deterrent against opposing forces. Lingfei assigned positions to these 10 individuals and concurrently register a security company with a capital of 1 billion. Upon concluding his statement, Kang Zhuang transferred the recently awarded 1 billion to Song Lingfei. Song Lingfei grasped that Kang Zhuang's plans were nearing fruition. Young master, we shall take our leave now. Ahu, come along. Song Lingfei informed Kang Zhuang and then led Ahu away. Although the security company fell under the umbrella of Zhuangfei Investment Company, Ahu needed to make an appearance in person. Within the villa, apart from the housekeeper, only Kang Zhuang remained with the combat-type robots, Ada and Heir. Boss, what would you have us do? My strength has increased. Ada, accompany me in training. Understood, boss. Kang Zhuang, along with Ada and Heir, made their way to the lawn, where Heir stood vigilant while Ada assumed a defensive posture. Boss, I am prepared. Very well, here I come with Bagwazang. Kang Zhuang unleashed his full force, executing Bagwazang with astounding ferocity, each strike landing with precision. Ada adopted a purely defensive stance, while Kang Zhuang focused solely on offense. The display of power was grand, yet it bore no impact on Ada, whose skin remained unscathed. After a grueling half-hour, Kang Zhuang, exhausted, felt his hands and feet swell. Damn it, I thought I was formidable. Yet I find myself still a novice. Seeing his fists bloodied, Kang Zhuang felt disheartened, believing that with a physique of 362, he would possess greater strength, only to realize he was still rather weak. Boss, please do not lose heart. We are combat-type robots. Our defensive capabilities surpass our offensive strength. On this planet, nothing short of a nuclear weapon poses a threat to us. Ada, noticing Kang Zhuang's despondency, offered heartfelt reassurances. Once again, Kang Zhuang was astonished. Were combat-type robots truly this extraordinary? Did this imply he could navigate the world with impunity? Ada, I am your master. If commanded to assassinate someone, would you comply? Indeed, we combat robots adhere strictly to our master's orders. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang's heart surged with excitement as he instinctively wished for Ada and Heir to eliminate the 2 detestable people, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue, in Yanjing. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that eliminating 2 individuals was not a prudent course of action. Killing these 2 would be trivial. He sought to render both families utterly destitute, for that would inflict the greatest suffering upon them. Suppressing his murderous intent, Kang Zhuang felt his resolve strengthen, narrowly avoiding being lost to the overwhelming power of his emotions. Calm down. Calm down. This world is already my domain. Gradually, he steadied his emotions. At this moment, he planned a slow and calculated revenge against Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue, intending to strip them of everything before sending them on their way. The entire afternoon was spent by Kang Zhuang devising his future plans, and as time progressed, evening approached, marking the hour of 7. To facilitate the nanny's travel, the villa had purchased 3 brand-new Volkswagen Bora cars, each valued at 150,000. Tonight, Kang Zhuang chose not to drive a sports car. Instead, he had Heir drive the Bora, taking him in a to the Black Panther gang. At the Leopard building, Lu Bao sat in the lobby, surrounded by over 200 black-clad henchmen, all standing imposingly. Lu Bao, exhibiting a calm demeanor, addressed 3 middle-aged men beside him. Old Han, you and the 2 elders will handle the expert mentioned by Xiao Dao. The rest will deal with the others brought by Kang Zhuang. What do you think? Brother Bao, we shall proceed as you dictate. Over the years, no one has dared to bully our Black Panther gang in Jiangnan City. It matters not if Kang Zhuang is a castaway. Even if he were the young master of the Kang family, having injured Xiao Gang, he would still meet his demise. Han Meng, Xiao Dao's master, was an adept martial artist, as were the other 2 men, newly recruited by Lu Bao over the past 2 years. Lu Bao was a man in his 50s, and upon learning that his son had been hospitalized by Kang Zhuang, he was instantly consumed by rage. After spending a day investigating Kang Zhuang's background, he discovered the latter to be the Kang family's discarded heir and resolved that Kang Zhuang would not leave the Leopard building alive that night. Nearby, in a large building, several individuals were monitoring the situation. Hey boss, the owner sent us to protect young Master Kang. Where is he? It's almost 8. Why isn't he here yet? Be patient. The boss instructed us to ensure young Master Kang's safety. Our people are nearby the Leopard building. Rest assured, we are close enough to rush in and rescue him at any moment. These individuals were dispatched by Kang Jianli, specifically to safeguard Kang Zhuang. At that moment, the Watchers detected a new development. He has arrived. Young Master Kang is here. Continue monitoring. The boss has instructed that, in addition to ensuring young Master Kang's safety, we must also ascertain his hidden capabilities. By the way, has the sniper taken position? All arrangements are in place. Outside the Leopard building, Kang Zhuang, accompanied by a and Heir, alighted from the vehicle. Just as they reached the entrance, several black-clad men barred their way. Stop! Who are you? I am Kang Zhuang. Your boss summoned me. Oh, so you're the abandoned scion of the Kang family, huh? Ha! You're not some mythical figure. Bringing just 2 people to the Leopard's den, you're doomed. The guards, upon realizing they were facing Kang Zhuang, erupted into mocking laughter. Kill him. Kang Zhuang's eyes turned icy. How dare these lowly thugs insult him? They were courting death. In an instant, Ada sprang into action, wielding a titanium alloy knife, and charged at the 4 guards at the entrance. With swift precision, he severed their throats, the gruesome scene startling those observing from a distance. Boss, this is bad. There has been a murder. Young Master Kang is formidable. He struck the moment he arrived. Several figures rushed to the window, binoculars in hand, to observe. At that moment, Kang Zhuang, accompanied by Ada and Heir, entered the Leopard's Denver. On the first floor, Kang Zhuang noted the presence of approximately 200 individuals, and a smile crept across his face. These would be his stepping stones. Ding! Host detected deep within enemy territory. Task assigned: annihilate the Black Panther gang, eliminate Lu Bao. Uphold justice. Time limit: 20 minutes. Task reward: 20 physique. Task failure: 1 minute of electric shock. As the system issued the task, Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing the modest reward for such a formidable undertaking. System: if I destroy the Black Panther gang, how can I only gain a mere 20 physique? They are a powerful foe. Increase the reward. Ding! A task is a task. Rewards are rewards. Timer initiated. The time limit of 20 minutes weighed heavily on him, and the countdown in his mind began, leaving Kang Zhuang feeling somewhat frustrated. This domineering system. I even praised it as a good entity at noon. Who is Lu Bao? Step forward and let me know you. You insolent child. How dare you come my Leopard's den with just 2 companions? Very well, if I do not break your legs tonight. It would be an affront to your arrogant demeanor. Lu Bao rose, bellowing at Kang Zhuang. Upon seeing Lu Bao, Kang Zhuang smiled. You're here. That's enough. Ada, Ayu. Eliminate everyone here. Understood, boss. In an instant, Ada and Heir entered combat mode, their titanium alloy knives beginning to reap lives. Their figures flickered as they moved, and before the Black Panther gang could react, heads began to fall. The terrifying sight sent the remaining members into a frenzy of panic. Demons. They are indeed human. Help! Don't kill me. The devil has come. They are demons. In mere minutes, over 200 ordinary gang members lay lifeless. Lu Bao and the remaining 3 martial artists were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. How is this possible? This cannot be. It's impossible. Lu Bao was rendered speechless. After years of violence, he had never witnessed such slaughter. More than 200 lives extinguished in less than 2 minutes. It was horrifying. These individuals were not human, but something far more terrifying than demons. With a swift series of strikes, Lu Bao and the 3 remaining martial artists met their end. From the moment he entered, Kang Zhuang had uttered only a few words, and the Black Panther gang had been consigned to history. Report to the boss. The task has been completed. Ada and Heir appeared, their bodies untouched by even a drop of blood, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak, leaving no trace of dust in their wake. Ding! Congratulations, host, task completed. Constitution 20, current Constitution 382. A warm surge coursed through, further enhancing Kang Zhuang's physical strength. Upon seeing the final 2, Kang Zhuang felt a wave of displeasure. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies urged him to round it up to a whole number. System, could you adjust the reward to 18? It would bring my constitution down to 380. Wouldn't that be better? Ding. Negative. Rewards are fixed and cannot be altered. Frustration bubbled within Kang Zhuang. He suspected the system was deliberately teasing him, fully aware of his compulsive nature. What was the significance of that 2 in the constitution of 382? Irritated, Kang Zhuang paid no heed to the decapitated corpses scattered around and led the 2 out of the leopard building. To all present, I am Kang Zhuang. Soon, I shall demonstrate my prowess in Jiangnan City. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Thank you all. Kang Zhuang was no fool. He knew many eyes were upon him, as Ada and Heir had informed him from the vehicle. With that understanding, he decided to showcase his strength to this gathering, while also instructing them to tidy up the area. What is clean? Soon enough, they would comprehend the reasoning behind it. As Kang Zhuang departed, the nearby factions were left utterly astounded. Following this night's battle, the name of Kang Zhuang would resonate throughout Jiangnan City. Chapter 38. No one dares to offend in a distant building. Those who had prepared to protect Kang Zhuang now stood at the window, trembling with fear. Boss, to be honest, I am terrified. My heart is racing, one murmured. What exactly is Kang Zhuang's background? The Kang family of Yinjing does not possess such formidable bodyguards. Does it? Don't ask. I'm scared too, my legs are shaking. The sight they had just witnessed had left several of them quaking in their boots. Over 200 individuals had been dispatched in less than 2 minutes by Ada and Heir, and in such a straightforward manner that it sent shivers down their spines. Even those holding binoculars were still trembling. At that moment, one of them spoke up, Boss, how do we report this to the chief? I'm afraid he won't believe us. Silence. Let me gather my thoughts. We've taken quite a few lives ourselves. Yet we never expected to witness such a lesson from the people Kang Zhuang brought tonight. It is terrifying how easily they kill. As the boss finished speaking, the others were jolted into a realization. The images of Ada and Heir's lethal efficiency haunted them. Those 2 are like demons, one whispered. They took half an hour to calm their nerves before sending a team to clean up the aftermath for Kang Zhuang. Otherwise, the events of the night would become a sensational national incident. The death of over 200 people would send shockwaves through Huagua, and even Kang Jinli would struggle to suppress it, putting Kang Zhuang in grave danger. Who knows if Kang Zhuang is truly clever or has some hidden trump card? Why isn't he cleaning up the scene? Doesn't he fear exposure? Enough chatter. Let us get to work. Upon arriving at the leopard building, they were momentarily stunned. There wasn't a single corpse in sight. Only the corroded floor remained. Bone-dissolving powder? The thought crossed their minds, a substance associated only with martial artists. Kang Zhuang was indeed remarkable. In his car, Kang Zhuang wore a smile. This operation had propelled him further along the path of prestige. When the deed is done, depart with grace, concealing both merit and name. Although he had not entirely hidden his accomplishments, the elegance of his departure brought him immense satisfaction. This was the true style of the Kang family's young master. Anyone who dared to offend him would meet their demise. Reflecting on the demise of Lu Bao and his associates, Kang Zhuang concluded that the burden of Lu Gang must also be eradicated. Ada, you go to the hospital and take care of Liu Gang. Let the father and son reunite. Understood, boss. Ada exited the vehicle and headed towards the hospital, while Heir drove Kang Zhuang home, leaving a tremor across Jiangnan City that night. Meanwhile, Kang Jinli had received the news and was equally shaken. What a clever boy. I truly underestimated you, he thought, recalling the reports of two martial artists of the transformation realm. The Kang family had only 5 such warriors, which allowed them to maintain their top-tier status in Yinjing. Now, at merely 26 years of age, Kang Zhuang had managed to attract 2 transformation realm warriors to serve him, indicating a boundless future ahead. The elevated position of the transformation martial artist is primarily due to the fact that innate martial artists typically refrain from taking action, preferring instead to maintain their stronghold within elite families. Transformation martial artists represent the pinnacle of combat prowess among the foremost families in Huagua. The news that Kang Zhuang can casually summon 2 transformation martial artists is nothing short of suffocating. Should this information reach the old master, he would likely find himself pleading for Kang Zhuang's return to the family. Contemplating this, Kang Jinli pondered whether he should immediately relay this news to his elder, Kang Huawei. After much deliberation, he shook his head. At present, he was an outcast, so why should he impart such news to his elder? Moreover, Kang Zhuang had concealed his capabilities for many years, and now that he was revealing his talents, there must be a larger scheme at play. As an uncle, he should not complicate matters for his nephew. Kang Jinli was aware that it would not be long before the prominent families in Yinjing caught wind of tonight's events. However, it would take some time, as he was determined to keep the news under wraps for now. The individuals Kang Jinli dispatched were primarily tasked with tidying up after Kang Zhuang, but more importantly, they would contain the information regarding the 2 transformation martial artists. This night's events would only be reported as Kang Zhuang, the disfavored scion of the Kang family in Yinjing, having eradicated the Black Panther gang, with more specific details requiring further investigation. Yet, no matter how much Kang Jinli speculated, he could not fathom that Ada and Heir were not mere transformation martial artists, but rather beings of an even more extraordinary caliber than divine realm warriors. If Kang Jinli was unable to deduce their true identities, others would be even less capable. The inaccuracies of the information could have far-reaching implications. Meanwhile, within a villa, the news of the Black Panther gang's annihilation reached the ears of the venomous snake gang. Shilazi hastily emerged from his bed, relieved that he had confined that troublesome brat. Otherwise, it would have been the venomous snake gang facing destruction. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he speculated that the power Kang Zhuang wielded was derived from Kang Jinli, his benefactor and, in essence, his subordinate, with the Black Panther gang being obliterated in mere moments. Shilazi couldn't help but suspect that Kang Jinli was employing a show of force to keep subordinate factions in line. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became, and by the following day, he was too frightened to step outside his door. At 10 o'clock that night, Kang Zhuang returned to the villa. Song Lingfei approached him, inquiring, "Young master, you've returned. Would you like a late-night snack?" "No, I'm not hungry, Lingfei. How was the progress at the company? Please update me." Kang Zhuang was not in the mood for a meal. He had to seize the moment. Tonight, his uncle had covertly dispatched individuals to ensure his safety, revealing that his uncle was no ordinary person. The events of the night would reverberate throughout Jiangnan City, and he needed to capitalize on this opportunity to expand his influence. "Young master, today Kang Yi and her team have become my assistants, completing all the preparatory work. The recruitment process has commenced, and we are merely awaiting the arrival of your equipment at the processing factory." "Excellent. How is the renovation progressing?" "We will need another week. Your second uncle has dispatched workers to labor intensively on the factory renovations. This week, we can begin hiring personnel. This month, we will focus entirely on producing the whitening repair solution, which will officially launch next month. The future commercial empire is beginning to find its footing." Upon concluding her report, Song Lingfei beamed with a radiant smile. "Haha, at last, we can embark on a grand endeavor. This time, I shall see who dares to impede my progress." After conversing with Song Lingfei for a while longer, Ada returned. "Young master, the task is complete. Liu Gang has been eliminated." Kang Zhuang nodded, acknowledging the remarkable efficiency. That night, Kang Zhuang lay in bed, reflecting on the transformation the extravagant system had brought into his life. System, thank you for altering my fate. Ding! It is not the system that has changed the host. Rather, the previous host failed to enhance his own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang conceded that the system spoke the truth. Had he not once yearned to achieve something monumental? He simply lacked the innate talent and perseverance, ultimately losing himself in a world of extravagance. Now, with the system as his ally, he could confidently and boldly pursue his dreams. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Kang Zhuang awoke from a deep slumber, having stayed up late contemplating matters the night before and consequently oversleeping. At the door stood an Heir, awaiting his awakening. With a who now conscripted by Song Lingfei, the Zhuangfei Security Company was beginning to find its rhythm. The Zhuangfei building had already welcomed personnel from 3 subsidiary companies, a pharmaceutical firm, a skincare company, and a security firm. All the employees of these subsidiaries had been lured away by Song Lingfei with generous salaries. Everything was set, awaiting the production and sale of the whitening repair solution. On this day, the city of Jiangnan was shaken by the eradication of the Black Panther Gang, one of the 2 major underground organizations. Lu Bao and his son, along with over 100 core members, had perished, sparking a flurry of speculation. Only a few powerful factions were privy to the entire truth. The young master of the Kang family was preparing to unleash his full potential, and any who dared to obstruct him would find the Black Panther Gang as a cautionary tale. Consequently, the forces in Jiangnan began to investigate Kang Zhuang's background. However, their inquiries yielded little more than rumors of him being the disowned heir of the Kang family, a playboy, and a wastrel. The results of the investigation left many astonished. How could someone with such a remarkable record be merely a frivolous youth? As a result, the atmosphere grew thick with apprehension, for it was evident to all that a formidable power was concealing the true nature of Kang Zhuang. No one was willing to believe he was just a debauched young master. Rather, they were inclined to think that a significant force was sheltering him, safeguarding some profound secret. A week later, no one dared to further probe into Kang Zhuang's affairs, fearing retribution for their curiosity. On this day, Kang Zhuang arrived at the Zhuangfei Pharmaceutical Company's factory, accompanied by Song Lingfei. Young master, we are now ready for production. The equipment can be deployed. Song Lingfei, a creation of the system, naturally possessed knowledge about some of Kang Zhuang's information. As Kang Zhuang entered the factory, he addressed the system. The system activated the extraction of the special nutrient chamber and initiated the production line for the whitening and repair serum. With a sudden flash of white light, the once desolate factory was transformed into a futuristic workshop, brimming with advanced technology. A complete production line was ready, with all the necessary ingredients for the special nutrient chamber prepared. The official production of the whitening repair serum was about to commence. Ling Fei, have you sent someone to work? The recruitment of personnel is not an issue, is it? Young master, there are no problems. Production will officially begin at noon. Would you like to deliver a speech to mark the occasion? Currently, everyone is unfamiliar with you as the grand owner. They only know me. Song Ling Fei chuckled at this thought. Kang Zhuang was utterly captivated by a Song Ling Fei smile. Young master, please wake up. After a moment, Song Ling Fei roused Kang Zhuang, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, questioning if he had lost his composure. Ling Fei, your charm is undeniably growing. Why is it that Feng, Yi, and Feng Heir lack your allure? Kang Zhuang pondered, perplexed as to why the other 10 girls, also gifted with intelligence by the system, did not possess the same captivating essence as Song Ling Fei. Young master, I am the first intelligent robot, naturally endowed with superior attributes. Do you not enjoy being the sole focus of my affection? Song Ling Fei playfully smiled, her enchanting grin drawing Kang Zhuang deeper into admiration. As Kang Zhuang regained his composure, he rushed outside, silently vowing, "Oh, enchanting spirit, I shall conquer you, this captivating fairy, in due time." Chapter 39. Li Miaoyan's confession. The production of the whitening repair serum had commenced for a week. On that particular morning, Kang Meyer arrived with her 3 close friends, Xiang Qingwei, Zhao Tingting, and Li Miaoyan, at Kang Zhuang's villa. "Brother, we come to visit you." What about the wonderful item you mentioned yesterday? Seeing that Kang Meyer had brought her friends along, Kang Zhuang felt a twinge of annoyance. The good stuff can only be shared with you now. Last night, he had retrieved 10 boxes of the whitening repair serum from the workshop, inviting Kang Meyer to come and try it today. Here, this is the whitening repair serum produced by my company. This is a trial version. Give it a go. Kang Zhuang presented a box of the serum, and Kang Meyer gazed at it with curiosity. Brother, are you serious? You want me to use a trial version? Aren't you worried about my skin? I am hesitant. Come on, do you really distrust me that much? Just wait. Kang Zhuang was quite vexed that his sister didn't place her trust in him. Aunt He, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Lu, come here for a moment. I have something splendid to share with you. 3 middle-aged women emerged. They were the caretakers of the villa, responsible for Kang Zhuang's daily needs. Young master, what can we do for you? Gulme. This is the whitening repair serum produced by my company. Please give it a try. It tightens the skin, brightens the complexion, and even has the ability to heal certain scars. Kang Zhuang elaborated on the serum's benefits, astonishing those present. Brother, you must be exaggerating. Can skincare products really be that effective? Brother never tells lies. You'll know once you try it. Aunt Lu, you 3 should give it a shot. Kang Zhuang handed the serum to the 3 caretakers, who immediately began applying it to their faces and arms. 10 minutes later, their faces and arms appeared noticeably brighter and firmer, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, it really works. Brother, give me some. I want to try. Kang Meyer exclaimed eagerly, followed by Xiang Qingwei and Zhao Tingting, who rushed over to seize the whitening repair serum. The 4 women applied the serum to their faces, and after another 10 minutes, they all radiated beauty. Wow, my skin has become so fair. Wow, my skin feels so refined. This is incredible. I can toss out my other skincare products. All I need is this whitening repair serum. Brother, you are amazing. Love you. The 4 girls were ecstatic. This whitening repair serum was truly remarkable. Kang Zhuang smiled, confident that a product from his system was guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. At that moment, Li Miaoyan approached Kang Zhuang, her gaze burning with intensity. A sense of foreboding crept into Kang Zhuang's heart, and indeed, the next second, Li Miaoyan confessed, Kang Zhuang, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Here's my gift for you. Li Miaoyan presented him with a seagull men's watch, leaving everyone utterly stunned. 4th sister, how could you do this? Kang Meyer's eyes welled with tears. She had already felt she had done enough over the past few days, yet Li Miaoyan had not relinquished her feelings of love. Miaoyan, my dear, your sudden confession leaves me at a loss for words. Do you truly know me? Kang Zhuang finds himself bewildered. This is a first for him. As a notorious heir of the Kang family in Yanjing, he has never before experienced such a declaration from a girl. In his previous escapades, he was the one who played the field. Yet now, he finds himself on the receiving end of a confession from a beauty of schoolflower caliber. Kang Zhuang feels unprepared. The girl before him is admirable, and he cannot accept such a sincere confession. The notion of pure love seems beyond his reach. Li Miaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson. She had wrestled with her feelings for days before finally resolving to become Kang Zhuang's girlfriend. Kang Zhuang, she declared, I don't care who you were before. I am drawn to the man you are now. I want to be your girlfriend. Seeing her unwavering determination, Kang Zhuang turned his gaze towards Kang Meyer. Hey, Meyer, don't you have anything to say? Your friend is walking into a lion's den. Kang Meyer shot him a glare and approached Li Miaoyan. Sister, stop this folly. My brother is not suited for you. No, 2nd sister, let me be. I have never felt this way about man before. Your brother is the light that rescued me from darkness. Without him that night, my life would have been ruined. Li Miaoyan recounted the events of that fateful evening, her tale filled with emotional twists that nearly moved Kang Zhuang. Stop. Miaoyan, whether you are merely caught up in the moment or genuinely impulsive, I, the young master, have no interest in pursuing a romance with you. Do you understand? Kang Zhuang detests such notions of true love. He aspires to be a man of many conquests, unbound by a single woman. His rejection astonished the trio of Xiang Qingwei, Kang Meyer, and Zhao Tingting, particularly Kang Meyer, who remembered Kang Zhuang's former self as a well-known playboy in Yanjing. Now that Li Miaoyan had boldly approached him, only to be turned down, is this truly my brother? Has he been possessed by another spirit? Kang Heir regarded Kang Zhuang with confusion. His transformation was so profound that it raised her suspicions. Has he been taken over by some old fiend? Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's refusal, tears welled in Li Miaoyan's eyes. Such a pitiful sight. Kang Zhuang could hardly bear it. At that moment, Song Ling Fei entered with 3 other girls. "Young master, we are back." "Greetings, boss." The trio of Feng Yi, Feng Heir, and Feng San greeted Kang Zhuang. Li Miaoyan fell silent as she observed Song Ling Fei and the Feng sisters. Kang Zhuang smiled. This girl still yearned for him, but suitability is essential. "Brother, where did you find these 3 lovely ladies?" "Just my employees. They're nothing remarkable. Let's keep it low-key," he replied, though his demeanor belied his words, revealing a sense of pride. "Brother, you truly haven't changed. These girls aren't your women, are they?" Kang Heir's innocent inquiry dug a pit for herself. Kang Zhuang glanced at Li Miaoyan, noticing the light in her eyes dimming, and sighed inwardly. Heavens! How is it that I had never encountered such a remarkable girl before? Now, having weathered countless battles, you finally present her to me. Are you toying with me? Kang Zhuang approached Li Miaoyan, gently wiping away her tears with his right hand. "Why are you crying? I detest frail girls. Be strong. If you wish for my affection, then show me your capabilities. I have no interest in mere ornaments." His words left the other girls astonished. Was this an acceptance? "Brother, you silence. Do not meddle in my affairs, or you shall find your allowance curtailed," Kang Zhuang retorted, leaving Kang Meyer quite vexed. "You intend to steal my best friend, and yet forbid me to speak? How outrageous!" Xiang Qingwei and Zhao Tingting harbored differing thoughts. Xiang Qingwei remained indifferent, as her interactions with Kang Zhuang were scant. Zhao Tingting, however, felt aggrieved. She had initially taken a fancy to Kang Zhuang, and now, with Li Miaoyan suddenly stepping in, what was the meaning of this? "Second sister, this is your doing. You owe me a boyfriend." Zhao Tingting could no longer contain her jealousy, directing her grievances at Kang Meyer. Kang Meyer, bewildered, responded, "What have I done?" "Third sister, what is the matter? Why would I owe you a boyfriend?" "Second sister, it's all your fault. I had my sights set on your brother first, but you warned us that he was a playboy, a debauched young master. I heeded your counsel and did not pursue him. Now he is so exceptional, and fourth sister has made the first move. What am I to do?" Kang Meyer, having grasped the unfolding story, felt helpless. Her friends were all rushing towards him. Li Miaoyan's eyes sparkled as she gazed earnestly at Kang Zhuang. "Are you agreeing to this?" "I have not agreed," he replied bluntly. "My future partner must be my strength. You are but a flower vase. Why should I be drawn to you?" His unceremonious words caused Li Miaoyan to feel a tinge of disappointment, yet her resolve soon returned. "If I can assist you in the future, will you consider dating me?" Kang Meyer nearly fainted. Was Li Miaoyan truly so determined? She shot a desperate look at Kang Zhuang, urging him to decline, and he comprehended immediately. "Not a problem. I adore dating beautiful women. As the heir of the Kang family, I shall have many partners to ensure the family's legacy. Do not feel jealous," Kang Zhuang declared irresponsibly, clearly embodying the archetype of cad. Xiang Qingwei and Zhao Tingting furrowed their brows. This man was no good. Surely, third sister could see through his facade. Could you perhaps have only me as your woman? I dislike the idea of you having others." Li Miaoyan spoke with a tone of humility, her words striking a chord that made Kang Zhuang relent. "Girl, you have my respect. However, I must confess, I shall not marry you. Just look at her, and then at those 3. They are all unparalleled beauties. They are all my women, indeed the very core of my company's leadership. They harbor no jealousy over my other relationships. Tell me, what can you possibly offer that compares to them?" Kang Zhuang, unwilling to engage in trivialities, saw no reason to flatter a girl he had only recently met. Were it not for her connection as Kang Mayer's close friend and Li Miaoyan's sister, Li Miaodong would not have been granted entry into the villa. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Kang Mei-er and her 3 companions were taken aback. "Brother, you must be joking. Sister Ling Fei, such an exceptional person, would be your girlfriend? And all of them are your girlfriends? Oh my, how is that even possible?" Kang Mei-er pointed incredulously at Song Ling Fei and the other 2, her expression one of utter astonishment. Li Miaoyan, Xiang Qingwei, and Zhao Tingting were equally struck into silence, their minds conjuring vivid scenarios. The domineering So, falling for me, the reckless Heir coercing an innocent maiden, the beautiful So, enamored with the dashing Heir. The dramatic scenes played out in their imaginations, rendering them speechless. Kang Zhuang smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Song Ling Fei and the others would not undermine his narrative. He could weave whatever tale he desired. Li Miaoyan glanced between Song Ling Fei, Feng Yi, and herself before collapsing into Kang Mei-er's embrace, weeping, second sister. I truly am unworthy of your brother. Kang Mei-er, visibly dismayed, thought to herself how convoluted this confession had become, almost resulting in the loss of a close friend. Kang Zhuang, seated across from Kang Mei-er, exchanged knowing glances, signaling that he had done his utmost. Kang Mei-er shot him a fierce look, indicating that he should keep his distance from Li Miaoyan in the future. Xiang Qingwei and Zhao Tingting exhaled in relief, grateful that their younger sister had not fallen prey to Kang Zhuang's charms. Chapter 40. Zhuang Fei Security. The following day, Kang Zhuang rose early, for he was to visit Zhuang Fei Security Company that morning, who had now ascended to the role of general manager, having been conspicuously busy throughout the week. The security firm primarily employed veterans, some of whom were even of elite caliber. Kang Zhuang had injected 10 billion into the security company, which was situated within the Zhuang Fei building, and the personnel relied heavily on Ahu's expertise. Ahu, a former Special Forces soldier, had recruited many of his retired comrades. Each Special Forces operative earned a minimum of 100,000 a month, a compensation package few would decline, barring offers of superior remuneration elsewhere. Within the Zhuang Fei building, the security company occupied a central location, where a group was engaged in rigorous training within the facility. Various equipment filled the room, all procured without regard to cost, aimed at swiftly restoring the operatives to their peak combat readiness. Gather round. The boss will be arriving shortly. Everyone, perform well, Ahu declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Once merely a low-ranking soldier who had fallen afoul of his superior and faced forced retirement, he now stood as the general manager of a security enterprise. Ahu, is the boss finally coming? I wonder what he looks like, one inquired. Ahu, I intend to challenge you before the boss. I contest your position as general manager. Another chimed in. Brother Hu, let us have you spar a Chongo. So he understands his own limitations, a comrade jested. A group of individuals exchanged banter with Ahu, many of whom were former comrades from his military days, alongside other retired Special Forces personnel, typically in their 30s. Ahu smiled faintly, dismissing their words. Although his prowess might not be formidable, he was fortunate to have a capable master behind him. Did these individuals wish to showcase their strength? Ada and Heir would soon bring them back to reality. Ahu had clashed with Ada and Heir before, albeit rather tragically. He had been knocked out by a single blow and had since harbored a lingering apprehension towards the two, who were extraordinarily powerful. Before long, Kang Zhuang entered alongside Ada and Heir. Good day, boss. The group greeted with respect, as Ahu exchanged a friendly punch with Kang Zhuang. Enough of such formalities between us. Are these the recruits you brought on board? Quite impressive. Their morale is palpable. Young master, they are merely ordinary folk. Please ensure Ada and Heir don't go overboard with their efforts, Ahu replied. Understood. Kang Zhuang moved before the assembly of over 100 individuals, his heart swelling with excitement at their resolute and upright demeanor. From this day forth, he would begin to cultivate his personal strength, with Ada and Heir training this group into the most formidable bodyguards. Dear recruits, some of you may not know me, but I must inform you that your lives will transform upon your arrival here. In a moment, I shall reward you 10,000 for withstanding a single strike from my subordinates, and 20,000 for enduring 2 strikes without faltering. The rewards will continue to accumulate. Do you comprehend? Understood. The group roared in unison, their voices imbued with fervor. They were all exceptional talents from the military, though retired now. Each harbored a sense of pride. How could they not withstand a single strike? Deep down, they felt a twinge of discontent at Kang Zhuang's apparent arrogance. Kang Zhuang smiled. He truly needed such individuals. Employees devoid of vigor brought no sense of accomplishment when subjected to discipline. Ada, take charge and teach them a lesson, he commanded. Understood, boss, Ada replied, standing before the crowd of over 100. Let us engage together. You best muster all your strength against me, or you shall not have the chance for a second strike. By the heavens, brothers, this fool looks down upon us. Let us teach him a lesson. Charge! With fury, the throng surged towards a Kang Zhuang, seated comfortably, felt a surge of excitement at the scene unfolding before him. Ahu, standing nearby, could hardly bear to witness the recklessness of his comrades, hoping they wouldn't suffer too greatly. Ada's expression remained unyielding as he charged headlong into the mass of over 100 foes. His combat prowess was unmatched in this realm. Facing such an overwhelming number did not faze him in the slightest. With brute force, he clashed against them thud, thud, thud. Wherever Ada went, adversaries were sent sprawling, each punch and palm strike rendering them incapable of rising. How could this be? Is he not human? I'm the strongest in our team. How could I be knocked down by a single blow? They marveled at his terrifying speed, recognizing him as a true martial artist. Young master, Ada is truly formidable. How did you manage to recruit him and Heir? One of them inquired. My charm knows no bounds. I attract both men and women alike. You ought not to pry into such matters. Just look at those sprawled on the ground. Your companions are lacking, Kang Zhuang retorted, inciting Ahu's ire. What do you mean lacking? You ought to consider who the opponent is. Ada is so powerful that even a seasoned martial artist might be overwhelmed. Ahu thought, admiration blooming within him for Ada's abilities. The notion that Ada would occasionally guide them brought him newfound cheer. Young master, do you truly intend to have to train them? Wouldn't that be too taxing for him? Ahu feigned concern, earning a disdainful glance from Kang Zhuang. Do not act so disingenuously. By the way, you should train alongside them. I do not wish for you to remain stagnant. Thank you, young master. I shall train diligently. Ahu responded, elated, for becoming stronger was his utmost desire. If he did not improve soon, Kang Zhuang would cease to take him out for leisure. At that moment, a group of approximately 20 individuals entered. Bang! Tycoon kicked open the door, striding in with an air of arrogance. Who is in charge here? Step forward. Sir, I am Cold Hu, the general manager of Zhuang Face Security. You dare to kick the door in? Are you here to cause trouble? What is your business? Ahu confronted Tycoon, neither yielding nor intimidated, their eyes brimming with hostility. So you're the head of this security firm? Lacking even a foundation in the Mingjing realm, yet you dare to run a security company. How ludicrous. Tycoon scoffed, dismissing Ahu with a glance, which only fueled Ahu's irritation. If you merely intend to bluster, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Ahu was exceedingly displeased with Tycoon, who arrived unannounced to disrupt the proceedings, all the while engaging in idle chatter. Was I not in the midst of a conversation with the young master? Tycoon snorted disdainfully, pointing at Ahu. You're a cold tiger, I presume? I am the head of Silver Shield Security Company. Are you aware of the rules? Establishing a security firm without prior notice is tantamount to encroaching upon my territory. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang discerned Tycoon's intentions, though he chose to remain silent and let Ahu handle the matter. Competitors are often adversaries. Such occurrences will be frequent in the future, and it was up to Ahu to manage this situation. After listening, Ahu burst into laughter. I have never heard of such rules. Does my employer need to notify you before opening a business? Who do you think you are? Very well, very well. No peer has dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are indeed a naive youth. Dinyo, step forward and test his strength. A 2-meter-tall giant emerged, exuding an imposing presence that momentarily intimidated Ahu. Yet, with Kang Zhuang observing from the rear, retreat was not an option. Are we to fight? I have never feared anyone. Prepare to meet your demise. Ahu seized the initiative and launched a punch. Bang! The collision between Ahu and Dinyo sent Ahu flying. Ahu, are you all right? Brother Hu, are you hurt? How dare you come here and wreak havoc? Brothers, let us retaliate. Ahu's companions, fueled by righteous indignation, could not believe that a mere 20 individuals dared to challenge them. Over 100 rushed toward Tycoon and his group, who merely smirked in response. A bunch of fools. They lack even the skill of dark energy practitioners. Strike with all your might. The 20 or so individuals behind Tycoon charged at the 100, and a battle ensued. Bang, bang, bang. More than 100 were subdued by the 20. Witnessing this, Ahu could no longer contain his fury and charged back into the fray. Puff. Ahu was kicked away, spitting blood. Ding. The system detected that the host was confronted by enemies and issued a task. Teach them a lesson, making them aware that the host's rules are the true rules. Task reward. Constitution 20. Task failure. 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was taken aback. This could trigger a task? There had been no tasks in recent days. Stop. Kang Zhuang could no longer bear to watch. He had initially believed that Ahu and his group would be able to hold off the 20, yet within mere minutes, they were all on the ground. Ahu lay on the ground, his face pale, feeling he had embarrassed the young master. Who are you, kid? I am the owner of this security company. I never imagined that your Silver Shield security company was so formidable. Ha ha, indeed. Our company is backed by practitioners of transformative energy. Do you think you can compare to a pitiful outfit like yours? Tycoon boasted arrogantly, entirely dismissing Kang Zhuang and belittling Zhuang Fei's security company with his words. Oomph. Silence yourself. Not only did you come here to create a scene, but you also assaulted my people and now have the audacity to insult my company. Who gave you the courage to speak to me in such a manner? As Kang Zhuang's tone grew increasingly frigid, Tycoon remained unabashed. Youngster, you haven't even fully matured yet, and you dare to establish a security company? Do you not understand the concept of paying respects when entering someone's home? He continued, have you consulted with us at Silver Shield Security before attempting to operate in Jiangnan City? I grant you 3 days to disband your company, or I shall ensure you regret it. Tycoon glared menacingly at Kang Zhuang, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Adda, Ayu. Break their legs. Understood, boss. Kang Zhuang, wishing to avoid further dialogue, watched as a Da and a Heir swiftly moved. In an instant, the group felt a shadow pass before them, followed by excruciating pain in their legs. On my leg is broken. The group writhed on the ground, wailing in agony. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Current physique, 402. Kang Zhuang felt a surge of strength, his mood slightly lifted. Youngster, I will annihilate your entire family. I am determined to end your life. With a swift motion, Kang Zhuang stomped on Tycoon's head, emitting a cold scoff. Let me make this clear. My rules are absolute, and you are nothing. Chapter 41. Confrontation at the door. Kang Zhuang's foot came down heavily on Tycoon's head, igniting a seething anger within him, to the point where he wished for nothing less than the man's demise. You bastard, get off me, remove your foot. I swear I will kill you. Tycoon, oblivious to the vast chasm separating him from Kang Zhuang, continued to shout defiantly. Kang Zhuang cast a sidelong glance at him, incredulous that this man still failed to grasp the gravity of his situation. Was his head truly that thick? Bang! Ah, you son of a bitch, you filthy dog. I will annihilate your entire family. Bang! 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 As Kang Zhuang heard Tycoon's unyielding defiance, he pressed down with his foot a few more times. Stop stomping. Stop. I surrender. Ha! With such cowardice, how dare you act arrogant? Go ahead, try being arrogant once more. Kang Zhuang delivered another kick, sending Tycoon flying across the room. Thud! Tycoon spat out a mouthful of blood, which caused the other members of Silver Shield Security to avert their eyes from Kang Zhuang in fear. How dare you come here and wreak havoc? To not reciprocate would be impolite. I shall pay a visit to your Silver Shield Security. Ahu! Throw these people out as an example to those with ill intentions. This is the fate that awaits anyone who dares to cause a ruckus at Zhuang Fei Building. Understood, young master. Ahu, rising from the floor, gathered his companions and unceremoniously ejected the 20 or so individuals from the premises. As Kang Zhuang departed with a Da and Heir, he turned to Ahu and issued a stern warning. Ahu, heed my words. If you allow anyone to beat you like a dog again, do not dare to call yourself the general manager. Instead, guard the entrance. Ahu, frightened, quickly assured Kang Zhuang of his commitment to rigorous training, vowing never to allow such an incident to occur again. Kang Zhuang chose not to respond further. It was understandable that Ahu and his team could not contend with the few accomplished martial artists from Silver Shield Security. Upon noticing the emblem of the Chu group on the building, Kang Zhuang's understanding deepened. It became clear why Silver Shield Security had sought him out. Perhaps this was orchestrated by Chu Fan. Did this man truly comprehend his actions? After contemplating for a moment, Kang Zhuang surmised that Chu Fan had not truly regarded him. Was he merely sending subordinates to test his resolve? This time, let me demonstrate who I truly am. Kang Zhuang entered the Silver Shield Security Company, where a beautiful receptionist approached him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I seek the head of Silver Shield Security. Which floor is he on? You are looking for Manager Feng? He is on the 15th floor. Do you have an appointment? I do not. I shall find him myself. Ah, that is not permissible. Without an appointment, you cannot ascend. Ignoring the receptionist's objections, Kang Zhuang took the elevator to the 15th floor. On the 15th floor, in the office of Silver Shield Security, Feng Pan had just received word from Yu Kun regarding Kang Zhuang's impending visit. A pampered young master thinks he can come here to settle scores with me? Who does he think he is? Bang! At that moment, the office door was forcefully kicked open, revealing Kang Zhuang, accompanied by an Heir. Kang Zhuang, how dare you come here to cause trouble? Do you have any idea where you are? Oh, Feng Pan, is that truly you? Weren't you merely following that worthless Chu Fan as a bodyguard? When did you arrive in Jiangnan City? Kang Zhuang recognized Feng Pan as someone who had once served as a bodyguard alongside Chu Fan. A year ago, a confrontation occurred between me and Chu Fan, during which this fellow assaulted both me and Hu, serving as a profound lesson. Upon seeing Feng Pan here, Kang Zhuang immediately discerned that it must be that wretched Chu Fan who sent him to surveil me. Ada, cripple his legs. Understood, boss. In a flash, Ada seized Feng Pan from his chair before he could even react. With two sharp cracks, Feng Pan's legs were shattered. Kang Zhuang, you bastard! How dare you break my legs? The young master will not let this slide. Feng Pan, engulfed in fury, had never encountered such ruthlessness from Kang Zhuang. He had uttered barely a few words before the assault commenced. Ha! Look at you now. You relished in beating me back then, and now it's time for payback. With relentless blows raining down upon Feng Pan, Kang Zhuang seized the moment to deliver a merciless beating. You coward! You win by unfair means. Have the guts to kill me. Lying on the ground, Feng Pan howled in agony, thoroughly beaten yet still defiant. Damn it, worthless scoundrel. It seems my strength is insufficient. Ada, employ the bone-severing technique on him. Understood, boss. Feng Pan was filled with dread. Who were these people? Not only had they shattered his legs without provocation, but now they threatened to inflict further harm. Stop, young Master Kang. I was wrong. Please don't harm me. Feng Pan began to plead for mercy, realizing that this Kang Zhuang was beyond reason. His threat of employing a crippling technique was undoubtedly serious. Now you're getting it. Those who recognize the situation are wise. Now, tell me why you are here, and do not lie. My two bodyguards can discern deceit. Kang Zhuang beamed with a radiant smile, yet it sent chills down Feng Pan's spine. Young Master Kang, I acknowledge my mistake. I came here on orders from young Master Chu. We received word that you annihilated the Black Panther gang in Jiangnan City, supposedly with 2 transformation stage martial artists as bodyguards. And I was sent to investigate your background. Transformation stage martial artists? Kang Zhuang glanced at Ada and Heir, thinking how limited the imaginations of those in Yinjing were. Why should it only be transformation stage martial artists as bodyguards? Couldn't they also be innate martial artists or divine realm warriors? If the prominent families of Yinjing were aware of Kang Zhuang's thoughts, they would undoubtedly spit in contempt. Having transformation stage martial artists as bodyguards was already a tremendous honor. To expect innate martial artists was mere folly. No one could fathom that the once frivolous young master of the Kang family in Yinjing would possess formidable martial artists as protectors, which was what piqued Chu Fan's interest in Kang Zhuang. Feng Pan had been dispatched by Chu Fan to investigate the situation, yet on only his 3rd day, his legs were shattered by Kang Zhuang. Feng Pan, does Chu Fan truly look down upon me? He sends a mere bodyguard to probe into my affairs. Is he not sending you to your doom? Come now, tell me what you've discovered. Were you not astonished by my strength? Kang Zhuang, do not underestimate me. I am at least a dark energy martial artist. Young Master Chu entrusted me with this mission, so do not attempt to sow discord. Having two formidable martial artists as bodyguards indeed took me by surprise. However, their prowess is utterly insufficient to contend with my young master. I shall remember this grievance today, and my young master will seek retribution. Feng Pan glared fiercely at Kang Zhuang, suspecting him of sowing discord, yet he continued to dismiss him with disdain. So you rely on your connections, do you? I recall your arrogance when you served as the bodyguard for that wretched Chu Fan, looking down upon us, the young heirs. What has rendered you so timid now? Are you afraid I might extinguish you? What do you truly desire? Speak plainly, Feng Pan stammered, fear creeping into his eyes as he regarded Kang Zhuang, a notorious young master in Yanjing, capable of anything. I wish to inquire whether Lin Qingshue's engagement banquet was indeed disrupted by Chu Fan. Yes, it was. Young Master Chu had Song Pingfei drug you and arranged for two young ladies to entertain you throughout the night. The video was also sent to Miss Lin at his behest. Young Master Kang, while grievances have their roots and debts their masters, I implore you to spare me. It was all orchestrated by young Master Chu. Do not vent your wrath upon us lesser beings. Please, allow me to call an ambulance. Feng Pan's trepidation intensified as his legs were shattered. Without medical attention, he risked becoming a cripple. In this day and age, although being a bodyguard often entails risking one's life, as a dark-level martial artist, he need not endanger himself so recklessly on behalf of Chu Fan. Understood. Since you are merely an accomplice, breaking your legs shall suffice as punishment. Let it be so. Thank you, young Master Kang. May I call for an ambulance now? No sooner had Feng Pan spoken than a throng burst in. The front desk attendant had observed Kang Zhuang and his companions ascending the stairs with menacing intent and promptly alerted the others at Silver Shield Security. Now a dozen men, all towering above 6 feet tall, stormed in, their intimidating presence palpable. Upon seeing Feng Pan sprawled on the ground, one of them bellowed, "Brothers, these three have dared to wreak havoc at Silver Shield Security. Eliminate them and save Manager Feng. Stop. Cease this immediately. Are you all fools? Stand down." Yet, a dozen men charged at Kang Zhuang without hesitation, their furious roars drowning out Feng Pan's desperate pleas. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, and Heir sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of kicks upon the assailants. Within half a minute, the group lay scattered on the floor. Kang Zhuang observed the incompetence of these fools with a pained expression. Feng Pan, are the people at Silver Shield Security utterly devoid of sense? Do they not realize you are a dark-level martial artist? These buffoons lack even the basic skills of a bright-level martial artist and dare to provoke me? Insanity. Feng Pan felt a wave of despair wash over him. With Tycoon having taken away the few bright-level martial artists, he was left with these ordinary brutes. He had not anticipated their utter lack of discernment. He himself was incapacitated, and what use were they now? Kang Xiao, I apologize. They acted solely to demonstrate their loyalty. I implore you to spare them for my sake. Slap, what does your face amount to? This slap was a consequence of their earlier offense against me. Let me make it clear. My Zhuangfei Security Company has established its roots in Jiangnan, and your Yingdun Security must be dissolved. Do you comprehend? Feng Pan's eyes widened as he regarded Kang Zhuang, his perception shifting dramatically. So this was your true objective. When did the young master of the Kang family become so cunning? Was he truly concealing his talents all this time? Feng Pan's understanding of Kang Zhuang deepened. This young master was now an enigma. Kang Xiao, I cannot make that decision. I must report to young Master Chu first. Very well. If Chu Fan disagrees, I shall send these two bodyguards to Yanjing to discuss with him. I find it hard to believe that Chu Fan possesses martial guardians capable of protection. Let him contemplate his situation before responding. Shameless, utterly shameless. Feng Pan's perception of Kang Zhuang's audacity evolved further. It was evident that this was a blatant threat to compel his own young master to agree to the dissolution of the Yingdun Security Company in Jiangnan. All right, Kang Xiao, I shall certainly convey your message to my young master. May I now call for an ambulance? Do as you wish. Remember to inform that scoundrel Chu Fan to clean his neck and await me. I intend to savor his demise slowly. With that, Kang Zhuang departed, his silhouette exuding an air of arrogance and dominance that rendered Feng Pan unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 42. Someone is bullying me. After imparting a thorough lesson to Feng Pan, Kang Zhuang swaggered out of the Silver Shield security. That evening, Feng Pan called Chu Fan in Yanjing from the hospital. Young master, I was beaten into the hospital by Kang Zhuang's bodyguards. You must avenge me. What's going on? Do Kang Zhuang's bodyguards possess true martial prowess? Yes, young master. Those two individuals are extraordinarily powerful, nearly approaching the innate realm. Feng Pan felt a surge of fear towards Ada, exaggerating his strength somewhat. Little did he know that Ada's ability surpassed even his inflated estimates. In the Chu family of Yanjing, Chu Fan furrowed his brow, shocked to learn that Kang Zhuang had such a hidden card. Two true martial artists as bodyguards. A privilege even he, the young master of the Chu family, did not possess. I understand. Is there anything else? Young master, that scoundrel Kang Zhuang has demanded the dissolution of Silver Shield security. Otherwise, his two bodyguards will come to Yanjing to trouble you. What do you think? Then let be dissolved. Focus on recovering. Return only when you are fully healed. Although Chu Fan felt a surge of indignation, he realized that Kang Zhuang was capable of anything. With two martial artists seeking trouble, he had no choice but to comply. Thank you, young master. I will continue to keep an eye on matters here and will inform you of any updates. Very well. Take care of your injuries. I still need you here. Chu Fan offered a few words of comfort to Feng Pan, which deeply moved him. Guilt washed over him for having betrayed information earlier, and he silently vowed, Young master, I will keep a close watch on Kang Zhuang. Trust me. Kang Zhuang, on his part, had dismissed Feng Pan from his mind, forgetting about this insignificant character after the encounter. The next day, Kang Zhuang instructed Ada and Heir to train Hu and the others. As all personnel from the Zhuang Fei Security Company required specialized training for a time, Ada and Heir were combat-type robots, equipped with a vast array of methods to enhance human capabilities stored in their memories. Whether through physical training or pharmacological assistance, both possessed ample experience. Kang Zhuang did not concern himself with the training process of Hu and the others. He merely demanded they reach the bright strength realm as swiftly as possible. If the Zhuang Fei Security Company boasted over 100 bright strength martial artists, it would significantly amplify his power. The phone rang, and upon seeing it was Kang Mayor, Kang Zhuang frowned. His sister's calls often heralded trouble. Mayor, what is it? Brother, someone is bullying me and Ting Ting. Hurry to the 3rd floor of the Jiangnan Shopping Center. All right, I'll be there at once. Kang Zhuang hung up and sped towards the shopping center in his Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Kang Mayor was surrounded by a group of individuals. Don't act recklessly. My brother's on his way. If you come any closer, he won't spare you. Ha! I'm curious to see who your brother is. I am a young master of the Li family from Xiqing. You two are quite lovely. Why not become my women? I shall treat you well. Get lost. This is Jiangnan, not Xiqing. If you dare to treat us like this, my brother will not let you off easily. Let me see who your brother truly is. The young master informs you that no one can impede my pursuit of you today. Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting gazed disdainfully at the man before them, harboring a deep-seated aversion towards such a debauched scion. 10 minutes later, Kang Zhuang hastily parked in the shopping center lot. On the 3rd floor of the mall, Li Haitao had been waiting for 10 minutes, growing increasingly impatient as no one arrived. Beautiful lady, where is your brother? If he doesn't come soon, I shall not wait any longer. You both shall be mine, he declared. Get lost. Go away. With a swift kick, Kang Meyer struck Li Haitao between the legs, causing him to collapse to the ground. Ting Ting, run. Arg. Capture those two vile women. I will make them pay. Li Haitao groaned, clutching himself while instructing his bodyguards to seize Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting. Tingting, be careful. The two women sprinted towards the staircase, but during their descent, Zhao Tingting lost her footing and fell. Thud! She was caught by someone who quipped, "Oh dear, throwing yourself into my arms upon our first meeting? Tingting, how audacious of you!" Zhao Tingting looked up to find Kang Zhuang had arrived, and Kang Meyer's face lit up with joy. Brother, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, we would have been captured. Kang Zhuang frowned at the sight of his sisters in distress. Meyer, where's your bodyguard? I remember Uncle assigned you a female protector. Brother, I sneaked out today. He didn't follow me, she replied. Kang Zhuang felt a pang of frustration, It seemed his sister was indeed a troublemaker, foregoing the protection of a capable martial artist and inadvertently attracting unwanted attention. Who's causing you trouble? Take me to see. Brother, it's the young master of the Leaf family from the neighboring Xiqing. Please help us teach him a lesson. Kang Meyer led Kang Zhuang towards the third floor, just as two bodyguards were ascending in pursuit. Hey, you two, stop chasing. My brother has arrived. Your young master is doomed now. The two bodyguards exchanged glances and halted their pursuit, following the trio back to Li Haitao's side. You wretched women, how dare you return? Li Haitao's expression soured upon seeing Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting. What is wrong with him? Why is he clutching himself? Brother, I just kicked his vile instrument. It may no longer serve him, Kang Meyer said with a radiant smile, prompting Kang Zhuang to distance himself slightly. He had once been a notorious young master himself, indulging in the harassment of virtuous women without remorse. You must be their elder brother, correct? This wretched woman kicked me. What will you do about it? I am Li Haitao of the Leaf family from Xiqing. You must have heard of my illustrious lineage. Li Haitao glared at Kang Zhuang, boasting of his family name. Ding. Host detected to be threatened by a rogue. Mission issued. Kick the scoundrel before you and uphold righteousness. Task reward. Constitution 20. Task reward. Electric shock for 1 minute. Kang Zhuang cleaned his ears and shook his head. How could such a petty figure trigger a mission? The system was becoming increasingly arbitrary. The Leaf family of Xiqing? Having never heard of it, you ask me how to handle this? Naturally, this is how it shall be dealt with. Bang! Kang Zhuang delivered a powerful kick to Li Haitao's abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters. With a splutter, Li Haitao coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. The turmoil in Li Haitao's stomach was overwhelming, causing him to writhe on the floor in pain. As a wealthy heir, it was his first experience being kicked so far. Young master, are you all right? Young master, how do you fare? Two bodyguards rushed over in alarm to assist Li Haitao, who was consumed by rage. Have this bastard killed. I want him dead. I'll take full responsibility for it. Understood, young master. Li Haitao rose, clutching his abdomen in distress, his complexion turning ashen. The two bodyguards charged at Kang Zhuang, who effortlessly dispatched them with a single kick each. Bang! Bang! The two bodyguards fell to the ground, unable to rise, clearly defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Current physique, 422. Kang Zhuang felt a warm surge within him, enhancing his strength by an additional 20 points. With his newfound power, his spirits lifted somewhat as he approached the trembling Li Haitao. Now, my friend, you have seen my demonstration. It is time you reciprocate. How will you compensate my two sisters for the emotional distress you caused them? What? I have to compensate? Li Haitao seethed with anger, deeming this man utterly shameless. Not only did Kang Meyer kick him, but now Kang Zhuang had also struck him. After defeating the two bodyguards, he still had the audacity to discuss compensation. How disgraceful. Damn it. You think you can harass my sister without consequence? Produce 10 million immediately, or I shall throw you from the third floor. Kang Zhuang threatened fiercely, pinning Li Haitao against the balcony railing, demanding a 10 million compensation. Let me go. I don't have that much money. Please spare me. Li Haitao was filled with dread. He had merely come to Jiangnan for a bit of fun, unaware that on his very first day, he would encounter such a formidable opponent. How much do you have? Transfer it to me, or I will toss you down. Please, don't throw me. I have money. I have 1 million on my phone. I'll give it all to you. Just don't throw me downstairs. Li Haitao, now terrified, hastily retrieved his phone and handed it to Kang Zhuang. 1 million? Is that a joke? What kind of wealthy person are you with such a meager sum? Consider it your medical expenses. Please don't hit me. Kang Zhuang scoffed at the million, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Li Haitao. Not one to shy away from chaos, Kang Meyer joined in the assault, causing Li Haitao to run about, clutching his head in desperation. The onlookers were left stunned, witnessing a man being violently beaten by both a man and a woman. What was the meaning of this? Amidst the crowd, Zhao Tingting began to explain the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, this man just harassed me, and my brother and sister are now teaching him a lesson. Upon hearing this and seeing the two bodyguards lying on the ground, the crowd instantly grasped the situation. A wealthy heir, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, attempted to flirt with a lady, only to be met with retaliation. How positively invigorating. Well done. There's not a single virtuous soul among the rich. Strike hard against those who lack compassion due to their wealth. Hit him fiercely. Give him what he deserves. A group of onlookers inexplicably rallied behind Kang Zhuang and his companions until the mall manager intervened to put a stop to the altercation. Cease this at once. If you continue, someone may very well be killed. Upon hearing the word killed, the crowd immediately dispersed, with some hastily leaving the scene, fearing they might be questioned by the police. Kang Meyer turned to face the manager, her fury boiling over as she exclaimed, "Are you blind? I don't even know him. Why did you only arrive now? This scoundrel nearly assaulted me. Do you believe I could have my father shut down your establishment?" "Ah, young lady, I apologize. I did not see you there. I will call the police immediately to have them apprehended," the manager stammered. At that moment, Kang Zhuang realized that the property management of the shopping center also belonged to his uncle, leading him to a newfound appreciation of his uncle's influence. His uncle must be quite formidable. It seemed that Jiangnan City harbored many secrets unknown to him. The manager called the police, taking Li Haitao and the other 2 away. Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, having lost interest in shopping, decided to leave together in search of a place to dine. Chapter 43. Blind Date of Xiang Qingwei. Kang Zhuang strolled along the bustling street with Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, observing the 2 young ladies, whose spirits were undeniably high, seemingly unaffected by the earlier events. He couldn't help but marvel at their resilience. "Brother, are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal?" "Sure, where to? Is it far? Do we need to drive?" "Not far, just across the street at the Chowhai restaurant. We can simply cross the road." As the trio made their way to the Chowhai restaurant, Kang Zhuang turned to Kang Meyer and inquired, "Meyer, when you encounter danger, wouldn't it have been quicker to seek out the mall manager? Why did you call me? Do you realize I rushed over here and I'm quite exhausted?" "Oomph. It's only natural for a sister to seek help from her brother when in peril. Besides, I don't have the mall manager's number, and my first instinct was to contact you. What? Do you not wish to assist me in resolving my troubles?" By the end of her statement, a glint of determination sparkled in her eyes. Kang Zhuang was at a loss for words, ultimately conceding to her perspective. He certainly cannot stand by and watch Kang Meyer be wronged. "By the way, why are only the 2 of you here today? What about Xiang Qingwei and Li Miaoyan?" Big sister returned home. Apparently, her parents have something to discuss with her. Fourth sister was inspired by you and has gone to intern under Sister Miaodo. "What? Why is Li Miaoyan interning at my company? Isn't she aware that her sister works for me?" Kang Zhuang felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Li Miaoyan's behavior seemed rather peculiar. Did she harbor ulterior motives? "Oomph. Isn't fourth sister's current predicament a result of your mischief? You playboy? If you were my brother, I would have kicked you to the curb long ago." Wasn't it you who urged me to reject Li Miaoyan? Had you not given me those signals, I might have succumbed to her charm." "Oomph. You shall not bring misfortune upon my close friend. Miaoyan is a good girl. You are unworthy of her." Kang Meyer shot a disapproving glance at Kang Zhuang, clearly irked. Kang Zhuang merely chuckled, recalling how he had once used Song Lingfei and Feng Yi to decisively deter Li Miaoyan's advances. Now, with Li Miaoyan striving for success and seeking an internship with her sister Li Miaodong, he sensed that he might soon cross paths with Li Miaodong, who would likely stir up trouble. As they continued their playful banter, they arrived at the Chowhai restaurant. Upon entering, the sharp-eyed Zhao Tingting exclaimed, "Ah, big sister, second sister. Look, big sister is upstairs." On the second floor, a few individuals were merrily heading towards a private room, and Kang Zhuang recognized one of them, Huang Liang, the young master of the Huang family in Beijing, with whom he had often clashed in the past. "Hey, Mayor, what's going on? Do you remember that Huang Liang? He was competing with me for women at a bar during the New Year." "Oomph, brother, neither of you are good people. Why is big sister associating with them? This seems suspicious." Kang Meyer also recognized Huang Liang, a notorious scion. It was indeed perplexing that he was with her elder sister. Exchanging glances with Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, the 3 felt that something was amiss. Let's sneak into the adjacent private room and eavesdrop on their conversation." Kang Zhuang chuckled, instructing the waiter to lead them to the private room next to Xiang Qingwei. Three individuals casually ordered a selection of dishes and then leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. The restaurant boasted commendable soundproofing. Yet Kang Zhuang employed the iron chopsticks from their table to pierce 3 holes into the wall. Given Kang Zhuang's physique, he could effortlessly breach a wall with ease. This morning, Xiang Qingwei learned that someone from the Huang family in Yanjing had arrived, specifically Huang Liang, who had been betrothed to her since childhood. Making his way to Jiangnan City, Huang Liang's parents were engaged in discussions with Xiang Qingwei's parents, while a look of distaste, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey, flickered in Huang Liang's gaze. Liang, why don't you have a nice chat with Qingwei? You two are to be wed next year. It's time to get to know each other better, his mother suggested. All right, mother, Huang Liang replied, perceiving Xiang Qingwei merely as a beautiful woman among his many concubines, her looks being relatively superior. Indeed, Xiang Qingwei was one of Huang Liang's concubines, a fact unbeknownst to her parents, who were under the impression that their daughter would become the esteemed mistress of the Huang family. Huang Liang, captivated by Xiang Qingwei's exquisite beauty, wore a radiant smile. Initially reluctant to meet his betrothed in Jiangnan City, he changed his mind after viewing a photograph of her, conceding that having such a stunning concubine would enhance his status. In Yanjing, a woman's beauty was a reflection of the prestige of these wealthy young masters. Today, Xiang Qingwei was dressed lightly, her cascading waves of hair only amplifying her allure. From the moment Huang Liang laid eyes on her, he was entranced. Had their parents not been present, he would have undoubtedly revealed his infatuation. Qingwei, I am Huang Liang. It is a pleasure to meet you, he greeted. I am Xiang Qingwei, she replied. Although Xiang Qingwei felt irked by her parents' matchmaking endeavors, she understood that her father's ascent in the political realm was largely due to the arrangements made by Huang Liang's grandfather, and the Huang family had bestowed great favors upon her family. It was this gratitude that compelled her to attend the gathering, despite her irritation. She could not afford to be impolite to Huang Liang. As she noted the predatory glint in Huang Liang's eyes, a sense of despair washed over her. Both being scions of Yanjing, she couldn't help but wonder why Kang Zhuang did not regard her with such fervor. Instead, his gaze seemed indifferent, as if she were merely a passerby rather than a striking beauty. Why am I even thinking about Kang Zhuang? Xiang Qingwei questioned herself. Surely, I have no feelings for him. She dismissed her errant thoughts and focused on Huang Liang, her fondness for Kang Zhuang inexplicably increasing. Indeed, there was a marked difference in the way people perceived her. Engaging in a somewhat disjointed conversation with Huang Liang, it was evident to him, as a well-known dandy in Yanjing, that Xiang Qingwei held no interest in him. Ironically, this only heightened the challenge for Huang Liang, who relished conquering those who looked down upon him. Xiang Qingwei's demeanor aligned perfectly with his predilections, prompting him to engage her with even greater enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting stared wide-eyed, grappling with the startling revelation that their elder sister was quietly preparing for an engagement. Sister, what should we do? Did you not mention that Huang Liang is also a debauched young master? Zhao Tingting remarked to Kang Heir after casting a glance at Kang Zhuang, which left him feeling quite vexed. Why do you keep looking at me? Let us sit down and devise a plan. We cannot allow our elder sister to become a sacrificial lamb in this family alliance. Indeed, we cannot permit our elder sister to make such a sacrifice. It concerns her lifelong happiness. Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting envisioned a grand drama where Xiang Qingwei, for the sake of family prosperity, was compelled to marry a debauched young master, leading to a dismal future. The more they pondered, the more they felt that Xiang Qingwei would suffer, prompting them to brainstorm solutions. Kang Zhuang observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment. Have you two been watching too many romantic dramas? Come on. The Jiang and Xiang family is merely an unremarkable lineage, hardly even third-rate, while the Huang family is a prestigious clan in Yanjing. For Xiang Qingwei to marry Huang Liang is a significant elevation. How can you assume she is unwilling? She hasn't voiced any objections, so please do not complicate matters for her. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting frowned. Brother, do not speak recklessly. Our elder sister is not the type to seek advantageous connections. She must be under duress. Kang Zhuang, I believe our elder sister is merely trying to avoid offending the Huang family, hence her silence. The two women remained steadfast in their beliefs, prompting Kang Zhuang to roll his eyes at them. The prowess of a first-rate family is not to be underestimated. With Xiang Qingwei's father's position, the Huang family could easily strip him of his power with a mere flick of their fingers. Xiang Qingwei seems quite astute, unlike that despicable Lin Qingxue, who showed him no mercy. Contemplating this, Kang Zhuang felt a surge of anger. His resentment towards Lin Qingxue was particularly intense. "Brother, what troubles you? Your expression is quite alarming." Kang Meyer shook Kang Zhuang to rouse him from his thoughts. "I was just mulling over that vile woman, Lin Qingxue. You know, she humiliated me at the engagement banquet just to avoid marrying me. Such an incident is a tremendous disgrace for a man. Therefore, you should refrain from meddling in Xiang Qingwei's affairs. If you do, the Huang family's retaliation will be beyond what you two young ladies can bear." The influence of a first-rate family in Huagua is formidable. Kang Zhuang articulated his experiences and the gravity of the situation, emphasizing the necessity of avoiding any disturbances. The Huang family, likewise a first-rate family, would not hesitate to target Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting should they disrupt the marriage. Having sparred with Huang Liang for years, Kang Zhuang was well acquainted with his methods. The debauched young masters of Yanjing were not merely idle. They could be exceedingly cunning and vengeful. Kang Zhuang conveyed the implications of the situation to Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, which left the two young women somewhat disheartened. "Brother, what then? Isn't it akin to sending our elder sister into the jaws of a tiger? If she marries Huang Liang, it would be better if she married you," Kang Meyer said angrily, though her words irked Kang Zhuang immensely. "What do you mean by better off marrying you? What does that imply?" Kang Zhuang and his companions, Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, continued to ponder their predicament. Soon enough, the meal they had ordered arrived, and without regard for the concerns of the two women, Kang Zhuang began to devour his food with great enthusiasm. "Ah, brother, not now. Please help us think of a solution. We do not wish for our elder sister to marry so far away in Yanjing," urged Meyer. "Indeed, Kang Zhuang, please consider this matter. Isn't Huang Liang often at odds with you? How about you disrupt his engagement this time?" Zhao added, attempting to persuade him. The two women endeavored to sway Kang Zhuang, yet he shook his head repeatedly, his mind firmly made up. No, I am currently cast out by the Kang family and am no match for Huang Liang. Please, do not involve me in this," he replied. Brother, that is merely an excuse. Do not think I am unaware of your hidden talents in Yanjing. My father speaks highly of your influence in Jiangnan City. Surely, you must have a way," Meyer insisted. "Kang Zhuang, you're the first man I have ever admired. Do not be so timid. I believe you can find a solution, can't you?" Zhao pressed, her gaze unwavering. Despite their persistent encouragement, Kang Zhuang could only shake his head in resignation. The two women were far too emotionally invested. Indeed, their elder sister, Xiang Qingwei, possessed greater foresight and rationality than they did. "Have you both lost your senses? I have already spoken of the dangers posed by first-rate families. Yet you still wish for me to intervene? Do you want me to incur the wrath of the Huang family and end up lifeless in the streets, leaving you to inherit my assets?" Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's absurd remarks, Meyer and Zhao Tingting could not help but strike him playfully. Brother, you are insufferable. Making jokes at a time like this." Chapter 44. A gift from my fiancée. Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting were deep in thought within the private room, pondering how to rescue Xiang Qingwei. Kang Zhuang was indulging himself in a feast, and, after a considerable time, he felt quite satisfied, while Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting still had not devised a suitable plan. Meanwhile, in another private room, the two families had just finished their lunch. In contrast to the casual chatter between Xiang Qingwei and Huang Liang, the conversation between their parents was lively. "Why don't we let the young ones converse on their own? Liang, you are 3 years older than Qingwei. As her brother, you ought to take good care of her." "Of course, mother. You all go ahead and attend to your matters. I will have a good chat with my little sister Qingwei." Huang Liang was eager for his parents to leave, yearning for a moment alone with Xiang Qingwei to deepen their relationship. Once the parents departed, Huang Liang looked at Xiang Qingwei with a smile. At 22, she was in the prime of her beauty, while he was 25, the same age as Kang Zhuang, with whom he had a tumultuous relationship in Yanjing. Being alone with Huang Liang made Xiang Qingwei somewhat uneasy. With their parents gone, she no longer felt the need to feign politeness. Huang Liang, I plan to go shopping with my friends. Perhaps we could talk another day? Ah, Qingwei, there is no need to postpone. Allow me to meet your friends. After all, you will eventually marry me, so introducing me to your companions is only fitting. Huang Liang, a seasoned charmer, easily recognized Xiang Qingwei's excuse, prompting her to frown slightly. At that moment, she received a message from Kang Meyer. Big sister, come out for a shopping spree. There's a surprise waiting for you at Jiangnan Shopping Center. Upon reading the message, Xiang Qingwei felt a surge of curiosity, but glanced up to find Huang Liang also reading his phone, which ignited her irritation. Huang, how could you be so rude? Why are you secretly reading my messages? Don't you realize this is my personal privacy? Ha ha ha. Qingwei, do not be angry. You will marry me eventually. What harm is there in glancing at your messages? Your friends want to take you shopping, so let us hurry along. Huang Liang, with his audacity, dismissed his intrusion as trivial. Xiang Qingwei was reluctant to offend him, merely letting out a cold snort as they made their way towards the shopping center across the street. In the adjacent private room, Kang Meyer wore a slight smile. Her plan had succeeded halfway. Seeing Kang Zhuang nearly finish his meal, she felt a surge of frustration. Brother, are you a pig? How can you eat so quickly? Ting Ting and I haven't even finished our meal. TCH, is it my fault? Who told you to neglect your food and plot to disrupt others' relationships? Sister, such thoughts are ill-advised. Here, I've saved a plate of fruit salad just for you two. I have a little to tide you over. Kang Meyer texted Zhao Tingting about her plan, which Zhao understood instantly. After quickly finishing the fruit salad, Kang Meyer turned to Kang Zhuang. Brother, I just remembered that Ting and I still have things to buy. Would you accompany us to the shopping center? Oh, you're still going? Aren't you afraid of encountering a rogue? Perhaps it would be better to postpone the shopping until tomorrow, allowing your female bodyguard to accompany you. Kang Zhuang has always detested shopping, preferring the company of Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, who seemed to harbor secrets from him, thus declining the outing. Oh, brother, you are such a wonderful sibling. Please, will you accompany me to shop? It's merely to purchase a few items. Kang Meyer began her charming tactics upon realizing Kang Zhuang's reluctance. All right, I concede. Let us go, but return promptly after making your purchases, Kang Zhuang. Unable to resist Kang Meyer's allure, reluctantly agreed. Indeed, he could hardly withstand her charms, which few could resist. At the Jiangnan Shopping Center, Xiang Qingwei strolled on the first floor, while Huang Liang followed closely behind, eager to assist and frequently inquiring about her preferences, wishing to buy her gifts. Qingwei, would you like this dress? I shall buy it for you. Qingwei, do you fancy this necklace? It's on me. Qingwei, how about this skirt? I'll purchase it for you. Such attentiveness began to irk Xiang Qingwei, further diminishing her regard for Huang Liang. Hey, big sister, we're here. Have you missed us these past few days? Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting rushed over, embracing Xiang Qingwei without letting go. Huang Liang, upon seeing Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, felt a spark of interest. What lovely ladies! I wonder if I might have the chance to win their affection, he thought, licking his lips in a rather inappropriate manner. Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, noticing his behavior, were immediately repulsed and began to scold him. Sister, what is up with this disgusting man? He asked, licking his lips at us. How revolting. Indeed, sister, he is utterly repulsive. Just look at the way he gazes at us. Huang Liang, incensed by their remarks, thought to himself, what do you mean I am lewd? Are you two blind? I am Xiang Qingwei's fiancée. If he cannot speak sensibly, then perhaps you should remain silent. Do you dare challenge me? Huang Liang was not an ordinary individual. As the heir of the Huang family, his temperament was formidable, though he reserved his gentler side for Xiang Qingwei. He had no intention of tolerating the insults hurled by Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting. Well, little Liang, it seems your arrogance has grown during our brief separation. Who do you intend to deal with? Kang Zhuang approached, having realized that he had been betrayed by Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, who had conspired to provoke a confrontation with Huang Liang. Upon seeing Kang Zhuang, Huang Liang's expression darkened, igniting animosity between them. Ha ha ha, Kang Zhuang, the scoundrel. Oh, right, you've been cast out by the Kang family and relegated to Jiangnan City. What a fortuitous encounter. I shall relish the opportunity to deal with you, Huang Liang taunted, clapping his hands as a signal. Instantly, 3 individuals materialized behind him, all bodyguards familiar with Kang Zhuang, given their frequent skirmishes. Ha ha, Kang Zhuang. Oh, how unfortunate for you to cross paths with me. You are out here all alone, aren't you? Come on, everyone, let us give this former young Master Kang a proper lesson. Just break his legs, and I'll have my fun with him over the next few days. Huang Liang was exceedingly arrogant, dismissing Kang Zhuang entirely, brazenly threatening to break his legs. Ah, brother, be careful. You ugly brute, stop this at once. Why do you dare to hit my brother? At that moment, Kang Heir stood defiantly before Kang Zhuang, shielding him from Huang Liang's assault. Her intentions were not to protect Kang Zhuang from harm, but rather to expose Huang Liang's malevolence, allowing Xiang Qingwei to witness the true nature of this spoiled scion. Indeed, Xiang Qingwei frowned deeply. She had never held a fondness for Huang Liang, and his current demeanor only intensified her disdain. Huang, stop. This man is the brother of my dear sister. For my sake, please spare him. Huang Liang was taken aback. Gong Mei was Kang Zhuang sister. Suddenly, he recalled that the second master of the Kang family had been cast out years prior, and Kang Zhuang had sought refuge with his uncle. Ha, Kang Zhuang, who would have thought you'd fall so low? Living at your uncle's house now, are you? How does it feel to be at the mercy of others? You need your sister to protect you now? Whatever happened to your once unbridled arrogance? In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Since my fiancé, he has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and beg me for mercy. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I won't let anyone break your legs. Huang Liang's arrogance was palpable, and the look in Kang Zhuang's eyes shifted dramatically. Are you foolish? Have you not been following my recent circumstances? Do you still believe I am the same reckless young master from before? Kang Zhuang found it absurd that Huang Liang had not even bothered to keep himself informed. Had he shown a modicum of awareness, he would not have dared to be so brazen. Kang Zhuang, you worthless trash, what are you hesitating for? Kneel before me, or I will break your legs. Huang Liang, oblivious to the danger, pushed Kang Heir aside and approached Kang Zhuang, looking down upon him as if demanding a favor. Ding! A prompt detected that the host was provoked by the ruffian, issuing a task: slap Huang Liang's face and make him aware of the cruelty of the world. Task reward, 20 to physique. Task failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that such a scenario would trigger a task. Initially reluctant to confront Huang Liang, the latter's reckless provocation could not go unanswered. Huang Liang, seeing Kang Zhuang lost in thought, became furious. Do you still think you are the young master of the Kang family? Stop dreaming. You're nothing but garbage now. Kneel, or I will ensure your uncle's family suffers the consequences. Huang Liang turned to threaten Kang Jianliang, attempting to leverage the latter's family to coerce Kang Zhuang into submission. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Kneel down, you fool. I had no intention of engaging with you, yet you forced my hand. Truly, you are the epitome of ignorance." With that, he struck Huang Liang across the face with great force, pressing him down to the ground and mercilessly rubbing his face into the dirt. "Stop! Let go of our young master." 3 bodyguards rushed forward, only to be sent flying by Kang Zhuang's swift kicks. "Please, no more. I was wrong. Kang Zhuang, please stop." Huang Liang pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. "You can't just decide to stop. I intended to break your legs. You shall spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Please, Kang Zhuang, let us adhere to our old arrangements. This woman is my fiancée. I will allow her to accompany you for 1 night. In return, spare me." Huang Liang shamelessly offered, recalling the brutal customs they had once shared in Yanjing, where they fought fiercely over women, with the loser relinquishing their claim. Yet, this time, Xiang Qingwei was infuriated. "Huang Liang, what are you saying? How dare you offer me to this man? Have you lost your mind? Be silent, you wretched woman. If it weren't for your beauty, I wouldn't even consider this desolate place. Do not presume that you are the only woman in my life. My parents have arranged several fiancées for me. You are merely one among many. Do you really believe you will become the matriarch of the Huang family? Your Xiang family is unworthy at best. You will only ever be a concubine." Huang Liang's words struck deep, leaving Xiang Qingwei in disbelief. A concubine? Was she truly to be reduced to such a status? Chapter 45. The shameless scoundrel Xiang Qingwei was so infuriated that she felt faint. She had thought her misfortune meant she could only marry someone she did not love. Yet, she never anticipated such injustice from fate. She was merely a concubine of Huang Liang, and now she was to be offered to Kang Zhuang. At that moment, Kang Zhuang revealed a lecherous grin. Ah, Xiaoyang, you truly understand my tastes. Very well. If you persuade her to willingly accompany me to a hotel, I shall let you off this time. Fine, fine, who are we kidding? Women are for our amusement, Huang Liang shamelessly retorted. The two had engaged in numerous skirmishes in Yanjing, often employing such tactics to seize the women they desired. Xiang Qingwei fixed her gaze on Huang Liang, unwilling to believe he would truly surrender her. You wretched woman, what are you staring at? Can't you see I am being held down and beaten by him? Hasten to accompany Kang Xiao to the hotel, lest the existence of your family be rendered pointless. Huang Liang is obsequious towards Kang Zhuang, yet arrogant before Xiang Qingwei. You shameless creature, I refuse to go. Xiang Qingwei exclaimed in fury, perceiving this as an affront to her dignity, and she would not acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang chuckled, having not yet exhausted his punishment on Huang Liang. A series of resounding slaps echoed, leaving Huang Liang in tears, pleading for mercy. Do not strike me any longer. Kang Zhuang, you scoundrel, cease this at once. I have already agreed to provide you with a woman. Why do you continue to hit me? Ha! Has she consented? The woman clearly disapproves. Does she wish for my imprisonment? The meaning of Kang Zhuang is quite straightforward. To violate a girl's will and engage in relations could lead to incarceration. Huang Liang comprehended this instantly and was filled with fury towards Xiang Qingwei. You wretched woman, do you desire to see me beaten to death? Hurry and accompany young Master Kang to the hotel. Do not think you hold any significance, for you are merely one of my concubines. I have sent women far more beautiful than you. What are you staring at? You should be dutifully attending to young Master Kang. Believe me, I can bring ruin upon the Xiang family. Huang Liang continued to threaten Xiang Qingwei, plunging her into utter despair. She took out her phone and called her parents, inciting Huang Liang's wrath. You shameless woman, what do you intend? Do you believe I will annihilate your Xiang family? Huang Liang panicked. If Xiang Qingwei informed her parents, he would be ridiculed by his friends in Yanjing. It would be a disgrace to be unable to control his own woman. With a resounding slap, Kang Zhuang struck Huang Liang's face, disdain dripping from his words. Xiao Yangzi, you truly are inept. You cannot even manage your own woman. It appears your fiancée is rather disobedient, unlike the amusing one from before. Kang Zhuang's remarks sent chills down the spines of Kang Meyer and the other two women. Is this truly the realm of the debauched young masters of Yanjing? How utterly revolting. Kang Meyer could not help but cast a fierce glare at Kang Zhuang, and it was no different for Zhao Tingting and Xiang Qingwei. The three young women were filled with disdain for this wealthy and unprincipled dandy. Kang Zhuang, however, was at a loss. He had merely intended to frighten Huang Liang. The girl he had taken previously had shown reluctance, prompting him to release her, while he publicly boasted of his prowess, claiming to have indulged in a night of 7 encounters, suggesting that the girl had been thoroughly entertained. This was merely Kang Zhuang's attempt to save face. Though he had never forced a woman against her will, he deliberately spread rumors to maintain his image. As the malevolent slander against Kang Zhuang proliferated, he eventually transformed into a notorious scoundrel in Yanjing, renowned as a debauched libertine. Tears streamed down Xiang Qingwei's face, while Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting ceaselessly offered their consolation. The two women glared fiercely at Kang Zhuang. Initially, they only intended for him to play a role, to disrupt Xiang Qingwei's engagement, never anticipating this distressing scene. Meanwhile, the phone call from Xiang Qingwei's father, Xiang Yufei, connected, and her trembling cries resonated through the line. Father, you must stand up for me. Huang Liang intends to hand me over to another man, claiming I am merely one of his concubines. What should I do? The volume of the call was loud enough for all present to hear, silencing Huang Liang's parents instantly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yufei was consumed by rage, his gaze fixated with menace upon Huang Liang's parents. You must clarify this for me. How can my daughter be your son's concubine? How many fiancés have you arranged for that scoundrel? Huang Liang. Xiang Yufei, please remain calm. How could my son arbitrarily give Qingwei to another? Something must have transpired. Huang Zhongye, Huang Liang's father, interjected, immediately sensing trouble with his son. Indeed, a desperate plea emerged from the phone. Father, help. It's Kang Zhuang. Kang Zhuang. Shut up. It won't matter if your father arrives. If you don't deliver Xiang Qingwei to my bed, I will break your legs. Kang Zhuang's words sent a jolt through Huang Zhongye. This debauched young master had been cast out. So how was he now entangled with his son? And now, these two rascals were at odds again? Huang Zhongye was well aware of the dynamics between his son and Kang Zhuang, and the established rule that the loser must yield a woman. It appeared his son had lost. What would happen now? Would he truly have to surrender Xiang Qingwei? Huang Zhongye glanced at Xiang Yufei, who was seething with wrath, and refrained from speaking. However, his wife, He Xiaohuan, erupted in fury, shouting into the phone at Xiang Qingwei. Listen here, Xiang Qingwei. Marrying our son is a fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. You must do whatever it takes to rescue my son, or the Xiang family will no longer have a reason to exist. No sooner had He Xiaohuan finished speaking than Xiang Yufei struck her across the face. You wretched woman. What did you just say? Do you realize that means my daughter will be given to another man? She is your future daughter-in-law. Seeing his wife struck, Huang Zhongye's fury erupted, and he kicked Xiang Yufei. As Xiang Yufei was assaulted, Xiang Qingwei's mother, Dulan, could no longer contain herself and slapped Huang Zhongye. He Xiaohuan retaliated against Dulan, and soon the two families, once prospective in-laws, were embroiled in a chaotic brawl. In the midst of the turmoil, Kang Zhuang and Xiang Qingwei's entourage heard everything with crystal clarity. Xiang Qingwei wept even more sorrowfully, realizing that Huang Liang's family was far from virtuous. Kang Zhuang, too, wore a grim expression, acknowledging the wretchedness of Huang Liang's parents. Well, Kang Xiao, my parents have already agreed. From now on, this wretched woman belongs to you. Can you let me off this once? Huang Liang had been thoroughly beaten by Kang Zhuang today. He had lost this round, and with the woman now handed over, he should be able to leave, right? Get lost, get lost. This woman is now mine, Kang Zhuang chuckled. The taste of the fiancé you gave me last time was quite delightful. I shall also sample this one. In an effort to prevent Huang Liang from further pursuing Xiang Qingwei, Kang Zhuang wore a deliberately smug grin. Huang Liang seethed with anger. He hadn't even had a chance to touch Xiang Qingwei yet, and now this scoundrel, Kang Zhuang, was taking advantage of the situation. He felt disgruntled, but dared not protest. He too had previously dallied with Kang Zhuang's women, and they were both equally despicable. Huang Liang hurriedly fled with his bodyguards, paying no heed to the consequences for Xiang Qingwei. As he escaped the scene, he saw a tearful Xiang Qingwei, along with the furious gazes of Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting. Kang Zhuang felt somewhat wronged. This was akin to burning the bridge after crossing it. Having used him, they disregarded him completely. Hey, stop crying. Your parents are still fighting. Shouldn't you go back and mediate? He remarked. Heir, I'm leaving. You all have fun today. I suffered greatly without achieving anything and was treated like some lecherous scoundrel. Kang Zhuang, with an air of impatience, glared at Xiang Qingwei before cursing and departing. As he left, Xiang Qingwei gradually regained her composure. Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting continuously consoled her, hoping she would cease her tears. Sister, it's all right. This was my idea. I initially intended to have my brother act, but I never expected them to be such scoundrels. Sister, don't cry anymore. Those two rascals are gone, and you will not marry Huang Liang in the future. Both Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting held a deep disdain for Kang Zhuang and Huang Liang, recalling how repulsive their past conduct had been. Scoundrels, despicable wretches. If Kang Zhuang were present, he surely would have delivered a reprimanding slap to each of the two women. What do you mean? Who's the scoundrel? Xiang Qingwei, regaining her senses, could not help but inquire upon hearing Kang Heir's words. What do you mean? How do you know about my affair with Huang Liang? Kang Heir and Zhao Tingting exchanged a glance, somewhat embarrassed. Sister, we apologize. We overheard you at the Chaohai restaurant during lunch, as we were seated next to you. Sister, Kang Zhuang said that Huang Liang is, like him, a scoundrel, which is why we were concerned about you marrying a villain. We devised a plan to create conflict between Kang Zhuang and Huang Liang. We never anticipated such consequences. However, Huang Liang truly is a scoundrel, using you to secure his safety. How revolting. Indeed, sister, it was fortunate that it was my brother this time. Had it been anyone else, your reputation would have been irreparably tarnished. The sister's revelations illuminated the backstory for Xiang Qingwei, and recalling the scene from earlier sent shivers down her spine. Had Kang Zhuang not exposed Huang Liang's true nature, she would surely have regretted her decision for a lifetime upon arriving in Yanjing. Upon reflecting on this, Xiang Qingwei felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Kang Zhuang, while Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting could only perceive the negative aspects of Kang Zhuang. She discerned a hint of helplessness in his expression, as if there were untold circumstances that eluded their understanding. Meyer, thank you for this. Please extend my gratitude to your brother, she said with a playful smile. As long as you're not upset, that's what matters. It was my idea after all, so you should thank me instead. My brother is a scoundrel. Just ignore him. Kang Meyer nonchalantly dismissed Kang Zhuang, failing to recognize that had it not been for his timely arrival, Li Haitao would undoubtedly have wreaked havoc upon the two women. In another development, the Xiang and Huang families severed all ties, with Huang Zhongye being forcefully expelled from his home by Xiang Yufei. From this point forward, our families are irreparably divided. Get out! Xiang Yufei thundered before slamming the door shut. Huang Zhongye and He Xiaohuan were left in a state of furious despair, their primary concern revolving around the safety of Huang Liang. Upon receiving a call from Huang Liang, they rushed towards the airport, a group of despondent individuals returning to Yanjing. Huang Zhongye promptly initiated measures against Xiang Yufei. Within a mere 3 days, Xiang Yufei was dismissed from his governmental position, and Dulan's company faced bankruptcy. The formidable nature of a first-rate family unveiled itself before Kang Meyer and Zhao Tingting, imparting a profound understanding of the Yanjing clans to the two women. Chapter 46. Product launch. A week had elapsed since the altercation with Huang Liang. On this day, Kang Meyer accompanied Xiang Qingwei to the villa. Brother, Huang Liang's family has struck back. It's utterly despicable. Our elder sister's father has been dismissed, and Xiang's company has gone bankrupt. What shall we do? Kang Meyer entered with a countenance full of resentment, prompting Kang Zhuang to rub his temples in exasperation. I had warned you both that Huang Liang hails from a prestigious family. I advise you not to jeopardize Xiang Qingwei's relationship with him. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. Now you blame me? During their meal at Chaohai restaurant, Kang Zhuang had forewarned Kang Meyer about the potential consequences. Yet she had been obstinate, employing cunning tactics to attract Huang Liang's attention. Unfortunately, Huang Liang resorted to violence, aiming to cripple him. Kang Zhuang had no choice but to retaliate slightly, revealing Huang Liang's true nature. The outcome was that Xiang Qingwei was abandoned, leading to a reconciliation that ultimately severed ties between the Xiang and Huang families, resulting in Xiang's financial ruin. Is this the outcome you desired? I told you to think twice before acting. Did you truly believe the Huang family would be easy to handle? Oh dear brother, please assist our elder sister. She's in such a dire state now. Their friends and family are avoiding them, and you alone are unafraid of the Huang family. Please, help her, won't you? My dear brother. Kang Meyer employed her best tactics, and Kang Zhuang found himself at her mercy. He was unable to resist her charm and surrendered. All right. I can't stand your antics any longer. Tomorrow marks the launch of my whitening and repair serum, so let Xiang Qingwei accompany Ling Fei for some training. Perhaps in the future, she could be groomed as a branch manager. Yay! Thank you, brother. I knew you were the best. Love you. Kang Meyer beamed with joy, completely shedding her earlier disdainful demeanor in the marketplace. Kang Zhuang grimaced. He understood that Kang Meyer was just like Kang Qing, calling upon her brother only when in need, and otherwise indifferent. Is there anything else? If there's no pressing matter, please refrain from interrupting me with trivialities. Oh brother, are you still upset about how we disregarded you? Please, this past week we have recognized our mistakes. You are magnanimous. Surely you can forgive me? Kang Meyer, astute and observant, quickly perceived Kang Zhuang's discontent. She recognized that their earlier behavior in the marketplace had displeased him and could only approach him with a pitiful apology. Throughout the week, Xiang Yufei faced incessant suppression at work, ultimately leading to his dismissal. Dulan's company was inexplicably shut down under the pretense of tax evasion, which was utterly unfounded. Dulan's company was renowned for its integrity. The Huang family's actions were nothing short of malicious, intent on inflicting deep emotional harm. The only solace for Xiang Qingwei was that her family remained unscathed, albeit now destitute and homeless. Kang Meyer had arranged for the three of them to stay at her family's hotel, yet Xiang Yufei and Du Lan were nearly driven to madness by their circumstances. Unable to bear the weight of her family's plight, Xiang Qingwei sought solace in Kang Meyer, who finally understood that Kang Zhuang's earlier warnings were not to be taken lightly. The retribution from a top-tier family in Yanjing was indeed fierce. Kang Zhuang placed a call to Song Lingfei, instructing her to mentor Xiang Qingwei in hopes that she could develop into a key asset for the company in the future. Song Lingfei agreed to allow Xiang Qingwei to learn from her, while whether Xiang Qingwei could eventually become a key member of the company would depend on her own capabilities. Brother, you're truly wonderful. We had misunderstood you before. In truth, you are a good person. After finishing a call, Kang Meyer sent Kang Zhuang a good person card. However, Kang Zhuang had no interest in such a card and merely scoffed. I have navigated through the flower beds for over a decade, always welcoming newcomers. Remember this. Xiang Qingwei has been given to me by Huang Liang. She shall henceforth be my little concubine. Brother, you naughty rascal. Do not set your sights on my best friend. She is a good girl. Sister, let us depart and seek Sister Lingfei. We must not linger with this great lecher. Kang Meyer tugged at Xiang Qingwei, leading her out, while Xiang Qingwei offered a smile to Kang Zhuang. Young Master Kang, thank you. I know you're a good person, and should there be any occasion in which I can be of assistance, I shall give my utmost effort. Kang Zhuang rubbed his nose, having received yet another good person card. This was not the persona he wished to project. I am indeed the dandy young master of Yanjing, known for charming all the beauties of the world. Sister, do not be courteous to this scoundrel. You are my elder sister, and he is my brother, which makes him your brother as well. There is no need for pleasantries, declared unabashedly, pulling towards the Zhuangfei building. The following day, at 10 in the morning, was brought by to the press conference for the whitening repair serum. The venue was already teeming with people, filled with numerous business magnates and media representatives. Welcome, everyone, to the press conference for the whitening repair serum. I am the president of Zhuangfei Investment Company, Limited. As she commenced, delivered a series of statements from the press release, elucidating the myriad advantages and benefits of the serum, observed her eloquent discourse from the podium, and silently commended her. Now, I invite everyone to witness the miraculous effects of the whitening repair serum. Just 10 minutes, merely 10 minutes, and the whitening will be evident. Presented 10 bottles of the serum and selected 10 individuals with notably rough skin. These individuals were genuine, well known among their peers for their skin condition. Please, feel free to apply it. This is composed entirely of herbal ingredients, and should you experience any allergic reactions, our company will compensate you with 1 million. S. bold declaration left the audience in awe. Is she truly that confident in the product? Oh dear, I too can manage that. If anything happens, the compensation could be as high as 1 million. Is this whitening repair serum truly as miraculous as they say? In just 10 minutes, all acne and dullness are purportedly remedied, promising a fairer complexion. Such claims seem rather exaggerated, and one cannot help but remain skeptical of this company's grandiose assertions. We shall observe with bated breath, as they must possess some genuine expertise. 10 participants, each with rough skin, applied the whitening restoration serum under the watchful gaze of the audience. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As the time elapsed, it was time for everyone to cleanse their faces. As an assistant, Qiang Wei meticulously kept track of the time, ensuring that each of the 10 individuals began their cleansing regimen precisely on cue. My goodness, how could this be? Is this really that little Lu? Unbelievable. Little Jiuer is so stunning. I must pursue her. Goodness, this whitening repair serum is truly remarkable, yielding immediate results. The crowd was utterly astonished upon witnessing the transformation of the 10 participants after washing their faces. The images of their initial appearances, characterized by yellowed skin and blemishes, still lingered on the screen in the hall. Now, their skin is smooth and refined. The extraordinary efficacy of the whitening repair serum left everyone in awe. Many representatives from skincare companies were present, and according to their usual demeanor, they would have banded together against any competitor. However, this time, the serum was launched by Zhuang-Fei Investment Company, and they dared not act. Why the hesitation? The downfall of the Black Panther gang serves as a cautionary tale. Who would dare oppose Kang Zhuang? The name Zhuang in Zhuang-Fei Investment Company clearly denotes Kang Zhuang. The attendees were acutely aware of Kang Zhuang's previous debauchery and his current ruthless demeanor. Few in Jiangnan dared to confront him. This was precisely why Song Lingfei had insisted on bringing Kang Zhuang to the press conference this morning, to witness who would dare to trip him up, with the insinuation that she wouldn't mind visiting their homes later tonight for a discussion. Such dominance, such entitlement. Most importantly, the efficacy of the whitening repair serum eclipsed all current skincare products. Now that Song Lingfei had showcased the serum's effects, it was time to reap the rewards. General Manager Song, with such an extraordinary product, how do you intend to market it? We are aware that Zhuang-Fei Skincare Company has just been established and lacks sales channels. Indeed, General Manager Song, your company lacks sales channels. You have summoned all of us from Jiangnan's skincare industry today. Are you intending to take a share of our market? General Manager Song, your generosity is commendable. I wonder how you plan to price this remarkable product. Surely, it must be positioned as a luxury item. The astute among them understood that Song Lingfei's gathering had a specific purpose. Indeed, Zhuang-Fei Skincare Company lacked substantial sales channels and would need to rely on this assembly of individuals. Everyone is quite clever, and I shall not waste words. Companies wishing to collaborate with Zhuang-Fei Skincare Company may discuss the details after the conference. Now, allow me to introduce the company's owner, Mr. Kang Zhuang. As Kang Zhuang stood up, the crowd instinctively rose to their feet, applauding in welcome. Greetings, everyone. I am Kang Zhuang, and I trust most of you are familiar with my background. As I make my entrance, I kindly ask for your support. In a nutshell, let us all prosper together. I aspire to reclaim my position in Yanjing, and I seek your unwavering assistance. Kang Zhuang's ambitions were laid bare. He intended to leverage the whitening repair serum to re-establish himself in Yanjing. Some individuals appeared grave, realizing that collaborating with Zhuang-Fei Investment Company would mean aligning with Kang Zhuang, thus becoming adversaries of the Chu and Lin families in Yanjing. They had gathered intelligence suggesting that Kang Zhuang had been wronged and expelled by the Kang family, a conflict among aristocratic families. Did they truly have the right to engage in such matters? Kang Zhuang did not pressure them for immediate declarations, with the whitening repair serum in hand. The promise of wealth was no mere fantasy. Kang Zhuang aspires for his company to achieve a monthly net profit exceeding 10 billion, thus positioning himself to contend with the Chu and Lin conglomerates. Moreover, with the advantage of the extravagant system at his disposal, he anticipates the emergence of additional medical formulations, rendering ailments such as cancer mere trifles in the future. At this moment, Kang Zhuang's unveiled ambitions signal that his return to Yanjing is not far off. The press conference, having spanned an entire morning, concluded with a deluge of coverage throughout Huagua. Song Lingfei allocated 500 million from the company's funds for extensive promotions across major television networks, ensuring that the remarkable efficacy of the whitening repair solution became widely known among the populace. Furthermore, she orchestrated the involvement of high-ranking officials from the Jiangnan municipal government, justifying it as a campaign to promote local enterprises while pledging an annual donation of 10 billion to enhance the living conditions of Jiangnan citizens. As for the reasons behind the officials' willingness to participate, Song Lingfei is no novice. With a mere flick of her finger, she unearthed their hidden pasts. Under this dual pressure, all high-ranking officials were compelled to endorse the powerful effects of the whitening repair solution. This month was dubbed Zhuang-Fei Month by the citizens of Huagua, a testament to the efficacy showcased through the advertising onslaught. Chapter 47. Envy arises. The burgeoning popularity of whitening skincare products has set the stage ablaze. And within a mere 3 days, the Zhuang-Fei Skincare Company has ascended to prominence. The advertising impact has been deftly manipulated by Song Lingfei. as the general populace embraces new concepts primarily through promotional campaigns. However, upon discovering that the price of the whitening repair serum reaches a staggering $30,000, many were taken aback, inundating the platform with scathing comments. How outrageous are these capitalists, charging $30,000 for a single bottle? Why not resort to robbery? They lamented. These avaricious capitalists have driven my wife to extreme measures just to purchase it. Disgusting. All the profits are lining the pockets of these unscrupulous owners. Amidst the criticism directed at Zhuangfei Skincare Company, there emerged a faction that staunchly defended it. Some young women vehemently condemned the venomous remarks. It's no wonder you're single and devoid of a partner. Do you even comprehend the magnificence of the whitening repair serum? Just one bottle can render a woman's skin delicate and smooth. You pitiful souls. Those who have yet to experience the product should refrain from nonsensical chatter. I, a mere working girl, fought tooth and nail to acquire a bottle, and after using it, I transformed. Now I have affluent suitors aplenty. The comments surged across various platforms, particularly highlighting an intriguing incident involving a well-known female anti-fraud streamer. In full view of her audience, she applied the serum without makeup, aiming to debunk its claims. After merely 10 minutes, she washed her face and emerged rejuvenated, prompting viewers to assert that she had reapplied her makeup. It took repeated explanations and facial cleansing demonstrations for the audience to grasp the serum's remarkable efficacy, resolving all skin issues in just 10 minutes. Among the affluent, a once oily gentleman, accustomed to impressing women with his luxury car, discovered that after using the whitening repair serum, his complexion was no longer greasy, leading to unsolicited approaches from beautiful women even when he ventured out barefoot. Following his posts on social media, this phenomenon rapidly gained traction within wealthy circles. The demand for the whitening repair serum skyrocketed, with a staggering 100,000 units sold each month, quickly exhausting the supply within a fortnight. Priced at $25,000 by Song Lingfei from major skincare companies in Jiangnan, these firms subsequently established a uniform price of $30,000. Their sales figures were astonishing, yielding substantial profits, and upon selling out, they urged Song Lingfei to amplify production. Regrettably, the whitening repair serum is not easily manufactured. The specialized nutrient chamber can only produce 100,000 units of this unique concoction each month. This limitation has resulted in a consistent monthly output of 100,000 units, with no room for excess. Nevertheless, Zhuangfei Skincare Company's market value has surged beyond $1 trillion, with astute calculations suggesting a monthly net profit of approximately $15 billion. With just 150 employees, the company efficiently utilizes the sales channels of major skincare corporations. No one is a fool. Upon witnessing the immense profits from the whitening repair serum, discerning individuals have begun to analyze its components. A group was astounded by the ingredients, all of which were purely traditional herbal elements, yet they consistently struggled to replicate the precise formulation of the whitening repair serum. The most crucial component of the serum is derived from a uniquely crafted nutritional capsule, which is precisely why Song Lingfei remains unperturbed by potential imitations from various companies. Should one dare to replicate, let them. The esteemed position of the whitening repair serum remains unassailable. The advent of this serum has indeed shaken the skincare industry. Were it not for the monthly production cap of merely 1 million units, one might suspect that envious companies would conspire against Zhuangfei Skincare Company. On this particular day, Kang Zhuang was working on the top floor of the Zhuangfei building while Song Lingfei reported the profits to him. Suddenly, a call came through from the reception. President, representatives from the Huang Skincare Company in Yanjing wish to see you. The Huang Skincare Company? What do they want? Show them up. Song Lingfei instructed her staff to bring the visitors upstairs, while Kang Zhuang furrowed his brow in concern. Lingfei, their intentions do not seem benign. It appears someone is envious. Aha, young master, do we fear them? Song Lingfei replied with a smile, captivating Kang Zhuang. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Xiang Qingwei entered with 3 individuals, her expression notably grim. Upon seeing the visitors, Kang Zhuang smiled. Huang Liang, what a surprise to see you here. No wonder Xiang Qingwei looks troubled. Well, little Liang, it's been half a month. What brings you here? Kang Zhuang chuckled. Ha ha ha. Young Master Kang. It seems the woman I gifted you has proven quite delightful. As you keep her close. The two wealthy young masters exchanged pleasantries, their demeanor reminiscent of flamboyant playboys, while Xiang Qingwei seethed with anger, gripping her folder tightly. Indeed, it is quite delightful. Little Yang, spare me the pleasantries. What do you want? We know each other well enough. All right, young Master Kang, I appreciate your straightforwardness. I wish to purchase the formula for your whitening repair serum. So will you sell it? Huang Liang boldly demanded the formula, causing Xiang Qingwei to widen her eyes in disbelief. Shameless. How could someone be so utterly devoid of shame? Xiang Qingwei scorned Huang Liang, who, despite his lack of integrity, enjoyed a life of affluence. The formula for the whitening repair serum was a treasure of Zhuang Face Skincare Company. How could they possibly sell it? Anyone with even a modicum of sense would refrain from doing so. Even if Kang Zhuang were reckless, he would never part with a formula that could yield immense profits. Sell the formula? Little Liang, have you lost your mind? I earn billions monthly. How much could you possibly offer? Haha, young Master Kang. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. The Huang Skincare Company, in collaboration with the Chu Group and the Lin Group, is prepared to offer you 300 billion for your formula. What do you think? 300 billion? Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The revenue from the whitening repair serum would take 3 years to amass. Sensing Kang Zhuang's interest, Huang Liang smirked inwardly with disdain. Fool! Do you truly believe that 300 billion is so easily acquired? Once I obtain the formula, I shall eliminate you. The formula is what I seek, and 300 billion is a sum I am determined to possess. Indeed, Huang Liang is prepared to engage in a nefarious scheme, intending to seize the 300 billion from the three conglomerates while simultaneously acquiring the formula. Many envy the exorbitant profits of the whitening and repairing solution, a product that generates monthly revenues in the billions. However, most skincare companies lack the formidable backing of the Kang family, and thus refrain from taking action. Yet the Huang, Chu, and Lin families are unafraid of Kang Zhuang. It matters not that he is currently the discarded heir. Even if he were the legitimate heir of the Kang family, they would still not cower. 300 billion is tangible wealth, and utilizing it to purchase the formula is both reasonable and legitimate. It merely depends on whether Kang Zhuang is willing to share the profits. Kang Zhuang is not a fool. Upon hearing Huang Liang's enticing offer, he shifted his gaze towards the other two individuals. Are you the representatives of the Chu and Lin families? Indeed, young Master Kang, they replied in unison. These two were indeed sent by the Chu and Lin families. Observing the alliance of the three families, Kang Zhuang pondered the certainty with which these individuals assumed he would sell the formula. Was there another method at play? After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept upon his lips. On what grounds do you three believe I would provide you with the formula for the whitening and repairing solution? Are you unaware that it is the cornerstone of our company? I still intend to return to Yanjing to seek vengeance against the Chu family and the Lin family, relying on it to turn my fortunes around. Now be gone. I shall not sell. Kang Zhuang's rejection was swift. Yet Huang Liang and his companions did not persist as he had anticipated. They merely left him with a remark. Young Master Kang, sometimes having more friends creates more opportunities. Isn't it better to share the wealth? Today it is worth 300 billion, but tomorrow it could be worthless. Leave and take your distance. The three departed, while Kang Zhuang contemplated his plans, pondering whether he would indeed sell the formula for 300 billion. No, but someone will. Xiang Qingwei's inquiry left her puzzled by Kang Zhuang's response, and she glanced at Song Lingfei. Sister Lingfei, what does the young master mean? Song Lingfei, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the essence of the matter. Young master, you deduce they wouldn't actually provide 300 billion, correct? Thus, they must rely on bribing internal personnel to acquire the formula. Do you have a candidate in mind? Indeed, clever girl. Let Feng Yi execute this plan. Since they have offered 300 billion, let Feng Yi be a little greedy and demand half. Do you understand? Understood. I will contact Feng Yi. Upon hearing the exchange between Kang Zhuang and Song Lingfei, Xiang Qingwei felt even more bewildered. What plan could this possibly be? That night, Feng Yi finished her shift at the factory and was heading to the parking lot when the deputy manager, Zhui Yifeng, approached her with two burly men. Manager Feng, young Master Huang has asked me to connect with you for a meal. Who is Huang Liang? Is he a partner of our company? No, no. Young Master Huang is the heir of the Huang family in Yanjing, and he wishes to discuss a matter with you that promises benefits. Feng Yi looked at the two imposing figures beside Zhua Yifeng, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Manager Zhua, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to abduct me? That will be illegal. No, no, no. Manager Feng, as I've mentioned, there are substantial benefits involved, tremendous advantages. Will you accompany me? Well, then I shall go. Feng Yi's expression of terror elicited a hearty laugh from Zhua Yifeng as he ushered her into the car, heading toward the restaurant. Throughout the journey, Feng Yi anxiously surveyed her surroundings, seemingly fearful that Zhua Yifeng would take her out of the city. Ha ha! Manager Feng, do not be afraid. Yes, you. I brought you along for a reason. There are benefits to be gained. Trust me, if this endeavor succeeds, you shall never have to worry again. What exactly do you intend to do? I have no money. Please do not kidnap me. Feng Yi looked at Zhua Yifeng with trepidation, regarding him as if he were a villain. Zhua Yifeng chose not to elaborate further. After a brief 10-minute journey, Feng Yi found herself in a private room along with 3 others. Young Master Huang, I have brought Manager Feng. She is the only one who knows the formula for the whitening and repair serum. If you seek it, you may consult her. Ha ha! Manager Zhua, thank you for facilitating this. Here is 1 million in cash as a token of my gratitude. Thank you, young Master Huang. Huang Liang produced a box brimming with cash, and at that moment, Feng Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huang Liang chuckled inwardly. Indeed, there is no one in this world who is indifferent to wealth. Chapter 48. A deal with no negotiation. The avaricious demeanor of Feng Yi elicited a smirk from Huang Liang, though he maintained a facade of seriousness as he addressed her. Manager Feng, greetings. I am Huang Liang, and these two are representatives from the Chu Group and the Lin Group. We seek your assistance with a matter. What task requires the presence of the 3 esteemed individuals? Cough, cough. To be candid, Manager Feng, we are here to acquire the formula for the whitening repair solution, but that fool Kang Zhuang refuses to sell. It is said that you're familiar with the details of the formula, so we were wondering if we could collaborate and you might share it with us. We can offer you 5 million as compensation. 5 million? Feng Yi scoffed inwardly, questioning whether he took her for a fool. Young Master Huang, I must apologize. I wonder if you have inquired about my salary. I earn 10 million a year, and I will not divulge the formula. Good day. 10 million a year? Huang Liang and his companions were taken aback. Is the salary of a factory's general manager truly that high? Particularly the other 2, who were high-ranking executives in their respective groups, with annual salaries surpassing merely 2 million. The revelation of Feng Yi's salary sparked thoughts of resignation within them. Huang Liang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Kang Zhuang was a fool to squander such a high salary. The whitening repair solution must indeed be immensely profitable. With the knowledge that Kang Zhuang currently earned billions monthly, Huang Liang's ambition ignited. Securing the formula would present an opportunity for financial gain. Manager Feng, wait. If 5 million isn't sufficient, we can negotiate. How about 20 million, 30 million, even 100 million? Please don't leave. Huang Liang continued to raise the offer, yet Feng Yi remained unmoved, even 100 million failing to sway her. Madam, has she lost her senses? Not even 100 million piques her interest? She clearly has a penchant for wealth. Just a moment ago, her eyes sparkled at the sight of 1 million. Huang Liang grumbled, though he still could not comprehend Feng Yi's refusal. You came here with such conviction, young Master Huang, claiming you could obtain the formula for the whitening repair solution. Now that Kang Zhuang refuses to sell and Feng Yi remains silent, what shall we do? Her refusal only indicates the price is insufficient. Tomorrow, Manager Feng will surely inquire about our intention to purchase the formula for 300 billion. She will seek us out. Listen closely. The 300 billion is what our 3 groups are willing to offer for the formula. Regardless of the means employed, securing the formula is paramount. As for the remaining funds, I will take 80%. You 2 shall each receive 10%. Understood? Huang Liang's eyes gleamed with determination, and the other 2 immediately comprehended, nodding in agreement. Understood, understood. The following day, Feng Yi proactively visited the company, seeking to glean information from Song Ling Fei regarding the prize for the formula's acquisition. This scene was captured by the company staff and soon found its way to Huang Liang's phone. Ha ha ha, you little vixen, thinking yourself so lofty, yet you too are a money-loving wench. It seems the deal is promising. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed, and Feng Yi still had not contacted Huang Liang, causing him and his companions to grow increasingly restless. Young Master Huang, is your method truly effective? Young Master Chu called today to inquire whether the 300 billion has persuaded Kang Zhuang. If this continues without success, I risk being dismissed. Indeed, young Master Huang, while 300 billion is a considerable sum for the formula, the whitening repair solution is worth the price. If each of us contributes 100 billion, we could recoup our investment within a year. The conversation between the two left Huang Liang feeling somewhat perturbed, unable to discern where the issue lay. That night, Feng Yi was summoned once more by Huang Liang and his associates. Manager Feng, I trust you are well aware of the situation. In brief, what will it take for you to relinquish the formula? Name your price. Young Master Huang, I am at a loss for your meaning. My employer has treated me with unparalleled generosity. I could never betray the formula. If I were to provide it to you, how could I possibly survive? Do not mistake me for a fool. Feng Yi articulated her stance clearly. To surrender the formula would mean either Kang Zhuang would eliminate her or Huang Liang's side would silence her. Upon hearing her candidness, Huang Liang chose to forego any further pretense. Very well, it is no surprise that Kang Zhuang values you. You are astute. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. While you fear Kang Zhuang's wrath, do you not fear my potential retribution? Surrender the whitening repair solution formula, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not leave here tonight. With a clap of his hands, several bodyguards rushed in. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yi remained unfazed, merely chuckling. Ha ha, I truly disdain you. What, do you intend to seize it by force? Given that I dared to come here alone, I am fully prepared. Test me if you dare. Feng Yi's defiance put Huang Liang and his associates in a precarious position. Should they harm her, their plans would unravel. The three exchanged glances and conferred briefly before reaching a consensus. Ha ha ha, Manager Feng, what I just said was merely a jest. I abide by the principle that wealth should be shared. Our three conglomerates are willing to offer 300 billion for the formula. If that fool Kang Zhuang refuses to sell, would you not be interested in this sum? Upon hearing the figure of 300 billion, Feng Yi's breath quickened. What did you say? You would offer me 300 billion? Ha, 300 billion is out of the question. How does 500 billion sound? Huang Liang generously proposed 500 billion, but this amount chilled Feng Yi's demeanor. Young Master Huang, your calculations are astoundingly precise. You offer me 500 billion while keeping 250 billion for yourself? I have never encountered such a business approach. Why should I bear all the risk while you reap 250 billion without contributing anything? Kang Zhuang is not known for his mercy. Should he discover my betrayal, he would undoubtedly eliminate me. Do you truly believe 500 billion is sufficient? Huang Liang smiled faintly, unconvinced that 500 billion would sway Feng Yi. Then what amount does Manager Feng desire? 200 billion. You may keep the remaining 100 billion, but I require your assistance in obtaining a new identity card and passport, as I intend to live abroad. Upon hearing the figure of 200 billion, Huang Liang furrowed his brow, and the two companions beside him began to grow anxious. Young Master Huang, leaving us with 1,000 billion is quite generous. You would keep 800 billion, and each of us would receive 100 billion. That would suffice for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Indeed, young Master Huang, we are not greedy. 100 billion is more than enough for a lifetime. Moreover, upon acquiring the formula, we would be heralded as great benefactors. Please agree to this. Encouraged by the two individuals, Huang Liang's gaze grew resolute. Manager Feng, I concede 2,000 billion it shall be. Tomorrow evening, you shall bring me the formula, and I will transfer the funds to you. Very well. Deposit it into this overseas account. I had my foreign associates establish this account over the past 3 days. You transfer the funds first, and tomorrow, hand me the new identification and passport, and I shall provide you with a formula. Is this arrangement acceptable? How How can I be certain that the formula you provide is authentic? What if you deceive us? Are you unwilling to negotiate? With the collective strength of your three families, if I were to betray you, you would surely find me, even if I fled to the ends of the earth. It's merely a formula, stored on a USB drive within the factory's insurance locker. I can hand it over to you along with materials sufficient to synthesize a whitening and repairing solution. Would that suffice? With Feng articulating her terms, Huang Liang eventually acquiesced. Young Master Huang, you truly are remarkable. This move has saved us 1,000 billion. We are about to prosper. Indeed, young Master Huang, you're astute. This means the Huang Group only expended 200 billion for a priceless formula. What a bargain. Who claims that the Huang Group only spent 200 billion? Listen closely. The total expenditure for acquiring the formula is 3,000 billion. Understood? The other two exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying cunning smiles. We comprehend. The total amount spent on acquiring the formula is 3,000 billion. The following day, Feng Yi's overseas account received an influx of 2,000 billion. She arrived at her skincare company and handed Huang Liang a USB drive along with the materials for the whitening and repairing solution. Young Master Huang, where are my identification and passport? Here, these are what you requested. Remember, after today, we are strangers to one another. I understand. Thank you for your care. Young Master Huang, farewell. After Feng Yi departed, Huang Liang entrusted the whitening and repairing solution formula to the researchers, providing them with 100 samples of materials for comparison. Upon realizing that they had received the formula and materials for the whitening and repairing solution, the researchers at the skincare company were taken aback. However, they refrained from further comment, diligently examining the formula and comparing the materials one by one. Young Master, this formula is genuine. We just synthesized a batch of the whitening and repairing solution using one sample, and it is identical to that of the Zhuang Fei skincare company. It has succeeded. Huang Liang and his companions rejoiced. To avert any potential complications, the trio hastily returned to Yanjing with the formula and materials. Meanwhile, Feng Yi arrived at the Zhuang Fei building. Boss sister, I am back. Feng Yi, you have done splendidly. Ha, come, sit down. You're our great contributor. Kang Zhuang was elated, as he had just received news from Songling Fei that 2,000 billion had been deposited into their overseas account, enabling them to accelerate their expansion efforts. Kang Zhuang was quite pleased with Feng Yi's performance this time. Initially, he only intended to deceive Huang Liang out of 15 billion in funds, but unexpectedly, he ended up profiting 200 billion. This matter was known solely to the three of them, having deliberately excluded Xiang Qingwei from the discussion, as the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. Young Master, are you not concerned that Huang Liang and the others might actually produce the whitening repair solution? Song Lingfei inquired. Her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at Kang Zhuang, while Feng Yi mirrored her curiosity. Kang Zhuang chuckled softly and recounted the entire sequence of events. Did you not notice that the factory possesses only a single set of equipment? This is specifically designed for the production of the whitening repair solution. Aside from this unique apparatus, it is impossible to manufacture such a solution anywhere else in the world, even if one were to obtain identical medicinal materials. Without the specialized nutrient chamber, the most crucial potion cannot be created. Today, Kang Zhuang was particularly exhilarated. He had initially thought that the resources provided by the system were of little use, but to his astonishment, he managed to outsmart 3 conglomerates for 200 billion. The system truly delivered, providing a one-of-a-kind device that rendered imitation of the whitening repair solution by other companies utterly impossible, thereby solidifying Zhuang Fei Skincare Company's dominance in the industry. Chapter 49. Infighting within the group in Yanjing, Huang Liang and the others returned, weary from their journey. The leaders of the Huang Group, Chu Group, and Lin Group gathered together. You have all worked hard. Now, let us divide the formula and materials into 3 portions, so we can each manufacture the whitening repair solution. The 3 leaders were straightforward, making 3 copies of the formula and allocating 33 portions of materials to each group. After receiving the formula and materials, each leader hurriedly made their way to the manufacturing plant. At the Chu Group, Chu Fan had already arrived at the skincare manufacturing facility. eager to witness the successful creation of the whitening repair solution. Boss, the formula is genuine. We have thoroughly examined all 33 materials, and they match the formula precisely. 10 of the materials have been combined to create the whitening repair solution, a researcher informed Chu Fan. Upon hearing that the formula was real, Chu Fan was overjoyed. Ha ha ha! That fool Kang Zhuang never anticipated we would obtain his formula. He naively thought he could return to Yanjing with the whitening repair solution. How deluded! Chu Fan laughed arrogantly, but the mirth was short-lived as a researcher rushed in, panic evident on his face. Not good, boss. We have a problem. What is the meaning of this frantic behavior? Chu Fan felt a twinge of annoyance at the commotion. Boss, each of those materials consists of 28 components. Of these, 27 are ordinary herbal ingredients, but we failed to identify one crucial component. Without it, the whitening repair solution cannot be produced. What? How could this happen? That bastard Kang Zhuang set a trap for me. Chu Fan was not foolish. He immediately realized he had been deceived. The technological equipment of the Chu group was among the finest in the skincare industry, and the inability to identify one vital ingredient indicated it was a highly confidential formula. I wondered why Kang Zhuang seemed unconcerned about the formula being leaked. He was waiting to ensnare us. Well done, Kang Zhuang. I truly underestimated you. Chu Fan was infuriated, nearly choking on his rage. The three groups had invested 300 billion to acquire the formula, only to find they could not produce a single special ingredient. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, his eyes reddening. No one had ever dared to toy with him in such a manner. Summon the leaders of the Lin and Huang families and bring those three good-for-nothing fools here. As Chu Fan issued his command, the representatives from the Lin and Huang groups discovered the same issue. All three leaders convened at the headquarters of the Chu group: Chu Fan, Lin Qingxue, Huang Liang, and Du Lan. Bang! Huang Liang, you worthless fool. I entrusted you with 300 billion to acquire the formula, and this is what you bring back. Refund my money. Chu Fan slammed the table, directing his fury at Huang Liang. Huang Liang was momentarily bewildered, having been brought here by two bodyguards while he was enjoying leisure time at a club with some companions. What the hell, Chu Fan? What do you mean by this? Do you think I brought back a fake formula? Huang Liang was confident in the authenticity of the formula, having witnessed one of the materials successfully synthesized into the whitening repair solution. The formula is flawless, the ingredients are impeccable, so the issue must lie with Chu Fan. Upon hearing Huang Liang's audacity to confront him, Chu Fan's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Du Lan stepped behind Huang Liang and delivered a sharp slap. You fool! You've been deceived by that little scoundrel Kang Zhuang. The formula is indeed genuine, but the key ingredient, a vital potion, we cannot produce. Huang Liang was taken aback. If the formula is authentic, why am I being struck? Gradually, he grasped the matter concerning the special ingredient and cursed inwardly. Damn it, so there's this twist. Have I been duped by that wretched Feng Yi? Thankfully, I only invested 200 billion. Huang Liang comprehended the situation but was no fool. He refused to shoulder the blame. Chu Fan, you need to clarify this. Did we not agree to purchase the whitening repair liquid formula solely from Kang Zhuang? I have retrieved the formula, which is not counterfeit. If you cannot manufacture the special ingredient, is that my fault? It speaks to your inadequacies. Do not place the blame on me. Huang Liang had firmly resolved that they had only agreed to buy the formula, and he would not concern himself with anything beyond that. Regardless of whether they could produce the whitening repair liquid, that was no longer his issue. Chu Fan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Huang Liang was evidently attempting to swindle him out of 100 billion. If you continue to create chaos, I will not hesitate to end you. Huh? Do you truly think I am intimidated? If you dare lay a finger on me, so be it. The Huang group will cease all operations, and we shall wage war against your Chu group. I trust Kang Zhuang would relish our internal strife. At that moment, Huang Liang appeared to be possessed by the wisdom of a sage, articulating his points with fervor. If Kang Zhuang were to witness Huang Liang's quick-wittedness, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Wow, Xiaoyang, your eloquence is impressive. I admire you." Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue remained silent, her heart seething with anger towards Kang Zhuang's machinations. Yet she felt a deeper sense of guilt. She had come to understand the events of the engagement banquet. It was Chu Fan's intent to sabotage the alliance between the Lin and Kang families. Knowing that she harbored no affection for Kang Zhuang, he devised a scheme to ensnare him, ultimately leading to Kang Zhuang's disgrace. Today, Kang Zhuang's Zhuangfei skincare company boasts a monthly revenue of hundreds of billions, a fact that fills Lin Qingxue with regret for her earlier impulsiveness. Kang Zhuang was not a mere playboy, but a remarkable talent. As more information about Kang Zhuang emerged, it became evident that the earlier portrayals of him as a frivolous dandy were largely unfounded rumors. This situation of animosity between the Lin family and Kang Zhuang had been self-inflicted. Lin Qingxue felt a twinge of remorse, yet she would not dwell on it. She was not one to show mercy towards adversaries. With the three families jointly investing $300 billion to acquire the whitening repair liquid formula, Lin Qingxue learned of its authenticity, but the inability to manufacture the crucial ingredient confirmed that she had been outmaneuvered by Kang Zhuang. Observing the ongoing quarrel between Chu Fan and Huang Liang, Lin Qingxue's eyes flashed with disdain. How could these two compare to her? Chu Fan had a fierce argument with Huang Liang, and upon noticing Lin Qingxue's silence, he inquired, "Lin Qingxue, the Lin Group has also suffered a loss of 100 billion. Do you not wish to say anything?" Lin Qingxue lifted her head and clapped her hands. "Bring him in." A man was dragged in by the bodyguards, and Huang Liang recognized him as one of the individuals who had accompanied him to procure the formula. "Huang Liang, he has confessed. You did not purchase the formula from Kang Zhuang. Instead, you spent 200 billion to acquire it from a manager named Feng Yi. You three embezzled 100 billion. Do you not owe us an explanation?" Lin Qingxue, I know not what you speak of. Do not presume that I will refrain from cursing you simply because you are a woman. We indeed spent 300 billion on the formula. Do you believe it to be counterfeit? Huang Liang was not foolish, and with 800 billion in his possession, he had no intention of relinquishing it. Seeing Huang Liang's obstinacy, Lin Qingxue clapped her hands again, and another individual was brought in. He was the person from the Chu group who had purchased the formula, both men appearing severely beaten. At this sight, Huang Liang's gaze towards Lin Qingxue shifted. This woman was indeed no ordinary adversary. Lin Qingxue, I regret not obtaining your consent before treating your associates in such a manner. Each of these two received 100 billion, while Huang Liang pocketed 800 billion. They serve as witnesses. Lin Qingxue's eyes were icy, and her domineering presence caused Chu Fan to instinctively retreat a few steps. As the president of the Chu group, he had always recognized that Lin Qingxue was a formidable woman. He was taken aback by her ability to uncover the truth in such a brief time. Indeed, as the president of the Lin group, one must possess a ruthless resolve to steward it effectively. Chu Fan had initially disrupted the alliance between the Kang and Lin families out of fear that Lin Qingxue would consolidate their powers, creating a behemoth. Had he not sabotaged the engagement banquet between Kang Zhuang and Lin Qingxue, the balance of power in Yanjing would have been irrevocably altered. Upon understanding the sequence of events, Chu Fan turned his gaze toward Huang Liang and addressed Huang Zhongye and Du Lan. "General Manager Du, how shall we proceed? Huang Liang's embezzlement of 800 billion is one issue, but the formula he retrieved is missing the most crucial component, the manufacturing method. Huang Liang owes us an explanation." "What explanation do you seek, Chu Fan? We merely stated that we were purchasing the formula. Is the formula my son retrieved counterfeit? If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon that scoundrel Kang Zhuang. How can a formula be separated from its manufacturing method? We ought to confront Kang Zhuang, not my son." Du Lan's protective nature towards her son irked both Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue. Nevertheless, the situation had a semblance of legitimacy. The formula was indeed real, leaving them with little recourse. However, having been deceived in such a manner, neither Chu Fan nor Lin Qingxue would accept it lightly. "General Manager Du, we three families invested 300 billion, yet we have been swindled out of 200 billion by Kang Zhuang. Do you not believe your son should return the remaining 800 billion? Chu Fan's gaze bore an ominous intensity, and he resolved that if Huang Liang did not return the funds, he would exact a deadly reckoning. Du Lan was not foolish. She perceived Chu Fan's murderous intent. With Lin Qingxue by her side, she dared not offend two major factions simultaneously. Huang Liang felt quite disgruntled. Having barely warmed the 800 billion, he was already expected to relinquish it. A most unfortunate predicament indeed. Suddenly, a thought struck Huang Liang. Wait a moment. I have no objections to handing over the money. But to be swindled out of 200 billion by Kang Zhuang is unacceptable. I seek vengeance. What do you intend to do? Chu Fan regarded Huang Liang with disdain. This spoiled young heir would not have found himself in such a predicament had it not been for due land support in acquiring the formula. A mother's overindulgence often leads to a son's downfall. Huang Liang was irked by Kang Zhuang's inexplicable gain of 200 billion and articulated his thoughts. We shall surrender 100 billion. Each of our companies will reclaim 333 billion. As for the remaining 1 billion, we could hire an assassin from the dark web to eliminate Kang Zhuang and that despicable woman, Feng Yi. What do you think? Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue exchanged glances. Having been played by Kang Zhuang, it was not in their character to refrain from retribution. I have no objections. Neither do I. Thus, the three corporate presidents reached an agreement to conspire against Kang Zhuang, oblivious to the dire consequences of crossing him. Chapter 50. Assassin Strike on this day. Kang Zhuang rose early, elated after having recently swindled 200 billion from Chu Fan and his associates. Young master, there has been a development regarding the matter you asked me to monitor. Oh, has their retaliation commenced? What's the plan? As expected by the young master, three conglomerates jointly invested 100 million to hire an assassin from the dark web to eliminate both the young master and Feng Yi. Song Lingfei revealed the information she had gathered, prompting Kang Zhuang to scoff. Ha, how petty! Am I truly only worth 100 million? You must not underestimate them. Young master, assassins from the dark web are ubiquitous, employing techniques that are nearly impossible to defend against. Do you wish for me to eradicate the dark web? Song Lingfei spoke in a calm tone, yet anyone outside hearing her would surely deem her mad. The dark web is the largest assassin organization globally. With operatives in every nation, few targeted by them survive. Kang Zhuang was well aware of Song Lingfei's capabilities. She could monitor global networks and possessed combat prowess that was unparalleled. Those dark web assassins were no match for her. Contemplating, Kang Zhuang conceived a plan. Lingfei, as the saying goes, one must reciprocate kindness. Let us allocate 300 million, break Chu Fan's leg, sever Huang Liang's hands, and as for Lin Qingxue, let us not be overly cruel. Let's settle for disfigurement. Kang Zhuang's words took Song Lingfei aback. For a woman, disfigurement could be considered more heinous than death itself. Was this young master truly so ignorant of women? Is there an issue? No, young master. I shall proceed immediately. But what shall we do if the assassins arrive? Summon a and Heir back to protect me. Kill the men, capture the women. I wish to have some fun. Kang Zhuang's words were somewhat malicious, leading Song Lingfei to give him a disapproving glance. When the young master spoke of fun, it was certainly meant in the most literal sense. Dark web, assassin headquarters. Yet another order from Huagua? This time it's for 300 million. The people of Huagua truly possess wealth. Upon reviewing this 300 million task, which involved breaking Chu Shi Group's president Chu Fan's leg, severing Huang Shi Group's Huang Liang's hands, and disfiguring Lin Shi Group's president Lin Qingxue, one could only wonder what madness was this. Were they truly expected to execute such orders for mere money? Surely, this must be the request of a lunatic. Treating our dark web as mere thugs, was it? Should we accept this task? When did we dark web assassins become the mercenaries for the affluent? Yes, this task is considerably challenging. I believe many would be eager to take it on. To challenge the might of Huagua, many madmen would be willing. As the dark web accepted the orders, the assassination task list displayed 3 tasks, each valued at 100 million. Numerous assassins hidden within various cities eagerly clicked to claim the tasks. In no time, a tempest brewed throughout Huagua. Long Group Headquarters. The Long Group serves as a crucial force in safeguarding Huagua, protecting it from foreign invasions. Report, sir. The dark web has issued orders targeting the nation of Huagua. What tasks? There are 4 in total. The assassination of the former young master of the Kang family, Kang Zhuang. Breaking the leg of the young master of the Chu family, Chu Fan. Shattering both hands of the young master of the Huang family, and disfiguring Lin Qingxue, the president of the Lin Group. Long Ziyan appeared perplexed. What on earth is this? The first assassination of Kang Zhuang seems somewhat reasonable, but the subsequent actions appear to be mere tasks. Are you certain? This is what the dark web has dispatched. Since when have assassins turned into mere thugs? Report, sir. It is indeed accurate. This is the information relayed back from our operatives embedded within the dark web. Long Ziyan found it hard to believe. The dark web is a hub for assassins, not thugs. Breaking limbs and disfigurement are hardly the deeds of those who dwell in the shadows of society. After pondering for a moment, Long Ziyan waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. It seems there are those dissatisfied with these individuals. As long as it does not pose a threat to the security of Huagua, let those assassins be. Yes, sir. Long Ziyan felt somewhat disheartened. It had been many years since the dark web had executed tasks within Huagua. Previously, they had targeted high-ranking officials. The Long Group had confronted dark web assassins countless times. In the end, Huagua's martial artists had made the dark web assassins refrain from accepting tasks in this land for years. Now they were back with a mission, and it involved mere scions of ordinary families. As for the assassination of Kang Zhuang, Long Ziyan was indifferent. The demise of a debauched young master would only rid society of one more nuisance. In the following days, Chu Fan, Lin Qingxue, and Huang Liang faced various assassination attempts. Had it not been for the protection of skilled family members, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue would have fallen victim to the dark web's machinations long ago. One day, Huang Liang, trembling with fear, hid within his home. In recent days, he had encountered 3 waves of dark web assassins, each time narrowly escaping their grasp. What bewildered Huang Liang was that these assassins did not simply eliminate him with a bullet. Rather, they seemed intent on capturing him alive. Reflecting on the actions of the assassins, Huang Liang felt as though their aim was more to deliver a beating than to kill him. Damn it! Are these fools toying with me? Why chase me down to beat me instead of just shooting me? Huang Liang lamented, pondering who in Yinjing could possibly harbor such a trivial grudge against him. Young master, are you all right? The butler discovered Huang Liang hiding in the wardrobe, his heart sinking at the sight of his young master so frightened. Butler, close the wardrobe door for me. How is it outside? Have any strangers been lurking about? Young master, it's all clear. Our villa is fortified. Not even a mosquito could enter. The butler's reassurance brought some comfort to Huang Liang, who cautiously emerged from the wardrobe. Glad to hear there's nothing amiss. I must find out which scoundrel is playing these games with me. Once I uncover their identity, I shall make them pay dearly. Huang Liang thought fiercely. Just then, another bodyguard clad in black entered. Young master, I have a situation to report. Speak. What has happened now? Huang Liang replied, angered, fearing something had gone awry. At that moment, the butler shouted, No, young master, he is not one of us. You must run. Bang! The black-clad bodyguard swiftly knocked the butler unconscious, then delivered a powerful punch to Huang Liang's abdomen. Oh, who are you people? Why have you been targeting me these past few days? Huang Liang was struck to the ground, his stomach churning violently, engulfing him in agony. Crack! Crack! On my hand! The black-clad bodyguard remained silent, swiftly shattering Huang Liang's hands. With a final wail, Huang Liang lost consciousness. The bodyguard snapped a photo and uploaded it to a certain website, the dark web. This individual was a dark web assassin, masquerading as a bodyguard to launch a surprise attack. He had not anticipated that this task would be so effortlessly accomplished. After all, it came with a reward of 100 million. Ding! 100 million has been credited. Upon seeing the dark web reward deposited into his account, the assassin chuckled with satisfaction. With the matter settled, he departed with an air of nonchalance. Ah, young master, what has happened to you? Someone come quickly. The steward, upon awakening, discovered Huang Liang unconscious on the ground and immediately cried out. A dozen bodyguards rushed in, horrified to find Huang Liang in a stupor with both hands shattered, and they hurriedly transported him to the hospital. In recent days, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue had refrained from venturing outside. They had just received news that Huang Liang's hands had been broken and he was receiving treatment at the hospital. How despicable. Someone is definitely targeting me. Who could it be? Who is the hidden enemy? Has the Lin Group offended someone recently? As Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue pondered, they never once considered Kang Zhuang. They believed he would not last much longer, a dead man needing no suspicion. In Jiangnan City, Kang Zhuang had been quite audacious, parading around daily. In the face of assassination attempts by dark web assassins, he consistently sought refuge in secluded places. In Huagua, it was impossible for assassins to procure firearms. Several waves of assassins attempted to eliminate Kang Zhuang using daggers, poison, and other cold weapons, but they were all thwarted before they could even approach him. Taken down by Ada and Heir. Are these dark web assassins truly this inept? Ada, have any beautiful female assassins appeared lately? A woman would suffice. Boss, Sister Fei has instructed that upon encountering a female assassin, we must eliminate her immediately. We cannot allow you to act recklessly. Ada spoke honestly. Kang Zhuang was taken aback, pondering what Song Lingfei meant. Is she afraid I might go astray? I am not that kind of person. System, come forth and converse with me. I have already encountered assassins, yet you have failed to trigger any tasks. My vitality has not increased for a month. You have not made a peep. Are you malfunctioning? Ding. Host derogatory remarks towards the system detected. Punishment mechanism activated. Electric shock for 1 minute. In an instant, a powerful current surged through, causing Kang Zhuang to collapse and writhe on the ground. The familiar electric shock, reminiscent of a dog in distress. System, I was wrong. I did not insult you. Wishing you health and longevity. After 1 minute, Kang Zhuang's hair stood on end, and he spat out a puff of smoke. System, you truly are ruthless. A month of silence, and the moment you return, you administer electric shock therapy. You are indeed merciless. The debauched system paid no heed to Kang Zhuang, seemingly retreating into silence once more. Ada and Heir remained expressionless, as they were mere products of the system. They showed no reaction to Kang Zhuang as punishment. Ada and Heir, you two scoundrels, did you not see my injury? Help me up. Of course, boss. They replied, as the two men assisted Kang Zhuang to his feet. Together, they strolled through the bustling streets, with Kang Zhuang harboring hopes of encountering a beautiful assassin. However, they soon crossed paths with several waves of assassins, all of whom were rather burly men. Could it be that the dark web assassins are devoid of enchanting women? This thought left Kang Zhuang feeling somewhat disheartened, realizing that such alluring assassins were likely reserved for the protagonists. He, on the other hand, was destined to play the role of the villain. As night fell, after a long day of wandering, Kang Zhuang began to feel fatigued. He had lost hope in the dark web assassins, having initially believed them to be formidable, only to discover that they appeared rather feeble in the presence of Ada and Heir. Approaching his vehicle, a sudden movement startled him as Ada embraced him and swiftly pulled him backward. Ada then kicked the car, and in the next instant, an enormous explosion erupted. Boom! The deafening blast instantly drew attention, causing alarms to blare from countless vehicles parked along the roadside. The cacophony of police sirens filled the air as a police car approached, from which emerged two uniformed officers. Stop right there. We are the police. Please assist us in returning to the station for an investigation, the officers commanded. Kang Zhuang's brow furrowed. He despised the thought of going to the police station. Back in Yanjing, after brawling with Huang Liang and his gang of ruffians, he frequently found himself summoned to the police station for questioning. The consequence of such encounters was often a severe reprimand from his father, who would chastise him with a belt. Chapter 51. The bewildering dark web. As two police officers brandished handcuffs, Ada positioned himself protectively in front of Kang Zhuang. Young master, they are assassins from the dark web. Exercise caution. No sooner had Ada spoken than Heir unleashed a powerful kick, sending one of the assassins hurtling backward before he could react. Bang! Curse it! The remaining assassin, taken aback, hastily drew his weapon and aimed it at Heir. Bang! Another kick from Heir sent this assassin crashing into a police car. Kang Zhuang watched in astonishment, his heart racing. Had it not been for the swift reactions of Ada and Heir, he might have fallen victim to the ambush. How did you ascertain they were assassins? Boss, our brains are linked to a global network. With just a glance, we can identify their information. They are silver-tier assassins from the dark web, codenamed Qi Mei and Wang Liang. Kang Zhuang realized that the robots produced by the system came equipped with advanced intelligence systems, capable of linking to a global network, truly remarkable. You've been at this for several days now, and there have been numerous waves of assassins. Do you wish to continue? I'm done. It's rather dull now. Can you cancel my mission? Certainly. Ada closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them. Young master, I have just infiltrated the dark web network and seized control. Your mission has been canceled, and I have also transferred the dark web's funds to a temporary account. Just how much did you manage to acquire? A total of 16. 6 trillion in funds, young master. Would you like to withdraw it? Kang Zhuang was dumbfounded. Is the dark web truly this wealthy? Trillions of funds. The extravagant system had previously mentioned that the robots were not permitted to disrupt network control unless attacked. Yet in this instance, Ada had not only repelled the assault, but also drained the dark web's coffers. At that moment, Kang Zhuang's mindset exploded. 16. 6 trillion in funds. No conglomerate in Yanjing could boast such cash reserves. He felt like a wild stallion galloping across the plains, his spirit unshackled. I shall return to Yanjing with vengeance in my heart. In that instant, all his grievances dissipated. He was determined to annihilate the Chu and Lin conglomerates. Let us return to the villa. Summon Song Lingfei and the others. We have significant matters to discuss. Kang Zhuang, accompanied by Ada and Heir, made his way home, now devoid of fear. Meanwhile, at a foreign base, a group of individuals stared in disbelief at a large screen. They had just lost control of their network and, upon regaining it, discovered that their accounts were empty. Oh, for goodness sake, can anyone tell me where our funds have vanished to? Over 150 accounts, 16. 6 trillion in assets. Where have they gone? Find out immediately. Where has the money disappeared to? The higher-ups of the dark web were in turmoil. Their funds had mysteriously vanished. A staggering 16. 6 trillion from the dark web had been transferred, and as the rulers of the shadows, they found themselves robbed with no clues as to the perpetrator. Please investigate and uncover the truth. I shall make it known across the internet. Whoever can recover the funds will ascend to the position of an elder in the dark web. A red notice will be issued on the dark web to apprehend globally renowned hackers. The prominent figures of the dark web are issuing commands, and on this day, those with power and influence around the world are shaken. The notorious dark web has been breached. Its funds have been illicitly transferred, causing numerous assassins to be deprived of their bounties. In an instant, a storm brews, and most assassins cease their operations. Naturally, with the organization devoid of funds, how could they continue their deadly trade? Assassins risk their lives in this endeavor. After all, the world seems to descend into an eerie silence. Yet there are whispers of impending turmoil. At the headquarters of the Long Group in Yanjing, Long Zaiqian is taken aback upon receiving the news. The funds of the dark web have been siphoned off? Which adept hacker could have achieved this? Convey my orders. Personnel of the Long Group, seize any opportunity to discover the identity of this hacker. Such talent must not be overlooked. Let us see if we can recruit them for the benefit of our nation. Long Zaiqian issues his commands, recognizing the value of this hacker. Not only Long Zaiqian, but other astute leaders from various nations are also in pursuit of this hacker, hoping to lure them back to their own countries. With such a genius amongst them, network security would at least be assured. In Jiangnan City, Kang Zhuang, along with Ada and Heir, returns to the villa. Shortly after, Song Lingfei and Feng Yi arrive as well. Lingfei, you are aware of the situation, are you not? Do you have a viable plan? Kang Zhuang regards Song Lingfei with admiration, for she is the steward of his commercial empire, and only she could devise a strategy for these funds. Young master, I never anticipated you would resort to such a tactic. The dark web has suffered a significant loss. These funds could serve my purposes. Duelaborachi. This capital cannot be utilized within Huagua, as the source would be in question. I propose that Feng Si and the others establish an organization abroad. This organization will serve as our reserve source of funding. Kang Zhuang contemplates for a moment. Could this be an expansion into new territories? The international arena is fraught with complexities, yet he believes Feng Si and her team will thrive. Very well. Proceed with the arrangements. Let the organization be named Azura Hall. Understood, young master. It shall be called Azura Hall. Song Lingfei finds the name fitting and then turns her gaze toward Feng Si and her companions. Feng Si, Wu, Lu, Qi, Ba, Jiu, and sure, stepped forward. Greetings, boss. With a plan for Azura Hall taking shape, they must finalize their tasks. In 3 days, take 16. 6 trillion in funds abroad to establish Azura Hall, becoming the backbone of the young Master's clandestine operations. Do you comprehend? Understood. The 7 female intelligent robots, Feng Si and her team, prepare to establish Azura Hall abroad. Kang Zhuang watches them depart, pondering his next course of action. Currently, he possesses only the 200 billion in funds provided by Huang Liang, which pales in comparison to the formidable Chu and Lin families. The Chu and Lin clans still hold substantial influence, and facing both formidable families alone presents a daunting challenge. Ling Fei sees the opportunity to uncover the dark secrets of the Chu group and the Lin group. There will come a day when we can make use of this information. 3 days later, Feng Si and his companions boarded a flight bound for foreign lands. Half a month later, an organization known as the Hall of Azura began to gain notoriety in the Middle East. Since its inception, the exact number of individuals within this organization has remained a mystery. Most only recognize it as an assassin group. In the chaotic environment of the Middle East, Feng Si and his team initially aimed to establish an investment fund, but encountered numerous obstacles. For an extended period, they faced disruptions from various factions, leading them to engage in 7 consecutive days of combat, instilling fear in the local powers. After careful deliberation, Feng Si's group decided to form their own assassin organization. Upon the establishment of the Hall of Azura, they swiftly adopted a task order model akin to that of the dark web, creating their own task assignments. In the beginning, they executed contracts and eliminated targets independently. Gradually, they attracted skilled individuals to join their cause, and eventually, some assassins from the dark web, drawn by Feng Si's burgeoning reputation, became members of the Hall of Azura. The emergence of this organization left the higher-ups of the dark web in a state of bewilderment. Having recently suffered a theft of funds, they were now faced with the prospect of losing their operatives as well. This was an affront to their authority. In the headquarters of the dark web, high-ranking leaders convened in a conference room. The emergence of Azura Hall has significantly impacted our personnel attrition. What are your thoughts? The appearance of the Azura Hall is quite enigmatic. No one knows their true nature, nor the extent of their numbers. We must continue our investigation. Focus on the crux of the matter. Today's discussion is not about this. The real question is whether we should eradicate the Azura Hall. One of the leaders articulated the purpose of the meeting: to obliterate the Azura Hall. Their strength remains uncertain. Yet their reckless assassinations of major figures in the Middle East suggest an ambition to unify the underground forces in that region. Numerous skilled operatives from our dark web have defected, including several elite assassins. Are we really considering dispatching diamond assassins? Unfortunately, we have no choice but to send diamond assassins on this mission. 5 shall be dispatched to eliminate the leader of the Azura Hall and bring back the traitors. The high-ranking leaders of the dark web began issuing orders, and 5 diamond assassins set off for the Middle East. Quill, a diamond assassin, accepted the organization's assignment and, alongside the other 4 assassins, arrived in the Middle East. Assassins are typically solitary in nature, and the 5 split up to carry out their tasks. That evening, Quill arrived at the headquarters of the Azura Hall, a location he had painstakingly uncovered. In the center of a grand hall sat 4 figures, cloaked entirely in black robes, silently awaiting. Quill remained motionless in the shadows for 2 hours, observing that the figures in the hall did not stir. What would be the reason for this? Are those 4 individuals merely sculptures? Quill cautiously infiltrated the past, slowly advancing from behind. Suddenly, the dark hall erupted with brilliance, illuminating the space as bright as day. Feng Jiao emerged, leaving Quill momentarily astonished. The 4 figures clad in black robes beside him were, in fact, the other 4 diamond assassins. Mr. Quill, you have arrived rather late. These 4 individuals came here together last night, and it is surprising that you are a day late. They have been waiting for you with great anticipation. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Quill was taken aback. A killer is a killer precisely because they leave no trace. Now that their identity has been uncovered, what is left for them to play at? I am Feng Jiao, the 9th elder of the Azura Hall. Will you submit to the Azura Hall? Quill regarded the petite and charming Feng Jiao, and found it hard to believe she was a formidable expert. Moreover, she was alone, and he was not afraid to confront her one-on-one. He drew his weapon, a three-edged military dagger, and cast a cold glare at Feng Jiao. He shouted, lunging fiercely at Feng Jiao, aiming the dagger at her heart with ferocity. Bang! Feng Jiao executed a sweeping kick, knocking Quill to the ground, and followed up with a brutal kick to his abdomen. Quill instantly lost consciousness, his mind swirling with disbelief before the darkness enveloped him. How could such a powerful woman exist? The 5 diamond-tier assassins had not a single word to share. Not a whisper of news had emerged. At the headquarters of the dark web, all the high-ranking officials were bewildered. What could this possibly mean? The 5 top assassins had not transmitted any information whatsoever. In that moment, all the magnates regarded the Shura Hall with trepidation and dared not disturb it further. Chapter 52. My favorite irrationality in the president's office of the Zhuangfei building. Song Lingfei informed Kang Zhuang about the sales figures for the second month. Young master, our profits remain at an impressive 15 billion this month. The response to our whitening repair serum has been quite favorable. Many are requesting that we increase production. Kang Zhuang nodded. Ever since he had deceived Huang Liang out of 200 billion and the dark web out of 16,600 billion, he found a monthly profits rather meager. Am I getting carried away? He pondered, feeling as though he had yet to recover from his explosive mindset. Knock, knock, knock. Guoming. At that moment, the door swung open, and Xiang Qingwei stepped inside. Boss, representatives from the Li family of Shiqing are here. They say you assaulted their young master last month, and are seeking an explanation. Kang Zhuang paused, the image of Li Haitao, that debauchee, flashed in his mind. Let them in. Watching Xiang Qingwei leave, a smile crept onto Kang Zhuang's face. It seemed the Li family intended to stir up trouble. Who waits an entire month to demand an explanation? You know, the Li family of Shiqing is a behemoth from the neighboring city. They are not coming with good intentions. Why engage with them? Song Lingfei questioned, puzzled. Relax, Lingfei. Am I not bored? It will be entertaining to see what they want, Kang Zhuang replied. He had not triggered any tasks in the past month. His vitality stagnant at 422, and he needed just 78 more points to reach the realm of dark strength. Thus, he sought a diversion to provoke some action. Before long, Xiang Qingwei returned, accompanied by 3 individuals. The second master of the Li family, Li Hai, was among them, along with 2 bodyguards. Is it just the 3 of you? What brings you here? Kang Zhuang remarked, feeling rather disinterested. Such a small group hardly seemed capable of triggering any tasks. You are the owner of Zhuangfei Skincare Company, correct? I am Li Hai from the Li family of Shiqing. Last month, my nephew Li Haitao was assaulted by you, and I am here to demand an explanation. Huh? Li Haitao? Who is that? I don't recognize him. Are you trying to extort me? Kang Zhuang feigned ignorance, leaving Li Hai momentarily stunned. Was he truly this shameless? Kang Zhuang. The fact that I am here means I have thoroughly investigated your background. Look at this video. Is that you? Li Hai, incensed, presented evidence of Kang Zhuang's alleged misdeeds. One of the bodyguards produced a tablet, displaying the video of Kang Zhuang striking Li Haitao. The footage was clear, and Kang Zhuang was clad in the same attire as in the video. He touched his nose, contemplating. Since you have the video, you must understand why I struck him. He was harassing my sister, and I had yet to bring any trouble to your family. How dare you seek trouble with me? One matter has nothing to do with the other. My nephew's interest in your sister is a compliment. He wouldn't even bother with ordinary women, Li Hai replied, his words unexpectedly resonating with Kang Zhuang, reminiscent of his own experiences while courting in Yanjing. The young master is able to tease you because he has taken a liking to you. Were you of average appearance, he would not even deign to acknowledge you. Reflecting on past events, Kang Zhuang suddenly realized that he had indeed been somewhat of a scoundrel. Oh, are you being unreasonable? Fine, what do you want? Kang Zhuang. I shall not waste words. The Zhuangfei Skincare Company has immense potential. The Li family intends to invest 1 billion in exchange for 40% of the shares. What do you think? 1 billion for 40% of the shares? Kang Zhuang looked at him with a bewildered expression. Have you lost your mind? I earn over 100 billion a month. Why would I ever agree to that? Kang Zhuang, do not be so hasty in your rejection. We have discovered that you are the disowned heir of the Kang family, who will not provide you with support. You have managed to rise through the success of your whitening repair solution, yet you remain an unanchored drifter. You lack the strength to safeguard the enormous profits from this product, but the Li family has that capability. We have been rooted in Xiqing for a century. Our family thrives, and it is said that matters in Xiqing are dictated by the Li family. With our support, we can help you reclaim your standing in Yanjing. What do you think? Li Hai spoke with confidence. The Li family possessed a number of martial artists that rivaled those of the top families in Yanjing, with 5 at the transformation stage and many more at the hidden and luminous stages. The Li family's century-long presence in Xiqing was not mere talk. Significant events in the city were dictated by them. Ding! A notification detected that the host was being threatened. Issuing a task. Slap Li Hai's face and inform him not to be blindly confident. Task reward, 20 physique. Task failure, 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, triggering trouble was necessary to activate the task. Li Hai, believing Kang Zhuang was smiling in agreement, said, "Haha, young Master Kang. As long as you agree, let us sign a contract." A bodyguard retrieved a stack of contracts from a briefcase and laid them before Kang Zhuang. Song Lingfei picked one up, observing that the Li family's investment was 100 billion in exchange for 40% of the shares, and promptly conveyed this to Kang Zhuang. Upon hearing this, Kang Zhuang was enraged. He had been contemplating how to excuse himself to strike Li Hai, and now he had a ready-made justification. Bang! Kang Zhuang slammed the contract on the table, glaring at Li Hai with fury. What the hell is this? 100 billion turns into 10 billion? Are you toying with me? Ha! Young Master Kang, please do not mind. That contract was mistakenly presented. Could you fetch the correct one? Li Hai maintained his composure, unperturbed by the situation, while a bodyguard produced another contract. At this moment, Kang Zhuang realized that Li Hai intended to pocket 90 billion of the funds. What audacity! This was the very tactic he had employed against Huang Liang last month. It was acceptable to deceive others, but not to be deceived himself. Damn you, Li Hai! Do you truly believe I am a mere plaything? With that, Kang Zhuang lunged towards Li Hai, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. You dare to strike me? Kill him! Li Hai groaned from the floor, while 2 bodyguards surged towards Kang Zhuang. With a resounding thud, Kang Zhuang dispatched 2 bodyguards to the ground with a single punch and palm strike. What do you intend to do? I am a second master of the Li family. If you dare to touch me, you are opposing the Li family. Li Hai exclaimed, his voice filled with bravado. Let me tell you, do not be blindly confident. In Shi City, I fear no one. Kang Zhuang was repulsed by Li Hai's audacity. This scoundrel still dared to deceive him. A series of slaps echoed throughout the office, accompanied by Li Hai's incessant wails. Before long, his face had swollen considerably. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been issued. The host's physique is now at 442. A warm surge coursed through Kang Zhuang's body, and a smile crept onto his lips. Ling Fei, have someone throw them out. Understood, young master. Shortly after, Ahu entered with several security personnel, directing them to expel Li Hai and his companions. Upon seeing Ahu, Kang Zhuang instructed him to stay. Ahu, how's your strength progressing now? Young master, our security company now has 150 Mingjing warriors, all thanks to the excellent guidance of Ada and Heir. Ahu and his team had indeed evolved into Mingjing warriors, significantly enhancing the strength of the security company. However, Kang Zhuang sought even more powerful allies. Ahu, you have worked hard. Young master, we are well. The body tempering technique provided by Ada and Heir has been incredibly effective. In just half a month, we have transformed into Mingjing warriors. I believe the technique has the potential to further elevate our capabilities. Kang Zhuang nodded. The body tempering technique was a powerful method integrated by the system, capable of enabling ordinary individuals to reach the Huajin level of martial arts. After conversing with Ahu for a while, he sent him back to intensify their training. It would not be long before they could return to Yanjing and exact revenge on the 2 vile individuals, Chu Fan and Lin Qingxue. Now possessing the strength to retaliate against the Chu and Lin families, Kang Zhuang felt that it was still insufficient. He intended to play a long game to bring ruin upon them both. That night, at the Li family home in Shi City, Li Hai returned from Jiangnan City and recounted the events to his father, Li Fulai, embellishing the story. Father, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel Kang Zhuang refused our investment plan and even assaulted me. Look at my face. It has swollen to the size of pig's head. The members of the Li family were filled with outrage. How dare someone lay a hand on one of their own? They instantly resolved to seek vengeance against Kang Zhuang. Li Fulai furrowed his brow, pondering the situation before addressing the group. Let us discuss suggestions. How can we compel Kang Zhuang to yield? That whitening repair liquid is a lucrative asset. We must acquire it. The others exchanged glances, deep in thought. Li Haitao, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Kang Zhuang, was the first to speak up. Grandfather, I propose we discredit the whitening repair liquid, claiming that it is a toxic substance that can cause disfigurement. We could send a few individuals to stir trouble at the Zhuangfei building, tarnishing the product's reputation. What do you think? The others were momentarily taken aback, casting disdainful glances at Li Haitao for resorting to such underhanded tactics. At that moment, a girl stepped forward, expressing her disapproval of her elder brother's proposal. Grandfather, the actions of my elder brother are rather inappropriate. Our Li family has been a prestigious lineage for over a century. Such underhanded tactics are beneath us. I believe we should engage in further discussions with Kang Zhuang. Even if we cannot secure a stake, obtaining exclusive agency rights would suffice. The various skincare companies in Jiangnan City utilize their sales channels to distribute the whitening repair serum nationwide, reaping substantial profits. Li Haiwei is the younger sister of Li Haitao, sharing both parents, yet Li Haitao is a debauched scion. Li Fulai has chosen to groom Li Haiwei as the next successor. He has transformed the Li family into a prominent entity in Xiqing, devoid of any archaic notions of gender bias. The one who can lead the family to glory will be the rightful heir. Li Fulai's eldest son, the father of Li Haitao and Li Haiwei, was assassinated due to certain circumstances, leaving only the siblings behind. His second son, Li Hai, is unable to bear the family's responsibilities, and with Li Haitao proving to be ineffectual, Li Fulai has no choice but to invest heavily in Li Haiwei to ensure the family legacy does not fall into the hands of collateral branches. Upon hearing Li Haiwei's suggestion, Li Fulai pondered momentarily before responding. Haiwei, I want you to travel to Jiangnan City and have a thorough discussion with Kang Zhuang. You must have reviewed his background. This frivolous young master only rose to prominence due to the formula for the whitening repair serum. You should find it quite manageable to handle such a dandy. Grandfather, I will, Li Haiwei replied confidently. Kang Zhuang is merely a castaway from the Kang family. I shall bring you good news. Filled with self-assurance, she considered herself the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, capable of easily managing a superficial playboy. Observing the lively conversation between his grandfather and sister, Li Haitao's eyes gleamed with malice. Chapter 53. The young lady of the Li family early the next morning. Kang Zhuang lingered in bed, reluctant to rise for work. As the proprietor, he believed it unreasonable to toil daily. There were times when one must embrace idleness. Young master, it is time to awaken. There are numerous matters awaiting your attention at the company, Ling Fei urged. Handle it yourself today. I shall not be attending. Kang Zhuang replied dismissively. You cannot adopt such a haphazard approach, young master. You must get up, she insisted, entering his chamber and drawing back his covers. How dare you? I am your master. What is the meaning of this? Kang Zhuang protested, bewildered by Ling Fei's increasingly assertive demeanor. Everything I do is in service of your strength, young master. There is no error in my approach, she said with a smile that momentarily captivated Kang Zhuang, prompting him to concede and prepare for work. Ding dong, ding dong. Outside the villa, a statuesque beauty accompanied by 2 female bodyguards arrived at the entrance. And he, the housekeeper, opened the door and inquired, Who are you, and what brings you here? Greetings, I am Li Haiwei from the Li family of Xiqing. I apologize for the intrusion, but I wish to pay a visit to young Master Kang. May I trouble you to inform him? And he recognized the name, and, after assessing Li Haiwei, returned to the villa. Young master, Li Haiwei from the Li family of Xiqing is here to visit. Should I allow her entry? While enjoying breakfast, Kang Zhuang pondered the identity of Li Haiwei, glancing at Ling Fei for clarification. According to current information, Li Haiwei is the next heir of the Li family. She likely seeks matters pertaining to the whitening restoration serum. You may admit her, Ling Fei explained. She's the next heir? But she is a woman. Is she not concerned about the family's legacy falling to outsiders? Kang Zhuang mused, perplexed by the Li family's audacity in appointing a female heir, given their long-standing emphasis on lineage. What do you mean by that? Can a woman not lead? Ling Fei's tone turned frosty, causing Kang Zhuang to shudder slightly. Don't be upset, Ling Fei. Women can indeed hold their own, just like you, who are remarkable in your own right. He chuckled awkwardly. Do not view women through a distorted lens. At times, they possess greater rationality than men. Li Highway is a force to be reckoned with. Do not underestimate her simply because she is a woman, Ling Fei asserted earnestly. Seeing her earnestness, Kang Zhuang found himself mentally critiquing the extravagant system he was part of. System, come forth. Your choice of a housekeeper is rather too human-like. Why does Ling Fei speak so earnestly? It almost makes me believe she is a true woman. He thought. Ding. Host, please refrain from perceiving the intelligent robot as an ordinary one. She is a product of a fifth-level literary star sphere, an impeccable replica of a woman's character. Moreover, she is even more rational and centered around her master. Please treat her with care. Robots also require their master's affection. The system responded. The explanation left Kang Zhuang feeling as though the system was digging a pit for him. Kang Zhuang harbored doubts about whether this canine system had truly achieved perfection in after-sale service, suspecting there might be undisclosed matters. He, please let Li Highway in. Shortly thereafter, He entered with Li Highway and two others. Kang Zhuang cast a glance at Li Highway, taken aback by her beauty. Her exquisite visage and poise nearly rivaled that of Song Ling Fei. His eyes gleamed as he noticed the two female bodyguards accompanying her were, in fact, practitioners of the dark energy martial arts. Goodness, this woman's status is impressive, having two dark energy warriors as her protectors. He recalled the last encounter at the mall, where he had merely faced two ordinary bodyguards while dealing with Li Haitao. The esteemed young master of the Li family seemed to be outshone by his own sister. How utterly disheartening. Good morning, young Master Kang. I apologize for the intrusion. Hello there, beautiful. What brings you to me? Kang Zhuang's demeanor was unrefined, evoking a sense of distaste in Li Highway, who had not encountered such shamelessness in quite some time. In Shi City, the men she had met were all refined gentlemen, courteous and composed. Even those who eyed her beauty maintained the demeanor of a gentleman, unlike Kang Zhuang, whose lustful gaze was barely concealed. Cough, cough, young master, do mind your manners. You seem to be drooling, Song Ling Fei interjected, delivering a gentle kick to Kang Zhuang, rousing him from his daze as he wiped away the drool. My apologies. It has been a while since I have encountered such a breathtaking beauty as Miss Li. You know, I am a notorious playboy, utterly defenseless against such allure. Kang Zhuang offered as an excuse for his behavior, a deliberate act befitting a wayward young master. Li Highway's impression of Kang Zhuang was somewhat tarnished. However, she found such a man easier to manipulate. Young Master Kang, I understand you had an altercation with my uncle yesterday. Might I inquire about the reason behind it? You mean that scoundrel? He had the audacity to propose acquiring 40% of my company's shares for $10 billion. Later, I discovered another contract demanding $100 billion for the same 40%. That rascal intended to pocket $90 billion for himself. Enraged, I gave him a thrashing. Wouldn't that infuriate you? Kang Zhuang's excuse elicited a chilling expression from Li Highway, as her uncle's character could indeed lead him to such underhanded dealings. My sincerest apologies. Young master, my uncle acted unilaterally, and it does not reflect on the Li family. I beg for your understanding. Li Highway lowered her stance, apologizing softly as a beautiful woman, which prompted Kang Zhuang to forgive her uncle's actions. Very well, lovely lady. Your apologies seem sincere, and I shall overlook your uncle's misdeeds. However, how do you intend to compensate me? Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's shameless proposition, Li Highway internally wished to strike this insufferable man. Was there no sense of justice? Not only had he assaulted her uncle, but he was now taking advantage of the situation. Compensation? I shall compensate you with a curse. Young Master Kang, you jest. My second uncle returned home, quite bruised and battered. It appears that young Master Kang's methods were rather excessive. Of course, this cannot solely be attributed to you, as my second uncle brought this upon himself." Li Hiwei's words were laced with subtlety, and Kang Zhuang instantly grasped the underlying message. It was a reminder not to become overly complacent. How intriguing! Kang Zhuang gazed intently at Li Hiwei, the renowned beauty of Xiqing, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, she dared to negotiate matters on his territory, demonstrating remarkable audacity. "Fair lady," he inquired after all this discussion, "what is it that you truly seek? Let's speak plainly, shall we?" "Haha, young Master Kang is truly direct. I have come this time to secure the exclusive agency rights for the whitening repair serum. Henceforth, let the Leaf family handle its sales." Li Hiwei articulated his intentions. Raising an eyebrow, young Master Kang exclaimed, Well, how greedy you are. My dear, what do you believe prompted my acquiescence to your request? The prominent skincare companies in Jiangnan City have indeed entered into contracts with us, and I cannot breach these agreements. Rest assured, Kang Xiao, the potential of the whitening and repairing serum is immense. The domestic pricing is exceedingly low. I aspire to market it overseas, where a single bottle could command tenfold the price, yielding even greater profits. Kang Xiao, simply await your share of the profits. Li Hiwei's ambitions have been laid bare. Overseas sales? The price is set to increase tenfold. Kang Zhuang's admiration for Li Hi has dissipated. The whitening repair serum is indeed a remarkable product. Although he may be a frivolous young master, he understands that such treasures are meant for his own circle. There are plenty of affluent individuals in Huagua. Even 1,000,000 units of production may not suffice. Why would he consider selling abroad? Why should exceptional goods be reserved for foreigners? Kang Zhuang prefers to keep the finest products within the country. Moreover, his company possesses the capability to independently market internationally. Why do others have to claim half of the benefits? Is it merely due to their beauty? Ling Fei, send off the guest, Miss Li. Li Hiwei's expression changed abruptly. Why did Kang Zhuang suddenly alter his demeanor? This profligate young master's temperament is truly as changeable as the weather. Seeing Song Ling Fei approaching to escort him out, Li Hiwei spoke up. Wait a moment, young Master Kang. What exactly do you mean by this? Guess my foot. Damn you. Li Hiwei harbored an intense loathing for Kang Zhuang. This treacherous man turned on her with a swiftness surpassing even that of a woman's changeable temperament. To this day, Li Hiwei remained oblivious to the nature of her transgression against Kang Zhuang. Had she been aware of the true reason, she would have unleashed a torrent of reproach upon him. What is so reprehensible about being sold abroad? It is merely about earning money. Is there any flaw in striving to earn a bit more? Yet Kang Zhuang simply could not tolerate those who fawn upon foreign things. Even when Li Hiwei proposed doubling the price of the whitening restorative serum, Kang Zhuang adamantly refused. The true power of this serum lay not merely in skin lightening, but in its myriad benefits for human complexion. Why should such a precious elixir be sold to outsiders? The familiar scent envelopes the air. Miss Li, it would be best if you took your leave, for my young master is about to have his breakfast. Upon hearing Song Ling Fei's words, Li Hiwei was filled with indignation. Just moments ago, Kang Zhuang had finished his breakfast. Very well. You dare treat me in such a manner. We shall see how this unfolds. Li Wei, feeling belittled by Kang Zhuang, could no longer contain her anger. Get lost. Kang Zhuang dismissed with 2 words, igniting a fiery rage within Li Hiwei. Beat him up, she commanded, as the 2 female bodyguards behind her surged forward, intent on bypassing Song Ling Fei to attack Kang Zhuang. Thud, thud. Song Ling Fei struck the necks of the 2 with precision, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Oh dear, I may have been a bit too forceful. My apologies, she remarked. Li Hiwei was taken aback by Song Ling Fei's words. Her bodyguards were adept practitioners of hidden strength, yet this woman, who was the president of Zhuangfei Investment Company, appeared to possess an astounding level of martial prowess. In mere moments, she had incapacitated her bodyguards. For the first time, Li Hiwei scrutinized Song Ling Fei, feeling an unfamiliar sense of inferiority. The woman before her was exceptionally accomplished. Her beauty, physique, and demeanor overshadowed her own, presenting a formidable rival. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck Li Hiwei. This woman was allied with Kang Zhuang. What secrets could Kang Zhuang possibly harbor? The thought sent a shiver down her spine as she grappled with the unsettling truth. How could a notorious playboy possess such formidable strength? Chapter 54. Heart of a Wolf. Lungs of a dog. Li Highway's gaze towards Kang Zhuang grew increasingly intense, causing Kang Zhuang to feel uncomfortable under her scrutiny. What was this girl up to? Was she indulging in wild fantasies? Ling Fei, be gentler next time. Wake them up and let them leave, he instructed. Understood, young master. Song Ling Fei splashed water on the two female bodyguards, and it wasn't long before they stirred awake. Instantly alert, they positioned themselves protectively in front of Li Highway, eyeing Song Ling Fei with trepidation. Miss, we must leave quickly. Li Highway, her mind still in turmoil, exited the villa. It was only after the bodyguards had driven for some time that she began to regain her composure. Damn it, you jerk! I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. Li Highway's heart was tumultuous, and she hurled insults at Kang Zhuang, for never had a man treated her with such disrespect. Miss, that man is not to be trifled with. We should return to Xiqing. The two bodyguards were not ordinary individuals. They had been trained by the Li family since childhood, possessing experiences that far surpassed those of the average person. Song Ling Fei's swift action in subduing them revealed a level of terrifying prowess that even the family's elite might struggle against. The serious expressions on the two women's faces jolted Li Highway back to reality. Xiaolon, what do you perceive as Song Ling Fei's strength? Are you certain she wasn't merely caught off guard? Miss, that woman's capabilities undoubtedly exceed those of an average martial artist. Whether she is innate or not is uncertain, but she is certainly more formidable than the martial artists of our family. The Li family cannot afford to provoke her. Xiaolon articulated her thoughts, leaving Li Highway's expression grim. Clearly, Kang Zhuang harbored significant secrets, surrounded by hidden masters. Why was it that a mere playboy like Kang Zhuang had such powerful women in his service? Liu Wei pondered in confusion. Never mind. Let us return to the hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Highway noticed her brother Li Haitao waiting at the entrance. Brother, what are you doing here? I came to have some fun. A friend of mine, Yang Ming from the Yang family, invited me for a gathering. You remember him, right? Li Haitao had come to Jiangnan City to spend time with his good friend Yang Ming. With his status in the Li family dwindling, he found himself passing time in a haze of revelry. Li Haiji furuit herburoth. Why had she been cast out by Kang Zhuang? Was it not to expand the Li family's influence? Now her brother seemed more interested in frivolous pursuits with his wayward friends, which only fueled her frustration. Brother, as a young master of the Li family, you should not be so engrossed in debauchery. Yang Ming is a company owner. How can you expect him to regard you as a friend when you behave like this? One must forge their own strength. What do you mean by that? Do not forget, you are my sister. How can a sister reprimand her brother? You are overstepping your bounds. Enough. Attend to your own matters, Li Haitao replied impatiently, driving away from the hotel. During this period, Li Haitao had grown increasingly intolerant of his sister. What did it matter if Li Highway was capable? In the future, she would merely marry and bear children. He was the true young master of the Li family, the rightful heir. Li Haitao has been feeling quite agitated in recent days. His grandfather, Li Fulai, has recently designated Li Highway as the next successor, leaving him without any opportunity to wield the family's authority. As the esteemed eldest son of the Li family, he now finds himself relying on his sister for support, a notion that troubles him deeply. Driving his car, Li Haitao arrived at a company, which happened to be where Yang Ming worked. Haitao, you've arrived. That was quite a swift journey, Yang Ming greeted him. Yang Ming, spare me the pleasantries. What are your thoughts on the matter we discussed? Haitao, are you certain you wish to proceed in that manner? Your grandfather's no pushover. I still need to think about it. One word, are you in or not? If not, I can always find someone else. There are plenty of young masters in Jiangnan City. I'm only giving you this opportunity because we get along. Don't forget, my sister is the most beautiful woman in Xiqing. Don't take kindness for granted. Li Haitao's words made Yang Ming pause for a moment. Then, recalling Li Highway's beauty and status, a radiant smile spread across his face. Haitao, you're truly a great friend. From now on, you'll be my brother-in-law. Take good care of me, will you? Of course, once I become the successor of the Li family. Your young family will rise swiftly in Jiangnan City. Li Haitao was brimming with pride, though he failed to notice the glint of greed hidden deep within Yang Ming's eyes. That night, Li Haiwei received a call from Li Haitao. "Brother, what is it?" "Sister, it's been a while since you last visited Jiangnan City, hasn't it? I'd like to introduce you to a friend, someone who might be useful for your future dealings here." "Brother, when you dine with your friends, please do not include me. I shall not attend." Li Haiwei declined Li Haitao's request. In her heart, she regarded those who frolicked with Li Haitao as nothing more than idle wealthy heirs, and she had no desire to share a meal with such individuals. Upon hearing his sister's refusal, a look of discontent flickered in Li Haitao's eyes. "Sister, what do you mean by this? I invited you to dinner to introduce you to a friend. They possess substantial influence in Jiangnan City. Are you familiar with the esteemed young Master Yang Ming of the Yang family? He invited me to dinner today. I reached out to you because I noticed that your affairs were not handled well. I have some news to share. The Yang family intends to acquire the formula for the whitening repair solution. Are you sure you want to come?" Upon hearing this, Li Haiwei became intrigued. The fact that the Yang family was interested in obtaining the whitening repair formula, which is akin to a golden goose, piqued his interest. "Brother, wait for me. I will be there shortly. Where are we dining?" "At the top floor, room 888 of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Hurry over." After hanging up the phone, Li Haiwei, accompanied by his bodyguards Xiao Yi and Xiao Lan, hurried to the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. "Miss, how credible are the words of the young master? This morning, I observed that Kang Zhuang is no fool. He possesses the capability to sell the formula, does he not?" "Indeed, Miss, Xiao Lan is correct. Kang Zhuang's background and strength are formidable. How could the Yang family possibly acquire the formula for the whitening repair solution? Regardless of its authenticity, a visit will reveal the truth. Perhaps this local power, the Yang family, possesses the means, and in that case, the Li family might also partake in the benefits." In the car, bodyguard Xiao Lan and Xiao Yi engaged in a discussion with Li Haiwei. Ultimately, Li Haiwei resolved to investigate the matter further. Should the Yang family indeed have the ability to secure the formula, they could then share in the spoils alongside them. At the Jiangnan Grand Restaurant, Li Haitao and Yang Ming were engaged in conversation. Yang Ming turned to Li Haitao and asked, "Haitao, is it true that your sister came to Jiangnan City solely to acquire the exclusive rights to the whitening restoration serum? Did she not have a fruitful discussion with Kang Zhuang today?" "Indeed, my sister is eager to secure the exclusive rights to the whitening restoration serum. Just keep the conversation light on that matter. We mustn't reveal our intentions," Li Haitao replied. Yang Ming's eyes glimmered with avarice at the thought of the lucrative potential of the whitening restoration serum. The Yang family had long coveted it and had devised certain plans. A monthly revenue of hundreds of millions from such a product was akin to a printing press for wealth. Contemplating the events of the evening, Yang Ming's gaze ignited with fervor, especially when considering Li Haiwei, the woman he had desired for quite some time. Since his last encounter, where he was beaten by Kang Zhuang while pursuing Xiang Qingwei, Yang Ming had sought every opportunity to eliminate Kang Zhuang and claim Xiang Qingwei for himself. However, Kang Zhuang's company had been flourishing, leaving Yang Ming without a chance to undermine him. Following the decline of the Xiang family, Xiang Qingwei had inexplicably ended up working for Kang Zhuang, further diminishing Yang Ming's opportunities. Now, with Li Haitao's assistance, he saw a chance to indulge in the company of the beautiful woman from Xiqing, which was quite enticing. Moments later, Li Haiwei entered the private room, prompting Yang Ming and Li Haitao to exchange knowing glances as they began to formulate their plans concerning her. Meanwhile, Kang Zhuang was leaving the Zhuang Fei building, and his companion, Song Ling Fei, looked at him with exasperation. "Young master, you've been rather lethargic today. As the boss, you spent the entire day playing games in the office. Is that really appropriate? What's wrong with that? You won't let me go out, so I have no choice but to play games," Kang Zhuang grumbled, feeling constrained by Song Ling Fei's strict oversight. As the stewardess, her role was to ensure Kang Zhuang's improvement, guiding him in the hopes that he would flourish in the nurturing environment of the company. "Are you hungry, young master? Shall we go for a meal?" "Actually, I'm quite hungry. Let's go," he replied. Song Ling Fei drove her Lamborghini to the Jiangnan Grand Restaurant. "The food here is quite good. Let's settle for something tonight. She suggested. Fine, we'll grab a bite, Kang Zhuang responded as they ascended to the top floor. Suddenly, a figure dashed out. Bang! Who dares to collide with me? Kang Zhuang exclaimed, and upon closer inspection, he saw Li Highway, her face flushed and her expression dazed, sprawled on the floor. Young Master Kang, help me. Please save me. Before Kang Zhuang could fully comprehend the situation, a voice echoed in his mind from the debauched system. Beep. Detection of a drug girl encountered. Task initiated. Rescue the girl. Teach the scoundrel a lesson. Task reward, 20 to physique. Task reward, electric shock for 1 minute. Realization dawned on him. Li Highway had been drugged, which explained her flushed complexion. Quick, pursue her. We cannot let my sister escape. Otherwise, we are all doomed. A loud shout emerged from room 888, followed by the hurried exit of 2 individuals. Oh, it is indeed the 2 of you. What a long time it has been. Scoundrel, so it is you. Release your grip and hand over my sister. Li Haitao seethed with rage, unable to fathom encountering Kang Zhuang here. Ling Fei, hold her tight. I shall teach these 2 scoundrels a lesson. Kang Zhuang entrusted Li Highway to Song Ling Fei and advanced towards Li Haitao and Yang Ming. Why do you stand there in a daze? Come at me, kill him, consider my doing. Upon seeing Kang Zhuang, Yang Ming was taken aback, for he was well aware of Kang Zhuang's formidable combat prowess. After all, he had extorted 5 million from him last time. With a resounding slap, Kang Zhuang sent Yang Ming sprawling, and then, with a swift kick, he knocked down the bodyguards who rushed at him. What do you intend to do? I am the eldest son of the Li family. Do not approach me. Li Haitao, observing the advancing Kang Zhuang, became utterly flustered. The sound of slaps echoed. Kang Zhuang showed no mercy to such scum. He struck down upon the heartless wretch who dared to drug his own sister. Damn it, you repugnant creature, you've soiled yourself in fear. Kang Zhuang delivered a thorough beating to Li Haitao, who, in the end, disgracefully wet himself. This sight filled Kang Zhuang with revulsion. He kicked Li Haitao away and subsequently dragged Yang Ming over for a severe thrashing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been dispensed, and your physique is now at 462. Upon hearing the system's voice, Kang Zhuang ceased his assault. He had been beating Yang Ming and his companions for a full half-hour before the system acknowledged the task. Kang Zhuang inwardly sighed, recognizing that such scoundrels indeed deserved a proper reprimand. This incident was so egregious that even the system could not overlook it, and they rightly earned his wrath. Chapter 55. I am a bad person after Kang Zhuang had dealt with Li Haitao and Yang Ming. The body of Li Highway, cradled in Song Ling Fei's embrace, began to sway, her expression becoming increasingly dazed. Young master, Miss Li is experiencing the effects of the drug. You need to administer treatment. How could I possibly treat her? Oh, I know the 9 needles of the mysterious sect. Initially believing he lacked the ability to heal, Kang Zhuang suddenly recalled the 9 needles of the mysterious sect. Let us go. Take her to the nearby hotel. I'll give her a few needles. Kang Zhuang glanced at Li Highway, whose complexion was flushed, and then instructed Song Ling Fei to follow him downstairs. Before long, the 3 arrived at the adjacent hotel, quickly making their way to a room under the disdainful gaze of the receptionist. Young master, what should we do? Song Ling Fei laid Li Highway on the bed, and Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. The 9 needles of the mysterious sect required internal energy to be infused onto the silver needles, which would then be used to pierce acupoints and stimulate the meridians. System, provide me with a set of silver needles. Ding, none available. What? You Haven T supplied me with the requisite silver needles? What use is the 9 needles of the mysterious sect without them? Ding, the host may purchase them from pharmacy. Kang Zhuang felt exasperated. This troublesome system had led him astray once again. Now that he possessed both the method and the internal energy, he was solely lacking the silver needles. What to do? Waiting online. Damn system. You're a pitfall at every turn. Kang Zhuang was thoroughly frustrated. Previously, when no one fell ill or was injured, he had never had the opportunity to test the 9 needles. Now, with a patient finally at hand, he was at a loss due to the absence of silver needles. Ling Fei, go to the pharmacy and buy a box of silver needles. My 9 needles require them. Young master, There is no time. I detect that Miss Lee's blood is boiling dangerously. She is only 5 minutes before she succumbs. What? Those two scoundrels are despicable. This drug is extraordinarily potent. What do you expect, young master? She is the second daughter of the Leaf family from Shiqing, a true heiress. To save her, you might have to pay the price. Otherwise, she will perish shortly. You have used such methods in the past, haven't you? Song Lingfei's words caused a flush to rise on Kang Zhuang's face, as he recalled his notorious reputation in Yanjing as a dandy who had employed such tactics. Ahem, Lingfei, that was a mistake on my part. But I've only done it once, and it left me feeling guilty for quite some time. Young master, enough with the excuses. I'll step outside. You must act quickly to neutralize the poison. With a dismissive glance, Song Lingfei exited the room. On the bed, Li Highway was in a state of confusion, her mind hazy. Wait, hey, try to focus. You mustn't act recklessly. You are the young lady of the Li family. Li Highway began to exhibit her unruly and brazen side, and soon the room was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. 2 full hours later, Kang Zhuang rose from the bed, and Li Highway had regained her senses. Why did this happen? Don't cry. You've been drugged. I saved your life. So please don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation. Kang Zhuang was covered in scratches, with some areas even bleeding. Why? Li Highway continued to weep, and Kang Zhuang found the sound increasingly irksome. Women can indeed be quite complicated. Upon seeing her in such a state, Kang Zhuang was reminded of a woman who had long filled him with guilt. Hey, be quiet. You are, after all, the eldest daughter of the Li family. Why are you crying? Your enemies should be recovering in the hospital. If you seek vengeance, then do so swiftly. I must take my leave. Kang Zhuang donned his clothes, preparing to depart, exhibiting not a shred of responsibility. Wait, are you really just going to leave like this? What am I supposed to do? Li Highway momentarily snapped back to reality, gazed at Kang Zhuang with tear-filled eyes. I care not what you do. You may return home to sleep or go to the hospital to exact revenge on those two scoundrels. If you have matters to discuss, do not approach me. If you do not, then even more so, do not seek me out. No, you. After what just transpired between us, you must take responsibility. Panic surged through Li Highway as she saw Kang Zhuang attempting to leave. In her 26 years of life, this was her first experience of such intimacy, and she could not allow Kang Zhuang to simply abandon her. This young master never takes responsibility when it comes to women. Besides, it was you who initiated this evening's escapade. I would be remiss to demand compensation for emotional distress. Farewell. Hearing the most dreaded words, Kang Zhuang hastily declined and bolted from the room. The notion of responsibility was utterly out of the question. He could never forsake an expanse of forest. You scoundrel! Kang Zhuang, you irresponsible wretch! I shall not let you off easily. Li Highway erupted in anger, and after venting her frustrations, she collapsed onto the bed in tears. Once Kang Zhuang exited the room, Song Lingfei emerged from the shadows. Young master, how did it go? Will I have an additional mistress in the future? What mistress? That's nonsense. I, young master, have never taken responsibility for such matters. Hurry home and forget about tonight. Young master, you truly are a scoundrel. Song Lingfei cast a disdainful glance at Kang Zhuang, which left him utterly vexed. How dare you, a mere robot, look down on me? Are you planning a rebellion? The two drove home, and throughout the journey, Song Lingfei did not utter a single word to him, which made Kang Zhuang feel increasingly uneasy. Good heavens! Is Song Lingfei planning a revolt? Is this the end of the world? Will the robots you provide rebel against the system? Why is Song Lingfei ignoring me tonight? After all, I am her master. Rest assured, dear host, the intelligent robot replied. These advanced beings are eternally loyal to their masters. As products of a fifth-tier literary civilization, their emotional systems emulate human feelings by 99%. Therefore, it is entirely normal for Song Lingfei to exhibit a temper. With that reassurance, Kang Zhuang felt a sense of relief and enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, after Kang Zhuang's departure, Li Highway gradually regained her composure. The events of the evening ignited a fierce desire within her to eliminate the two scoundrels. With this thought in mind, she picked up the room's intercom and dialed Xiaolan's number. Are you all right? Miss, how are you? Where are you? Xiaoi and I are fine. I am in room 308 at the Jiangnan Hotel. Please come and pick me up. Understood, Mississippi. We will arrive in 5 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Li Highway clutched a commemorative card in her hand, which displayed the name of the establishment and her room number. As thoughts of the events of the evening flooded his mind, Li Highway's gaze brimmed with murderous intent. It transpired that upon entering room 888 of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, Li Haitao had invited Xiaolan and Xiaoyi to join him for a meal. Subsequently, Li Haitao poured a drink for Xiaolan and Xiaoyi, who, after consuming it, fell unconscious. Li Highway, having taken only a few sips from his drink, was struck by the scene and hastily discarded his cup. Soon after, Li Haitao unveiled his true intentions. He aimed to seize control of the Li family, while Yang Ming sought to make Li Highway his woman. This would place Li Highway in a compromising position under their influence, compelling Yang Ming to engage in a cooperative endeavor with the Li family of Xiqing, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Seizing the moment before the effects of the drug fully manifested, Li Highway fled the room. To his dismay, he collided with Kang Zhuang upon exiting, resulting in the present circumstances. Li Highway, feeling the pain coursing through his body, cursed Kang Zhuang for his inhumanity, realizing the two had been engaged for a full 2 hours. 5 minutes later, Xiaolan and Xiaoyi arrived at room 308. Miss, are you all right? It is our fault for not recognizing the crisis in time. Upon witnessing Li Highway's condition, Xiaolan and Xiaoyi comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their mistress had been reduced to a mere woman, a grave oversight in their duties. Miss, I will go and kill that bastard, Xiaolan exclaimed, her temper flaring. I will join you, even if he is the young master of the Yang family. I shall ensure his demise. Xiaolan's fiery temperament propelled her to seek revenge against Yang Ming, while Xiaoyi echoed her sentiments. At that moment, both women erroneously believed Yang Ming to be the perpetrator and were determined to eliminate him. An hour had passed since the two women awakened from room 888. Yet they had failed to detect any trace of Yang Ming or Li Haitao. Given the preceding events, they were convinced that Yang Ming was the assailant. It was then that Li Highway raised his hand to interject. It was not Yang Ming. I was saved by Kang Zhuang. What? Kang Zhuang? Xiao Lan and Xiao Yi exchanged astonished glances, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. However, Kang Zhuang is renowned in Beijing as a notorious dandy. His visit to Jiangnan City was originally intended for business discussions with Kang Zhuang. With the situation having taken such a turn, what shall they do next? Miss, is it Kang Zhuang? Then what shall we do next, miss? Since Kang Zhuang saved you, he must marry you. You cannot let him off so easily. The two women spoke candidly, causing Li Highway to feel a pang of headache. Kang Zhuang's demeanor clearly indicated his reluctance to take responsibility. This scoundrel intended to flee after indulging himself. It would not be so simple. Xiao Lan, Xiao Yi, let us set aside the matter of Kang Zhuang for now. We need to find out which hospital Li Haitao and Yang Ming are in. They have been thoroughly beaten by Kang Zhuang and should be receiving treatment now. I intend to make them pay dearly. Li Highway harbored a deep resentment towards her older brother and Yang Ming, since they had shown no mercy. They could not blame her for being ruthless. Her decisive nature was what made Li Highway a suitable successor to the Li family. She was no naive soul. Understood, Mississippi. Before long, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yi discovered that the two men were receiving treatment at Jiangnan City First People's Hospital. Li Highway, enduring the pain coursing through her body, rushed to the hospital with Xiaolan and Xiaoyi. Inside the hospital, in the intensive care unit, Li Haitao and Yang Ming were swathed in bandages, resembling mummies. Ah, Kang Zhuang, I shall surely end your life. They bellowed in fury, their voices echoing through the room. The few lackeys nearby trembled in fear. Having merely been knocked unconscious by Kang Zhuang, and upon regaining consciousness, they hastily brought Li Haitao and Yang Ming to the hospital. After enduring over an hour of turmoil, they now found themselves in this dire state. Suddenly, the door to the ward was kicked open with a resounding thud. Upon seeing the intruders, Li Haitao and Yang Ming were taken aback. It was none other than Li Highway, accompanied by two formidable bodyguards. Sister, what are you planning to do? I am your brother, Li Haitao Stamarat. Miss Li, tonight's events were orchestrated by your brother. Please do not act rashly. I am Yang Lin, the young master. Both men were now in a state of panic, fully aware that the two bodyguards behind Li Highway were skilled martial artists, rendering escape an impossibility. Xiaolan, Xiaoi. Break Yang Ming's limbs. Shatter Li Haitao's. Yes, miss. They responded. Do not approach. Someone stop them. With that, the ward erupted into chaos. The sounds of a fierce struggle followed by the agonizing screams of the two men reverberated throughout the floor. Chapter 56. You must marry me the following day. Kang Zhuang awoke early, invigorated by the release of 2 months' worth of pent-up emotions. It is indeed true that a man requires a woman. Last night, my dreams were filled with thoughts of Li Highway. I wonder how she is faring now. Kang Zhuang had dreamt of Li Highway, the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, whose beauty, figure, and grace are unparalleled. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, it's time for breakfast, called Song Ling Fei, punctual as ever at the door. After washing up, Kang Zhuang opened the door. Ling Fei, good morning. You're not angry anymore? I apologize, young master. I should not have ignored you last night, Song Ling Fei said, her demeanor sincere. Seeing her apologize made Kang Zhuang feel somewhat uncomfortable. It's quite all right, Ling Fei. You've worked hard. Not only do you strive for my career during the day, but you also attend to my every need at home. Your efforts are truly appreciated. Kang Zhuang felt grateful for the system providing him with such a diligent housekeeper. In reality, where could one find a woman so devoted? Young master, this is my duty. Let us go downstairs for breakfast. Kang Zhuang nodded and made his way to the dining table. As he was enjoying his meal, Li Highway entered, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. How did you get in here? Kang Zhuang was taken aback. Li Highway had entered without prior announcement. Where were Aunt He and the others? Kang Zhuang, good morning. Li Highway greeted, her cheeks unusually flushed, prompting Kang Zhuang to inwardly scoff. Why the blush? What does this mean? You can't possibly expect me to take responsibility, for I certainly will not agree to that. Despite his inner turmoil, Kang Zhuang maintained a cheerful facade as he looked at Li Highway. Miss Li, good morning. I don't know if you've had breakfast yet, but would you care to join me? I haven't tea eaten yet. Thank you for your kind offer. I shall not refuse. Li Highway unreservedly took a seat beside Kang Zhuang and began to enjoy his millet porridge. Hey, that's mine. How can you eat that? You are my man. Why shouldn't I eat your food? Li Highway smiled subtly at Kang Zhuang, a smile that rendered him momentarily speechless. Such beauty could captivate kingdoms. Kang Zhuang felt a sense of unease. Li Highway's intentions seemed far from innocent. Song Ling Fei, standing nearby, replenished Kang Zhuang's bowl of millet porridge, drawing Li Highway's attention to her. Amidst an inexplicable atmosphere, Kang Zhuang and Li Highway finished their breakfast, to the point where he felt like flipping the table in frustration. The tension was nearly unbearable. Miss Li, what brings you here today? Please, be straightforward. I cannot tolerate this sort of attitude. After finishing his meal, Kang Zhuang spoke candidly. Li Highway wiped her mouth and regarded Kang Zhuang seriously. I want you to marry me. What? Marry you? You must be dreaming. I refuse. Kang Zhuang shook his head vigorously. Ever since being rejected by Lin Qingxue, he had harbored an underlying fear of marriage. Kang Zhuang, are you a man? Last night, you did such a thing to my young lady. Do you not wish to take responsibility? Li Highway had yet to speak, but behind her, Xiaolan, known for her fiery temper, immediately confronted him. Seeing this woman take a stand, Kang Zhuang was unyielding. I am indeed the kind of irresponsible man you describe. What do you intend to do about it? Your young lady was drugged. If it weren't for my intervention, her meridians would have been congested, and she would have long since perished. Kang Zhuang's expression was one of impatience as he openly declared his lack of responsibility, inciting Xiao Lan's desire to strike him dead for his treachery. Scoundrel, are you even a man? My young lady is the most beautiful woman in Xiqing. It wouldn't be a disgrace for the esteemed daughter of the Li family to marry you. Rather, it is you, the discarded scion of the Kang family, who is fortunate to have her, not the other way around. Xiao Yi chimed in, echoing Xiao Lan's sentiments and emphasizing Li Highway's esteemed status. Thanks for your kind words, but I'm not interested. What do you do to me? Kang Zhuang retorted dismissively, believing that he was destined for greatness. He thought to himself that not even the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, let alone the entire country, would be worth marrying if he had no interest. Witnessing Kang Zhuang's blatant disregard, Xiao Yi and Xiao Lan were infuriated. Had it not been for Song Lingfei's watchful presence, they likely would have assaulted him on the spot. Enough, Xiao Yi, Xiao Lan. This is between Kang Zhuang and me, Li Highway interjected, raising her hand to silence them. Kang Zhuang, I'm the daughter of the Li family. Although you saved me last night, you should understand that I am not without suitors. The Li family is a venerable lineage in Xiqing, and I am the next successor. Marrying me would provide you with significant support. I know you seek to return to Yanjing to exact revenge on your enemies. Therefore, I could be your greatest ally, and, as your first woman, I can only marry you. Do you comprehend? Li Highway looked earnestly at Kang Zhuang, reiterating her position, which made him uneasy, realizing she was well prepared. Young master, Miss Li speaks the truth. The Li family in Xiqing may not rival the top families in Yanjing, but they are not far behind. With their backing, you might indeed return to Yanjing by the end of the year. Song Lingfei interjected, her words compelling Kang Zhuang to listen. Is the Li family truly formidable? He inquired. Indeed, young master, came the assured response. Trusting Song Lingfei's insights, he believed her assessment. Li Highway felt elated to hear Song Lingfei advocate for her, recognizing her as Kang Zhuang's strategist. Kang Zhuang, you heard her right? Marry me, and I can ensure your return to Yanjing for vengeance by year's end. Li Highway brimmed with confidence, believing that with the entire Li family as her dowry, no man would refuse her proposition. Kang Zhuang pondered seriously for a moment before posing a rather shocking question. Li Highway, I ask you earnestly if I marry you. Will I be able to take a mistress later on? At this declaration, everyone fell silent, taken aback. What kind of absurdity was this? He had not yet married her, and he was already broaching the subject of infidelity. Li Highway's expression darkened, her jaw clenched tightly as she fixed her gaze on Kang Zhuang. What did you just say? Li Highway's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as if she were on the verge of annihilating Kang Zhuang, that scoundrel. Come now, it was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. I was just speaking whimsically, Kang Zhuang remarked, realizing that he dared not mention seeking other women, fearing that Li Highway might lose her composure and strike him down. You would do well to refrain from such jesting. I am the eldest daughter of the Li family, and my future husband must remain wholly devoted to me. Upon hearing this declaration from Li Highway, Kang Zhuang reached a resolute decision. Measly, y sincerely apologiza. But I cannot acquiesce to your request. Though your family is formidable, I wish to reclaim my place in Yanjing through my own merit. Lingfei, see your guest out. Kang Zhuang had no desire to engage in further trivialities. Why should he sacrifice his own happiness merely for the sake of having saved her life? Was it solely due to her beauty? Such a notion was absurd. When he outright rejected her, Li Highway could no longer contain her feelings of grievance, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Kang Zhuang, you scoundrel, I shall not let you off so easily. With those harsh words, she departed from the villa. Witnessing this scene stirred something within Kang Zhuang. Lingfei, do you think I've gone too far? Indeed, sir. Li Highway, as the eldest daughter of the Li family and its future leader, has already set aside her pride to propose marriage to you. That is quite commendable. Kang Zhuang felt a sense of heaviness in his heart upon hearing Song Lingfei's frank words. She was impeccable in every way, yet always spoke the unvarnished truth. Lingfei, if you continue to speak so candidly, you may lose my affection for you. Do not be upset, sir. I merely wish to present you with the best choices. With the Li family's assistance, you could indeed make a triumphant return to Yanjing by the end of the year. Song Lingfei had conducted a meticulous investigation into the Li family, and within moments, she could ascertain the extent of their wealth and influence. Her mental system was a fifth-level celestial product, far surpassing the capabilities of this planet. It matters not. Without the Li family, I can still reclaim my position in Yanjing. If need be, I can languish in Jiangnan City for a few years. You are quite reckless, sir, yet have no fear with my support. You shall return to Yanjing within 2 years. There is no force that can thwart your ascent. Song Lingfei's bold assertions ignited a fire within Kang Zhuang. Very well, Lingfei, let us head to the office. I aspire to become a remarkable man. Kang Zhuang's lofty ambitions drew a roll of the eyes from Song Lingfei, who understood that her master was prone to fleeting enthusiasm. True True to form, within half an hour of their arrival at the office, Kang Zhuang found himself overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork, and he promptly wilted under the pressure. He delegated all responsibilities to Song Lingfei and resorted to playing games in the office. "You are truly willful, sir. It is fortunate that I manage the company affairs. Otherwise, you might find yourself sold without even realizing it." Song Lingfei chastised Kang Zhuang, who merely offered a faint smile. "With you by my side, I feel at ease." Meanwhile, Li Highway sat in her car, vehemently striking the seat in frustration. "The wretch, the scoundrel, this despicable man, I loathe you utterly. You shall await your reckoning, for I shall compel you to beseech me to marry you." Within Li Highway's heart simmered a profound indignation. Never had any man dared to spurn her. Today, after mustering her courage to seek out Kang Zhuang, she was met with the abhorrent refusal, justified solely by her insistence that he refrain from pursuing a mistress. How infuriating! Such a slight is an affront. What woman would acquiesce to her man cavorting with another? As a paragon of grace and privilege, Li Highway could never share a man with another woman. "You vile creature, I shall ensure you regret this. I do not believe you will not come to plead for my favor." Her eyes brimmed with hatred and a thirst for vengeance as she plotted to dismantle Kang Zhuang's company, leaving him destitute, thus forcing him to seek her out. "Shall we? Shaolon, let's return to Shi City. I shall wield the power of the Li family against this scoundrel, Kang Zhuang. Yes, Mississippi, that vile man deserves no mercy. He is utterly infuriating. Indeed, Mississippi, this scoundrel is intolerable. Such a reckless man must be taught a lesson." The three women united in a theatrical display of outrage directed at Kang Zhuang, setting the stage for his impending confrontation with a woman's relentless vengeance. Chapter 57. Has she lost her mind? In Xiqing, within the ancestral hall of the Li family, a young man rendered quadriplegic lay on the ground, surrounded by numerous members of the Li clan. How outrageous! Truly outrageous! You are Highway's own brother. How dare you lay a hand on your own sister and conspire with outsiders against her? Li Fulai, leaning heavily on his cane, trembled with fury. After Li Highway incapacitated Li Haitao, he had been sent back to the family home in Xiqing. Upon receiving Li Haitao, Li Fulai, having learned the full extent of the events, ordered that he be brought to the ancestral hall. At this moment, Li Haitao had forgotten the pain coursing through his body. He was now consumed by fear, utterly disoriented. He was acutely aware of the significance of the ancestral hall, a place that, aside from ancestral rites, was designated for dealing with family traitors. Now branded a traitor for opposing Li Highway, he found himself in mortal peril. "Grandfather, spare me. Spare me. I am no traitor. I have done nothing to wrong the Li family." Silence. Do you truly believe Highway would falsely accuse you? Do you even deserve to speak? Li Fulai, filled with disappointment, struck the ground forcefully with his cane. The esteemed young master of the Li family had conspired against his own sister with an outsider. What an embarrassment this would be if it got out. You disgraceful wretch. Do you still dream of plotting against the Li family? If you had even a modicum of ambition, I would not have allowed Highway to succeed me as head of the family. I'll end you. As Li Fulai's rage escalated, he disregarded Li Haitao's broken limbs and swung his cane at him. "Ah, grandfather, I was wrong. Please, no more." Li Haitao screamed in agony, his cries echoing until others intervened to restrain Li Fulai, or else Li Haitao would have been beaten to death. "Master, please, calm yourself." Haitao was merely confused. He was deceived by a boy from the Yang family. Do not act impulsively. Yes, Haitao was misled, simply a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Please, do not strike him any further. Enough. Stop. He is your own grandson. A group of individuals succeeded in halting Li Fulai's wrath. Listen closely. The Li family has thrived for a century. Our strength lies in our unity. The reason Highway's parents were murdered is that our enemies feared the Li family and sought vengeance against us. If our enemies are afraid of our unity, how could Haitao, this beast, dare to scheme against his own sister? Second brother, according to family law, what punishment should he receive? Li Fulai summoned his second brother, Li Fuyun, who was responsible for the family's legal matters. Upon hearing his elder brother's inquiry, he replied, to harm a family member, regardless of the reason, entails 100 lashes, removal from the family registry, and expulsion from the home. At this pronouncement, Li Haitao fainted from terror. Witnessing this scene, everyone shook their heads in disbelief. With such a temperament, how could he ever hope to lead the Li family? Li Fulai trembled with indignation. Among the 3 generations of the Li family, only Li Haiwei truly excelled, while the others paled in comparison. Had it not been for the absence of a capable heir to uphold the Li family's legacy, Li Fulai would not have permitted the young lady, Li Haiwei, to take charge. The Li family appears to be on the brink of extinction, with each generation proving less capable than the last. The collateral branches of the family are ever watchful, and within the direct lineage, only Li Haiwei remains, leaving her future fraught with challenges. Contemplating this, Li Fulai could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Li Haiwei's fate. The family's future rests in the hands of fate. Bring him away. Since his limbs have already been severed, let him be spared the 100 lashes. Remove him from the family tree. Once he recovers, cast him out, Li Fulai declared, still unable to summon the resolve to punish Li Haitao further, allowing him time to heal before his expulsion. That night, Li Haiwei returned from Jiangnan City, and upon her arrival, she sought out Li Fulai immediately. "Grandfather, I'm back." "Haiwei, my dear child, alas, I have wronged you. I should never have allowed you to go to Jiangnan City," Li Fulai lamented. In his youth, he was a man of iron resolve, yet after the passing of Li Haiwei's parents, he transformed entirely. Now nearing 70, his concern for his family's well-being surpasses all else. Had Li Haiwei possessed the capability to manage the family's enterprises, he would have entrusted her with the family headship long ago. The recent events in Jiangnan weighed heavily on his conscience. "Grandfather, I'm fine. I need your assistance to settle a score," she implored. "Haiwei, do you mean to eradicate the Yang family of Jiangnan City?" "I shall ensure they pay dearly," he replied fiercely. "Not the Yang family, but I wish to undermine the Kangzhuang skincare company. I want them to come to Xiqing begging for mercy," she clarified. Li Fulai was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her request. "But Kangzhuang saved you, did he not?" Seeing her grandfather's bewildered expression, Li Haiwei stamped her foot in frustration and recounted the events. "Grandfather, that scoundrel refuses to marry me. I want him to regret his decision. You must make it known. Unless he comes to Xiqing to plead for forgiveness, the Li family will oppose him relentlessly. But what about your future with him? What if you marry him, and he treats you poorly?" Li Fulai pundarat, his mind racing through a lifetime of treachery and schemes. "Haiwei, this is merely a fit of anger. You are not yet ready to inherit the family business," he cautioned. "I cannot concern myself with that now. He has wronged me grievously and wishes to evade responsibility. I cannot accept that." Li Haiwei seethed, recalling the despicable visage of Kangzhuang. The thought of Xiqing's most beautiful woman being rejected by him, only to seek a mistress, ignited her fury. "Very well, this enterprise will eventually belong to you. If you wish to create a ruckus, then do so. However, heed my words. This indulgence is a one-time affair. Do not exploit the Li family for personal vendettas henceforth." "Thank you, grandfather. I shall set my plans in motion," she replied, her spirits lifted by his acquiescence. Thus commenced the Li family's campaign against Kangzhuang, heralding an impending crisis for his company. The following day, Kangzhuang sat in his office engrossed in a game, while Song Lingfei received several phone calls early in the morning. After hanging up on a few calls, her expression turned grave. "Young master, stop playing. Something has happened. The Li family from Xiqing has made their move against us, severing our sales channels. The major sales companies in Jiangnan are too afraid to sell our whitening repair serum now." "What? The Li family has acted? Is Li Haiwei out her mind? How could she repay kindness with malice?" Kangzhuang abandoned his game, unable to fathom the situation. He had rescued Li Haiwei, and now she was turning against him. "You have to take some responsibility for this, young master. After all, you did provoke Ms. Li. This seems to be a case of love turning to hatred. Her aim is likely to compel you to marry her in Xiqing." Song Lingfei pondered aloud, recalling her research on Li Haiwei's motives. Kangzhuang was taken aback. "This woman must be insane. She would go to such lengths just to make me marry her?" "Young master, what I mean is that we do have the capacity to counterattack. But are you certain you want to go to war with the Li family?" "Ms. Li merely wishes for you to yield and marry her," Song Lingfei explained. By marrying Ms. Li and Shiqing, not only could you resolve this crisis, but you would also gain a beautiful wife and a host of allies. Why would you not seize such an opportunity? She added, outlining the situation, which nearly swayed Kang Zhuang. Ding. Crisis detected within the host company. Mission issued. Resolve the company crisis and thwart the enemy's conspiracy. Mission reward. A formula for cold remedy. Mission failure. 1 minute of electric shock. Kang Zhuang was bewildered. How could this trigger a mission? He had just been contemplating agreeing with Song Lingfei to marry Li Highway and Shiqing. Now, it seemed the system was implying he must not concede. Why else would mission be issued? Considering the troublesome nature of the extravagant system, Kang Zhuang decided to inquire. System, come forth. If I voluntarily go to Shiqing to concede and marry Li Highway, would that count as completing the mission? Ding. Please, host, possess a modicum of shame. The purpose of this system is to mold you into the world's most exceptional man. When faced with difficulties, how can you back down? Utilize your strength to shatter the enemy's conspiracy. What do you mean by that? I was just moved by what the steward said, and now you want me to confront the Li family head-on? Ding. Please, host, hasten to complete the mission or face the consequences. A reminder, the intensity of the electric shock is now 10 times that of the novice phase. Please deliberate carefully before proceeding. Cursing inwardly at the obstinate system, Kang Zhuang realized it was clear that he was being urged to confront the Li family directly. Young master, are you all right? I'm fine. I was just contemplating. By the way, Lingfei, you suggested I propose in Shiqing, right? I made my decision. I will not go. You should use the company's resources to counterattack. I refuse to rely on Li Highway's influence to reclaim Yanjing. Kang Zhuang's resolute declaration earned him a newfound respect from Song Lingfei, revealing a bold side to her young master. My dear sir, I apologize. I have misjudged you. You are not a debauched scion living off others, but rather a man of great stature. Song Lingfei's words filled Kang Zhuang with a sense of pride, affirming his masculinity. In the ensuing days, a stir swept through Jiangnan City. The Li family's oppression led some individuals to believe that Kang Zhuang had offended the Li family from Shiqing, prompting them to join in the suppression of Zhuangfei's skincare company, whether intentionally or not. How despicable! These opportunistic vultures. Do they truly believe the Li family seeks my demise? He exclaimed. Lingfei, uncover the dark secrets of these fair-weather friends and ensure they are dealt with. Understood, sir, replied Kang Zhuang as he instructed Song Lingfei to utilize her advanced intelligence system to investigate the unsavory dealings of these fickle companies. Within a few days, those companies began to collapse, their downfall sending shockwaves through the power dynamics of Jiangnan City. The ferocity of Kang Zhuang's retaliation was astonishing. These were not insignificant enterprises, yet they crumbled in mere days. Seizing the opportunity, Song Lingfei acquired several companies, paving the way for the distribution of the whitening repair serum. With Lingfei by his side, Kang Zhuang needed only to issue commands, secure in the knowledge that she would execute them flawlessly. After a fortnight, Zhuangfei's skincare company's sales channels launched nationwide, liberating them from reliance on other distributors. Upon hearing this news, Li Highway of the Shiqing Li family was nearly driven to despair. The compensation for terminating contracts with those sales companies had come from the Li family, yet now Kang Zhuang's company had successfully established its own sales channels. A bitter irony indeed. Chapter 58. The miracle cure for colds in the Li family of Shiqing. Li Fulai was engaged in discussion with Li Highway. Highway, we underestimated Kang Zhuang. This man is indeed worthy of being my granddaughter's husband. His influence is truly formidable, and we have misjudged him. Grandfather, it is merely that we did not exert our true capabilities to suppress him. Otherwise, how could his company easily emerge from its predicament? Li Highway felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing her grandfather praise Kang Zhuang, believing it was simply a matter of her not taking the situation seriously. Li Fulai refrained from contradicting his granddaughter, yet his vision extended far beyond that of Li Highway. Several companies in Jiangnan City had aligned with the Li family to suppress the Zhuangfei skincare company, but within a few days, they were brought to bankruptcy by Kang Zhuang. Such power was something even the head of the Shiqing Li family did not possess. However, Kang Zhuang had only dealt with those opportunistic companies, leaving the Li family untouched. It appeared that Kang Zhuang was aware that Li Highway was merely acting out of spite, intentionally undermining her own company. Realizing the crux of the matter, a smile crept across Li Fulai's face. An interesting young man, indeed. Seeing her grandfather smile, Li Highway felt a pang of discontent. Grandfather, you still find it amusing? If we cannot suppress Kang Zhuang's arrogance this time, I fear I will be bullied by him in the future. Li Highway displayed a look of grievance, which only made Li Fulai laugh heartily. Ha ha, what a Kang Zhuang! The Kang family has produced a true dragon. Highway, you should interact more with Kang Zhuang. Perhaps you may yet have the opportunity to become the illustrious lady of the Kang family. Oh, grandfather, who would want to marry him? I absolutely detest him. Never mind. I shall not discuss this further. I have matters to attend to. With a slight stomp of her foot, Li Highway hurriedly departed. Now, the Li family had no intention of further suppressing Kang Zhuang, and thus the winds of Jiangnan City began to change once more. The major skincare companies that had previously terminated contracts with Zhuang Fei were now seeking to collaborate with Song Lingfei again. However, Kang Zhuang instructed Song Lingfei to decline their offers, and at that moment, he was reveling in the rewards of his task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued and may be claimed at any time. As a surge of memory fused into Kang Zhuang's mind, he soon memorized the formula for the cold remedy. Glancing at the details of this reward, Kang Zhuang was filled with astonishment. Incredible! It can cure any cold within just half an hour. Kang Zhuang was dumbfounded. Humans experience minor colds several times a year, and treatments such as injections and medications can be quite cumbersome. Now, with just one pill of this cold remedy, one could be well in half an hour. This was an immensely beneficial development for the nation and its people. Kang Zhuang instantly recognized it as a formidable weapon, one that could diminish the business of hospitals significantly. Colds can lead to various complications. If they could be cured within 30 minutes, hospitals might find themselves struggling for clients. Lingfei, good news. Bring me paper and pen. I have something exceptional to share with you. Young master, here you go. Song Lingfei produced the requested items, and soon, Kang Zhuang wrote down the cold remedies formula. Lingfei, take a look at this. Are you not astonished? Kang Zhuang beamed with pride, resembling a student who had just aced an exam. Young master, this is an extraordinary remedy for the common cold. How did you manage to concoct it? It's truly impressive. Upon closer inspection, Song Lingfei quickly realized that this was indeed a formula for treating colds, and an idea for maximizing profit struck her. With over 1 billion people in Huahua, if each person purchases this remedy 2 or 3 times a year, it could yield a staggering profit. Currently, the Zhuangfei Pharmaceutical Company only produces specialized ingredients for skin whitening and restoration. Now, they can incorporate this cold remedy. Young master, you are remarkable. Every year, countless individuals in Huahua suffer from minor colds, particularly the elderly and children. This remedy is a formidable asset. Of course, the notion of a 100 cure for the common cold is akin to black technology. Can our pharmaceutical company truly manufacture it? Kang Zhuang glanced at Song Lingfei with a hint of apprehension. The formula for this cold remedy was provided by the system, and he feared that the unreliable system might not supply the necessary equipment. After thoroughly examining the formula and mentally simulating the manufacturing process of the remedy, Song Lingfei nodded in confirmation towards Kang Zhuang. Young master, based on the technology available on this planet, the drug can indeed be produced, but it will require some time to acquire the equipment and hire staff. That's fantastic, Lingfei. I'll entrust this matter to you. Kang Zhuang felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system had proven to be dependable this time. As Song Lingfei commenced her work, Kang Zhuang resumed playing games on his computer. In Yanjing, at the headquarters of the Kang Group, Chun Xiaoxin fixed a frosty gaze upon the assembly of individuals before her. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Do you truly believe you possess the capability to manage the company better than I? If you wish for me to relinquish the presidential position, dear sister-in-law, it's best if you don't concern yourself with this matter. You're no longer suited to lead the Kang Group. Over the past 2 months, in your quest for revenge against that spendthrift Xiao Zhuang, you have clashed head-on with the Chu Group and the Lin Group, resulting in tremendous losses for the company. Even the old man concurs. You must voluntarily resign today. Third Master Kang Jianlu gazed at his elder sister-in-law with a smug smile, as he now held the reins of the Kang family. Third brother, so you're the one who has stabbed me in the back, are you? The struggles with the Chu group and the Lin group were undermined by your leaks, leading to my downfall. All to seize this position, isn't that so? Chun Xiaoxin glared fiercely at Kang Jianlu, yet her accusations only elicited laughter from him. Ha ha ha, dear sister-in-law, how could I ever admit to such a thing? The question is, will you step aside? If not, do not blame the old man for personally escorting you out. It will be quite embarrassing for everyone involved. Very well, I have contributed so much to the Kang family, and I was instrumental in establishing the Kang group. Now, you choose to sever the bridges behind you? Fine. If that is the case, I shall not remain in this position. Do not come to regret it later. Ha ha. Dear sister-in-law, I understand your fervor for seeking vengeance on Xiaozhuang, but the group has suffered greatly in these past 2 months. Thus, I must recommend your dismissal to the old man. You may proceed with the handover. You are free to leave, dear sister-in-law. Safe travels. Chun Xiaoxin seethed with frustration as she observed Kang Jianlu's self-satisfied demeanor. That afternoon, after completing her handover, she returned home in a huff. Kang Jianlu, noticing his wife's agitated state, inquired with concern. My dear wife, what troubles you? How could you, my dear, have known all along and not informed me? Today, the elder suddenly instructed the third son to dismiss me from my position. Were you aware of this? Upon seeing Kang Jianlu's expression, Chun Xiaoxin realized her husband must be privy to the situation, yet he had chosen not to disclose it to her. How could you, Kang Jianlu? After 27 years of marriage, this is how you treat me. The Kang family shows no conscience. Not only have they driven away my son, but now they seek to torment me as well. Very well. I shall go to Jiangnan City tomorrow to find our son and will no longer concern myself with your family's affairs. Overwhelmed with grievance, Chun Xiaoxin found herself weeping, realizing that even her closest companion had deceived her. Startled by her tears, Kang Jianlu hastened to comfort her. My dear, please do not cry. I protested to my father, but he would not relent. I even approached the third son, and for days I've been arguing with them, but to no avail. I must confess, I too have been dismissed today, replaced by one of the third son's subordinates. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoxin widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you say? You have been dismissed? How could the third son dare? Are you certain the elder consented to this? Kang Jianlu, feeling dejected, lamented how he had been outmaneuvered by both his father and younger brother. How could this happen? What on earth transpired? Because you targeted the Chu and Lin families. They began to retaliate. They unearthed my past indiscretions and presented them to the elder. Understanding this was a threat, the elder had no choice but to acquiesce. Realizing the depth of the treachery, Chun Xiaoxin understood that the Chu and Lin families had acted without honor, and their business rivalry had ensnared her husband. Overwhelmed, she began to weep once more. Oh, Jianlu, I am so sorry. It is I who have brought this upon you, and yet I vented my anger at you earlier. Do not fret, do not fret. It is merely a position. Since we have both been dismissed, I shall accompany you to Jiangnan tomorrow to see our son. Kang Jianlu replied nonchalantly, his affection for Chun Xiaoxin remaining steadfast. Wiping her tears, Chun Xiaoxin gazed earnestly at her husband. Jianlu, the elder is utterly unfeeling. The third son's family has long coveted control of the Kang family. Let us leave. After all, Qing'er is about to begin her internship. We could go to Jiangnan and let her work under our son. Indeed, our son has matured. His company, Mingyang, is well regarded in Yanjing. I have not taken the time to ascertain how well he is faring. Let us all seek refuge with him, and may he not mock me for being a failed father. Kang Jianlu tenderly wiped Chun Xiaoxin's tears as she embraced him, and they found solace in each other's arms. Shortly thereafter, Kang Qing'er rushed in, exclaiming, Dad, Mom, what is happening? Why did you not answer my calls? You. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find her parents in a moment of intimacy, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qing'er, with graduation approaching, why are you still so carefree? How will you manage marriage in the future? Mom, I have no intention of marrying. I wish to care for you and Dad for a lifetime. Upon noticing her mother's swollen eyes, Kang Qinger understood that a significant event had transpired at home. She affectionately nestled into Chun Xiaoxin's embrace, showcasing her understanding. Witnessing her daughter's thoughtfulness alleviated some of Chun Xiaoxin's sorrow. Subsequently, Kang Jiangwo and Chun Xiaoxin recounted the events. After listening, Kang Qinger clenched her teeth in anger. How despicable! Indeed, Uncle San and his family are utterly vile. They forced Uncle Heir away and now seek to drive our family out as well. Kang Qinger harbored a strong dislike for Uncle San's family, particularly Aunt San, who gossiped like a busybody, spreading tales about the Kang family and causing them embarrassment. My dear daughter, do not be upset. Your father and I have made a decision. Tomorrow, we shall travel to Jiangnan City to visit your brother. You can work under him. Oh, that sounds great. My brother has turned over a new leaf. I truly miss him after not seeing him for 2 months. The next day, Kang Jiangwo and the others packed their belongings and boarded a flight to Jiangnan City. Chapter 59. Retaliation. On that day, at the crack of dawn, Kang Zhuang received a phone call from his mother, Chun Xiaoxin, announcing that the family was coming to visit him. Ecstatic, he exchanged a flurry of joyful words with her before ending the call. However, once the call was terminated, his expression grew somber. Although he was thrilled to see his family, he was not Navi. Something must have transpired in Yanjing. Ling Fei, investigate what has recently occurred in Yanjing. My parents are visiting unexpectedly. It must be significant. Understood, young master. Song Ling Fei closed her eyes and, after a brief moment, opened them once more. Young master, I have found out that your father has been dismissed from his position, and your mother has been terminated from her job. They are currently en route to Yanjing Airport. Hearing this, Kang Zhuang's eyes reddened. What on earth is happening? Who is targeting my parents? I want them to pay dearly. According to the information, it involves the Chu and Lin families. The reason stems from your mother relentlessly pursuing vengeance on their conglomerates, resulting in significant losses for all 3 families. The Chu and Lin families joined forces to uncover compromising information about your father, compelling your grandfather to make a decision, leading to your father's dismissal and your mother's termination. Now, the Chu family conglomerate is under the control of your third uncle's associates. Upon learning the sequence of events, Kang Zhuang was shaken. It was all because of him. His mother had gone to such lengths over the past 2 months for his sake. The thought of his grandfather capitulating to the threats from the Chu and Lin families filled him with indignation. His grandfather was too weak. Ling Fei, what is the compromising information regarding my father? Is it severe? It is quite serious. The underworld faction in Yanjing, the Ying Tian gang, has had close dealings with your father, and there are significant assets of unknown origin. If exposed, your father could face imprisonment. After hearing the complete story, Kang Zhuang's ire towards his grandfather diminished slightly. At least his grandfather was trying to protect his father. And what about my third uncle? How did he gain control of the Kang family conglomerate? Does he deserve it? Young master, your grandfather has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Currently, your father and your second uncle cannot make decisions, leaving only your third uncle to ascend to power. They cannot allow a collateral relative to take the reins. Kang Zhuang felt increasingly agitated. The power struggles among wealthy families were not few. Now, numerous collateral relatives were vying for influence in the Kang family. Since his third uncle's faction had seized control, he could only hope it wouldn't lead to major troubles. All right, I understand the situation now. However, if the Chu and Lin families dare to target my parents, they should not expect mercy in return. Ling Fei, look up the officials from the Chu and Lin families. I want 10 individuals from each brought down. I demand retribution tenfold. Understood, young master. I will take care of it immediately. Before long, Song Ling Fei reopened her eyes. Young master, the information has been submitted to the highest prosecutorial authority. You will hear good news shortly. Well done. By the way, when will my parents arrive at the airport? I shall go to meet them. They will arrive at the airport at 11 o'clock, young master. Do you need me to accompany you? Yes, let's go together. I want my parents to see you. After all, you are my best asset. Kang Zhuang gazed at Song Ling Fei's exquisite features, already contemplating how he would boast to his parents. At 11 o'clock that noon, at Jiangnan City Airport, Kang Zhuang and Song Ling Fei had been waiting outside for half an hour when he spotted his family amidst the crowd. Father, mother, younger sister, I am here. Where is brother? Father, mother, let us hurry. At that moment, Kang Qing'er spotted Kang Zhuang and dashed towards him. Brother, I finally see you. Ha ha, how have you been? After 2 months apart, do you not think I look even more handsome and robust? Kang Zhuang's smug expression confirmed to Kang Qing'er that he was indeed her brother. For only he could be this self-absorbed. My son, it is wonderful to see you. You have lost weight. Son, you have grown stronger. It must be exhausting for you to venture out and start a business on your own. Chen Xiaoxin gazed at Kang Zhuang with concern for his weight loss, while Kang Zhengwo also felt pity for his son working tirelessly alone. Kang Zhuang merely chuckled. He had delegated company matters to Song Lingfei, spending most of his time playing games. Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Will you not introduce her to me? Upon seeing Song Lingfei, Kang Qing'er was momentarily astounded by her beauty. It was astonishing to behold such elegance. Hello, I am Song Lingfei, the butler of the young master and the president of Zhuangfei Investment Company. Limited. Song Lingfei shook hands with Kang Qing'er and introduced herself. Chen Xiaoxin and Kang Zhengwo exchanged glances, both sensing a shared concern. Previously, they had investigated Song Lingfei's background but found no substantial information. Her sum indicated she was a high-level executive returning from abroad, impressively outstanding. Yet Kang Zhengwo and his wife were skeptical, suspecting she might be sent by foreign powers to assist their son in establishing his company. They believed that Kang Zhuang's enterprise was not solely his own. Rather, it was likely that foreign influences had approached him to make him a representative in Huagua. The reasons behind their son's recruitment were shrouded in mystery, and after much deliberation, they decided to confront him earnestly in Jiangnan City. The 5 of them arrived at a grand restaurant in Jiangnan City, where Kang Zhuang hosted his family for a warm welcome. After dining, they settled down to rest, and Kang Zhuang addressed his parents. Father, mother, please speak freely. You have held your questions throughout the journey. If you do not voice them soon, I fear you may become unwell. Kang Zhengwo and his wife exchanged glances, and as the head of the family, Kang Zhengwo spoke earnestly to Kang Zhuang. Son, it is not that I do not trust you. I am well aware of the person you are. Please answer me honestly. Are you under the control of foreign powers? Is she a person sent to monitor you? Kang Zhengwo's gaze shifted to Song Lingfei, realizing that clarity could not be obtained without addressing her presence. Kang Zhuang smiled knowingly. He had anticipated his parents' inquiries, clearly indicating their concern for him since his departure. Father, mother, rest assured, Lingfei is my closest ally. Apart from your love, she is the one I cherish most in this world. She is one of us, and I am not under anyone's control. Everything I have achieved is the result of my own efforts. After a moment of contemplation, Kang Zhengwo and his wife nodded in understanding. So, how did your company come to be? When you left Yanjing, you had neither money nor power, nor any foreign influence backing you. Where did your funds originate? Chen Xiaoxin was utterly perplexed. Despite numerous investigations, she could not uncover the source of her son's finances or the forces behind him. Had it not been for the booming success of Kang Zhuang's skincare company, which had gained national acclaim, she would have been genuinely concerned for his safety. Mom, I don't wish to deceive you. Please refrain from questioning further. This is my secret, but rest assured, believe that your son is exceptional. Gone was the former debauched young master. Kang Zhuang now radiated with confidence and vitality. Seeing the fleeting dominance in their son, Kang Zhengwo and his wife understood that their child had matured. Very well, since you seem to have it under control, your father and I will refrain from further discussion. Just be cautious in the days to come. Those people in Yanjing are not to be trifled with. Do not worry, Mom and Dad. I regard the Chu and Lin families lightly. If I wished, I could make them vanish from Yanjing overnight. I now possess sufficient power to obliterate them. At this moment, Kang Zhuang exuded an unparalleled aura, leaving Kang Qing'er wide-eyed in astonishment. Brother, are you still the same person? How did you transform into such a formidable presence? Your words nearly convinced me. So you doubt me, do you? Just wait a few days. I'll reclaim a small portion of interest from Mom and Dad, and the Chu family will face calamities tenfold. Just watch. Kang Zhuang's declaration left the 3 in shock. Is that truly possible? How could you reach Yanjing from Jiangnan City? Father, do not inquire too much. Just witness the results, Kang Zhuang replied with a calm smile. leaving them in a state of disbelief. The Chu and Lin families were elite clans, and their increasing collaboration had only deepened their ties. How could Kang Zhuang possess the capability to topple 10 individuals so swiftly? Soon, Kang Zhuang escorted his family back to the Baolong Villa, where 9 villas remained unoccupied. He allowed his parents and sister to choose one nearby for their residence. Days later, Yanjing trembled as 10 officials from the Chu and Lin families were dismissed from their positions. Suddenly, 20 significant officials in Yanjing found themselves ousted, creating a whirlwind of rumors. Some astute observers connected the dots, realizing this upheaval involved only the Chu and Lin families, instantly recalling the Kang family patriarch. Did Kang Huai personally orchestrate this? Such terrifying retribution, striking with such ferocity. The Kang family remained as formidable as ever, with the patriarch still wielding his influence. Upon hearing the news, Kang Huai was equally bewildered. He had merely intended to retaliate slightly against the Chu and Lin families. Yet before he could act, 20 of their members had already fallen. "Father, what are you doing? Is it worth causing such a commotion for the sake of the eldest? Aren't you afraid the Chu and Lin families will retaliate against us?" Kang Jianlu stormed home, venting his frustrations at the patriarch. Enraged, Kang Huai raised his cane to strike, exasperated by his third son's incompetence. "You wretched scoundrel! Do not claim it was not my doing. Even if it were, it would be for your elder brother." "What do you mean by that? Are you so fearful of the Chu and Lin families that you would forsake your brother's vengeance? He is your own flesh and blood, you little rascal. I shall bring you to your end." Kang Hua relentlessly pursued Kang Jianlu, inflicting immense pain upon Kang Jianyang, who simultaneously grasped that this time it was not the old master who had instigated the conflict. At this moment, the Chu and Lin families were utterly bewildered. Each family had suffered the fall of 10 members. What an extraordinary coincidence. This implied that the forces behind their adversary were formidable, possessing the capability to bring down the Chu and Lin families at will. What could have prompted such an event? The Chu and Lin families were perplexed, unable to fathom the motives of their enemy. Though suspicions had briefly fallen upon the Kang family, these were ultimately dismissed, for they were all prestigious clans, each well acquainted with the others. The Kang family lacked such power. The Chu and Lin families contemplated numerous foes, yet could not discern the identity of the assailant. After extensive investigation, they only discovered that someone had submitted incriminating evidence to the highest prosecutorial authority, prompting a thorough inquiry from above. In a swift response, the prominent families of Yanjing instructed their members to prioritize harmony in all matters, lest they attract the attention of an enigmatic force. Chapter 60. Li Highway arrives on this day. Kang Jiangwo and his wife received alarming news early in the morning. A significant upheaval had occurred in the political landscape of Yanjing, resulting in the abrupt downfall of 20 prominent officials. Strikingly, it was the Chu and Lin families that each lost 10 members. The couple was utterly astonished. Could it be true? The thoughts echoed in their minds, reminiscent of Kang Zhuang's words from a few days prior, where he had mentioned the downfall of 10 individuals from each family. They had initially assumed it was a mere total of 10, not realizing it pertained to each family specifically. "Jiangwo, is that really our son? How has he become so formidable? I suspect he might be an imposter," his wife pondered. "My dear, do not question me. My legs are still cramping from the shock. Indeed, our son is astonishingly remarkable. This is not an achievement ordinary individuals could accomplish. Yet, I firmly believe he is our son. Otherwise, why would he treat us so well? To exact revenge for us, he has toppled 20 people. Truly, our wonderful son." At that moment, Kang Jiangwo felt a mix of astonishment and a profound sense of comfort. Previously, Kang Zhuang had been known as the notorious scion of Yanjing, yet he had now matured to such an extent, effortlessly bringing down 20 individuals, some of whom were of his own standing. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, prompting him to take Chun Xiaoxin to a nearby villa. "Ling Fei, where is that little rascal? Tell him to come down and meet us. Uncle and aunt, the young master is still asleep. Please wait a moment." "What? We must wait? Hurry and bring him down. Uncle and aunt, please hold on. The young master was quite fatigued last night and only fell asleep at 1 o'clock. Upon hearing this, the couple fell silent. now under the impression that Kang Zhuang was preoccupied with work, feeling a surge of sympathy for their son. In truth, Song Lingfei had withheld the complete details. Kang Zhuang had been engrossed in gaming until the early hours, ultimately giving up after being let down by his teammates. Had Kang Jiangwo and his wife known the true reason, they would have rushed upstairs to give him a few kicks. After all, they had worked hard to build such a substantial family legacy, yet he frivolously squandered time on video games. Song Lingfei guided Kang Jiangwo and his wife to a side room for breakfast, and shortly thereafter, Kang Qinger was invited to join them. As the three enjoyed their meal, Kang Zhuang emerged, yawning. Mom, Dad, sister, good morning. Good morning, brother. Why are you only waking up now? What were you up to last night? You weren't out gallivanting again, were you? While savoring her crab soup dumplings, Kang Qinger observed her brother's bleary-eyed state and instantly recalled his lifestyle in Yanjing. Back then, Kang Zhuang had been just like this, lethargic during the day, but full of life at night, running off to indulge in escapades. Dear, you cannot silence your mouth with food. Your brother has become quite accomplished. You must follow Sister Lingfei's example and study diligently. Huh? All right, Mom. I will go to the company to intern with Sister Lingfei shortly. Chen Xiaoxin's gaze made Kang Qinger feel somewhat intimidated. With her brother's newfound excellence, their parents unanimously attributed his transformation to Song Lingfei's influence. The recent approach of Song Lingfei had led Kang Jiangwo and his wife to believe that Kang Zhuang's remarkable progress was indeed a result of her guidance. My dear son, today your mother and I received news that a total of 20 individuals from the Yin, Jing, Chu, and Lin families have fallen from grace. Were you involved in this? Yes, I was. A few days ago, upon learning that you both had come to Jiangnan City to see me, I sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. I had Lingfei investigate, and soon enough, I understood the background of the situation. Consequently, I instructed Lingfei to select 20 individuals at random for some retribution. Some retribution? The nonchalant tone, coupled with Kang Zhuang's drowsy demeanor, left Kang Jiangwo and his wife utterly unconvinced that their son was behind such events. Lingfei, is this true? Uncle and aunt, it is indeed true. The young master is quite considerate of you both. Knowing the grievances you've faced in Yanjing, he asked me to carry out some casual retribution, and those 20 individuals were merely selected at random. Song Lingfei stated matter-of-factly. At this revelation, Kang Jiangwo and his wife were left in astonishment. Who exactly were their son and Song Lingfei? This incident had reverberated throughout Yanjing, and their calm demeanor was perplexing. Son, could you enlighten me on your ultimate goal? With such a vast power at your disposal, you wouldn't be contemplating rebellion, would you? Rebellion? At the mere mention of the word, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kang Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. Why would he want to rebel? He had no aspirations of holding office. His greatest dream was to sleep soundly until he awoke naturally and count money until his hands ached. If accompanied by a throng of beautiful women, that would be even better. Mom and Dad, have you been watching too many espionage films? I merely wish to work hard and strive for success. I have no desire for political power. Upon hearing Kang Zhuang's words, Kang Jiangwo and his wife felt a wave of relief wash over them. Brother, there are visitors outside. Are they your friends? Kang Qinger noticed 3 women arriving outside and assumed they were Kang Zhuang's acquaintances. Kang Zhuang cast a glance and was instantly startled. Lingfei, block them and tell them I'm not home. Kang Zhuang, you coward, I can see you. Where do you think you're going? The visitors were none other than Li Haiwei, the eldest daughter of the Li family from Shi City, who had come to inquire about Kang Zhuang's family presence in Jiangnan City, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Li Haiwei, Kang Zhuang's girlfriend. Huh? Girlfriend? Oh, how wonderful. Gumin, have you had breakfast yet? Please sit down and eat. Chen Xiaoxin was beside herself with excitement. Her precious son finally had a girl who liked him. Upon her first sight of Li Haiwei, she perceived a sense of affluence radiating from the young woman, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family. Kang Jiangwo also felt a surge of excitement as he held back the retreating Kang Zhuang, while Kang Qinger eagerly settled beside Li Haiwei, scrutinizing this prospective sister-in-law. Son, you have a girlfriend now? Why didn't you mention it to your mother and me? Keeping secrets from us? Brother, Your girlfriend is so beautiful. At that moment, Kang Zhuang felt a wave of panic. Li Highway had truly cornered him. Coming to collect her dues today. Ugh, I owe her nothing. What dues? Wait, she is not my girlfriend. Ling Fei is. Kang Zhuang unleashed his trump card, pushing Song Ling Fei forward. In terms of beauty, physique, and grace, Song Ling Fei had yet to be outshone by anyone. The four individuals at the dining table were left in stunned silence upon hearing this revelation. The couple, Kong Jiangwo and his wife, alongside Kong Qing were utterly astonished. What did this imply? A rivalry between two women for a man? Li Highway felt a surge of discontent within her. She had investigated Song Ling Fei's identity and deduced she was the woman behind Kang Zhuang. The name Zhuangfei Investment Company was quite revealing. It could only refer to Song Ling Fei. Uncle and aunt, I don't mind Kang Zhuang having other girlfriends. I simply came here to meet you, Li Highway thought to herself, wishing she could pummel that scoundrel Kang Zhuang for abandoning her after using her, now pushing Song Ling Fei forward to reject her. How outrageous! How utterly infuriating! You wait. Once you marry me, I shall have my revenge on you. Li Highway seethed internally, contemplating how to teach that fickle man a lesson. Rascal, kneel down. What does this mean? Speak clearly. As a man, you must take responsibility and certainly cannot be so indecisive. Kong Jiangwo exclaimed, his anger leading him to pound the table. Kang Zhuang, bewildered, instinctively knelt down. Huh? Why am I kneeling? I have no reason to kneel. I am not at fault, he thought, internally berating himself for such a reaction. Previously, whenever he erred in Yanjing, his father would discipline him by making him kneel and offering a scolding, followed by a good thrashing with a belt. This routine left Kang Zhuang with lasting psychological scars, hence his involuntary kneeling. Realizing his position, Kang Zhuang quickly rose. Mom and Dad, wait. I have something to say. The matter concerning Li Highway is quite complicated and cannot be clarified in a moment. Perhaps I should step outside to discuss it with her. Rascal, discuss what? Your mother, and I thought you had changed for the better. Yet you remain the same flirtatious boy, wanting two girlfriends. How naive. Kong Jiangwo was furious. Seeing his son's lack of commitment only fueled his wrath. Dad, please don't resort to violence. I'm no longer that reckless young master from Yanjing. Mom, stop him. As Kang Zhuang noticed his father preparing to grab the belt, he grew anxious. Though he was nearing the threshold of strength, past traumas still haunted him. Father, please stop. Listen to what my brother has to say. This young lady is not even agitated, so you need not overreact. Ultimately, Kong Qing managed to placate Kong Jiangwo, allowing the family of four to sit together at the table peacefully. Kang Zhuang let out a sigh of relief, casting a somewhat gloomy glance at Li Highway. Hey, Miss Li, I mentioned before that you cannot hold me down. I am a wayward son, not your ideal match. Even if we were to marry, I would still have many women in my life. Can you tolerate such a situation? Previously, I could not accept my husband having other women. However, I have come to terms with it. If you can find a woman superior to me, I would be willing to share you with her, Li Highway replied, leaving Kang Zhuang utterly astounded that such words could escape her lips. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you are saying? Of course I do, for I am confident that, aside from Song Ling Fei by your side, no woman surpasses my excellence. This implies that you can only have two women at most, me and Song Ling Fei. Furthermore, I have conducted my own research, and it is evident that your assets are managed by Song Ling Fei, whose prowess in business and finance is unmatched. In essence, her primary role is that of your stewardess, with her position as your girlfriend being secondary. From this perspective, should you choose to marry me, I would assume the role of her mistress. Given this, why should I not accept? The crowd was left in astonishment. Li Highway's words resonated in their minds, suggesting she had conveyed much yet also very little. Hold on a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. I feel a bit dizzy. Kang Zhuang waved his hand, asking Li Highway to pause, as he struggled to comprehend her line of reasoning. Li Highway, are you implying that in the future, if I seek other women, they must be superior to you? Those who are less exceptional are unworthy of consideration? Indeed, women who fall short of my caliber do not deserve you. As for those who are more formidable, I doubt they would consent to share a husband with us. Li Hiwei's assertion clarified for Kang Zhuang that he would likely never encounter a girl willing to share a husband in the future. He silently commended Li Hiwei for her insight. It was evident that if Song Lingfei were not a steward provided by the system, a woman of such remarkable caliber in reality would never agree to such an arrangement. Truly, the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, her thoughts were profound. A woman so intelligent and striking piqued Kang Zhuang's interest. Upon closer inspection of Li Hiwei, he realized that she indeed embodied the standards that stirred his heart. His previous refusals stemmed merely from a desire to evade responsibility. Now that his family was present, he could no longer afford to act so irresponsibly. Chapter 61. I absolutely refuse. Kang Zhuang felt the gaze of the crowd upon him and instinctively touched his nose. Li Hiwei, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, was so devoted to him, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. However, despite Li Hiwei's exceptional qualities, Kang Zhuang was resolute in his reluctance to pursue a romantic relationship at this stage. He viewed women as mere obstacles on his path to success. And with the presence of Song Lingfei and Feng Yi, he felt no pressing need for a partner. Son, say something. What do you truly desire? Qin Xiaoxin could no longer tolerate Kang Zhuang's silence. I think Hiwei is quite wonderful. To be frank, you are indeed the epitome of beauty, Li Hiwei. I cannot deny my admiration for your outer charm, yet I am a rogue, destined to never be solely yours. I apologize. Kang Zhuang's rejection left Li Hiwei feeling deeply wronged, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Seeing her distress, both Kang Jiangwo and Qin Xiaoxin were immediately incensed. Son, you have gone too far. How could you mistreat Hiwei? You little rascal. After 2 months away, you've become utterly arrogant. Do you dare challenge me? Kang Jiangwo's anger escalated, and he even brandished his belt. Mom and Dad, please calm down. It's not that I don't wish to date. It's just that I have too many girlfriends. Besides Lingfei, I actually have 10 others. As soon as Kang Zhuang finished speaking, the room fell silent. Kang Qing'er's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. Brother, what are you saying? Where did you acquire so many girlfriends? You're not deceiving us, are you? Of course not, sister. Look, here's our photo. Kang Zhuang produced a picture from his phone, showcasing 12 individuals. Himself, Song Lingfei, Feng, and their 10 companions. Upon seeing the photo, Li Hiwei erupted in fury. Kang Zhuang, you scoundrel. I detest you. With that, she stormed out in anger. Witnessing his future daughter-in-law's departure, Qin Xiaoxin scolded Kang Zhuang furiously. You foolish son, how could you be so honest? Hiwei is the daughter of the Li family in Xiqing. Even if you have other girlfriends, there's no need to reveal it. Secure her affection first. Kang Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed by his wife's biting words, particularly with Song Lingfei and their daughter present. Dear, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Our son's honesty signifies he is a good person. Isn't it better not to deceive women? Kang Zhuang was exasperated, thinking, Dad, why are you handing me a good person card? Sighing, Qin Xiaoxin ultimately released her grip, realizing she could do nothing about her son's straightforwardness. Brother, are all these girls truly your girlfriends? Please don't trick me. How could they possibly be interested in you? Kang Qing'er's incredulous expression incited Kang Zhuang to lightly tap her on the head. Ouch! Brother, how could you hit me? I am your most beloved sister. Kang Qing'er cradled her head, somewhat displeased, still feeling the sting from the gentle knock. Still calling me sister. Do you look down upon my charm, brother? Do you believe I can easily find you a dozen sisters-in-law? At this moment, Kang Zhuang found himself in a precarious situation. Just moments ago, he had summoned Feng Yi and the others to irritate Li Hiwei. No one would suspect that these 10 enchanting girls were mere automatons, except for him, and no one else would uncover the secret buried within. At this juncture, Qin Xiaoxin observed the ever-quiet Song Lingfei standing to the side. My dear, are you truly my son's girlfriend? Is what he said genuine? Auntie, the young master speaks the truth. We are all women belonging to him, Song Lingfei declared, unwavering in her loyalty to Kang Zhuang, adhering to his every word. Upon hearing Song Lingfei's earnest response, Kang Jiangwo and his wife, along with Kang Qing'er, were once again astonished. While Kang Zhuang's words might have contained a grain of deception, The sincerity reflected in Song Lingfei's demeanor convinced them otherwise. The trio gazed at Kang Zhuang with incredulity, as if questioning whether he was indeed himself. "Brother, you haven't been possessed by an old monster, have you? Or perhaps you've been transformed by aliens?" Kang Qing'er voiced her thoughts, drawing inspiration from the sci-fi films that danced through her mind. Kang Zhuang shot her an exasperated glance, dismissing the unreliable musings of his sister. "Mom and Dad, please do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Trust me, I will soon ensure your grand return to Yanjing." Upon hearing Kang Zhuang speak seriously, Kang Zhengwo and his wife exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Son, you have worked hard." On the other side, after Li Highway fled the villa, 2 female bodyguards pursued her. "Miss, that Kang Zhuang is utterly ungrateful. Should we teach him a lesson?" "Miss, that scoundrel has crossed the line. Perhaps you should simply disregard him. After all, you are the most beautiful woman in Xiqing, and there are countless suitors vying for your attention." Li Highway wiped her tears, growing increasingly discontented with Kang Zhuang. "Listen to me. I am not one to easily concede. I shall make him fall in love with me, only to cast him aside, leaving him to regret the way he treated me today." Seeing the determination in Li Highway's eyes, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Miss, you're also a woman. Engaging in a battle with Kang Zhuang may only lead to your own disadvantage." Li Highway, accompanied by her 2 bodyguards, arrived at a villa, her aunt's residence. "Hello, Highway. What brings you here today? I missed you so much," Li Miaoyan exclaimed, surprised to see her cousin at the door. "Miaoyan, I have come here on business and learned that Aunt and Uncle have gone to Yanjing for work. May I stay with you?" "Of course. Highway, Xiaoyi, and Xiaolan, please take a seat. My sister has gone to work at Zhuangfei Tower and won't return until 6. Liye Wei Nudda. Her visit here was, of course, driven by her own intentions. The information gathered by the Li family revealed that her cousin, Li Miaodong, was employed at Kang Zhuang's company, and she was now prepared to infiltrate the inner workings. Li Miaoyan looked at Li Highway with delight and spoke to her warmly. "Sister Highway, how long do you plan to stay in Jiangnan City this time?" "A month,